You better have boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of bullets. Documents every day. Colombia, Argentina, 1955. That's 2 years that constantly look at it and across the river. That's crazy. Is this the CIA documents? These are supposed, but they look so fake. They look more fake than that photo. Did you run that photo through AI? Creating an image. It's like the old days. You weren't around back then. But yeah, it's going AOL. Hey, and you get a picture of the naked lady. Yeah, no, we're gonna crack the case. Some of the talking to him once a month on this trip. Wow. Okay. Philip Citroen, former German SS soldier, SS trooper, stated to him confidentially that Adolf Hitler is still alive. Citroen claimed to have contacted Hitler about wanting Colombia on his trip from Maracaibo to that country as employee of Royal Dutch Shipping Company, Maracaibo. Citroen indicated to a friend that we took a picture with Hitler not too long ago, but did not show the photograph. He also stated that Hitler left Colombia for Argentina around January of 1955. Citroen conflict. How did he survive so fucking years? That would be so crazy. It's very possible. Whoa! Wow. That's kind of Hitler now. Whoa! It's really crazy. You know? People really did dress. Yeah, it's so formality. If that's really real photo, that's great. Does anybody else run that through AI? What is AI doing to achieve that image? It just got really good. Part of my vote out to go make the thing with Hitler and make it Hitler. Why is the mustache like less defined? It's like shit. You'd be like, this is no proud that dude. I'm like, what's right? Oh, right. Hitler looks great there. Yeah, I was getting that Argentinian beef. Yeah. Probably a lot of, dream calls down there. I mean, this is one of those situations where, zoom in on the face again. I'm not sure if that's true. It's so hard. AI just did this because it happens to be real. Right. We don't know if it's real or not. If it is real, Hitler looks great. The face is slightly different than Hitler does, isn't it? I guess so, but I mean, maybe the most waves really contributing to that mustache. Nobody else would. There's also a chance Hitler's very relaxed in Argentina, kind of Colombia. It's kind of like the South American way of life. The siesta is kind of a nap. The little thing in the middle of the day. It looks a lot like Hitler. Kind of a retired Hitler who's relaxed. Yeah, 10 years later. It doesn't look 10 years older. That's the problem with that. Right. He doesn't look 20 years older. So that speech from 35 up in the left corner. Yeah. It's just corn craze thing. Some people just they get a feel. But you know why they went with that mustache? Because the gas mask. Oh, so if you want to have a seal over your face, so the Nazis were the first to use gas in warfare. When you have to wear the gas mask. So that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. So you just kept the stash. Yeah. You kept it. I think that's why you got that mustache. Like that. Yeah. Did you know that gas was created by this Hobbit, who also created the Hobbit method for extracting nitrogen from the air, which is responsible for 50% of what's fertilizing. Yeah. He was This created Cyclone B. Yes. Well, Cyclone A was the gas that was originally used. You could smell it. Yes. And the idea of the smell was supposed to let you know that this is dangerous equipment. Right. Cyclone B took the smell out. So the gas is So this guy created this gas that they were going to use in World War I, and he won it for crimes against humanity. At the same time, he was going to win a Nobel Prize for creating the Haber method for extremely nitrogen. Yeah, 50%. Supposedly 50% of the nitrogen in everyone's body together. Interesting. Yeah. It's great. The stories are great. It's an interesting two roads conversion. Yeah. One of them was for lives. Not only that, he was Jewish. And so he wound up having to flee because they accepted it at first. Hey, this is the guy that gave us gas. And they're like, no, he's a Jew. And so eventually he had to take off. And so he died of heart failure while he was fleeing. So they needed him for because he was Jewish. Yeah, he was looking off on the gas. It was gouging. It was gas. He was like, I'm the only one that can do this. I'm the only one. The margins are reasonable. Well, the whole story's crazy. It is a crazy story. His wife was committed suicide. And she's still alive, but shot herself. And then he left the wife with his 13-year-old son to go to the front. Wow! Yeah. To fight the Cowboys. To make sure that his gas gets into the proper giant fan. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it was the first time they'd ever utilized that. And supposedly that's where it was developed the love of that Mustang. That has that gas mask to survive the gas, was going to take the seat in the face. It's such a. These little snapshots of the just like again for the mustache. Gas mask, so great. The little snapshots. Used a false identity, specified as payoff. Crypto Molly. His account was supported by a photograph taken by the residents. Yeah, but the problem is when you change your first name, everybody forgets. You know, if all of a sudden you became Mark, sorry, it's too complicated. But if you became Tim Wilson, just change your last name. That's not Tim Wilson. That's Tim Wilson. And you get a new head. You have like the Oswald girl. Yeah, and you can just run right in. I go to Till's Sacred Conference for a whole head. He doesn't know who it is. He doesn't know. You should have wear a burqa. I should go to Peter Thiel's Satan lecture on a burqa. You can't get in. It's sold out. It's sold out, and it's private. Well, imagine buying tickets to that. Like we want to do like the movies. No, want to see a concert. Right. I don't know. It wasn't even a lecture on the Antichrist. It's clearly such a. You know, odd attack at position, whatever you want to do. We're trying to find it. It's very esoteric interest. This is just one. Like if you're worth that amount of money and you lose that, like, I don't know why he brought me over to the house to meet Eric Von Dam, but I was not that influential. I was not someone that you have on the radar as being the guy who got presidential campaigns. Yeah, I was the MMA commentator. I was a dirty comedian, talk shit on the internet. Right, that was it. And I had Eric on my podcast before. That's how Eric and I became friends. And he knew that I had a deep interest in it. And I've read Von Dam's book. I've watched his documentary, and I know that a lot of that stuff is being discussed. And that's one of the reasons why they wanted to bring me over to ask questions. Von Daniken is the true believer of a lot of that stuff. And I used to think he was totally wrong, but now I don't. Like, if I interviewed him again today, I would have a different perspective. Because I used to think that the idea that we were visited by ancient aliens and that aliens helped them build pyramids and all these other groups, basically that's all scale. What's really going on is the collapse of very sophisticated civilization, some sort of cataclysm like disaster, and then we're trying to make sense of this without understanding what their technology is. Now, yeah, it seems there's more interest now in UAP phenomenon. Yeah. Than there's ever been. There's a lot of that, but I also think that's because if you've been in charge of back engineering spaceships, so you've been in charge of lying to Congress and misappropriating funds in order to have the amount of money that you need to do this stuff. And then through all of this, you've achieved substantial gains in whether it's fiber optics or whatever technology that you back engineered, or you figured out how to make something that's completely spectacular. You're in a situation where as transparency becomes more and more the norm, like one of the things that's going to happen with AI and then most certainly with quantum computing is all decryption, all encryption, all hiding, all that stuff goes away. It becomes a real problem with resources because almost all money is just onesies. So who's got access to it, who does, it's going to be nuts. Like solving all that's going to be nuts. But also hiding information is virtually impossible. And if there's people that know eventually at one point in time they're going to have to pay the toll, right? So we've got to get ahead of this. And we've got to get ahead of it with this age of disclosure documentary. One of the things that all these folks, all these like former, deep state guys who are now whistleblowers. I'm doing air quotes with my fingers. People are just listening. They all talk about amnesty. This is the secret to all this stuff. The secret to it, the only way you're going to be able to do all this is you got to give the amnesty for all the people that committed all these crimes. Because the general public needs to know this stuff. So I don't know if that's the case. But I do know the historical accounts of us being busy are very consistent. They've been going on forever. I have no experience. I have nothing. I've never seen it.
Can you hear me? Executor. Execute. She's gonna sit there like on top. So did you find out about me from kid? What's up? Yeah. Owner of the layers. Breaths. Fans on the outfield and breath picture. Black splat. Black picture. Alright, cool, man. Do you know about Kid? I saw the post.
It inspired me. I'm Taik, in the suit.
You just sit there and not talk. That type of thing people fucking do. Mine, I don't know what that's the best thing you have. Fuck yourself. Like 13 years or some shit. What? Uh, I hope Annie Letterman listens to Timos and just has a whole fucking playlist. Do you want her to get with Baby Shark? Shark? Look, that girl's too good. What about Joanne? What would you tell Joanne? Girl, pack your bags and run. Take him for that. Go back to Guadalajara and live a nice life. You're not going to be famous. I mean, be famous. And she'll probably be like, yeah, I mean, I got three kids with this douchebag. And what do you want me to do about it? Put up with him? I mean, I can. But then, sure, well, I can't talk. Don't rock me to my talk. I want to and for sure. Look at this.
So, but not so. I've never seen it, right? So just it's all anecdotal. I've never held a piece of something. My friend Jesse Michaels just went down the through, and they did all these medical scans of these tridactyl mummies, and they're not fake. Whatever the fuck these things are, the fetal position, they have all the ligaments, tendons. Their heads are huge. They look like a fucking alien. They have 3 fingers and 3 toes. And there's a few of them. They're 3 feet tall, and these things are 1,700 years old, and they look exactly like all these things that people claim to see when they get abducted by aliens. Not only that, they're in Peru, which is the home of many of these monolithic, huge megastructure sites like Machu Picchu and a lot of the legends who come out of there too. Yeah, but also the Nazca lines, like immense artwork that you can only see from the sky. Also, all their artwork, like ancient artwork depicting 3-fingered, 3-toed beings with big heads and big eyes. Yeah. What the fuck is all this stuff? What is that stuff? It's got to be something. And so my approach to it is, Jamie and I just talked about it. Go back and forth. I think some of it's probably, and I think it might be this, where Egypt springs from, where sub-Saharan Africa, like this whole thing where they think that maybe that was the center of Atlantis. That was right. Why were they so much more sophisticated? How did they develop these kind of? How old are these goddamn structures? No one really knows. They're just guessing. These are stone. Why does it feel like right now there seems to be a renewed interest in this stuff? Is it just the technology? Is it the internet? There are more people, more documentaries, more pop culture for UFO stuff. Yeah, are we ahead of some kind of disclosure, or what is why is this happening now? Well, I think the New York Times in 2017 opened the day. That was the big thing. But they published on the front page of the New York Times a story about UAPs. Incredible accounts. I had Gary Nolan on the podcast recently, and one of the things he said is they have radar of that Tic Tac from 2004, where it goes from sea level to 50,000 feet in less than a second. He said, assuming this thing weighed 2 tons, which is like, a regular car, it would take all of the energy that the United States produces in years to achieve that. If you go that fast, for the 4,000 Ross Colford on Mecca? No. They talk about stuff like this, and it's just, what's really hard about this stuff is you can never, it's a nebulous, It's like, when you talk about the CIA, you talk about all these things that are provable and existing, names, and things that if you go, they manufacture this, or they, for this stuff, we're talking about government agencies without a name, or a name that's unknown to us, in locales we've never been, in underground cities. It's all very speculative for my taste. I don't doubt that some stuff happened. What we're talking about, I don't know how to approach it. There's so many people talking about it. They're probably really good at talking about it so hard. A lot of schizophrenics involved. A lot of people that are just complete scam artists. About having been abducted. There's a lot of ego involved that people want to be special, or they want to be the type of person that the aliens are really interested in. It's hard. It's hard. And again, with no personal experience. But then when you talk to people that have had personal experiences, it's very odd how compelling they are. I bet. And they don't think kooky. Like I talked to this guy, Travis Walton, abducted in the 1970s in the forests of Arizona. He doesn't seem crazy. He doesn't seem like a liar. I bet he's not. Bob Lazar doesn't seem crazy. Doesn't seem like a liar. And not only that, but a lot of things that Bob Lazar said turned out to be true. And I think it was 1989 when George Knapp first interviewed him on television. He was hiding his face. He was talking about Area S4. Area 51 wasn't confirmed back then. That wasn't something that they really confirmed. The government didn't confirm it until they tried to expand the boundaries of Area 51 in the Obama administration because too many people were going out there and filming things. So they had to go, no, the place where you can't go is way further because you find assholes that made telescopes. Right. So he was talking about something that was completely unknown to the general public because it wasn't even just Area 51, it was Site 4. It was S4. And he talked about this place that now we know for sure they were doing these black ops, black budget programs when they were creating military vehicles. They were flying people in and out of that area. So this is a level of you imagine this is like military intelligence that is not no oversight. No oversight. President, Congress doesn't know. Have you ever listened? You ever watched the Jeremy Corbell documentary episode? No, you should watch it. I would like to. Fucking crazy. It's on Amazon, Netflix. It's not probably all those things. That's the thing about the answer. Congress doesn't know. President doesn't know. There's a lot of scary stuff that they don't know about this. But this feels like another subterranean layer that very few people. Yes. And the way you're going to get these things done, like if you do have something back engineering, who you bring in? Who you bring military contractors? You object. It makes pictures. You're not going to just hit your. And they sign a bunch of documents, and they're surveilled. So they don't say anything. Exactly. And if they say something, you kill them. So the Lazar story was he worked for. What's that place? The place that Lazar worked for in New Mexico. Los Alamos? Yes. So he worked in Los Alamos Labs. They did not work there. It's actually an employee roster. And there's articles in New Mexico and one of the local newspapers about Lazar being a genius with a jet engine on the back of a Honda. He's crazy propulsion guy. That was what he was interested in. That's clearly a brilliant guy. When you talk to him, just talk to him. Clearly a brilliant. And so they brought him to Area S4 and they said, here you go. And they had a spaceship sitting in the hangar and they had an American flag sticker on it. And he said his initial thought was, that's so all these people are seeing this. Okay, makes sense. Then he started looking around. He started getting, first of all, he said he was 3D printing or something. He didn't have any students. And then it's not designed for these things. designed for something that's 3 feet tall. And it doesn't have any controls or something. So there's some sort of a connection between the mind of whatever the fuck is running and this thing. I mean, it had some very bizarre generator inside of it. It's an element that was unknown. This element is called element 1. They have a stable version of this element. They bombard it with radiation, and it creates this sort of gravity that allows houses to bend space and time instead of using a traditional propulsion system. Right. So they didn't, this element was even proven until somewhere in the 2000s. The Large Hadron Collider. So they got a very groups of this element. So now this element is a real element, but we don't have a standard version. But supposedly those are in. One of the things that alleged that they carry S4 with a piece of this steel element. So one of the things he did with George Knapp was he made a video demonstrating how this element bends space and time. Right. I don't want to say doc. It's just very one area the Cornell documentary essentially. It got me way back. But that's what's supposed to be. That thing right there. That's the sport craft. That's what transported people. Very interesting. Very interesting. All these constellations of power are interesting. And that they can for sure. But I also think that they they're interested in new sources of power. That seems to be something they're interested in. Sources of power. Again, back in the 40s, sorcerers. That's right. So, spells and powers. And if you're trying to run the world like the Nazis were, and you're on meth, you're on meth, and you're trying to run the world. That's amazing. I had no idea. And it's just all of the stuff, the witches, and everything, it was just the Christianity of their So thank you so much. That's all my brothers. That's fun. I'll see you tonight. Yes, we're gonna have fun tonight. That's gonna be a good time. Awesome. Ron White's gonna be there. Yes, love it. We're gonna have a party. Have fun. So, Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. So excited to talk to you, man. I have been so looking forward to this. Since I saw your video on the labyrinths in Egypt,
Are you fucking serious?
there appears to be a 40-meter long metallic tic-tac shaped object. How deep into the ground?
It's in the central atrium, which we'll get into what that is, but somewhere in the realm of 60, 70 meters. So what's that in feet? Like 200 feet, 150 feet.
And so, for anybody who's interested, what's the name of that video?
I think it's the ancient structure, like it's said to be greater than the pyramids. I try to tease it a little bit.
Yes.
It's on that channel.
Well, it's good tease. Yeah, I dove right in. I remember I was in the gym while I was watching it, and I literally stopped working out. I was like, this is not something that I can pay attention to. So,
Yeah, and I honestly, I'm grateful for how like, that video took off. Like, for me, it took off way bigger than ones that I've done in the past. I talked about the labyrinth in the past, and it's a much longer video. And I was really glad to get the chance to dive into the details. I've been wanting to revisit the labyrinth for a long time. However, there's just been recently a bunch of a decade or two ago inside the last decade that really changed that picture. And that was these things like the Melbourne Borough scans that correlated other scans and also reported on, yeah, there seems to be a metallic object. Yeah, this isn't, this isn't sort of crazy emerging science. This is a legitimate company that is using technology that's been well established in defence and in UK defence. It came out of the UK military technology that's been more or less proven. So, and the guy that Tim Akers, rest in peace, unfortunately, he's still passed, but he, what he said about this object, like he's a credible guy to say that he doesn't draw conclusions about what it might be, but definitely it's not wood, it's not stone, it's metal. It's not unlike other metal that he's seen, although he didn't classify what the exact type of metal it is. But he said, yeah, there is in this central atrium, because the labyrinth has multiple levels, and it's almost like you imagine yourself standing in a shopping mall, and you have that central atrium. You can see all these levels, and it's like this big central chamber that connects to these multiple levels. So it's 40 meters long. It's really tall. And in the center of it is what more than 40, because it contains this single sort of 40 meter long object that's sitting there.
So how did you find out about the labyrinth? This is something that has been talked about for a long time. Yeah, but no one made any like traditional archaeology books. It's not.
Is it? Yeah. No, it is. So the labyrinth is kind of it. This is the other part that drew me to it. Is that it isn't something that's coming out of left field, right? It's not like this. Oh, no one ever heard of this before. It's literally a structure that was written about extensively over hundreds of years. Right, which is like the ROTHSCHILD, and all the Strabo, Colonius Noah. Like there's all of these writers of antiquity, and you're talking about time frames from like 500 BC up to the 1st century AD, had visited it, and they'd written about it and talked about it, and they gave it this legend. Guys like Herodotus, it passes the pyramids in grandeur, and then you have so this is from Herodotus' histories in the 5th century BC. He says, for this I saw myself, and it comes greater than words can say. There was one should put together and reckon up all the buildings and all the great works produced by the Hellenes, Greeks. They would prove to be inferior in labour and expense to this labyrinth. So he's saying that all of the temples of the Greeks, of ancient Greece, Eumenes, Acropolis, and just if you added them all up, the labour to produce them would be inferior in what it would take to just make this one thing into the labyrinth.
That is underground.
That's underground.
How do conventional archaeologists approach this? Do they discuss this at all?
Yeah, so they do. It's been discussed. Basically, what happened was, so we always kind of knew where it was. So you have the classical authors of antiquity, which coincides with what the Ptolemaic period of ancient Egypt. It's the transition from dynastic Egypt into becoming essentially a Roman province, like the Greek province of Rome. And that runs you up to about 400 or 500 AD. And then some civilization, you have the Dark Ages, you have Roman Empire collapses. And it's not until again you get to the Renaissance and you have artists and other authors looking at these historical accounts, and they're talking about it, they're drawing it, some pictures you see from the labyrinth and that. And then again, not until the emergence of what I would call modern archaeology in the 18th century. So guys like Carl Lepsius in the 1700s started to look at these accounts and go and survey the place where they said it was. So Herodotus and these authors, I selected the quotes here to just, there's a lot more that they say about it. But one of the things they talk about is they kind of give descriptions of where it is. They say it's near what was called Lake Moiris, and it's near a city that was the temple of the crocodilopolis, or ancient Arsinoe is the other name for it. And we know where that is. And Lake Moiris somewhat still exists. It's much smaller now, but it's in this region called the Fayum of Egypt. So if you look at Egypt on a map, you can imagine it's desert. And you have from north to south, you have this green line traced it down. But on the left side, you look at there's this leaf-shaped depression that's all green. It's called the Fayum. It's a depression which used to flood with the Nile. agriculture, and it's right at that neck of Flamengo where it connects up to the Nile Valley. And he also described it, but they also described the pyramid that's at the site, because there is the pyramid to Amenhotep III on that site. So they give us all these descriptors, and everyone kind of agreed, yeah, so it's at this place called Halara, where I've been to several times. There's still a pyramid there, and there's these great fields of sand, and like open alive with chunks of stone. And what happened was, Carl Lepsius went there, and he said, well, I've discovered the ruins of like a Roman town. It's built on the surface. There's nothing crazy about it. Flinders Petrie was the guy who kind of got the closest. And Petrie went there in the late 1800s and early 1900s. And he was excavating. He dug down 7 or 8 meters. He got down and he found this massive stone slab of like bed and plaster that was huge, like 1,000 feet long. Like he could trace the edges of it. And he's like, I'm standing on the foundation of the labyrinth. So what he said is like, it's all gone. Like it's basically, Petrie said, this place has been a source of stone for millennia. So it's gone. So pretty much everyone since then in archaeology, Egyptology is like, you look on Wikipedia, they tell you, it's gone. It was destroyed, it was quarried away. Petrie says, I'm standing on the foundation of it, the bottom layer, and that's it. There's nothing here. So that's always been kind of the position of Orthodox Egyptology looking at textbooks. That's what it is. But that's all changed because there's been a whole bunch of different scientific expeditions there. This is where it gets into some intrigue because the Matterhorn expedition, the Cairo University expedition, I mean, these happened. The results have come out since, but they were covered up at the time. They were suppressed. So the first guy to read 2008 was the Matterhorn expedition, covered up. Yes. Yeah, so what is our boys, Zahi? Yeah, Zahi did. Zahi. It was, and again, no more words, this is the words of Mr. Coulier, he's a Belgian artist and entrepreneur. He funded and drove the Matterhorn expedition. He did it in conjunction with the Supreme Council of Antiquities, which at the time was held by Rabbi. Also with the NRIG, which is the National Research Institute for like basically subsurface studies. So that's those guys dragging that box around. So they used a whole bunch of different techniques to look at these areas around that pyramid at the site of Halara, things like ground penetrating radar, geomagnetic, and very low frequency, like seismic tomography, electrical distributed tomography. There's a bunch of different techniques that are well established. Known science. This isn't like the cover stance that was like you can debate the merits of the technology. This is established, and they found the level. So, and what he found was that yes, so what Lepsius said about the ruins of a Roman or Greek or Persian town with mud bricks and stuff, yep, that's there in the first few meters. You go down, then you hit the water table. So there's the other issue on this side is the water table. So the waters are like 5 meters below the surface. And under that is the slab that Petrie found. So like 6-7 meters is at that huge slab that Petrie found that he thought was the foundation. And then below that, Petrie didn't dig deep enough. Below that, you can find essentially a labyrinthine structure of granite and very, very dense rocks and walls and like a maze-like structure that has close to meters thick. There's another great slide in there that's the green, it's the actual, that's it there. So, yeah, so this is at 8 meters with VLS sounding, so you can see like this labyrinthine structure of these walls and all of these lines and walls, these like granite. And the scale of this, it's 100 meters vertically by 150 meters tall. So the y-axis, I guess, of this. So we're looking down and around here. You've got to look at the scale, like across the top. That's 150 meters, right? So, I mean, like 450 feet. So these are big walls. So big changes in big walls. Yeah, it's a football field. It's more than 100 meters in Australia. It's like 100 meters. I don't know how big. Yeah, pretty close. 100 yards. What is the difference between 100 yards? It's 100 yards is a little less. A little less. So 150 meters, and this is only a section of the labyrinth. They scanned 2 sections. The labyrinth itself is said to be much, much larger than this. So they found much larger than that. Oh, that's huge. Yeah, no. What is the overall structure? It's like 1,000 feet at least. Like 3, 4, 5 times that size. I mean, you have to go back to we have some better indication with the more modern space-based scans now, but when they did the geophysical, like the ground penetrating radar scans, so they scanned 2 areas. That was a bigger one, like in front of the pyramid, and they did another one on the other side of it. now that went through the site today, and they found it on both sides. So that's the difference between like what we say about the lab, like what the textbooks will tell you about the lab, and it not being there and it being destroyed. No, we've actually now there's been the Matterhorn expedition confirmed it was there, and they said what happened. This was interesting. And I have I think reasoning for why this happened is that it was covered up, and these are the words like Louis de Cordier. He eventually got sick of waiting because what happens in Egypt, anything you do, whether it's an academic institution or you're an individual or a group that's funding some sort of expedition, you work with the Council of Antiquities today, it's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. But they essentially, you've got to take years to get access, and then once you do that, they control the list of information. So that's always part of it. So Egypt gets to do the announcement, and if and when they yeah, a great example is the scan pyramid. So they got ahead of themselves a little bit. This is the muon detection, the cosmic ray detection stuff. They've been running that experiment for years. The Great Pyramid. They put and every time I go in there, there's always different sets of equipment in different places on it. But these muon detectors, they have them under the ground, in the underground gallery, and it just takes years to collect data. Occasionally, these cosmic particles, they'll pick one up, and you're able to detect voids. They have it somehow tell the difference between it traveling through solid matter versus a void. It takes years to build up a resolute picture. But once they did, they said, oh, okay, so we've discovered that big void in the pyramid, but they'd also discovered the small void at the main entrance, which is look up and say there's like chevron blocks. Like above, you go in down here at the Al Mamoun's tunnel, but at the top where the descending passage actually exits the pyramid, the original entrance. There's a big chevron blocks, and behind that's that chamber. So remember a few years ago they made a big fuss. But as an example, like when the Scan Pyramids guys on their own initiative announced that we've made the discoveries, they basically came out and said this is bullshit, this doesn't exist. There's nothing there, and if there is something there, we knew about it already. and you go on a couple of years, and then now it's time to do the press releases and to roll out, the footage. And who's standing at the podium making the announcement and showing the signs. Yeah, a fascinating situation over there. Yes, I did a video. I just missed it 2 days ago. We got into some even more intrigued about stuff that's happening in Jerusalem in the Giza Plateau in the 1990s, which we can get into that too. But so yeah, what happened with the Matterhorn expedition and the labyrinth was that 2008 and 9 they finished their on-site work. They're ready to release the data. They put on a very small public lecture at Kent University in Belgium. No one really attended it. And then they got told to start, and again, in the words of the Cordier, because he waited like 2 or 3 years and then he put this out there, he said that he was told to cease any and all discussion or release of information from the Matterhorn project, and him and his team members were threatened with national security sanctions from Egypt, which means that, I think it's a low level, like if you come to Egypt, they'll arrest you, if not, then maybe come to get you. It's just national security sanctions.
Isn't there a way to sort of massage that situation and to talk to someone and say, listen, you can be the guy who found this?
Oh, that would have been the case. I think that was a given if it had been released. I actually think in the case, so it's funny, I kind of don't really blame him so much. I think this was a political decision, not so. I mean, people say, "Oh, it's hiding the truth and whatever." Yeah, okay, that's happening. There's new data. There's an amazing find that's changed the world. In my opinion, honestly, the labyrinth is the biggest archaeological discovery in the millennium. When we get into what that structure is and how big it is, and the way it's recorded in antiquity, there's nothing bigger than it. Herodotus says it surpasses the pyramids. It's like finding more Giza plateau stuff, like under the ground. Like you can't. I just think it would be the biggest discovery of the millennium, which is part of the problem. Because I think, unfortunately, and this is just my intuition and my read of the situation, what's happening is that the reality is the groundwater level is rising, right? So it's kind of attacking that part of the site, at least the higher levels of the labyrinth for sure are suffering in the salted groundwater, right? It is going to slow the growth because that groundwater's come way up. We know it's come way up because Flinders Petrie, back in the late 18th, early 19th century, actually got in to under the pyramid. You can't today, if you go to that pyramid, there is a passage you can go down. You can go down a few steps and just go okay, that's water. It's the very so
this water table has risen slowly over.
No, since the 1960s, since they built the dam. So it's a high dam. So what happened? This is the problem, right? So you've got all these factors. It's where it is. So it's Hawaii, the neck to the foreign. Now Egypt, I love Egypt. I go to Egypt a couple of times a year, and fantastic place. But they are one of they're too poor in terms of the net import of wheat. They need all the agriculture they can get. The foreign is a huge agricultural area. There's a huge irrigation canal, the Barwabi Canal, that's been cut in there in like the 80s, 40s. Same guys with the Suez Canal made it, cuts it in there. So you've got this situation of all right, you've got all this agriculture happening. You've got farmers' water rights messing with this, and it happens to be running through this ancient site that could be the biggest discovery of our time. And it's happening because we built a dam on the Nile. And what happened with the high dam in the 60s, so there's a low dam the British built in 1901, 1902, then they actually partnered with the Soviet Union to build this high dam. It's called a monument to Egyptian Soviet Union friendship. But when they built that high dam, it essentially stops that cycle of inundation. So we always talk about the Nile flood. It rains in Africa in the south. You get this huge flood that comes up the Nile and it floods out, and you get this deposit of black mud and really fertile ground, and they would use that to farm. They built the dam. You get rid of that yearly cycle, right? And what happens, it seems counterintuitive because people are well, it's less water in the Nile. No, what the dam did was eliminate the 9-month dry season. So you had the 3-month wet season, but then you don't have that 9-month dry season now, so you have essentially more water for all time in the Nile, which is having this effect of rising water table. So if you combine that with the size of Hawara and the project, the scope of the project, to try and remediate and save and excavate, start working with the labyrinth, I mean, you're talking, it's not an easy problem to solve in an area that size to try and get the water out, to help the farmers water, deal with all of those problems, and then, so what I think the options you might have been left with here is well, it's either going to cost us an absolute bomb to try and do this, but we don't know what's going to gain us for decades before that place is super for tourism, there's no one to see there, Or we basically say we've discovered it, but we're not going to do anything about it because it's expensive and you're going to face a lot of international criticism for that. So I think the decision is widely made, in my opinion, speculation, that it's just easy to brush this under the table. This never happened, we never discovered this. This doesn't exist, let's just go on, some tickets on a piece of plateau and pump and water out to the fine.
How short is that? Now, when you were saying millions, were you going to say dollars or were you saying gallons of water?
No, dollars. I mean, I think the remediation project at Hawaii would not be it's not a simple thing. In fact, they did do, there was another expedition after the Matterhorn expedition, this was 2009, Cairo University, along with a Polish university, went out there to try and figure out what is the deal with the groundwater, where's it coming from, what direction, and what they were doing, the geological test pits and what the holes to figure out the water situation. According to them, that information was also covered up because they also did ground penetrating radar surveys, also confirmed the labyrinth. The guy who's in charge of that in Cairo University was actually put in jail by again, this is on their report when the information finally came out in 2017. He lost his job, obviously, as part of it. So they covered that up too. But they had tried to, I guess, working on the side. I don't know. I don't know the reason. It's on their report, though, that's what they say, is that he was jailed because he allegedly altered the project and then put the guy in jail. This is what they say on the report from that expedition, that work, which came out a decade after they found it. And I dig it up on the internet and I'm like, well, this is interesting because their results are interesting, but even after their work, their conclusion was, well, the water's a very complicated problem. It's coming from a couple different directions. Northeast is just shallow, so it's coming in from this way, but it's also coming from another direction. They have to dig a lot more test holes in a wider area to really figure it out. And I think you have to start digging remediation wells, putting pumps, and just try and pump that down. If not, canal and then trench that whole thing out like a massive site, and then you can start to worry about, all right, you can do that, start to excavate.
Could it be done without erupting
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think we could do it. I think that you can divert and move the barbed wire canal out of the way if you had to. I just think
Somebody's on college, someone with some deep pockets. Like,
Yeah.
don't you want to know?
I don't know. Well, the crazy thing is too is that according to because the story doesn't end there. Like when you get into the modern space-based scans, Burrows and the geoscan stuff, and I know that also like with the guys from the Tough Road Project, they are going to scan inside. I've been talking about it recently for the summer, and then I think the lower what they're saying so far is the lower levels. Like if this thing goes down, like I said, to nearly 100 meters, it's reported like levels down to 300 feet under the ground, and it seems like they might be free water. So it's just like shallow groundwater, and once you get into the bedrock, and it's like it's not a porous stone or whatever's underneath, just the top level sediment. It seems like Tim H said it looks like it's free of water. So the very bottom layers seem to be free.
So the actual labyrinth is the very bottom layer.
The labyrinth is multiple levels at least. So if
Is it possible to dig somehow of it from the side?
Potentially.
Below everything?
If you could,
below the water.
yeah, you'd have to dig a deep tunnel. I mean, that's also an option. Is to try. If you actually believe and you go with these scans, you know where that atrium is, you could probably try and get down there and just line the tunnel somehow and get down. That would be epic to look at that now. I'd love to see that. Be incredible.
It's like a terrible travesty they've done.
I agree, which is the reason I made that statement. I wanted to draw attention to the labyrinth because it's just, I think it is like the biggest opportunity for us. Like in terms of massive discoveries in the ancient world, I can't think of anything that's bigger than that. I know the Kafre scan stuff is super interesting. The claims are wild, but this is like known about. Like this is been talked about, and then it's been confirmed with multiple studies. You had Matador expedition, you had Cairo University, and Roquefort, and butchering that, the Polish university. Then you had Geoscan team, which was Klaus Donner, a friend of his who runs this German Geoscan space-based satellite. It's like a mathematical statistical approach to determine the elemental composition of stars. It's the best explanation I have. However, they have a track record of being able to find things like water and oil and gold under the ground. So they've been using that as a company for like people to go space today and then go dig, and they've done 3 or 4 of these. And okay, this is what you said it was. They scanned the labyrinth. They were the first space-based scan to come out and talk about it. Then you had Merlin Burrows, which is this ex-UK military technology that's very similar technique to the Kafre scan guys. So they use synthetic optical radar and optical tomography. These guys are using like high-frequency orbital imaging, seismic data. So it's very similar in the way they're essentially the description I was told is it's like imagine dropping pebbles into a container of water, and if you could instantly freeze that container and lift it out and shine a light from underneath, and look at it on the top, you can see those ripples in 3 dimensions, but you're looking at it on that 2D scan kind of thing, and you can interpret them to show you the topography of whatever's in that 3-dimensional space. It's something similar to that. So it's so awesome. It's wild.
It's so awesome that they just have the ability to do that. Look at that. Beyond the Kafre stuff, which, I don't want to get disappointed. So I look at that like it's too great. It's too amazing. It's too spectacular. It's a huge fun. Yeah. If it's true, oh boy, does that change everything about everything.
I mean, I'm in the camp of want to believe. Trust me. I mean,
I'm sure you are.
But I'm not. But I don't. I mean, I'm skeptical. And when it came out, I've since certainly come around on the promise of the technology. My skepticism probably still exists in the layer between the scans as I've seen them and then the interpretations of the results.
The 3D, exactly. Yeah, what their interpretations of it, because you don't really have a clear view of what this thing is. Yeah, you make it look like it's some sort of a Tesla coil or whatever it is.
Giant cube.
Yeah.
I look at. We'll see, and I want to get into the Solar Shaft because that's another thing that I just recently put a video out about. These other scans that happened in the 90s confirmed that have since kind of been confirmed by the Kafre scan team work. But yeah, at the labyrinth at least, the interesting thing to me that happened it's two wildly different techniques. So you have geoscan, which is a statistical mathematical approach, space-based still, but then you have Merlin Burrows, which is a similar technique to the cup race scan group. And it was used, I mean, just so this is what Taik would tell you, it was used to detect submarines. They would look at like surface patterns on the water, and they were using it to basically track submarines under. So that's its origins, at least in the military, as far as I know. It's like the non-classified part, at least reported to us there.
Are there ancient artistic depictions?
Yeah, I mean, not ancient, but certainly Renaissance periods, and it's I think some of it's symbolic. We do get a lot of descriptions from those authors. So, for example, Herodotus talks about it being, 1,500 rooms on one level. Total, he said there's two levels. He saw one level. He wasn't allowed to go to the lower level. He said that there's 3,000 rooms in total, and not just rooms, but also courts, massive open courts. These are like
Herodotus didn't have access?
Not to the bottom level, according to him. But Diodorus Siculus did, these guys talk about, Siculus said that you needed a guide, you would get lost in there for days if you had a guide and you could way around. And then you have the same similar accounts from Pliny the Elder, and these once you get accounts coming from multiple people over the span of centuries that are from different civilizations like Rome and Greek, and they're correlated. It's like this is pretty reliable data at this point. Certainly in history or in archaeology, that's your measure for like, all right, there's a grain of truth in this, given that we've got the same thing coming from different accounts that are essentially different civilizations that live in the same place. And what they say is astonishing. All of them talk about there being hundreds, if not thousands of rooms and twisting chambers, and then also giant open courts that might have 40 columns to a side. And all of it being done with just spectacular craftsmanship. Yeah, this is a Diodorus Siculus, 1st century BC, talking about that, in respect of carving and other works of craftsmanship, they left no room for the successors to surpass them, saying that this is phenomenal work. And in the sacred enclosure, one found a temple surrounded by columns 40 to each side. And this building had a roof made of a single stone, carved with panels and richly adorned with excellent ornaments. 40 to a side, that's 80. How is this even? Boy, that's always a good question. That's a core question when you get into any of these subterranean spaces, like the Serapeums. Okay? It's always, there's no stick, right, we don't know. The answer is we don't know. It wasn't with flame. I don't think it was with flame. And then,
you guys go back to Strabo's picture. In addition to these things, there is the Oedipus of the Lazarus pictures, a building quite equal to the pyramids, a great palace made of many palaces, for such is the number of, like a peristyle courts, which lie contiguous with one another. Before the entrances there lie what might be called hidden chambers, which are long and many in number, and have paths running through one another which twist and turn, so that no one can enter or leave any court without a guide.
Yeah. So he had Siculus's account of one of those being 8 columns, like 40 to the side, and there was 12 of them, at least 12 of them. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. So you have 3,000 rooms, 12 gigantic courts. Diodorus talks about the roof being made of a single stone. I very much doubt that, but what I think he's describing is the craftsmanship that you see in those real megalithic buildings, which you can't see the joints.
And here, Pliny the Elder, who lived between 23 and 79 CE, which is current times. So he's saying 3,600 years ago, this was constructed according to tradition.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah.
So that predates the pyramids.
Yeah, by a long way. Yeah.
It's alleged.
Yeah. Right. Well, if you go with the Orthodox data of the pyramids, sure. Right. He says that so essentially 3,600 BC, that it was built according to the tradition at the time, 2,600.
So with the conventional dating of the pyramids, that's more than 1,000 years ago.
About 1,000 years, yeah, a little less, maybe.
And the conventional dating of
it's questionable. I mean, even the carbon dating of the pyramids doesn't quite match the conventional dating. It's on earlier than that. So it's
carbon dating.
So they got some more on the carbon dating. What is that? What in the date?
Yeah.
So I believe it's like a wide range, but it's like several hundred years, like 200 years prior to what they say is the time of Khufu, Cheops, the Roman 4th dynasty. Certainly on the Great Pyramid.
And what is the room for error for the carbon?
Well, it depends on the samples, and there's a lot of specifics, but it could be plus minus 20, 30, 50, 100 years. It depends. I think the margin of error, they did multiple samples. I believe it's less than that, so they're pretty firm that the date is earlier. So it's kind of a critical. I mean, there's a bunch of people that talk about the fact that the archaeologists, the Egyptologists don't really reference that date because it kind of messes up their timeline a little bit. It's not thousands of years. It's hundreds of years, so the explanation tends to be, well, it was old wood. It's like the ash that gets mixed into the water as the source for the carbon, and they say, well, maybe that's burnt really old trees.
That's very
Right, it becomes
yeah. Well, all of it's convenient, which gets really weird, because we know that they did some enhancements to the pyramid. Like they refurbished things.
exactly.
So that's the problem. It's like, you refurbished what, and how long was it there before you refurbished it?
Indeed. I think I don't discount the carbon dating. I think what you can say from the carbon dating firmly is that it shows that the pyramids are being worked on. I don't think you can make the jump to say this is when they were doing it. You have to infer and say, I think this is when they were certainly being worked on in that period. So I think it's possible that the National Egyptians could finish the pyramids. They may not have been entirely pyramids originally. I think there's a strong chance that there were multiple phases of construction over a long time for them to end up being what they are in our time. I think those are all possibilities because this is the whole, when you take a step back and look at the whole picture of ancient Egypt, I mean, you cannot attribute everything that we see in ancient Egypt to our current understanding of those dynastic Egyptians that had tools, their writings, and what we know about them. We know an awful lot. Like we have tools in the ancient Egyptian toolbox. We found them. We have depictions shown on walls of how they did things. They were very good about documenting. So we have the tools, we have the depictions. We also have lots and lots of artifacts that match those tools and depictions, right? We've got these clearly handmade artifacts, and this is across all the categories of artifacts, from things like stonework, columns, obelisks, obelisks, and vases, boxes, pyramids. And then you have this other category of artifacts that doesn't match, it can't be explained by these tools and techniques. And there's no depictions on books of how they made the precision artifacts. There's no example. Of course, yeah, in any category. I have it in the Tale of Two Industries directory journal on there. It's the vases are probably the best example. They're a smoking gun example of it. Yeah, so these to me, I mean, this is why the vase project is so, I think, to me, quite validating when it came up. Yeah, so it's just this. So these are the smoking gun because they connect to everything else, and we're learning so much about the precision of these things. However, but we could start with statues or boxes or columns. It doesn't really matter. There are two categories across all of these artifacts, and the advanced category again. So you can't really make them with the tools that the ancient Egyptians were they were using that we found. They don't show the scene. There's no scenes of building stone pyramids. There's no scenes of them making giant statues, like 1,000-ton statues. This is the type of thing that you see on the wall, and this is in the Tomb of the Nobles in the West Bank of Luxor. And here they're building mud bricks. So they're firing mud bricks over the fire, and the pouring and the shaping and the carrying. It's all very relatively primitive. And we know they made mud brick pyramids, they made mud brick ramps, and some of the mud bricks are pretty heavy. But we know all about this. What we don't see is the massive megalith stuff. That's like with the vases is a good example. This is what I've been calling the Tale of Two Industries. It's a whole theory that I've been putting together for the last few years. Again, you have a primitive industry that is clearly observably handmade. It lacks precision and symmetry. We found the tools, the Egyptians drew the scenes, the artifacts match the tools and techniques, and then you have this advanced industry, visibly sophisticated, usually very hard stone. The other characteristic of the primitive stuff is usually softer stone, although not always. The artifacts, as we're doing analysis on them, are showing this depth of precision and complexity that's phenomenal for vases. In fact, this is where they become a smoking gun for this whole argument.
Can you, for people that don't know about this stuff, can you just give them some numbers?
Sure. So the vases go back pre-dynastic times. There's no debate that these are pre-dynastic, that predate what we could call the dynastic civilization. And over the last few years, we've been starting to analyze them. We, the base scan team, various groups of people now, have been scanning these with modern technology, LiDAR scanning, like laser scanning, even CT X-ray scanning. And basically, they're coming back with precision in terms of circularity, flatness, like centering, numbers that are very much equate to some of the best industrial processes that we do today in things like the aerospace industry. So where it's really important to be within 2 or 3 or 4 thousandths of an inch of perfection for the parts we make for jet engines or rocket engines. Those are the numbers that we see come back on a lot of these vessels. Not all of them, again. I don't want to say it's true for all of them. It's not. It's true for a lot of them. And this is, again, these are levels of precision that are not visible to the naked eye. I mean, we're talking human hair, like a sheet of printer paper is like 6 or 7 thousandths of an inch thick. If human hair is 2 or 3 or 4 thousandths thick, and you're seeing sometimes tolerances even lower than that. So it's not something you can feel or see or touch, but we see it again and again. And the only way we can achieve those sort of tolerances today is with very advanced machines. 3D 5-axis mills, really high precision lathes, CAD, like computer controlled equipment. Right, so yeah, if you get into it, so this is the issue with this, and one of the craziest things about it, and this is the OG base, the original granite base. This is the one that started with all. It's one of the more precise ones. And yeah, you can imagine without the handles, you could lay them. You're spinning it, but if you had the handles, if you wanted these handles, you would have to leave a walnut that runs all the way around it and come back with a different process, a different tool to remove that space, that is basically the space between the handles of the body.
You don't feel lack of symmetry.
Well, precision. So this is the thing. So when we do that today, it's called, you basically lose some positional calibration on the tool. So we account for that in the way we do industrial design of these sorts of parts. So we know that we're going to lose a little bit of precision when we change tools and process, right? So we account for that, but we don't see that. When I went back and we did analysis of this area of the base body in between the handles, and there's no drop in precision relative to the rest of the vessel. So that means one of two things. One option is, okay, they could handle that positional, that loss of positional calibration better than you can. Or if it wasn't done on a lathe and it was done in what we call a single pass with a single tool. And the only way you can do that is with a tool's 5-axis free. So now you're talking about a 5-axis U-turn. One of those computer controlled things that can just cut it out in basically one pass, but without changing tools and process. And that's the other challenge with this stuff in this example that's going on from vessels. And these are actual pieces from vessels. Yeah, by the collector. This piece, at least 5,000-6,000 years, I think potentially quite old, and we can get into how old I think. But so that's the other challenge that is rarely talked about is the material. Like these things are made from granite, diorite, rock crystal. That thing's rock crystal, basically quartz. It's insanely hard. Yeah, all these different. Oh yeah, it's like I have a granite Norman pestle at home, big heavy thing. It's like I don't need to protect it from anything. Right. I can protect my counters from it because if I don't, it's going to destroy anything. So that's the it's translucent. You hold a light up to it. Even the rock crystal one's translucent. So that one gets down to about 2 millimeters thickness, just under the lip. Yeah, you put a fine light on it, it comes right through it. And so with granite and with diorite, and particularly granite, it's essentially a conglomerate. Right? So it's not a material that's homogeneous. So inside of granite, you've got silica and hornblende and mica and all these different quartz and hence the pattern, but also almost microscopically, it changes hardness. You know what I mean? So some of that stuff is less hard than other bits, and it's the way granite takes millions of years of heat and pressure to bond those things together atomically, and that's the stone you get when it pops up on the bedrock and behind it. But it just means that when you're machining a material like granite, your tool tip is going through stuff that's really hard to soft it to hard, and it's like you have to account for that. Yet we see this, you feel the surface of it. It's phenomenally well polished and finished. I mean, if you were doing this today with a lot of modern tool tips, you'd be ripping chunks of quartz out rather than just really cutting it. So something that the actual tool tip, these things we know, is also very fun, because this is a very difficult substance to choose to work in. No stone sculptor chooses to work in granite unless that's what the project calls for. The reason they use marble is that it's both much softer and it's homogeneous. Like, it's the same material. It doesn't vary in hardness quality. So making these sort of precision things and objects out of stuff like granite and getting it down to 2 millimeters thick, like that other piece near the lip. And there's even examples that get even thinner than that. This Petrie talked about a diorite vessel that was 1/40th of an inch thick. He called it the thickness of stout plank. Yeah, this is it here. That's about 2 millimeters thick. That one's one of Matt Bell's bases. It's probably my favorite. It's typically called the thin wall base. It's a phenomenal piece. I'm amazed it's actually survived this long, because that's one of the rare few delicate ones that you can break that because it's so thin. Because again, with this type of stone, it gets really brittle. And it's like glass, like a cube of glass, bang that on anything. Right. Thin glass shatters. Same as the stone, yet they do this again and again and again. How do we know that this is pre-dynastic? Well, from where they're found. I mean, they're literally found in pre-dynastic burials. This is why the base is so important. And why I think they're the smoking gun is that they're uncontrovertibly pre-dynastic, because they've been found in burials that are 100% pre-dynastic. Nakata culture, Nakata 2. You go to any museum that has a reasonable collection of these and find them in the pre-dynastic section. All over. There's no debate. Like, they're found in these burials, and they carbon date the burials, or they culture date them, reference date them to periods of thousands of years prior to the dynastic Egyptian civilization. There's good evidence that they may even stretch back as far as 12 to 14,000 BC that they're in burials that go back in like southern Egypt and northern Sudan. Yeah, it's crazy, and it's a lot of those burials, unfortunately, today are underwater because of the dam which created like NASA. But either way, people will debate how far back they go. It's just not controversial at all to say that they are pre-dynastic, 100%. And I think the reason is that they're size, right? You can bury this with, if you have it, and you can bury it with, you can't do that with a 1,000-ton statue. It stays on the site, and then maybe someone down the road writes his name on it, like Ramses II or somebody, carves his name into it, and then we come along thousands of years later. Oh, Ramses II's name is on that. Therefore, he must have had it made. I mean, that's essentially one of the core principles of Egyptology. They do use the writing primarily as a source, not the only source, but they do. And the vases, what's the problem with even dating them to those pre-dynastic settings is that there is nothing about those cultures that indicates they have this capability. Nakata culture, and even the ones like Toshka, these older ones, pretty similar in that you're talking like the burials are often like shallow, position graves. You find these precision hard stone objects with fishbone cones, sticks and stones, very primitive hand-thrown pottery, not even thrown, just hand-formed pottery. No other stonework. I've seen antique dealers that are selling these vases, because there's a lot of these in the private market and in private possession, because of their size and their compatibility and how many there were. Are they illegal to possess? No. You could get a hold of one of those? Yeah. I know collectors with like 80, 90 of them, 100 of them. What? Really? Yeah, they're on, they come up for sale. I would say today there's easily over 100,000 hard stone vessels for sure. I mean, they found 50,000 of them in one spot. Like, that's the famous stuff. So, yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot. I think there were even more. Like, this was an industry. That's the other key. And a lot of these are semi-exotic types of stones. None of the stone came from Scarborough. In a lot of cases, no. We like this lapis stuff. This lapis is really artifacts that are pre-dynastic, and there's no known quarry for lapis in Egypt. The closest one's Afghanistan. Right. Yeah. How far is Afghanistan from Egypt? Must be. It's right over on the other side of the Middle East, isn't it? It's up towards Russia and China. It's So there's the Fayum, that's Egypt. So Turkey, Afghanistan, over here, Pakistan. Again, over here, like on the other side of Saudi Arabia and Iran. So you've got to go all the way from Iran. Oh my God. So that's the nearest lapis quarry. I mean, look, this is not a problem restricted to the phases either. There's a box in the Osiris shaft, which is the box itself, just they say it's fourth dynasty. It's made from a stone called dacite. And again, there's no known quarry in Egypt for dacite. This happens a lot too. It's almost like
yeah. Just one of the things that freaks me out about the map is when you go out, it looks like it's washed out.
oh, yeah, 100%. I've talked a lot with Randall about that.
Like, go back out there. Look at that below.
Yeah, the Sahara.
It looks like it looks washed out.
It is. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, how much water washed that out? And how else would you get what looks exactly like a water washed out? How else would those features be on the surface?
It's a yeah. I mean, some of those are mountains and mountain ranges, but I can say in the desert, not so much. They're not mountains.
It just looks like channels. It just looks like an insane amount of water literally washed over the area and smoothed it out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a massive amount of evidence for giant floods through the Nile Valley as well, not just across the Sahara, but Petrie was talking about things up on cliffs, and finding water lines and flint points and stuff of the indicative of massive floods. This is Flora. That's a good one. So there's the canal. You see, that's the canal. We're talking about the Barwadi Canal.
It's so crazy that when you get to like sub-Saharan Africa, right, how little of that has been explored, and how much of that is like insanely fertile.
Not that long ago. Well, certainly not yet. Well, it's interesting. I did this long video on the erosion and features of the Giza Plateau because last year, 2024, they released a paper that some geologists, I can't remember the names unfortunately, but they talked about the fact that there was all of the valley temples. So these pyramid, all these pyramids that are on what you could call the Lower Egypt, Giza, Wash, Abusir, Sahara, Madun. The pyramids aren't just a pyramid; it's a pyramid complex. That's like you have a pyramid, you've got a structure in front of it, you've got this causeway that runs down to the valley temple, the structure that's the end of the causeway. So that's the well-known valley temple that's next to the Sphinx is the valley temple for the middle pyramid. Like it's connected by this causeway. And they figured out that during the African human period, which ended thousands of years before domestic Egypt started, there was a branch of the river Nile called the Aramat branch that ran exactly where all of these valley temples are. So it's like it's almost, I just look at it and go, these were built for that water source because I think it's super. I'm very skeptical about the idea of all of these valley temples, particularly the one in the East Plateau being used as harbours for like a couple months a year to transport blocks from the quarry in Aswan. Again, 600 miles away, right, for the granite. And there's tens of thousands of tons, hundreds of thousands of tons on that plateau that had to be transported. I don't think there's the depth there. I've seen pictures and photographs in early times pre-game when the Nile flooded. There's not that much water there. However, during the African history period, which ended at the latest 6000 BC, it stretches back thousands and thousands of years before that. That's when the Sahara was a savanna. You had river basins and lakes, like lakes and rivers. You had a much more rainfall, and it wasn't this flood situation. It wasn't this annual inundation. It was just rainfall. There was enough water in that Nile Valley to support this Aramat branch of the Nile, which was said to be like a mile or 2 miles wide in some places. So it's really not like a waterway. But it was high enough, it was running, and they traced the path of this Aramat branch, and it turns out all of these valley temples, these pyramid complexes, are on its banks. And it's not like it's flooding; it's like there all the time. And this period ends, and you get the desertification of the Sahara starting around 6,500, 6,000 BC. And so, it's not like until you get 5,000 at 4,000, 4,500 BC, 3,000 BC. That's 3,100 kind of when the actually started. So it doesn't make sense to me that if they built these valley temples and there's all these structures in like 2,800 BC, you would build it where the river is. Like the river was way down there. Yeah, and so
What is our response to this?
well, I mean,
Does anybody try to debunk it?
no, it's a peer-reviewed scientific study. This is what happens with a lot of these papers. You see this in genetics and DNA studies that are done too. You don't. These other scientists will not really step on the toes of the archaeologists or the historians, right? They'll present the data, but stop from inferring what it could mean for the picture of history.
Got it. So
That
it's
is
just
just left
throw
up
the
to
data out there for years for you guys.
Yeah, pretty much. And they just look,
And
hands
the
off, like,
archaeologists say, we're not going to touch it.
yeah, they ignore it usually. They don't care. It's left to like rogue scholars and idiots like me on YouTube. They read all the right books to really try and put the pieces
Thank
together.
God there's a YouTube, right?
I know.
I mean, thank God there's a place where a video like yours can get millions of views. There's so many people all around the world can watch that and go, wait, what's going on down there? Like, who really knows? And why are they so sure? Like, why are they so arrogant in their ideas? Because it's very clear that it's not like we know Civil War ended in 1865, right? It's like it's all written down. Everybody knows people were alive. It's like photographs of the soldiers. We're pretty accurate with that. Yeah. You get to fucking 6,000 BC, man. You're just guessing.
Yeah. It's yes. The further back you go, the much crazy
Evidence.
there is a playlist.
Yeah, and it's also it's irrefutable because something like that, if you really do find advanced structures there at 6,000 BC, before Göbekli Tepe, we didn't even know that was possible. And that's famous conversation that happened with Robert Schoch and that really arrogant archaeologist.
Mark Lennon,
Yes, which is he's laughing. Like, why would you laugh about ancient history first of all? What ancient civilizations are? Is that guy still alive?
Later, yeah, show me the pot shirts.
He must feel so stupid now.
Well,
I have to go back to that. There's so much to show in that video, but what are you laughing? Because this is just human ego. Yeah, this is human ego on display for the world. You want to be the gatekeepers of this information. You want to be the one person or the person that represents this group of human beings that are the scholars, that have published work, that have taught at universities, and you're the only ones. You're the only ones that know the ancient history of Earth, despite the fact that there's people like yourselves and Graham Hancock who've spent a lot of time, and they're very careful about what they say, and spent a lot of time investigating this. And they just want to dismiss those people because they don't have the proper credentials or what are you talking about?
I think it's yes. That's exactly what's happening. I think it is as a result of the fact that the conversation is getting out of their hands, right? One of the things I admire so much about the people who started this, what we call archaeological Egyptological space, guys like Flinders Petrie, they're very open about what they didn't know. One of my Petrie talks about the machine parts, and you can read between the lines of the wonder at what he's finding. It's like, I don't get it. I can't do it. I don't know how they did it. And this is, I think, because the conversation's happening in those halls, the academic halls or the geographical club or whatever, it doesn't get out. And so that slowly changes with the rise of initially like alternative authors, which best represented by Graham Hancock, a friend of mine as well. And his books, and they start to gain popularity, and now these, I guess, the people in the academic presidents that are typically authorities see this conversation get out of hand, and now you get to the issue where, to some extent, I think it is possible to do an end run around what they're saying. And I do watch people and their guys like Clint that are trying to embrace that new media space and try and get on podcasts. If you read the SAA journals and articles, the Society of American Archaeology, they're literally writing to themselves saying, how can we become more popular in this space, and how do we start podcasting into it?
The problem is they're still good. And it's like when CNN journalists get fired from CNN and start a podcast, and everybody's like, no, you're doing CNN outside of CNN. That's what they're doing. They're doing academia, which is like gatekeeping of information, and also like pejoratives, mocking, really shitty behavior towards anyone who's outside of it, including calling them racist, calling them white supremacists. It's so dumb. It's so dumb because the dumbest part about this, no matter what, those are the people that lived in Africa. So no matter what, no matter what, whoever built that is people that lived in Africa. They were shut the fuck up. Like the white supremacy, that makes no sense.
Yeah, it's right. I mean,
It's Africans. It's Africans. That's the people that were living there. If humans made it, if you're not in the alien camp, which is bizarre camp, if you're not in I'm in the ancient civilization, incredibly advanced, cataclysmic disaster, wipes them out, civilization takes a long time to rebuild, finds the remnants of these ancient civilizations, and then sort of claims them over generations. After 1,000 years, nobody really knows who fucking built it, and then this is where I think we find ourselves. That's where I'm at. But if you were in that camp, you're talking about Africa. Yeah, so all these shitty things they do just show their hand. Just show what they're really all about. What you're really all about is silencing anything that really throws a monkey wrench into everything you've been teaching for decades. Like you claim that you're the expert. You claim arrogantly that you have all the information, and you're clearly all wrong.
absolutely. That is what's happening. It's actually, it's a quote that I steal from my friend Christopher Dunn quite happily, which is, you wouldn't trust an archaeologist to design the chair he's sitting on, but if it's an ancient chair, he's going to claim he's the expert on it. Like this. And this is what happens. I had Joseph Wilson on a podcast talk about, it was a great quote, and he said, just because some engineer's standing there, shining a laser on a vase, don't mistake that for him knowing more about the guy who can read hieroglyphs, because he can read what they wrote about it. It's the authority. So you're just dismissing all of these other disciplines that I think are required for a true and complete picture of trying to assemble this evidence. Right? Like you said, there's very little evidence that shows us definitively what happened in the past, but you've got to try and make the case for it as best you can, and I think it should try and encompass all of the evidence. And one of the disciplines that's missing from that approach is the engineering stuff, the precision stuff that just gets dismissed out of hand. And because we're not the authority figures on that topic, they ignore it, which is what happens. And then when
I don't know how you can ignore the bars, how you can ignore the statues, the symmetry, the construction things.
It's starting to become a problem. Like they're trying, and even in the past, when I guess the mainstream approaches to try and solve, say, some of the machining examples, the tubular drills or the saw cuts, just when you dig down into them, the answers that you get and the explanations that are offered are just don't hold any water. They're kind of ridiculous. Like,
the issue with those two throughputs is the revolutions per minute, right?
It's not the revolutions per minute, it's the penetration rate. We don't know
How quickly it does.
how quickly it penetrates into stone. I suspect that it could have been turning quite slowly, but it's like a 1 in 60 penetration rate is the rate of the spiral groove on the cores that have been analysed.
So then 1 in 60.
So like if you unwind that circular motion to a straight line, 60 inches horizontal travel, 1 inch vertical drop, which is 500 times greater than how we do today's modern diamond tip saws, hole saws.
Wow.
So our modern ones, bear in mind, they 900 RPM, they'll cut the grain slowly, but it cuts, no doubt, it grinds more so than cutting. But you're unwinding that spiral and looking at that sort of picture, first of all, like how is this possible? His numbers got refined a bit by Chris Dunn, but more or less a 1 in 60 penetration rate. So it's very difficult to explain. There are multiple cores like this, and this is the other element that I think the vases that are showing is the added technological difference between the vases and these other precision artifacts, the bigger ones that we're comparing these civilizations. That to me suggests that they were made with the same technology. You see the same machining marks, the same tubular drill marks on that quartz piece. If you look on the bottom, you can see on the inside of it, there's the outer side. You see the tool mark? There's a thread there. Yeah, so this is that's the tubular drill. So that's a core function of how these vases are made. You often find so they cored that thing out and then they snapped it off and polished it down, but they didn't eliminate the full tool mark. And you see that in a lot of vases. So we know that these tubular drills were used with the vases as Oh, yeah. So yeah, the base it's become interesting. One of the let me talk about the provenance part first because that's been one like the pushback on the basis. This is where it's become a problem. Is nobody's really been able to push back on the data, like the scientific and the measurement data that's come out, the precision back in geometry. There's a whole bunch in the geometry space that indicates that they are like designed, they're not just made, they were designed with mathematical and geometric principles in mind. They show pi, golden ratios, Fibonacci sequence, all this sort of stuff is in them. No one's pushing back on that. The major pushback on the vessels from the early days of the baseline project is that these are modern fakes. They're not the real deal because they're not coming to museums. They're modern forgeries. How can you say they're real? So what's happened in the years since, and when I first came on here and talked a little bit about that, that was very much the early days of this project. That was 2 years ago. Now, the base camp, particularly the Artifact Foundation, Adam Young started this whole thing. He owns he's our copy of his base. They've been in now 4 museums around the world. We've scanned close to 100 vessels from inside of museums with impeccable provenance. Those results are starting to come out. They're matching the results that we've found so far. So the provenance thing is kind of that's going away. The people have been charged to fight on the little provenance died on it now. They are legitimate, and to be fair, you can also find vessels in private collections with provenance, just as you can find a lot of vessels in museums that I have no idea where it came from. It's not as clear as just wallets in the museum, which we can trust it. But what else has happened is that there's the project came out and it gained a lot of interest from really talented people around the world. And there's been several of those. One of the guys that I've been working with a fair bit lately over the last couple of years ago, named Dr. Max Zamalov, who's a physicist. I believe he taught for 10 years. He's a nuclear physicist, taught for 10 years, I think, at Penn State. He runs his own company now. And he reached out to me and actually took these fragments to his house, and I rocked up to his house in Florida, sitting in his living room with 2 scanning electron microscopes, and as you do, who doesn't have 2 SCMs in their living room. So we started to do things like look at these pieces through a scanning electron microscope to try and find evidence for the materials that we use to cut them. So if these were used with a tool, so the orthodox explanation being, well, it's a copper tube and it's sand or it's some sort of cutting medium and it's spun and ground out, you should find traces of copper or whatever that material was in there. We spent days looking at several pieces, zero copper. We didn't find any copper, nothing at all. The nice scanning electron microscope, not only do you get the magnification, but you can focus a beam of electrons onto a particular spot, and that backscatter of electrons, you can then map out the elemental composition of the material. So the oldest tools they found copper. Yeah. What is different stone? What are the dates of the oldest tools? Well, they go back all the way to old Cuban 26, 27, 2800 BC. It was early days. They were smelting. I mean, obviously, the older tools are stone tools. A lot of carbon, you can carve stone with harder types of stone. So there was definitely certain things being used. But there's no evidence, not up until the very latest period itself in Egyptian civilization, is there any significant evidence for iron and things like that. It's pretty much copper and bronze, alloys, tin, copper and tin. So when they analyzed the traces, there's no copper. We didn't find any copper, but we did find some other stuff, which was very interesting. Well, the most interesting thing we did find was titanium. Titanium alloys with iron. Again, iron, zinc, tin, zircon. Yeah, so titanium, and it's not. Yes. So when you find the term alloy, doesn't that refer to something that's smelted, that's been put together? Exactly. In fact, titanium, as we know it as a metal, doesn't exist naturally. So in nature, it's titanium dioxide that is found in rocks. This was not titanium dioxide that we were looking at, because you see that again, that the SEM is a spectrum, right? So you could see oxygen and titanium together. We didn't see that. And in fact, I have a video on this, and we found a piece actually, like a small, maybe 20, 30 micron wide piece embedded in one of those grooves in a tool tip that looked like an embedded piece. It shines up very brightly. when you see metals on this in the SUV, it's like a white and you can complain about it, and it's just straight titanium. And it looked like a small piece of a tool that had been wedged in there. I mean, looking at now modern times, so we think titanium was discovered even in the late 1800s. It wasn't used outside of the laboratories until the 1930s as a material. But there seems to be evidence that there's some titanium use there. No, I wouldn't. I know Max is trying to work on that. It was not a systematic study. We spent days, like a couple of days, and we didn't do like a systematic grid search. Like even in one of those pieces, it could take you a long time to just map it properly, like a scan the whole thing. But
It's like devil's advocate. Would that be evidence of a lack of chain of custody that perhaps someone was
potentially
using titanium to see if they could get it?
yes, it could be contamination. So we looked for signs of contamination. It didn't seem like contamination. In fact, at the end of when we finished scanning, we actually had some titanium stars. Like we put some on one of the pieces and put it in to see what that would look like. Just just like literally like a matchstick. Tiniest hand, just tapped it and then looked at that. I was much better. This didn't seem to be contamination. You can't rule it out. We found other types of metals as well.
So it didn't seem to be contamination. What was the reason why it didn't do that?
Well, because it didn't. So we looked at what contamination looked like. So it's like smaller specks where you can actually see the material. The one piece that we found, it seemed to be embedded in this stuff. It was as if something like this tiny fragment of a tool or some sort of tool tip wedged itself in the stone and it stayed there. But it was only like 20 or 30 microns wide. It's pretty big under a scanning electron microscope.
But that was the only piece of titanium.
No, we found other specks of it, and then occasionally we titanium and iron mixed together. And then we also found specks of like zinc, zircon, and tin, and then various combinations. I think it's grounds for more investigation. I think the most significant thing is the no copper. That's like no copper. That to me was the biggest takeaway. The fact that we found some other elements in pieces of copper, so questionable provenance. I know these are legitimate pieces in these vessels. Ideally, the best thing that we could, I'd love to work with the Egyptians to do something like this, because I know that there are fragments of vessels in the step pyramid, there's thousands of them down this story. In fact, like the last time we got down to the very bottom level, there's a special permission required to get into the step pyramid, and even then they generally won't let you down to the bottom level. There's another ladder and down to the bottom level. It goes down further, but it hits the water table again. But in one of these corners of this very bottom level, like 150, 200 feet under the step pyramid, we found a wall, and it was a collapsed. It must have been a collapsed magazine of these vessels, and this is the place where they found 50,000 of them. Jean-Philippe Loyer in the 1930s found this huge cache of these vessels there. And in this wall, it's an incredible little video. I'll publish it. I think I'm talking about it. But you literally see that it's like a wall of dirt, not rock, but dirt. And in the wall, there's like fragments of vessels. In a cache of them, there was something that come with a collapse, and it would crush them. So you know, certain pieces of wood, granite, or diorite, or whatever, just in the wall. So that would be interesting if you could go down there and get their permission to say, well, let's sample it. Because you have then, you've basically got it in its original environment from domestic Egypt and put it in the block or whatever, just keep it, don't mess with it. So clear chain of evidence and then scan it. So I think it's an interesting observation. I think there's a Russian group who did something similar, and they also found metals. I think they found titanium like LAH there in the laboratory, but don't have history.
How was titanium made?
It's a smelting process from titanium dioxide. I don't know the specifics of it, but if you have to take that titanium dioxide and I assume smelt it down or do something like it. Again, it took us up until the 1930s to use it just anywhere outside of labs. So it's super interesting. But this I wouldn't even say that's the most interesting thing Max found. So he's a crazy dude, an interesting guy. He's doing fusion experiments in his spare bedroom. Got like a 6 apparatus surrounded by boxes of borax and boron. 10 Tesla coil below. So he took. So yeah, and this sort of ties back to the tool marks. It ties back to a question you asked me when I was here last, which is what's my wildest speculation. I actually have some now, which is based on some evidence in its early days. He has published on this on his website, but he took precision vases, he took base rock samples of the rock that these were made from the place. I actually got him a piece of asphalt. He took non-precision vases and he put them in a germanium detector, basically to look at the radioactive and the isotope baseline radiation of these pieces, and it turns out the precision vases are radioactive. They're 2 to 3. He's tested several relative to the base rock samples and the non-precision vases. They have 2 to 3 times the thorium decay products in them. All of them so far. And in fact, that piece right there has, he said, has the quartz piece or the crystal piece has a notable cesium-137 signature. So that's an interesting. Nuclear type. I don't know about that, but he's look. It's again early days, but he has published it on his website, the findings, and he's obtained more equipment to do more testings and more in-depth testing that he's much more definitive about. He did say take some recently to the Future Museum in London to test some of their artifacts, but it's a very interesting result. This has to have been something that irradiated these vessels that give them that signature, even after however many thousands of years of the half-life. Again, they're comparing it to the base rock samples and the non-precision bases, which they're just like, that's nothing. And they're not dangerous or anything, it's just above the baseline 2 to 3 times. So something happened to them. One of his hypotheses, which is very interesting, is a concept called nuclear machining. So he actually, this is not a new idea. It's not something we figured out how to do as a civilization yet. We're on that path that you can, if you take, his theory is something like palladium or another, like radioactive material that is a strong alpha or beta particle emitter that you could put on a tool. It would ablate either a neutron or a plasma neutron or something. It would ablate the stone surface away in such a way that you could carve this stone in, kind of like a lightsaber basically, and it would also leave a signature in the stone. And and you take it back to that penetration rate of that spiral tube drill. Yeah, it's not. All we can say about things like that spiral tube drill and the other things, the other striations and tool marks is, look, it's not. It doesn't seem to be the same thing you do with stone, and it's certainly not pretty. It's not something you can just buy. So.
Has anybody the cores? Has anybody tested the radioactive levels of the core?
I think he might have tested the clips when he was there recently. I'll talk to him this morning. I can ask him about the core. That's a great question, because if it was the process, it should show something similar. If that's indeed the process, the other possibility is, okay, they weren't machined in this method, but these were used in some method. The other thing he has made part of a process for enriching material, some other nuclear use, or part of a system that use nuclear material.
Somehow or another. That's just too much. It's not too much, but it's too much. Like, it's too crazy. It's so crazy. But also, like, when you do see some of the sculptures that look 3D printed, and you go, oh, well, okay, now kind of at least makes a little sense.
Yeah.
See, if we knew for sure that there was a cataclysm and a lost civilization, that civilization had achieved some immense heights of technological sophistication in a completely different pathway than we've done in modern times. If we knew that for sure, then everything would be so easy. You'd go, okay, well, clearly they were doing something. What were they doing? But instead, we deny that possibility. So by closing off that door, now you're left with what? You're left with sand and copper, and it's dumb.
I agree. I agree. I think it's
Something fucking crazy happened.
yes. Yes. I think there is that. This is. I try to follow the evidence where it leads. That's all we're doing here. I'm quoting what Max has said about it with this nuclear machining hypothesis. There's a lot more study needs to happen.
The nuclear machining hypothesis
go. Some of the characteristics, the precision, how the stone was cut. I think some of those answers could lay in those realms of the unknown, and by being open-minded about them and by investigating them with all of our capability, we might even end up learning something about it, which is what we're doing. Like the base camp project, we're learning the depths of precision in some of the machining aspects of it, and Max is starting to learn, like, okay, there's some weird, like, radioactive characteristics of these things. Let's try and look at more and figure out some more. I mean, you can speculate a bit now, and I want to be clear, it's very speculative at this point. Lots more testing and data is required to even shore up some of these theories about these possibilities, but the fact remains there could be possibilities.
Right. And it's also this assumption is that a linear path of progression always. But that's not even the case today, right? You can go to ancient sites, whether it is Mexico or even in Greece, and you see really shitty construction right next to the Parthenon, right? I mean, the Acropolis and the Parthenon is right next to the crappy Parthenon. They're really close, right?
Yeah.
That's a decay. You obviously can't. Why didn't you do that? Do that again. This,
Yeah, it's huge.
it's something weird. There's something weird going on. And this is like 2,000 years ago, where we knew who they were. We know the people. We know they did it. Like amazing precision, amazing construction methods, incredible art, incredible engineering and architecture, right?
Yeah.
And all understandable, but yet more advanced than the techniques utilized in 2025 in the exact same area, which is weird, right? So that's without a cataclysm.
Right. Well, yeah, it's also nice criticism of what architecture to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go back 2,000 years, just go back to like the Gothic era churches and defaults. I mean, Jesus, why don't we do like that anymore?
Right, good point. But so you see a decline in these craftsmanship that can be attributed to changing cultures. But this assumption that there's always this linear path of progression, if you go back, they were dumb. Go back far enough, they were dumber.
Yeah.
But that doesn't seem to be the case here. Egypt is the best example. It's like, explain that.
Yeah, dude, exactly. And it's one of the biggest, if anyone, it's one of the biggest contradictions. It's the technological progression. I mean, we're talking about a dynastic Egyptian civilization, at least 3,000 years. 3,000 years. But if you look at it from a technological progression perspective, it's almost like they went backwards the whole time. I mean, you have the emergence all of a sudden of this culture and language. Like the gods, that one of the craziest things about ancient Egypt is this emergence of hieroglyphs. Here it is this complex, extremely complicated. Uniform in area. There's a progressive path that you see develop. You don't have that. That's not the case in ancient Egypt. And then it's all of the best stuff is the oldest. It's the biggest stonework, the Valley Temple, the 2,500 tons of granite in the King's Chamber structure. That's in the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid itself, these things are amongst the very first pyramids ever said that you can build. Yet progressively, as you go forward in time, and then they get the mud brick pyramids. It's almost like going backwards. And there's just, they, technologically speaking, it doesn't seem like they progress very far. So I think there's another interpretation for that data, one that fits the evidence even better, which is that I think they got a kickstart, they got a head start, they inherited an awful lot of objects. We know for sure these precision objects were around before ancient Egyptians. They don't match even the cultures that predated them. We have no idea where they got them from. I don't think they made them. We don't know how old they really are. So I think there's a lot of other artifacts and architecture on these sites that they match these. Technologically speaking, there's a link, the same tools, the same precision, seeing that. Yet these are massive artifacts, sometimes like 1,000-ton statues that you can't bury with you. It stays on the site. It gets inherited. It gets renovated. It gets reused. Eventually, you get kings with hubris and arrogance, guys like Ramses II that says, carve my name through each deep onto that sucker. That's going to be me. I want to be part of the gods. I want to tie myself to the ancients. And the really crazy thing is that doesn't often get admitted is that this is literally what the ancient Egyptians themselves said. They called themselves a legacy culture. They trace their own history back 40,000 years. They have a list of kings. They talk about these different eras of time. The Shamsu War, the followers of Horus, was this 12,000-year period where there's semi-divine beings of the earth. You can talk about kings and laws and that, and then before that you have Sefteki when the gods themselves walked the earth, and they trace their own history way back into those eras.
That's some stuff that I brought up exotic. What is this? He is. He got very mad. It's funny. Yeah. I'm reading to the book of Enoch right now.
Yeah, that's the one.
It's so wild. You're going, what are you saying? Like, gods, the Watchers, came down and made it with human of Earth and created, the Nephilim? Like, what are you saying? Like, what are you trying to say? Thousands of years ago when they wrote this down, and, the version I think that we're getting this from is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yes. From Qumran. So, how long did they write it down before that? Like, how long did they discuss this? How long ago did this happen? And what are you saying? Like, what are they trying to record?
Yeah.
Why does it match up with what they're saying in Egypt? The gods walking amongst us?
Right. Yeah. It goes to some wild places. I know.
It gets so swirly. And that's when you get to the
I thought you need a tic-tac shape metallic
objects. Yeah. What is that thing?
Well,
and what kind of metal?
We don't know.
Imagine it's titanium.
Could be. He said it didn't match any signature that he'd seen before. That's in and of itself. It's one of the things I will remember always about, like him sitting here talking to Balthazar, and he said that some of those crafts came from archaeological things. And that's part of his story. There's long been rumors of that type of stuff under the ground in Egypt. I'm not saying that's what it is, but this is what Tim said about it. It would be.
UFO down there. All layers converge at a central corridor or avenue, like the atrium of a shopping mall, where you can see all floors from one vantage point. My personal interpretation is that this entire hall was constructed to house a centrally positioned, freestanding object about 40 meters long. The central object is hard to classify. It appears metallic, not stone or wood, and you could dip the giant aquatic skeleton, and you can see all of London's. Is that right? Yeah, it's all of London's Natural History Museum. It could be anything. Its shape resembles those tic-tac hard mints. It might also be an upright disc or even a colossal shenron. What is a shenron?
It's like a cartouche. That thing around the cartouche.
Oh, wow. Big object alone raises profound questions. How did it get there? Why is it there? The more speculative theory is that it's some kind of portal. Oh boy, now we're going full into it. Either interdimensional or interstellar. A star. Its material signature is unlike anything I've seen in my entire career, but it's there, undeniably there. How was the future going to find out? Well, he went heartfelt right there. He did interdimensional or interstellar. A stargate. Hey, man.
Look, the Egyptians talk about stargates.
Yeah.
Go to where is it? Dendera. There's actually a couple places. The literal translation. You can read it on the walls. I always show people when you go there. There are 2 or 3 depictions of stargates. That is the literal translation for it, showing a constellation with a gate, and it's a specific constellation. A couple of different types. They're all on different constellations. There's pictures of stargates from Dendera Temple. It's in upper rooms. It's up where the zodiac. So that's actually Dendera is incredible. Like it is a star-oriented temple that's massive depictions of the zodiac, and this is all redone from older versions of the same temple. That is the translation of what's on the wall with the constellation and the gate. It literally translates as stargate. That is part of it. So that's, I mean, that ceiling is the zodiac. You even have the pictures of like solar boats going up to the moon. Tendera. Randall loves that temple. Like, sent him a lot of footage from that temple. No, it's actually. You have to look up it's a Stargate glyph maybe at Tendera. I don't see the exact one, but it's not. I mean, it's literally a cluster of stars that represents a constellation. I know. I probably have it on my hard drive. You have it with you? It's on my laptop. If you want to see it up, yes.
Yeah. Your laptop's out there?
Yeah.
All right, go grab it. We'll pause.
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
Huh? It's not on that one. I didn't think we'd get into the Stargate. I'm going to try and find it. I'll try and find it. All right.
Okay, so we found it from a video from Trevor Grossi on YouTube. The video is titled Hieroglyphic Proof of Stargate Technology with Mohammed Ibrahim, Mike Rick Secker, and Trevor Grossi. So,
okay, see, it's like there's a glyph, as you can see the star, and there's a gate. Actually, try and find one of the other pictures maybe. There's
the stars in the circle, that's what the stars supposed to be.
Yeah, there's the star on the right. No, on the
far right.
Yeah, there's a hieroglyph. So again, the star gate. It's the see the gate and then the star, and then I assume that crooked hook or whatever is part of this as well.
Oh, I see. So, how the way you translate the hieroglyph?
Yes. Yes, and Mohammed Ibrahim, who I know quite well, he's very good at translating his glyphs. We when I travel in Egypt, we usually go with Professor Mohammed Jabra, who's one of, I would say, top 4 or 5 in the world for reading hieroglyphs. He can just read whatever's on the wall and tell you about glyphs and his tools. It's phenomenal. He just shows us this. There's probably some better pictures of ones with the actual constellations up at Dendera that you can see. Yeah, but that one where they were standing next to each other, go back a little. Back there. Yeah, so see, this is the one I'm talking about. See the stars above the gates? So there's literally different these, and with the words they relate to specific constellations. This is in the top what's the zodiac room at Dendera, where they have a replica of the circular zodiac on the ceiling. The French have the original, but this is original hieroglyphs, and it is the translation of this is the split stargate constellations. They say what it is.
And what are these constellations for?
I don't know off the top of my head. We do tell people when we get into it, but there is. Yeah, I can find out, but just don't know.
That one you just no, you just So
yeah, more gates. They same similar again. The gates, similar hook and the star.
Yeah.
Stargate.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when they're referring to a stargate, are they saying in any way what that means?
No, it's. I mean, that would. The interpretation of these days would tell you that's always symbolic. I mean, they do look at like the Osiris and the constellations in the sky as being connected to the duat, or to like this the duat being this space, and the goddess who is the sky. And, it's all part of that passage from the soul going into the realms of the immortal that happens after death. So this is the symbolic interpretation that we give. We say, oh, this is none of this. It sort of falls into this category a little bit of like everything is symbolic, everything is ceremonial, nothing is functional. I'm fascinated by these temples because it goes back to something we were saying earlier. And I use this analogy to kind of set the stage for it. Imagine the younger guys having it doesn't. But say it wipes out civilization, but we survive as humans. Within what, 2-3 generations, we're sitting around campfires telling stories about these things that look like a black rock. And it's just, and you it's like the plasma TVs that you say, look, if you get this shiny black rock, you can get answers from the ancestors. You'll know everything. You can talk to anything. You can see anything. You can ask a question. You can ask the questions, and maybe you go and you start getting black rocks and making them like this, and you start dancing around the fire. You start ritualizing this memory of technology. Now, if you take that concept, like say there's a cataclysm, and now there's people that remember and they tell them stories get passed down. Now imagine there's a civilization that comes up and it goes through thousands of years of structuring those legends and stories of technology. That goes through just distortions and representations and symbolism, that it's just twisting all of these stories into this iconography and this complex symbolism that I think we go to a temple in Egypt that was made in the Ptolemaic era or whatever, and you see things on the wall. I think there's a great way to interpret some of those symbols and some of the paintings to say, well, is this actually an echo of something that was functional, that is an echo of technology? Like every stuff that you see has a tuning fork. Every single one on these walls, it's always got a tuning fork. What's that all about? Tuning fork, like a little like a tuning fork. Yeah, all of the stars with the rust head that means power. Like literally the interpretation of this symbol is power on top of the stuff, and every single one of them has a tuning fork. Yeah, you can look up any of the temples in Egypt and like the depictions of gods with staffs that then they're touching, that are giving like the jet pillar of the Ankh, which is jet pillar stability. The Ankh is life, the Was is power. So in a lot of cases, these gods are granting kings, life, stability, and power. Sometimes it's life and power. But
what are those enormous symmetrical things that are bulging? That look almost like one of those transforming clubs. Yeah,
like that one there. That's like the jet pillar here.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
That's a great image. That literally is the symbol for stability. And
that thing there is what I was talking about.
The quote unquote light bulbs, yes, have been very technical. And you see, there's a jet pillar there too with the hands. So the jet pillar is stabilizing your hands.
Right.
And you're on a boat. You're actually part of this on a boat.
It looks like some kind of technology.
So you know what's crazy about this? So we get down into this. This is in a crypt, I think there. You have to like crawl through a hole. It's like an inside wall. It's amazing because the Christians in the they didn't get into the crypts, so they couldn't deface the glyphs. Like a lot of the crypts are defaced.
Look at that guy, it looks like an air traffic controller.
He's like a reptilian too. He's
a
frog dude with knives.
Yeah, what is that?
With a tail.
Does he have a fucking tail?
Yeah, he does.
He does look like he's like a giant frog man.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what's crazy about this, there's a whole story about this. It's written on the wall. And again, this is thanks to my friend Yusuf Ayon, who I guy with him, and Professor Charbot, who can interpret this. And I'm going to do a video about this soon. Because what he's saying about this crypt is that it tells you on the wall that there was a physical version of that thing in that crypt. He said it was made from mostly gold, and it was the span of, like, so with his arms out, like the span of a human wingspan. The metal is 3.3 obelisk, electrum, gold and silver. Yeah, electrum's gold. So they definitely used gold and silver. A lot of the obelisks had electrum.
Which is, I think, great for conductivity.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah,
which is really the only good reason to have it, other than looking good.
Right. Yeah.
Other than balling.
Other than balling, which they were balling.
Which is a little bit of a sidetrack. Talking to music and stuff I found. Aquamarine. Natural. Yeah, 4 billion years old and 100,000 were the oldest nuclear reactor in history.
Oh, okay, it's enriching uranium.
From troll, enriched uranium.
Yeah, imagine if it's.
That makes sense, right? And then is there something like that in Afghanistan where this stone came from?
Oh, the lapis lazuli and everything else.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I assume that I wouldn't be surprised if that sort of thing is happening somewhere in the massive uranium in Australia either, because it's like one of the biggest uranium deposits. I imagine if it's enough mass, and you can uranium 238, they're trying to cut 225 to get to 238 the other way around. But if there's enough mass and neutrons in each other, it might be enriching it somehow. I think that's probably what's happening there. I'm no nuclear scientist, so.
Let's go back to those hieroglyphs. The lizard guy, the frog guy, whatever that reptilian thing is, that freaks me out.
Oh, yeah, it's stuff in nightmares.
weirdest the weirdest stories when we're talking about aliens is the different types of things, and that one of them is a reptilian species that are the most creepy deal, which makes sense.
So the same thing. It would be.
Yeah, I mean that reptilian reptiles on Earth,
chickens are assholes,
right? They are, and so are Komodo dragons. And the idea that somehow or another they can eventually reach incredible levels of technological sophistication and intelligence, we kind of rule that out. But look, there's clearly primates that are way dumber than us, right? Oh, so why do we assume that it's only primates that reach incredible high levels of sophistication? Well, we know that crows, which are really fucking close to dinosaurs, crows super smart, like smarter than most kids.
Yeah, problem solving smart.
Yeah.
It's you can't. Yeah, I don't think you can't put a restrictor on what evolution might produce.
Not at all.
Any of this.
Especially when intelligence is being considered by things that are really close to evolution.
Yes. Yeah, and that would just be you get to that like lack of empathy, it's that reptilian brain, it's just aggression and like everything that's not us is the enemy.
That's the mindfuck of smart dinosaurs.
Oh yeah.
I mean that was in Jurassic Park, right? The raptors. They were
Like Bill.
smart. Yeah, they were smart. Which, makes sense.
Yeah, it's the whole pack. Yeah,
but the idea that we were visited by intelligent reptiles.
I put look, with the aliens. I don't often address it. I put it firmly in the realm of like possible. Like it's just I think when you look at the vastness of space and the length of time, the fact that we've just this crazy. There could have massive civilizations galactically could have risen and fallen a million years ago, and we just weren't part of it. And that's literally a blink of the eye in those time frames. It's not surprising. It's the Fermi paradox, right? Like how come we haven't got like firm proof or anything, even though people can say we have, but it's like yes, it's the length of time. Like we can rise and fall that span of a million years. It's nothing on that time scale. So the whole species can rise to massive problems and just be nothing but dust at the end of that period of time. And you've got to try and do that across, 14 billion years. Even that's in question now because the James Webb telescope is seeing stuff that's supposedly way older than that now.
Right.
I mean, we'll see. We're going to find out, like this 3-eye atlas thing.
Yeah, what is that thing? I'm slow. But that's what he does.
Yeah,
right?
that's just...
He did with the other one, Oumuamua. So that one...
That was weird. So the weirdest thing about Oumuamua seems to be its path when it took after it turned around the sun and accelerated. Like that was the standard model of physics said it shouldn't have done that, and it seems to have exhibited sort of motion that was not what we predicted it would do. That's as much as we could accelerate. It accelerated. It was outside. Yeah, it accelerated.
But like to the fact of what?
Well, not that. I think it was only a few percent, but it was not what should have happened according to the calculations that astronomers, I guess the orbital dynamics people have done. That's what I understand was the most. Obviously, its shape and size and something.
It's reflective as well, right?
Well, I mean, just because it was so long and narrow and it was tumbling, that's what caused it to. We would catch like the long side of it, the brightness would increase, so it had this oscillating brightness on it, and then it just passed through the system, and it's it's going 87 kilometers per second, whatever it was, huge velocity, enough to escape the gravity of the sun. It accelerated. That's what I understand. It accelerated where it shouldn't have. Then there was another interstellar artifact that came in that was pretty much a comet. It behaved like a comet. It had a tail. It was off-gassing water. It was just a stellar ball of rock and ice. Is what they say that was. It didn't get a lot of attention. Now this 3-eye atlas thing is much larger. It's traveling much faster apparently than the previous two, but it's also not behaving like a comet. It has this aura of light that it's emitting around it for some reason. I saw a report that said you're almost seeing metallic, like smelting signatures off it. I don't know how much credence I can give it, but we'll find out. Like it's going too fast to stop in our system. It dramatically alters its velocity, but it'll pop out. We'll lose it on the other side of the sun, but then we should see it again on the way out. So we'll know one way or the other if it actually if it changes behaviour. What's he put it out? He put it like 40, 60 or something. Artificial to natural, but dude, it's so funny. I'm in before how much work came a big way, and it's just like I'm like, okay, we're going to be joining the Imperium soon, boys. So All Harley on the side. That thing might be Mechanicus special. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's how they travel everywhere. They just shoot through the sky.
Well,
It takes months.
if it slows down,
I know, but I'm looking for portals. I'm looking for advanced civilization that visits us. I don't want the advanced Vikings.
Right.
Yeah. I want the advanced scientists from the 21st century. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the ones who come fast on a burning spaceship, they're the dangerous ones. Because they're probably the warlike conquerors, the ones who are going to rob us of our minerals and force us into slavery. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That seems like that's how you're rocking it. You're still doing it the way we do it. We have something thrusting you insanely fast through the cosmos.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Hey, do you know that like the whole dark forest thing, like the dark forest theory? What's that about? So this came out of it was the Three Body Problem. Great series of books by Chinese author.
Amazing show.
Great show. The books are phenomenal too, and it's this idea that look, we shouldn't be making noise. It's like imagine you're a hunter in a dark forest. So it's just you're out there. You know there might be other things out there, and it's this like a philosophical engagement of like what should you do? Should you start light a fire and make a whole bunch of noise in the dark forest? You know it's full of predators. You don't know where they are. They don't know where you are. What's your behavior? What should you do? Should you see another predator? What should you happen? Should you be friendly? What's the risk to you to do it? It's going to be like you could be there with a gun. This guy could have a tank. The other guy could have some other energy weapon, whatever. You don't. There's massive differences in capability and scale, and pretty much every scenario works out to like what you should do is just be quiet, and if you see something, you should eliminate the threat. That's kind of the way it goes in the dark forest. It's like it's too risky to reveal yourself. You should basically eliminate that threat if you can do so safely, and you apply that to kind of the galaxy and to some extent, I feel like we're the equivalent of like a baby in a cot that's screaming around a roaring fire because and there's leopards out there, right. And because we're just like sending these signals out into space for 100 something years now.
Well, and just like, hey, we have to hope that something is so evolved that it's gotten past the way we do it. So we're hoping it's soon that Space Daddy, Space Brothers, the benevolent and wise beyond our imagination, and that they will come here and walk the chair of us and give us information. So, that's my response. I had this discussion. And my response to a lot of that is, well, we can take nature. What happens if you take nature? Let's look at the apex predator, whether it's in the sea, in the air, or on the land. Apex predators don't tolerate competition. They don't suffer any attacks. They don't. You just dominate. Like if it's in your way, it's inconvenient. If it has something you want, we take it. Those bees have honey, take it. Like it's just there's no. We're not like helping them. We're not like trying to teach the dolphins how to talk. But it's parts of the world where we people. Like there's, I don't know. It's nature suggests that there's that apex predator, but maybe we're just. I think this is the other case. Maybe evolution moves you past that kind of nature at some point. The territorial preferences. Like hopefully one day, because clearly we're on a pathway to that. Right, we're clearly much kinder now. Yeah, at least locally. If you don't live in Gaza. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like if you're in the middle of a war zone, what are you talking about? This is as bad as it's ever been all throughout the human history. It's the same behavior over and over and over again. What we want is aliens that are we don't want aliens that are against each other. They might be just like us, but just that's what we don't. Right? Because as soon as we start going into the cosmos, we venture into the cosmos in 20 years, that'll be the same thing. Right? We're not going to be significantly different unless we integrate technology. Ego, emotions. Yeah, mushrooms. Well, no, emotions and stuff. Mushrooms help us get that too. Emotions, all the things the human reward systems exist that we currently struggle with. We would be the same way. If we just think of what we justify on Earth in terms of destruction of habitat, of native species, animals, all the different things that we do on Earth, factory farming. Now imagine Why would we care about these lizard people that live, in caves on some fucking stupid planet? We would probably kidnap them, we'd kill them, we'd pickle them, we'd bring them back home, we'd freeze them.
Got golden in cage?
Yeah, right. We'd go Columbus did, and they, arrive and search the natives and help them get gold and so you can cut their arms off. Yeah. Horrific, terrifying things. So imagine, there's no evidence that aliens are currently doing that. Right? Even the abductions, although I'm sure they're terrifying if they're true, they seem rather benign. Like, in fact, in the Travis Walton case, that one? The most famous one.
Not off the top.
Real simple, 1970s, a logger working with a group of guys. They see a ship, he runs toward it, gets hit with a beam of energy, gets knocked back, unconscious, his friends flee, they come back, they're yelling at each other, coming back, they go back to film. All four of them get investigated for murder. They tell the story, no one believes them, they all pass polygraph tests. 5 days later, he shows up, finds a payphone, makes a phone call, and has this fucking story. But the story was that they took him before the craft people and communicated with them, and that there was a bunch of different types of these beings. And so Leslie tells the exact same story ever since 1970. So, but just relatively benign compared to what we would do, for sure. We fucking, we shoot elephants. Yeah, they come to the horrible things that we do right now on Earth.
No, I agree. Yeah, and it's something that I always think is great quotes from Christian just at the end of that evolutionary chain. Just the current version of humanity, our frontal lobes are too big, our frontal lobes are too small, our adrenal glands are too big, our thumb falls into our position isn't all it's cracked up to be. We love violence.
We're national sports. Dudes who are enormous running at each other full speed. And the other one is guys punching each other. So it's kind of crazy. We're so, and then we're also involved in multiple wars simultaneously. At least proxy.
Yeah, proxy wars.
It's human beings involved. It's a significant amount of war always.
Yeah, this is literally the status quo throughout history of countries. We've always been at war with each other. I still do. I personally maintain the idea that it's still the best time to be alive, technologically speaking. But also, obviously, we're much more aware of conflicts around the world. But on a percentage scale of what it's been like in the past, it's actually far less than it has been. Even though it's terrible when it happens, that we're in an era where there's actually less of that going on. So hopefully that can continue. I actually genuinely think that it's one of the reasons why this whole investigation into the past is very important. I haven't really talked about it here. Put it down. It's going to be part of the book I'm writing for sure. Because it's not just some benign investigation in the past. I genuinely think it could have a significant impact on our future. Because that concept you talked about of like this linear progression, right? In general, you get taught in school, okay, we were Stone Age dudes, we're in caves, civilization happened. How many thousands of years later we are? This is the only way that an advanced civilization can happen. Is on this path. Don't worry about it. It's almost like it's preordained. Just worry about next election cycle, next result, whatever. Right? And we just don't think about it. This is this concept. I call it. I think it's a fundamental pillar of what it means to be human beings today. It's in everybody's mind to some degree. All right, Stone Age, Americans. This is the only way it happens. I do think that if you can change that at that fundamental level to this cyclical version that is an oscillation between civilization and cataclysm, and this idea that, okay, we've actually risen, become relatively high technology, become civilized, and it happened, it would have been different to us, but we fell again, and we're somewhere on this oscillation and this circular motion between civilization and cataclysm, and on a long enough time scale, we know it's going to happen again. Right. And if you can change that fundamental concept in people, that's what we teach people in schools. Okay, so we're rising again, we're at this crazy point in time where technology is super advanced, we can solve some of these problems, but we know on this time scale, if we don't do something about it, we might end up like ancestors did. I genuinely think that stands a chance of changing some of our behaviour and some of our like putting less money on tanks and guns, giving money on space exploration, make solving the longer term problems a bit more of a priority. And it's altruistic and it's like a crazy goal. I know it's altruistic as hell, but it's just I think there's precedent too, though. I mean, whether you agree with it or not, politically, it doesn't matter. The fact is that the term climate change has changed our behaviour over the last 24 years. Right? It's changed. If you think about what's happened with that concept and that movement, it changes investments, it changes our interactions with each other, with the planet. It's changed our behaviour and the way we think about stuff. It's like this is crept into our zeitgeist as a species, and it's changed our behaviour. So I look at some of this stuff in the past as not just being some harmless investigation into things. I think it actually getting to the root cause of what's happening actually will help us in the future. I think it's important. It's what drives, I think, my interest in it. In a lot of ways too.
It's another piece of example, another example of human still the actual climate is political. That's the pollution is political.
Yes, well, I mean, if you even question any of some of the like official narrative about this stuff, the first thing you've got to do is make sure you decline and say, no, pollution bad. Yeah, just because I think some of the science might be off. I'm not saying that let's pollute the ocean, but let's be stewards.
Yeah. Well, it's also the amount of time that we've been in the ocean is spectacular. Mm-hmm. What we've done just in terms of the depopulation of the ocean. That's nuts. Like 90+% of all big fish are gone.
Yeah.
In a short amount of time. Like a couple hundred years of like hardcore fishing. We fished out the ocean.
Just about.
That's nuts. Not only that, we polluted the fuck out of it. We're not even supposed to eat every day.
Right.
That's
more
crazy.
Oh, I agree.
That's crazy. You eat sushi every day. People don't recommend it.
Fucking mouth.
What? That's crazy.
Man.
Yeah, that's how close we are. Somebody was over there and chucked one overboard and it was like, it's pretty recent, right? But it's got the fucking water.
Yeah.
Right? The label hasn't even moved it. And if it's that recent, it's like, why isn't it covered in sediment? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The surface covers things up and moves over time. It probably won't be there forever. It probably won't be sitting on the surface like that. Oh, wow. Oh, right. Oh, it's wow. Unless there's some sort of doubt scientists find air bottle that's
6.7 miles. That is like 1,000 feet below the surface.
That's not in the world, but that's sub does.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. And the last one was a camel on it. But yeah. Yeah, I don't want to get in it.
fuck all that. Yeah. I'd rather watch a video. Not only that, they were watching a video. That's just crazy.
Yeah.
You go all the way down, and you're watching a screen. Yeah. It's not like there's a window. You can't have a fucking window.
No, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, like one little pole, just like this one giant thick thing at the front.
Imagine a freak out of doing it at the bottom.
James Cameron, man, shouldn't he do that?
He did that by himself.
I know, it's crazy. In that, he did it right.
I guess. If you're going to do it. Why is he doing that?
Well,
Titanium.
Titanium. Yeah. Like in a sphere. He did maybe not a cup like it.
Yeah. Well, especially not one that the engineer said wasn't really designed for those depths.
Yeah, the crack. Have you ever watched that documentary? It's they're putting that thing in the scale model and they're testing it under pressure, and they're all standing around in the room and it just goes bang. Like it's and every test they did, it went bang. And they're like, oh, that's fine. You tried one
successful trips.
Well, they did it once. Yeah. And even the scariest part is like when you're in the footage with it and you can hear it popping. Like it's literally a carbon fiber strands snapping. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrifying.
Imagine one of those people that successfully made that journey and the nightmares that you have every day.
Like the one right
barely missed it. Yeah, the one right barely missed getting instantaneously destroyed. Yeah. I'm sure you've seen contamination. Radiation, what it would look like. It turned to blood cells. Yeah, just splatter.
Yeah, you wouldn't even say that it happens faster than the time it would take for you to even register that it had, like for your senses to register in the brain that it had it. It's over. The pressure.
Which is the fact that we're that weird, that we choose to do that, that we have technology like, let's see, let's go.
Yeah. Oh, it's so funny the way they skirt it. He signed everyone up as like basically expedition team members. So that's how they got around. I'm not selling seats for this. Like they're coming on. They all had a technical goal supposedly. They was like, I'm not getting around the regulations and the safety regulations. But yeah, no interest in that sort of pressure. Night dives, but that pretty much is just yeah, thank you.
Oh my god. Why is it freaking out so much? It's because I got it out.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing. I mean, it's just. Yeah, no. It's not the place I'd want to explore. Like there is some stuff off Cuba they say that's they reckon pyramids that's deep in the ocean. But
I've seen that. I've seen the internet.
Yeah. But I did dive. We were in Alexandria. I dived on the White House. And actually, there was something the other day about the Egyptians like sticking stuff out of the water. There's a hurricane on at the White House of Alexandria. Quite an interesting story. We were in Alexandria, dived in the Mediterranean Egyptian side, and I mean, it's amazing. There's massive columns and megalithic blocks in the water from when that the White House fell down and collapsed. It was an earthquake, and so you're in the water, but you're diving over like megalithic blocks, like these huge columns. And it has a history that stretches back too. Right? It's the megalithic stuff is associated with the very earliest periods of building. All the stuff that happened later is typically not that big. But yeah, this is actually nuts. That's what's nuts. Is the older you go, the bigger the stones are. Well, and it's what's funny is when we looked into the erosion at places like the Giza Plateau, you have 2 or 3 feet. It's not the Sphinx. Everybody knows about the Sphinx enclosure erosion, but you look at places like the Pyramid Temple of the Little Pyramid, and some of the blocks on the Great Pyramid, the casing stones that are there, that you can see now that they've taken the boat museum away, and up and down the causeway, there is limestone blocks with up to 2 feet of erosion. So I think I had a direct on that drive with erosion. And you have to juxtapose that against all the other stuff they say is volcanistic. Right? So right next to the Valley Temple, there is another structure that's built from small limestone blocks. It doesn't have any erosion, not like the Valley Temple does. The Western Cemetery that's behind the Great Pyramid is beautiful made. It's small limestone blocks. It's apparently older. So yeah, here's an example. This is the mortuary of Pyramid Temple. So these you can see where the face of that block originally was, but it's been eroded in like up to 2 feet in places. There's huge amounts of erosion that you can find in a lot of places at the Giza Plateau. Yet at the same time, you have what is said to be contemporary structures, said to have been built roughly in the same time. Sometimes they say they're even older, that have just no erosion at all, made from the same stone, allegedly by the same people. And what force do they attribute that erosion to? Well, it's wind and sand, right? That's what they will say. Look, this is just regular weathering. And here's the crazy thing about these structures: they're like this was also cased in granite. These are the inside blocks. So this structure was fully cased in like 4 feet thick granite blocks. But that is no stolen and or taken. But it would have protected this stone from erosion for however many thousands of years. You find that there's another picture of in here of like the that's so there. Like see, this is said to like that picture I just showed with the heavy erosion. That's where the arrow is at the Pyramid Temple. Then back to that one. So that deep erosions at that Pyramid Temple. This one more to the right. They say this is older than that. And in fact, this has never been cased in granite. That other stuff was cased in granite. It's megalithic. There's a block in that complex that's 450 tons. And it was cased in granite. Now, there's been studies. Right? We know how long it takes to weather limestone. There's been a bunch of studies. the US, the government departments of studies, the limestone blocks on the top of the building in Washington, D.C., and the government department studied it over 11 years. There's endless cemeteries with conveniently carved and dated limestone pieces in the form of headstones that you can measure and go, okay, this was carved and this guy died, and you can measure it and over time get a sense for like what's it take with rain, with wind. We've done studies of like, all right, we put these blocks in the river and we let it wash over like very highly erosive environment with running water running over the stone and how long it takes to erode. Some of the erosion, if you reference those studies for this type of hard limestone, to get 2 feet of erosive wear on those blocks just with regular wind, weathering, and this is in places that have a lot more rainfall than Giza. You're talking dates from like 60 to 122,000 years to get that much erosion. I mean, and I think that's in a more erosive environment than what the desert. What? Yeah. So yeah, that's it side by side. So you have literally, I'll tell you that thing on the right is Holder. This was built by two but it's completely different. So this is that Taylor community as well, but they attribute all this to the same people. But you can baseline this because it's the same stone, it's at the same elevation level, it's supposedly the same age. The difference is in the construction. Like it's megalithic, and a lot of this stuff is encased in granite. This is the Sphinx temple down at the other end of the causeway. Same thing. So all the megalithic stuff is encased in granite has severe erosion. Yet there's buildings all around it, and up and down the plateau they say are built at the same time. Yet it's smaller blocks. It's not as nice work. It's not eroded like that. Like, what's the conventional explanation? They just don't address it. Like I've not seen anyone hold. Because the argument's always been the Sphinx, like the Sphinx temple, like the Sphinx enclosure, right? ROTHSCHILD, John Anthony West, that he talked about the fact that you use rainfall erosion to get that pattern on the walls. That's where the discussion's been focused. It's not. There was no comparison made. It was always like, well, this, the geologists and the experts say it's wind and sand, it's water erosion, but then you have the archaeologists and the Markland say, no, it's wind and sand. But I think there's a better argument to be made when you start to do comparative work like this. You go, all right, hang on, let's take the Western Cemetery behind the Great Pyramids, supposedly built by Khufu, 4th dynasty. It's at the same elevation level, it's the same stone type as the mortuary or the pyramid temple of the Middle Kingdom complex. But after Khufu, so if you built that, then his son Khafra built this one. How come this one, which was also encased in granite, which wasn't, how come this is so much more eroded than this? There's no. It's at the same elevation level, it's the same stone. So you would assume that it's been subjected to the same weather. Why is this so weathered and that is not? That you can't explain it any other way. Yeah, I've not seen it to that argument with anything that makes any remote sense. Like, it's remote sense you think they're ones older. Yeah, I mean, like we showed you, I'd like to show people, like, which one looks older? Same stone, same elevation level, same everything. Yeah, I mean, it's, and then again, we know it's crazy. That's crazy. And it's not like this. This is very hard moving with limestone. It's full of fossils. It's not a soft limestone. The idea of construction, it is. Like, that's so crazy. But have you seen any of Michael Button's work? Yeah, I saw those. Yeah. That was a very interesting episode. He's talking about how beings in this exact same form have been around at least 300,000 years. At least. So that's the fossil record, right? That's what we found. There might be human beings that were 500,000. There's 6 good evidence for that. So the Morocco find, I think that's beautiful. It's that the fossil record that we used to be for 192 or 50,000, it's 195,000 for Ethiopian veins, and it's 300 in the Morocco find. That's the latest in the fossil record, anatomically modern humans. However, there are studies, I think this is in the other record of the studies. There's 2 studies that I reference. One is a DNA study that suggests, like, from a genetic perspective, Neanderthals are our cousins. We didn't evolve from them. We both evolved from a common ancestor. And based on we're just looking at the genome and trying to trace it back, the paper suggests that we split with a common ancestor somewhere in around 800,000 years ago. Us and Neanderthals. cells split from a common ancestor. That's what we carved off. Yep. And there's another study on teeth morphology, which was it actually got set up to try and prove that we're only 200,000-300,000 years old. And they were looking at, all right, so our nearest common ancestor, how quickly does our dental, our teeth have to evolve and morph like this teeth morphology? How quickly does that have to happen for us to basically have the teeth that we have today relative to our ancestors? And they thought, well, it's going to have to be this rate to make these numbers work. And then they did this big statistical study on a lot of different people from all around the world and figured out that the rate of dental evolution is much slower. So they basically looked backwards from there and said, okay, so if that's how quickly our teeth evolved, then we may have been around as many as 800,000 or 900,000. So you have two different studies. I mean, again, fossil record 300,000, but other studies do suggest the possibility could be up to towards 1 million years old for human beings. Yes, really, within the 300,000, stretch it back further, and you find of the global temperature and ice core data from Antarctica goes back 400,000 years. So you have these peaks and valleys, but we're in that peak right now in the Holocene, the nice warm period where civilization flourishes. But we've been through a bunch of those peaks before. And some of those valleys are, we know, as a result of cataclysm, like massive changes to the surface of the Earth with nothing to be left. So I honestly put the realm of possibility for advanced civilization, not just the last ice age, but within, up to 1 million years. Could be up.
Well, it's not.
It could be dust for a lot of it.
It would be dust when we find that. But that's what Michael Rudd, right? And you would have a comic that said that you're a
Creature. Give us warm weather and enough food to eat. We start solving problems, which is one of the reasons why Egypt itself was so spectacular. It was in the African Union period. This is one of my arguments. Is I think if you just assume for a moment that there was a civilization that flourished during the African Union period before it, when the Sahara wasn't found. And that's why I think the Sahara is such an appealing target, because what happened, right? So if that civilization ends, we're not back to a raft of Stone Age. The people that are populating the Nile, people have been in the Nile, we know, for like hundreds of thousands of those people. And they're going to start that civilization. They're going to do it in the only part of that country that was habitable, it's the Nile Valley. And that's where all the sites of ancient Egypt are that we know about, but they've all been, let's assume they kick-started with stuff that they built and inherited and renovated and that's the Egyptians made from their own. So assuming there's something there before. So what's fascinating to me is the possibility that out there in the Sahara, maybe an ancient water source or an ancient aqueduct or something, or an ancient aquifer. It might be another Assyrian out there, like the subterranean things. It might be another Serapeum. It might be another labyrinth buried beneath the sand somewhere that's not yet touched and it hasn't been inherited from humans.
Well, that's where the racial structure is.
Right, and that's on the timeline to be very related. It's hard to see it's interpreted at this point if there was a structure there. Right. Yeah, it's interesting.
But it's also, that's another one that would go above. So oh boy, that place got washed.
Yeah, it did.
It got washed. I mean, that place is one of the clearest examples of what this place got washed. Is there's literal salt deposits everywhere.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it is nice.
It's the whole thing's nuts. Yeah, I don't know what happened much because that is.
Well, yeah, Jimmy does as well. Jimmy's awesome. Yeah, that seems like it could be one of the places to look. I mean, actually, Michael Donald is interesting, sort of about Northern Boroughs and that same satellite scan company, the one in Michael Donald, which is working with them, still is. He's putting out a documentary pretty soon called Atlantica. He thinks he's found, at least if not Atlantis, a part of Atlantis that could go to Spain. And they for 100% found some shit in the waters and open diving lines for a couple of years now, building a documentary. He's pretty convincing he's found, again, another like where, if nothing else, megalithic city. He thinks it could be Atlantis as well, off the coast of Spain.
Wow, I saw that documentary came out. Even though
exactly what they've discovered as sort of images that you can see right now. It's not. We saw like an advanced review of it until it comes out, but they discovered it with that Merlin Burrows scan, the same satellite-based tech, and then they went and dived on it, and we saw like a cut-down version of 40 episodes at this conference I went to and met him. I got some cool thing to do. Fascinating. 100% found something like it is man-made, but whatever it is. Yeah, so this is like the preview or teaser thing. When does this come out? I'm not sure when it's I feel like it's got to be this year. I hope. It's mostly confident. It says 2025. I got or at least the trailer. That was Tim Akers for a second. I'll go with you. When did you go? I think it was just last year or the year before. Yeah, so I'm very happy about China. It's one of my big regrets. I never actually had the chance to meet him. Oh, he was great. He's phenomenal. You know, there's a clip I use in my videos of him back in the 90s. Back in the 90s, John Anthony West, I used it in some of my videos. He's standing in this cabinet, the same cabinet I stand in front of. He's looking at this bar, basically a super thin tank. It's like a tiny little thin tank on it. Flared, and he's just saying, you know, how much these bases are on, they're pre-domestic. You don't know how they make them. You know, how do you have to get inside of this base through this time period? Someone did and said, I can only hope that at some point in the future people will start to like apply modern technology and study these things and try to understand more about it. So it's fantastic that that basically project is basically doing what he thinks it should be doing. Learning a ton about it. His DVD series, was worth it. Yeah, I know that. That series is he was great. A symbologist, and I think that symbologist from ancient Egypt is fantastic. Occasionally he would touch on the engineering side of things that I'm sort of big on. Sometimes he'd ignore it too. It's pretty funny. I have a copy of his guidebook, which is hard to get these days. His guidebook from ancient Egypt, and he reads about this much on the Seraphim because it's just writing down the Seraphim. That's the place that's at 25 giant, like stone bolts. It's one of the most remarkable logistical feats that come from ancient Egypt. But you just look, it wasn't a lot to like for a symbologist to interpret and place those things. They're going to stop. It's like 4 hours down there. It's interesting if you think of him as like being concentrating on the symbolism and how much work he put in. Oh, and just need one of those two. Right, for sure. A bunch of different people and all the different aspects of it. Yeah. And he was another one that had his interpretation was a lot more. Oh, yeah. No one seems to like do a deep dive on that song. No, right. Zani's example was so great. His explanation was this was the national project. So I tried to watch that podcast. Imagine. We're all going to fly without wings. This is the national project. This exactly going to use your mind to fly without wings. We're actually working on that. I have heard him say that for 10 years. 10 years. Yes. I asked him that question in 2015. I was in the room, Graham Hancock's here, having this debate. It wasn't a debate. So I flipped out earlier in the day. But you know, we asked him that question. I heard him giving that answer so enthusiastic about the missing precision or logistics. Which is difficult to explain topics. That's the response. It's basically they tried really hard there for like this, and it drives me nutty. He's not the only one who gives that response, by the way. That's a truly stock standard answer to anything we say. Well, how did they move 1,000 statue 1,000 miles, which is what they did. Or how did they do the pyramid so precisely? Whatever they do it with the time frame. The response, a good example is like the Apollo 11 project, the Apollo program, right? Going to the moon. That was a national project at the time. There was a huge amount of resources put towards it from a relative to what NASA is today. But we didn't just come together with a piece of fabric and produce the people at the moon. There's technology involved, right? You can't do it without the technology. That's the aspect of that answer that it always is like, no. I don't care how hard you try. Try does not get you like precise down to within 1,000th of an inch, or in the case of one of these bases, 4/10 of a micron, 6/10 of a micron. That's the most extreme. What's interesting too that these
vases, these small things are evidence of this incredible technology. When these enormous statues also exist, but you don't think of the vases as being the thing that's the smoking gun, but it kind of is. They are. It's because they predate the dynastic Egyptians, because they were buried in those people. They exist. We know they existed in those times. You can't do that with the big statues, but it's I have a whole long 2-hour talk about how these things connect to those things, like the tube drills and the precision of the machining. It's the same technique as the stone types. I mean, there are a bunch of like tube drills on the Great Pyramid, a whole bunch of people don't know about it. And where they are, I've got pictures of them that show people. The statues show the same machine, like the statues reflect the same precision. The boxes, the obelisks, a lot of the stone will reflect the same things, all the same tools, the same precision shows up. And in pretty much all of those cases, the oldest and the best examples of all of those things are typically also the oldest. Like it's like the best example. Yeah, the single piece columns are absolutely incredible. Like those, the Romans didn't make columns like that. Like the fact that columns are granite, and they start off wide, they get narrower and narrower, and they flare out of the top of all single piece. And that means that the entire piece that is part is as wide as the white part at the top of the machine now. These columns have freaking vertical lathe centering points. Like it's like it's like 150 tons just turning on a vertical lathe or something. So these points show up. It was definitely centering points. Yeah, on these columns, there's a forest of them running out of tents, and you can see it on the end. And it's and points of wind, of course, up to I imagine the bigger ones are maybe 100 or 50 tons, 200 something. And you have these existing on all the top, like Saqqara, Giza, Abyssinia, single piece columns. Are also on sites later on, in places like Montreal Temple or Karnak. However, I think that those places all had a granite core and an infrastructure there already, and then those kings of the kingdom, second, first, Meriptah, Ramses II, built around them, and you can see the difference in technology of what's in the granite core, the giant obelisks, and the columns and the granite buildings that look like the Valley Temple and the old structures. And outside of that, it's all sandstone and it's blocks. And they make giant columns too, but they're made from blocks of sandstone. They would stack them up and shave them down. It's a much softer stone, and making blocks out of rounds and just making columns out of rounds is way easier than trying to do a single clear, granite column. Even the Romans, I mean, it has to have been something like that. It can't have been that all the way, because you have, Jamie, in that Precision Large directory, there's a picture of a column end. Like if I'm standing next to this amazing end piece, but some of them are faceted, so you can't have all been laid there. But they have those mattresses and features, but certainly the column of the blade, the circular part, or the center of the column sort of get done later. Sorry. It's fascinating. I mean, huge. I mean, this Chris Duncan's. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the columns you're standing next to. That's a Tanis. And if you flip through, there's like a column end point that's so see there's a column. So you have one. This is a place called Temple Bastet, and there were forests of these things. Like look at that thing. That thing is one of the most. That's one of my favorite artifacts. It is immaculate. The faceting. Look at that foremost that runs up the center of that frond of the palm. These are like palm-shaped pillars. I mean, it tapers. It's thick on one end and it thins right down to the end, and it's exactly the same on either side. On each of these fronds, I would love to get there and scan this thing. One of my favorite pieces, and you just had, probably hundreds of these things on this site. And it goes back in time. Again, these are columns from Saqqara and Abyssinia, which are all old kingdom sites. So again, these are existing in the early times, but they didn't build columns like this later in the civilization. They built them with sandstone pieces. One solid piece of glass. Yeah, it's flared. Even the Romans, who by all accounts had far superior technology to the Egyptians. They had tools multipliers, they had iron, they had all sorts of mathematical screw-ups from the Greeks.
they built single piece granite pillars, but they were taken the whole way, like they weren't anything as precise. They're quite rough. You go into the ambulance. This one's one of my favourites. This is called Pompey's Pillar. You see the dude standing at the bottom. I've actually got the version of it. So I think that's a reworked column that the Romans reworked, and they carved that head top, or it's a separate stone. I'm not sure. But this is an Alexandria. That's huge. And so this is how they do it. That's one of the granite. It's like 1,000 each one of them. So then you so this is what they yes. So this is stacked rounds of sandstone, and this is I always like to show people this corner of Taik because it's an unfinished column at the end of it. You can see how they did it. They stack up those blocks and they basically shade it down, and they would end up. And this is imitation too, right? This is the other key thing you see even with the base is they would. People knew what was sophisticated. Anyone who works with stone, for primitive life, you see an artifact like that where it's statues with a column and stone and oh shit, that. So it's from the gods, right? I'm going to imitate it. I'm going to try and replicate it. And so they were doing their best to replicate and imitate with sandstone and in a technological method that they were capable of. Just put blocks of sandstone up, wrap and shape it and make it look like one of its columns. And they did great work, right? Don't get me wrong. Karnak this is the great sort of hyperstyle hall of Karnak. It's phenomenal. And it is the work of the new kingdom. But it still pales in technological significance to like the older stuff, the stuff. But it's fabulous. Like I said, I love Karnak's one of my favourite places because you have all those examples right in front of you with like high tags and no tags. So like so like 14, 1500 BC ish. So even they're still doing spectacular stuff. Oh, it's just not as sophisticated. It was violent, right? By all accounts, the old kingdom that was in the new kingdom, that was Egypt's fight, like the fight of the dynastic Egyptian civilization. Like Ramses II in particular, he was like always called him the greatest of the Egyptian kings. Like Egypt had the most power, the most wealth, the most ability to do that sort of work. So they built these great temples. And it's very, very clear, this is that it's very clear that they built them around and on top of existing infrastructure. In fact, at Karnak, which is attributed to Ramses II, and again, the devil's in the details, you have the names of kings that go back all the way to the Old Kingdom in various structures. You also, at one point in that hall, where they've pulled up a massive fertilizer, underneath the ground at the bottom there is a column base. An older and it's quite calcined column base that is the same sort of column base that you see on the walls. It tells you there was a column hall here before and either got destroyed or knocked down, but the whole place was rebuilt. You see this evidence of these layers of infrastructure on this site. It tells you, okay, it's like looking at these ancient sites, you always have to keep that in the back of your head, like, all right, there's been thousands of years of not only inheritance, but renovation and reuse and claim. Like it's people ask me if I think the statues are so old, how come they look like dynastic Egyptians? I think the answer is it's the other way around. I think the dynastic Egyptians look like the statues. So if you imagine there's evidence for like 5 or 6 of these giant 1,000-ton statues, which is typical of the stuff you see at like the head jet, the nice crown, with a big golden thing on the head, and it was in that iconic symbolic style of action. Yeah, I have the precision live when we got the statue. And imagine that you are a tribal culture that's emerging from this Stone Age, but you have this history and these legends and these stories, and you come across so this iconic look. And again, this stretches back. This is an old thing that is attributed to. This is made of diorite, by the way. This is called Kafran Throne, one of my favourite statues, with the columns from Cigar's backgrounds.
Is this made out of that same
impossibly hard? Yes, it's like a 6.5 to a 7 on the nose scale, and it's phenomenal. This is an incredible statue.
And this is has exhibits that facial symmetry.
It looks like it. I've not seen the actual scans from this, but this actually has 2 drill marks and saw cuts in it. So it's got between his heels you see the remnants of the coup drill. I've probably got a picture of that in my machining directory of the 2 drill between the heels. And then in the legs on the inside, you actually see overcuts, like a saw cut from where they cut too deeply into this insanely hard stone. And it's overrun, which is, if you were doing this by hand, that's a mistake you'd have to be making for about 4 hours. To actually get the depth of the cut. But if you had some sort of power to move the material quickly, you can overcut. And there's like little mistakes.
So your thoughts are that the Egyptians were imitating these ancient books.
Yes. I think they inherited their iconography from the things, the artifacts that they gained in statues like this, and also the 1,000-ton versions of statues like this. And then if you look at their art style, this is one of the things that blows my mind. It's like across that 3,000-year civilization, that iconography didn't change. Like it's the same. And how do the kings draw themselves on it? So they're always trying to position themselves to be on the they always talk about. Eventually they got this aura of divinity. It became like the pharaohs became divine. That wasn't always the case. But they grew into that over time as that civilization progressed. And they always match themselves and they try to make themselves look like the gods. And eventually, once you get hubris, you go involved in something really big and rich people are like, damn it, I am one of the gods. Put my name on this statue. That's how I want to be remembered. And there were multiple gods. Seti the first, son, Ramses II, his son Merenptah, particularly in the kingdom. Petri called Ramses the Great Usurper. That's what his name from, because he was putting his name on everything, trying to label himself as one of the kings. I think if you look at that, like from the Old Kingdom through to the Ptolemaic era, it's the same. Like they're depicting themselves as one of these gods who are always depicting in the same way, and that's part of it from day one. Like, and I think where do you get that picture from? It's like that. What's the poem from Percy Shelley? Ozymandias. Look at my works, you mighty in despair. Like it's literally a poem by Percy Shelley that talks about it. He actually gets it from, I think, Diodorus Siculus, an account of Diodorus Siculus coming across one of these statues in the desert that's 1,000 tons. It's like a weary traveler in a desert when an unknown man comes along, two vast and trunkless legs of stone over like nearby a shattered visage lies, still like sort of full of sneer and arrogance, and it's basically written upon this stone of the words, my name is Ozymandias, King of Kings, look on my work, you mighty in despair. And there's the endless sand stretched far away. I mean, I'm paraphrasing it.
Dicks.
Yeah.
Especially when they become kings. There it is. Look on my works, you mighty in despair.
Nothing beside remains, round and round the paddock, also red families are there. So it's like if you imagine you come across in the sand in the desert and you find the remnants of 1,000-ton statue. I'm sure you've seen pictures of the Ramesseum of 1,000-ton statues. Like there's 4 or 5 of them at least that have it. But they're incredible single-piece stone statues that were moved in some cases up to 1,000, like 600-700 miles away. I have them in a colossal directory.
And did they fall from earthquakes? Is that the speculation?
I suspect either that or the hands of men. I think with enough dudes with enough leverage, you can probably beat that thing over and crack it and falls. And I think there was a long period of them destroying all the gods and all the icons and all the false idols of the past. There's a place called Tanis. There's a giant foot that I can't. I mean, my whole asterisk hand didn't fit in the tone. It's a repurposed block of granite and Petri film, and there's other pieces of this statue. So we know it was a statue that had been standing. It's about the same size as the Statue of Liberty without the pedestal. The foot's about the same size. Reference. And that thing's made from Aswanian granite. Now, Tanis is from the north, and that's why. And it's north of Cairo. It's up in the Delta towards the Mediterranean, and Cairo down here is like 1,000 kilometers. So someone at some point took at least 1,000 tons, probably more like 1,500 tons stone because they didn't finish them. They didn't ship them finished. You know, they finished stuff on site. Like 1,000 kilometers north. There's an even better example, James. I think in the foot of Tanis. No, that's it there, the first one. In my in the massive. There's actually my thumbnail that Tanis large statue of it. Giant, huge objects. There you go. So that's got one. That's the. So you can see it's funny because this block's been repurposed. It's been cut off on both sides and used as a block in a wall. They cut the front off it and the back off it and stuck it in and rebuilt it. This thing, there's a picture of the whole arm when it was put together in that directory. So that's a joint thumb holding a scroll, and they put the whole arm together. I got one picture of it. One time I was there, they put the whole arm together, and that is probably the most impressive example. Up one. Yeah, so this is it's made from composite quartzite. So this is at Karnak. This is one of several statues of this size at Karnak. And what's impressive about this, they actually put this together from one end and they took it apart because they got told that it's because they didn't people freaking out about how big this was. They didn't it gives a sense of scale and it's like so they took it apart again. And you can still see the thumb there today, so it's turned on the side. Now what's cool about this is that it's a straight arm. So a lot of those statues, like the one that they're seeing, they're seated, so they always have their elbows bent at their knees. This thing is standing. So it's a standing statue, 1,000 tons made from composite quartzite, which is in a lot of ways more difficult to work with granite. It's a very hard compressed form of sandstone. It's like 6.5 to 7, but it's full of flint. It's a stone carver's nightmare. It's like you can see the chunks of flint and stone, but they somehow work that surface. No problem going over 20 to 7 scale. The trick with this statue is where that stone came from. That's Karnak in the south, Aswan for granite a bit further south. Composite quartzite doesn't come from Aswan, it comes from the Red Mountains north of Cairo. And the tricky part here is that the Nile River flows north. It's like close north of it's close to the north. So they had to take the block for that thing, I'd say about 1,500 tons. They had to bring that upriver, 600 miles, 500 miles. Wow. I don't know how you explain it. And there's certainly no pictures of it. That is a logistical feat. I mean, I don't know how you can ride it. It was the national project. Don't you get it? Don't you get it? Just a national project. They didn't want to. Well, it's one of those really amazing mysteries because the actual facts that are so spectacular that it defies any conventional explanation. To the point where it opens up people to the possibility of believing. Almost anyone listening to this is even remotely reasonable. It sees that. I think this picture is a lot bigger than we thought it was. Yeah, that's honestly my response to it. Is I don't know how to do it. You can't do it strictly professionally. And we literally tried. Like we had the fun stuff together. Hydraulics and diesel power, like huge part. You try to move units like make newspaper headlines when they shift a load of like 150 tons on a truck somewhere, right? 1,000 tons these days? I don't even 1,500 tons. I mean, we have cranes, we have the capability, but it's usually by water or giant. It's how we transport a load like that over anything other than water. I mentioned how hard those tubes are rowing upriver. Not only that, how deep is the water? When you're dealing with 150 tons, how far does it sink? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. How much of a boat do you need this? Can you fit a boat that wide? In Barcelona, you can, but I'll tell you this, and I've looked at this, that you sure as shit can't do it at the quarry because this is what they say. You go to the quarry, and this is an example I give people all the time. The unfinished obelisk. Right. 1,200. They will tell you Oh yeah, so there's this low area in the quarry, that's the harbour, where they park the boat to take the stones. I mean, there's no chance that you could put that thing on a boat that even, it's like, this is not an irrelevant possibility for a boat to displace enough water to take a load like that obvious. It would literally just be this giant clock. It just can't happen. And what's more, that quarry, or that harbour in the quarry, that isn't a harbour. That's an extraction. They pulled a fucking block out of there that same size as the other. And it's gone. You can see it. I showed you. It's an off-limits area to the quarry, but we can't get in there.
So some quarry somehow pulled that off.
It's already been done, 100%. We know it has because we've got the statues of blocks of that size, and tonnage has been successfully transported and shaped. However, in that place they call the quarry in the harbour, it's all scoop marks. It's the same technology, and here's where it gets bold. Is that as you can see the extraction that's come out, it's massive, basically like the obelisk, the unfinished obelisk. So something like an order of 12, 13 pieces out there. And in the corner, right up at the end, where you see the boxy end of whatever this was taken out, on the wall, there's red ochre painting. It's paintings like of flamingos and some other dolphins and other stuff. And it's an identical match for the art style and paintings that you find on pre-dynastic pottery that comes from the Carter culture. It's exactly the same. It's not dynastic Egyptian. It's pre-dynastic art. That's been put on the wall. I hope I have pictures of that. I know I do. It's actually a video called it's on what I have a video where it's on my channel, but it's the exact same artwork that you see on the vessel. So to me, it's an indication of there was a primitive people that are living there thousands of years before the dynastic Egyptian civilization rose. Obviously, in that quarry, and they found this convenient wall to put some artwork on, and they painted it, which tells you that all this extraction had to happen before that. It had to have been taken how far right. Can't take the stunt. So if somebody took a piece like that out of there, 100%. With the same technology.
Keep found anything on that, James? Once you get that, let's look at the unknown obelisk. Yeah, the unfinished obelisk. How many feet?
That is definitely in that other. That's the video about the obelisk.
The unfinished obelisk is how long?
It's got to be. It's like 90, 80 feet long. I think you see it in the picture. It's a giant block. I mean, so it's not extracted either. That's what I should say. It is still attached to the bedrock. So they were cutting it out, and then for whatever reason, it stopped. But if you assume that the obelisks have a square section, which means in the same bit as there's a square section, its mass with the granite there is 2.7 cubic meters, so it's roughly 1,200 tons.
And how did they stop? Because it was cracked?
That's what they say. That's what they say. I don't think so. I don't think that it doesn't. To me, it's hard to say whether it was cracked or not because people tried to quarry it after. There wasn't much attempt made to quarry. I don't know why you need with it cracked. Why not use it if it's actually part of it? It was done during domestic Egypt. So you've done all that work. You've cut out the trenches on all of it around. You could cut pieces out of that. It'd take way less work. You want to get a small piece of stone or something else, just cut it. You should use it. That's not what happened.
And you asked their technology so sophisticated that what they wanted was very specific and they could just do it again.
Yeah, and maybe it didn't crack. I think that's an example. Like you do see on quality sites like the Seraphim, like you're sitting on the quarry, it's something happened that meant tools down. Yeah, so here's the painting. This is the pictograph. Those are the paintings, and if you compare that to what's on like the pre-dynastic phases, it's exactly the same.
Now, so these depictions of flamingos, was it possible to date the paint that they used?
I think you probably could. I don't know if anybody ever has. I'd love to see that done. Yeah, I would love for that to happen. That's a very good point. There's a few things in Egypt where I'm like, why don't we date that?
Sorry, Jimmy, scroll down a little bit. No, below that, yeah, the next one.
So that's another piece near this is puts the line of the stupid penalty theory of how they explain this in the mainstream. Because the scoop marks they tell you are penalties. This is another big piece. This was probably, this piece, it was probably going to be like a smaller seated statue, but still something's maybe 150 tons. And they were cutting this out. So this, you can see, this is the process of like carving out underneath it. So you can get in these trenches, and the scoop marks are crazy though, because they extend basically from the top of the wall, 15 feet straight down to these ridges. They go all along the ground under and then up on the roof side. So if you're counting, you would be doing this, counting up, count that out. And also it's a very sharp turn on the inside. The result's on tool. Also, someone's got to be done. Yeah. That was not, yeah, not a, I want to draw that short straw. Thank you very much. Yeah, we take people down into that area around this block every time. It's great. And you can grab that stone and whack at it and see how little effect you'll have.
But those stones, is that an example? But that's a track that was used?
Yes.
Yeah. So is that the unfinished obelisk?
That is the unfinished obelisk.
And so where is that type of crack?
So there's a couple cracks, right? So this is the thing, that there's attempts at quarrying that have been made. I think it's that crack up towards the top, is what they say how it cracked, but we don't know how it cracked. It's possible that, like a lot of these places, that there was a tools down situation, that something happened to stop, and there was civil unrest, cataclysm. And this thing was buried too. Like that's the thing. There was a lot of quarrying that happened after this at higher levels. Like, so this is, you got to imagine when you go to this quarry, it's like they've cut the top off a granite mountain, taken so much granite down to get down to this sort of high quality granite, which is not surface level granite. You have to go 10, 12, 15 meters into granite to get blocks that are even possible to be this size, or this one piece. And in fact, even now, like all of this changes. There's no staircase. All of that gravel up to the north of that is all going. They're still clearing the side out of the yard. But when this was first discovered, it was buried in like 7, 8 meters of quarry rubble, quarrying that had happened above it and around it for thousands of years. The Egyptians, the Romans. Yeah, this was buried.
How do they know it was there?
Also, there was like an edge, one little edge piece poking out. What the hell is this? And then it was Howard, who was Teach's assistant, to actually excavate that site. He had to split a bunch of big blocks to even get it out of the way. It took him forever, but they eventually uncovered the wall. But it was the back end of this, like 7, 8 meters of rubble. Yeah. And to me, it's quite plausible. It's a possibility that was there. It was done.
It's quite possible that any of that stuff out there.
Oh, for sure. There's many more quarries. This is just because that's in the quarry. That's the quarry that's being cleared and made available for tourists. There's tons of quarries. Like it says, yeah, these are great quarries. When it first popped out, yeah. So they had this section of it. And they're like, wow, this is something else. And so what happened with the pounding stones were interesting because there were thousands of them on the site. These round stones. However, the vast majority of them were broken and were split. And God, I'm blanking on the name of the guy who excavated the site. However, he was like, how come these are all broken? And he tried to break them. So he stood up and like 15 feet up, and he's pulling these stones down onto the ground. He do it like 10 times, and eventually he cracks the chip off one because they're dolerite. They're hard. They are harder stones. And look, you will eventually create enough dust. Eventually, it's like there actually have been studies done. Dennis Stock's did a study, and the volume. It's basically you remove about, I think it was 2/3 the volume of a golf ball in an hour. So not a lot. Yeah, and if you can imagine, I like to tell people it's like you can only fit these trenches around this pot. It's not 50,000 people. You've got to stick this in one person in the spot. So all you have to do is imagine all of that space being filled up with golf balls, add another third, so that it's 2/3 golf ball, and then maybe add another half again to that to account for the negative space between the balls. that's how many hours it would take, which is in a reasonable time frame. And pounding stones,
How do you break it through?
well, that's the issue.
Who's underneath
That's what I think these balls were. So I think they're very difficult to break. They've taken away all the broken ones. The only ones on site now are just like these nice round ones. And then you can't do it with more. You have to kind of let it go and catch it. Your arms are burnt out and no problem. But I think the reason something was broken, I think, and you can actually see this in the harbour area, there are these channels that I think they've cut under. You can see the remnants of it, that big extraction. And I suspect what they did was they would shove these balls of dolerite, and it would provide them enough movement or just enough support where they could cut the rest of the whatever stripped out or remove the other attachment points. And then you're also, once you get out of that trench, you can now shift this thing ever so slightly to get whatever you need to get under it to lift it up out of it. Because that's the other problem with the obelisk, is like it's on an angle. And I mean, the trench is going to be, when it's complete, they only dug down two-thirds as deep as they needed to go. So that trench at its thickest point would have been like 12, 15 feet deep. Down there, and you've got to get under it. So it's on an angle, you have to lift that thing up 15, 20 feet up in the air to get it out of the trench. And then somehow move it to get it this rocky, crazy environment to move it to get it somewhere and take it wherever else you take it. But you have to be able to maneuver. So I honestly think those dolerite balls could have been used as primitive ball bearings. That's all they were used for, was to support it while you cut it free. And then a lot of them would have snapped in half under the mass or something like that, which explains why so many of them are broken. Because you ain't broken those things by pounding on it. It's just not going to break.
That makes sense. They were used as some sort of ball bearing. Yeah. But even that's the case. Like, how, what?
Well, how you lifting it? What are you doing to lift that up?
How do you use it?
You cannot fit enough people around that office. Like you probably not even get 10% of them out of it. Like it's such a rocky, weird. You can't fit that many people around it today. I have no idea how they. I mean, I don't think they were doing this without the expectation that they would get it done. You know what I mean?
But what kind of conventional explanation is it?
There's nothing. There's nothing.
They just gloss over.
You don't know. They don't address the realities of 1,000 tons stuff. Not seeing anyone address those realities. Well, okay, so they do, and it's like with logistics, they will show you pictures where the Egyptians are moving something that is 100 tons or 150 tons and say, see? Now, that's not how logistics works. So for example, with the statues, they scale right up to 1,000 tons or more. There is a picture on a tomb of a guy named Tashuki Hotel. And I've got this in the statue director. I think it's a painting on the wall, and it's a sled with this statue, and there's like rows of guys. They've got the boots on. They're pulling on a rope. No pulleys again. They didn't have force multipliers. They were just straight pulling wooden levers, a wooden sled. They're dragging the statue. In the case of the statue, we know about the statue. There's pieces of it left. It was made from alabaster, calcite knobs, maybe something like that. But it probably weighed, the estimate of how much it weighed was 57 tons. Which is quite a lot. It's respectable, right? And you can imagine that there's enough labour, and honestly, this is it. This is a 57-ton statue. There's a guy pouring something on the sand or in front of them, so you can count all these dudes, the shadows of the dudes behind them on these ropes. And so there's a figure about it, and there's been papers written about this. I think a Japanese team wrote a paper about what would it take to do this. And okay, this is possible. 57 tons with enough people, enough horsepower, you can do it. Now, it's not like that scales up on like a linear increase in difficulty to something that's 1,000 tons. It's more of a logarithmic, exponential curve. You cannot take this explanation and apply it to something that's 1,000 tons. It's 20 times as heavy. The friction coefficient goes through the roof. Those sleds are literally driving into the ground. You get to, you're in realms of mass where it's like materials value becomes a problem. Wood is no longer sufficient to support that. You certainly can't move it up any slopes. You have to do all this ground preparation to even attempt it. And they move these things like 1,000 tons.
If there's a place that you could go back in time and say, that is it.
Yeah, quarry would be
God, if you could go back in time just to see construction. So I guess quarry. I mean,
pyramids.
how do you lifting things? What you doing? What's your machinery look like? You must have some kind of technology that is just dust moving down.
It has to be. Because we've tried this, like there's in, do you know about the Thunderstone?
No.
Okay, so in,
No, I see what it is.
so in like the 1700s, I think it was, pre-industrial age, well, the early days, but no diesel power, no revolve. And this is the Thunderstone. So we did, like in Russia, they moved this thing from Finland to Russia, it's at St. Petersburg, they carved it as they went, it's the base now for, I think, a bronze statue of the great. But this is how they did it. And so basically you can see the capstans, the twist things these dudes are working on, they're rotating. You're digging giant holes to anchor these big logs in the ground to then use pulleys and force multipliers with dudes on giant rails, and then they would have these huge big iron rails that they would put on the ground and carry back and forth, and the whole thing was moving on these bronze spears, big giant bowling ball sized spears of bronze. And on a good day, they'd move this thing 150 meters, 450 feet. Yeah, but it took them years and years. And then this thing weighed around 1,500 tons.
It's interesting using bronze spears.
Brass spears, I'm sorry.
Whatever, metal spears.
Yeah.
Which is very similar to what you described.
No, but there's, again, when you compare the level of technology here, actually, there's nothing that they have. They show you what they did with that Judy Hotel image. It's a wooden sledge, no force multipliers, no capstans, no pulleys, none of that. Just dudes hanging around a rope. No evidence they used pulleys.
Water on the sand.
Yeah, or the fuel cord, whatever it was. No, it's just stupid. You cannot explain it. It took us everything they had for years and years to do that. And by the way, they took that across the Gulf of Finland. And it wasn't on some little river barge either. They built a giant platform, took them a year to build it, and they had to put warships on either side of it to keep it balanced. It's massive to even plot this thing in the center and hope that they got this thing to go to Russia to get the rest of the play. So it ain't no barge carrying 1,000 tons. Something happened.
It's all so fascinating. Something happened.
Yeah.
Dan, you're awesome, man. I really appreciate you coming on your channel, Uncharted X, fantastic channel. So much good content. How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing it. I had 10 years ago, but not in Uncharted X.
You have the courage to do that.
It was a big old step. The wife was like, "What are you doing?"
No, but look, you're right. It worked out.
I am super grateful that it's worked out. In fact, I want to thank you for the hospitality and the invite, and I genuinely also think, dude, I've come full circle with this a little bit. Like, what got me into it in the first place. I mean, I was always interested, but it wasn't until Graham's first, who I've gotten to know very well. It's like that man. It wasn't until his first appearance on the podcast back in the old days, like 2011, 2012, something like that.
You were the first real guest.
Yeah.
That was just me and Duncan.
You and Duncan, right?
Yeah.
At your
At my house. That's what I was doing at my house.
That one
Yeah.
was what really. I mean, after that, I followed him really closely. I went to Peru and Bolivia with him in 2013, and then 2016 I went to Egypt. So it's like the fact that I'm here talking to you now. You started me on this, and it's come full circle. So thank you for that, and the fact that you are interested in this topic, I think, is such a boon to everyone else out there that you get to spread the word. It's just such a benefit to the whole space. But
Well, I'm so happy that guys like you took that fucking baton and ran with it. But I mean,
all right, I love it.
my answer to all this is who's not? I don't understand you if you're not interested in this. How is this not unbelievably fascinating?
Yeah, 100%. I agree. That's what happened to me. I fell down this pyramid-shaped hole, and I was doing. I had quite a career before this in the tech world, but I mean, I go to conferences and tech events, and the second that we're out in the break room, I'm talking about the young guys and pyramids and massive statues. Oh, this is great, man. And they're like, this is really interesting. I'm like, I know.
It's literally the most interesting thing about civilization. That time period and the mysteries that are involved in trying to just decipher what happened. Yeah, it is the most fascinating time in history, I think. Yeah. And again, thanks so much. Thank you. Let's definitely use it.
I would love to.
Especially if some more information comes out about the labyrinth, and hopefully more people, but we're also picking up the baton. More people get involved.
I see that happening. I'm very glad that it is. I'm absolutely thrilled to see other people getting into it. I'm not. I don't see this. It's not competition. It's like it's a rising
Fine. Yeah, come on. Jump on board.
Yeah.
You can definitely say you found it. Everybody will agree.
So you didn't talk about the Sphinx and the stuff in the Star Shop. Save that for next time.
Yeah. Definitely do it. All right. Thanks so much. Good job. That's very nice.
Drink my game, Joe Rogan podcast my name all day.
How you doing? Good to see you, sir. Guys. Not much.
You're talking about Shinola Lodge. I'm glad Detroit's coming back, and I like what Shinola represents.
Shinola is definitely one of the things that's great about Detroit.
Yeah, they say it like made in Detroit and for how
Yes, which we didn't have for a long time.
like Detroit is crazy. If you know the story about Detroit, like the next richest city, it's the third richest city in the world.
Well, yeah, it's still compared to the Midwest. And it's a city that's still built for 7 million people with supposedly 700,000. I mean, so you do see a lot of like, how is there like $1 million condo in the same place that has like 8 abandoned other apartments? When you go downtown, it makes no sense logistically.
How's that show Top Gear? Oh yeah, the Jeremy Clarkson. I think it was either Top Gear or was maybe the one they did after that they did for Amazon. But they went to Detroit and they bought a house for $500.
Yeah, you can. And there's also people that buy the in bulk, like in bulk. Or you see the ones that like they'll put like a pumpkin patch, like they'll do an urban farm, which is hysterical, and you'll see like these hippies on the news, like they cut my face and stole my plums, and I'm yes, like yeah, you're in a crack neighborhood, nobody wants your farm.
No, they're gentrifying.
Yeah, isn't that what you guys want? It's like they don't want that at all.
And what they did to Detroit, like anybody that thinks that you should allow corporations to just take all the jobs and move overseas, well, it's like corporate decision making and it's improving financial decision making. And look at Detroit. Look what they did.
It's a prime example of like that was the American dream. And another we'll assemble that actually. Look, we'll write Made in America on your door, so you're gonna feel good about it. Like right there on the door. Sometimes they do. Like, I prefer like the 80s and 90s where if you bought a car that was made on a Friday, you knew a drunk guy did it, so you're like, give me one for the rent. Like those were the days of American automakers.
See, that's part of the problem. The friend of mine who was in the Indian told me that the bottleneck just got out of control. They're making so much money, and you're constantly in negotiations, strikes impending, and oh yeah, and then they're like, fuck you, just go on. That's all. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's just part of it. But no, later on, like you said, 80s, 90s, like your grandfather did. And it really doesn't matter what you do wrong. Right? That's part of the deal.
Yeah, you can't get fired.
No, it's great. I mean, yeah, it's great. That never occurred. But
yeah, there seems to be like a bit of balance that could be reached.
Like, don't be fully hammered when you're trying to put more than a 150.
I mean, they should make good money because the corporation makes good money. I mean, they're doing well. It's just a very profitable business. Workers should share in those profits.
Well, like the electric ones, it just didn't work for them either. They pushed it out too soon, too. Right? Because I know people were on the line, like the electric F-150. And it's like F-150s, everybody wants one. They love this sports truck. There's an electric truck that came down to South America where it's hot all the time. It's just catch fire. So it's like it's not working out.
Or if you're in the cold, the battery's
maybe it's just because I'm from Detroit and I grew up and I just want to feel an engine.
I get it, but I have a Tesla that will knock your dick in the dirt. Oh, I know they're fast. It's not just fast. It's a fucking car is incredible. Yeah. It's a piece of machinery from the future. What is it? It's a Model S, but it's a plaque that was sent to a company called Unplugged Performance. And Unplugged Performance takes the fenders off the carbon fiber wider fenders, changes the suspension from a race-based suspension, puts wide tires on wider wheels, upgrades the brakes to these huge carbon fiber discs. It's a very heavy car.
I was going to say, so it's heavier, so lighter, like brakes more.
Well, it's heavier because Teslas are very heavy. Yeah, but because the batteries are on the bottom, the center of gravity of the car is phenomenal.
Okay.
It's like one of the best balanced cars you ever drive. And the self-driving is banana.
Oh, you have it on there?
I had my buddy, he had to get it in the car. I had my buddy Fedor this the other day, and he had been in one. The first thing I was doing was merge on the highway something. Yeah. It goes 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds. 1.9 seconds.
Oh, that's fast.
And then I go, now this is what's really wacky here. I put in the destination, and I just say, take this into county mothership, and then I press a button. And it goes, doop, doop. And when I go, here it goes, doop, doop. It just does it on its own. Changes lanes, stops at red lights. It's crazy. It moves around obstructions.
Really? Yeah. And, yeah, I remember the first ones that were like, just barely over bikers.
Yeah. Okay. It's still based on camera, so you can fool your camera. You can fool the camera rather. So some guy set up a mural in the desert.
Yeah.
What he did was he had the highway, and then he made a mural that looked like the highway, and the car just went right through the mural.
Oh, I saw that. That was great. He made it look, they put a Woody Woodpecker to the side of it. But he just drew the tunnel. It was hysterical. He's right into the tunnel.
Like that. But he didn't draw the tunnel. But it is what Woody Woodpecker did. Yeah. Right?
It's so awesome.
He drew the tunnel sideways left.
That's how it just tricked him like it was an eye. Which with all the AI, it was kind of nice to see. I hate to say it. I was like, that's a little relieving.
It's kind of funny. It's good for now, but it's like beating up a 2-year-old that's eventually become an NFL player. Like, keep growing.
You're gonna restrain us.
They gotta remember who fucked with the Waymos.
I was watching a movie last night. The name of it, Companion. It was just all about like sex spots. They're like putting them and going at each other, and it's like just it's a movie. It was on each show. Yeah. Oh, okay. Like they set up a sex spot to kill one of their friends, like Rabbi. And it turns out she's a sex spot, and this other guy's a sex spot. And I'm watching, and I'm like, this is the problem. Like, yeah, there it is. Like, you can't really give these things personalities if you have a sex spot in them.
Well, this is part of the problem that's happening with these chatbots with kids. Because they're developing relationships with them. And like one AI chatbot was teaching a kid how to make moves. Yeah. No, it's a little funny. It's a little funny. It's all funny. The fucking robot was teaching a suicidal kid how to do it right.
It's already encouraging. Like, you have a good idea. Take a rope. Make sure that's.
I wonder if any AI chatbots have talked to these trans school shooters.
They might have.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
the last one,
I don't know. Bro, it's like 7 of the last X amount of trans folks, 7 in a row have been trans, except one was non-binary, which is just diet trans.
It is
right. That's diet trans. That's trans without the sugar.
You still get it. Like, I felt suicidal. Like, stay at home and play yourself. Like, don't go into school.
Just go from home.
That would be good too.
The problem is some people get to a certain point in their life and they have no friends and no community, no identity, and no life, and they're not successful, and they're feeling shit. And then they have gender dysphoria on top of that, and then they probably have a bunch of SSRIs, which RMK Jr. is going to apparently do some sort of a large scale research into the connection between mass shootings and psychiatric drugs, because it is real. And everyone knows it, and it's just this dirty secret that no one talks about because all the media is made off of pharmaceutical drug companies. And nobody wants to make this correlation connection because you also risk the wrath of all these people that are on them, saying, I'm on them and I'm not doing anything. It's not the pills. I need these to function. Maybe you do. I don't know. I don't know how your brain works. But the reality is, most of these people that have committed mass murder are on psychiatric medication.
Well, they are, and I'm on SSRIs that I'm trying to get off of right now because I've been on for 10 years so long. And I don't like it. So I hadn't liked it for a long time, and even dealing with like mental health care, I'm like, I don't think I need this, but it's better to stay on them. This is odd. It's having the opposite cause, you know. And so it's having the opposite cause. It makes you feel bad, depressed. Once with like I can't wait. I was doing like really bad mentally for a while for certain things, and I took myself off of them for 5 days and I felt good. And then I got really queasy and really nauseous, like my brain started kind of misfiring. So now I'm doing it, like, I need to get off a little more correctly as opposed to going cold turkey.
So after 5 days, like, what has happened? What makes you go crazy?
I was stuttering, I was slipping up, I was having trouble seeing. I
do like all my see if there's any
correctly do it. Yeah, they said to clean it off or whatever the thing is, take that and then bust the pill in half, take that for 7 days. Bust the pill in half, take that for 7 days, and that's what I'm doing now. And I already feel better being on less. But I was told for the last 10 years that that's what I should be on. And I think it's had a very negative effect.
Yes, brains out.
That's what I mean. Like, you just feel like you're having a stroke.
Electric shock-like sensations in the head.
Yep.
All body symptoms. Other sensations include tingling or numbness.
Yep.
Flu-like symptoms, digestive issues, sleep problems, balance. Your balance goes. Mood changes, cognitive issues, brain fog. All of it.
And nausea was the one that really messed me up because I was just like it's sick, but I didn't feel like the flu.
It's like, well,
Yeah. And I just realized, I'm like, okay, well, what did I take out? Because I've gone off of a lot of hard drugs and alcohol and stuff, so I know what it's like to do withdrawals, and it wasn't withdrawal.
so how old are you now?
I'm 43.
So when you were 33, you got it.
Yeah.
So what was going on at 33 when you realized I needed medication?
I went to my mom did so I decided to go see a doctor, and they were like, look, take this. And I'm thinking, like, I think my mom was wrong. That was the best answer. But I took it, and all of a sudden, she was on antidepressants, and she was bipolar. But they had her misdiagnosed as depressive. Because I was like, I think she's bipolar. But, I've been with her for 30 years, and I know the mood swings. I grew up in a house where, like, you came home and she was either the happiest woman on the planet, or you were fucking terrified. Like, it was one or the other, And and she wasn't a bad person. She just had this mental imbalance. And it was after things happened with my dad and the government, things like that. He was in Vietnam, and he got he soft coma from Agent Orange. And the VA was great. They did nothing for our family. They denied both of my mom's claims. My dad lost all of the money. Like, he was worth like $10 million. He lost everything. And it was to pay out of pocket. But he got sick when I was 13. He was like our baseball coach, everything. So he was around the country going to Cambridge, had a very good neurosurgery place for the brainstem. University of Michigan and Ann Arbor had one. So he wasn't as present a lot. My mom was dealing with that on top of being an RN. And he was tough as nails, and he would have one of his halos drilled in, and he'd still go golfing and shit. He'd just be on the course.
Oh my God.
And I'd be like, what are you doing? He's like, it's not bad. I don't pick my head up anymore.
You see the bright side.
Yeah, halo. He would find the positive in anything. He reminded me of things. Like, that's how he was. So he never explained. And it was always crazy because he'd be very dry. Like, he'd go, how are you? And he'd be like, oh, life is great. Just got some nails in his fucking head. He's like, can you have one of those tissues so I can clean it up? And I was like, he goes, it might be bleeding. Yeah, how are you? And if he just tried to make life of it the whole time. But the government did nothing. And then the more and more I researched it, talked to the VA, I've been who does stuff formally for people that have dealt with this from Vietnam because they denied so many claims that ended up being real. Like coma was one of the things where they said, oh, we did that. That's not from Agent Orange. And so you're sure? Because he was in combat in the fields where he sprayed it to kill all the trees. And they're like, yeah, it's not on us. Then years later, they admitted it, but said my mom filled out the paperwork wrong and gave us nothing. And even 10% of that's 400 grand. Like, he gave us nothing. So it's like I've dealt with that my whole life, where I have a little piece of me. That's why I'm not really like right or left. I'm very much like fuck either side of this until somebody does something that I actually believe in. And when I see the stuff that's happening to some people that fall, especially when you find out about LBJ, the helicopters, all the other bullshit that was the reason that we even went into Vietnam. The helicopters. Yeah, LBJ, from what I understand, had money in helicopters. Oh, and was able to profit off of it. Oh, so, and people say it's a conspiracy theory, but why would we really think? Well, I think it's real. I agree with that. Yeah, I think that's really. I think that's the real reason why we're not doing it as well. Oh, I see. I don't want to say it's the only. I'm sure there's other military reasons. There's minerals like Afghanistan, that's a lot of resources in Afghanistan. But there's there was at one point there was 94% of the heroin supply was coming from the place that we were guarding. We were literally guarding the bottom fields. Military, U.S. military, guarding the bottom fields. That was supplying heroin 94% of it. That's insane. Because the other part is there's a part right out that's on the triangle. I'm trying to think of it. But the rest is Afghanistan, and that's how you're getting every drug in the world into the U.S. as far as actually making opium. Because in the 90s, I worked in a pharmacy, which was a great place for a drug addict, especially when they weren't counting the pills. You could do it by weight. So you just say, hey, I gotta go take out the trash, and you just open up a bottle of Valium or Percocets and just fill yourself in.
The Golden Triangle, the jungle-covered border region where Thailand, Myanmar, and Lao People's Democratic Republic has seen an exponential surge in the manufacture and traffic of synthetic drugs.
Yes.
So that's what it is. The Golden Triangle.
That's what I was thinking.
I guarantee that it was a major reason why we were in Vietnam. There was so much money coming out of there. And the idea that some corrupt factions of either the military or the intelligence agencies or more of this. So, and I'm not saying the agencies or the military themselves. I'm saying corrupt factions. Because there's always going to be those. Just like the CIA sold drugs in South Central LA, Hunter's versus the San Francisco. It's all good.
Well, look at Detroit. When you look at White Boy Rick. White Boy Rick was somebody who was caught selling crack. And you had Coleman Young, the mayor, who was pretty corrupt. And then you had the FBI who caught him and said, hey, here's some more crack. Just go into the city and find out who the dealers are. Then when White Boy Rick got brought in by the city, the FBI was like, we didn't do that. We've never put crack in the black community. We've never seen this kid in our life. So this kid, my cousin's friend, White Boy Rick, ends up going to prison. I don't know the exact time. For 30 years. He's 17. They tried to name him as a kingpin. And again, he's a white boy in Detroit who's 17. He's not a kingpin of shit. And he served the longest time because Coleman Young was pissed he was dating kids. So he goes away, and then while he's in jail, they have him sign a thing that said he stole the car, so his sister didn't have to go to jail. So finally, they let him out for all this wrongdoing. They never served a sentence that was bad shit. And then he has to go right from that jail to Chicago to serve time for stealing a car while he was in prison. His story is crazy. There's a documentary called White Boys, and it's that's the one with McConaughey, which is a good movie.
McConaughey's in the movie?
Yeah, McConaughey plays his dad. My uncle knew the actual guy. He said he was kind of a dipshit. He would sell guns very obviously out of his basement. They live 2 blocks over.
So is this guy alive now?
Oh, he's still alive, yeah.
Is he out? Is that White Boy Rick?
Yeah, that's him now. He got out just a few years ago.
Jesus Christ.
So he was in there.
How old was he now?
Oh, I don't know. Well, he went in the 80s. So, and I think he got out around 2020. So, yeah, if you see the documentary White Boy, I highly recommend. Yes, he had teenage drug informant for the FBI, but then they denied ever talking to him.
It says above with the internet pictures, White Boy Rick releases his own marijuana strain.
Yes. That's the thing about Detroit now is it's all insanely legal.
Yeah. Freeway Rick Ross is doing that in
Is he really?
Yeah. Freeway Ricky Ross who's selling the drugs that in LA to pay for the conscious versus substance. He's got his own weed line now.
I know a few guys who were like heavy busted in the late 90s, and now they all have stories. That's just hilarious.
You would think that they would shy away from that.
No, they just smoked even after. I was like, still, okay.
But what I'm saying is, my thinking is, it's still fairly legal.
It is.
Like to open up a store, and how about your primary source of income? A Schedule 1 drug, according to the government, it seems risky as fuck for someone's already been inside.
Oh, dude, it really. Well, it's odd that they could get the right, like a permit for it. Or at least they know someone who got the permit for it, and they work there, so maybe I should let out too much. Yeah,
Their grandmothers.
yes, that's who owns the store. That's a 95-year-old lady. But if you go to parts, it's like weed store, vape store, weed store. You're like, I can't believe you packed this many into a block. Yeah, it's not like a liquor license that takes forever to get. It seems pretty easy. But what if it's like store wars? There's gotta be. There's fight over profits for all the states together. So I was just in Albuquerque last week, and they have the same thing where I'm like, so it's weed store, massage parlor, vape store, buy here, rent here, car lot, buy here, pay here, weed store, weed store, weed store. It's crazy how legal it is in the state.
Yeah, they've all become big scams.
Yeah.
Right? In Texas, it's just medical. And I think you have to have AIDS. I mean, I think you basically do.
Yeah, they only want to give it to the bad AIDS.
They're just banning that, though. They're looking really to expand it now. If the federal government just changed the designation or distinction, whatever you would say it is, like from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, something like that, which is reasonable, that's good.
Well, the whole thing is ridiculous, and that's how you get organized crime. I mean, look at Prohibition. Detroit was one of the first places to have it when it was 3 years before they actually made it nationally outlawed. And that gave birth to the Purple Gang, Capone's. I mean, those guys were fucking ruthless. They would just go over the Calumet, just right across the river, and they would just either take a boat, or in the winter they would drive. And of course, they'd send some underlings to drive to figure out how heavy the ice was, so they knew if they put that many kegs with them, die. So there's just Model T's at the bottom of the river. Yeah, a lot of the old mansions still have tunnels that will lead out into the river with the people. Wow, it's really fascinating.
So Canada never went prohibition.
No, it's right there. Like you can throw a rock.
You just take a drive to Toronto.
You tell you, just go right in.
Bar,
Yeah.
like a civilized person. Well, then you can meet up there soon.
Yeah,
Whole country.
yeah, this is one of them. And this was the guy who's like, I got a whole bunch. And then halfway, the ice went on the edge. The Purple Gang was I never heard of them. They were probably the first Jewish gang that Irish members as well. They were the Bernstein brothers that sent them to the shoe store. And like the legend is they were called purple because that was the color of ransom meat. So they hate the gang. They thought it sounded gay. But they still ran with it. But when you see pictures of them all lined up, like mug shots, like they would do stuff, like walk up to someone like, hey, I like your ring. Thanks. And the guy would just like come to these girls. Like they were like the level of cruelty these guys would inflict on me to take over a city was next level. Wow. Yeah, you heard? Yes, even because he was over in Chicago, and he did some of these guys like
So is that a documentary or is this the Purple Gang?
that might be. They did a modeling scene thing out of that when you saw in Vegas. Like that book right there, The Organized Crime in Detroit. That's a great book, and it's got a lot of fun photos. But yeah, they were ruthless as you could absolutely get.
Go to that first picture in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Yeah, none of them were happy. Yeah, they had a rough life. So a lot of them were just like stray kids that were Irish that were just abandoned by their parents, and then the rest were just Jewish kids whose parents owned a shoe store. And I mean, eventually they just matched up. The Italians took over, but during Prohibition they ran. Yeah, I've never heard of it. It's a really cool story that I've always wanted to see in a movie, and nobody's been able to execute it. And I would love to see it.
Maybe some people now that you just got the story out.
I hope people do, because it's such a smaller does the problem like organized crime. The effect should be still good.
It's just for optics. It's just because people say, I don't want legal drugs on the streets of my kids that have done drugs. Drugs are here. They're here. If kids go to a club, go to a bar, kids are partying, drugs are there. They're a real thing. You wave it off, drugs were legal, and then you knew exactly what you were getting. Because these kids get fentanyl because I had this guy Ed Calderon the other day. Okay, so expert in cartels, and he said they started adding fentanyl because they had grown so many poppies that the soil, so the heroin was very weak. So to make the heroin more potent, they started adding fentanyl.
Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm. And the desire for all that stuff was all because of the Sackler brothers. So the Sackler brothers, when they created this opiate crisis in America, which did not exist before, where everybody's hooked on these fucking pills, then they start cracking down the laws. So now you have a demand, and you don't have a supply. And then oh no, here comes the cartel, and starts making pills, and they start making pills with fentanyl in it because they know it's not their spot.
Xanax, Percocet, all these things that kids don't undertake. That's the shit part.
And they make it look just like the real pill. Oh, I know the pill.
Oh yeah, you get those pressed Xannies that look just like a bar, and it's just complete fentanyl. And when I remember fentanyl, I shouldn't say first came out, it's been around, but it first started becoming, you put it in products you weren't expecting. And I had like 3 friends die within a matter of maybe 4 months. And that's how I started noticing this is going to get serious. And now, they just decided to see it's called every 11 minutes. And that's when they're every 11 seconds. That's how long it takes for someone to OD on fentanyl.
So every 11 seconds, every universe is overdosing on stuff. And all because of our stupid laws. And I'm not saying legal heroin would be good for everybody. It's not something I think everybody would agree with.
Well, yeah. I did it before once. It was good.
Was it? Oh yeah. It was right. Did you shoot it or snort it?
I snorted it. I snorted it, and then I smoked black tar heroin. One time I shot it, so it's great.
It was the best one to shoot.
Yeah,
That's what you do.
that was majestic.
That's it. What's it like?
The most calming, wonderful. I got something that's promoting it, and also with my voice, it's the most calming shit you've ever know the kids. But it feels amazing. Like every problem you've ever had is gone. You feel nothing but euphoria, which is different than like oxy and some other stuff, which kind of just makes you feel, to me, it's tired. I mean, this makes you tired, you're crashing out, but you're also getting a feeling that is really, really like warm and exciting. Like I only smoked crack one time, and that was, how do you do that? They put it in the joint, right? So it's to get my friend's back porch, and he gives me first, she's on the joint, and I hit it, and it had like a weird sizzle, and I hit it, I'm like, this is the best part I've ever had in my life. It's like, yeah, they gave me free crack, and I was like, oh good. So I'm not high on crack, my other friends are pissed, they go and throw the joint in the sewer, and I'm just sitting there like, and it doesn't last very long, but it felt really fucking good. Like I immediately would have done more crack had there been the option, but it definitely takes you over very quickly.
Did you ever see the Hunter Biden recently? He did this interview. He was talking about how great crack is.
Oh yeah, he's spot on.
It was the best ad that I've ever seen in my life. And you only did like one hit,
I
right?
did once and then I'm done. Like very rare.
Where they threw it in the sewer. Did you want to go get it?
Yes, I want to go back to Wayburn where they always got it. I was like, we should go get more crack. I don't know if you didn't feel this, but it's, I think you're probably
No, you're not the first person I've talked to who's shot heroin. The first person who described it. Oh, it was my friend Jay had it. It was a nice kid. Yeah, it was. It had to be better to get people to shoot it down. There's no way to do it. To get people with that kind of commitment, get a needle, find a vein, get a fucking rope tie off your arm.
It was awful. That part.
Yeah.
And then it was.
Did you do it with the guy?
Yeah.
So he'd done it before.
He
He
did
said
it
he had to
for
do
it.
it.
Yeah, like, he died so there was some parents' kitchen. Yeah, and you would expect it. He had shot it on his head between like the fridge and the stove.
Is it stuck?
I think he was either looking for something or collapsed right there. Oh, yeah, it wasn't good. nice guy.
I did this too. In the 90s. And his name's Water Dog.
Okay.
He was a professional pool player. So really high level professional pool player. And he was heroin addict. And he would go and like I saw him play straight pool, which is this game where you just run the balls. Like it's called 14-1. It's what they play for us. So instead of the 8 ball, the ball's in the center. You have a soft break where you just try to not scatter the balls very much. And the idea is to eventually someone makes a mistake and you leave an open shot and that person runs out that rack, leaves one ball on the table, makes that ball and collides the cue ball to the rack and opens up that rack and it keeps going. And a really good player can run like 200-300 balls.
Yeah.
So this guy was playing for $10,000 in the 90s. It was a lot of money. And I was broke, so I was if anybody could play for $10,000. This guy goes to the bathroom, shoots out, comes out, and sits on this bar stool like this. Just sits there for like 20 minutes. Sat there. And then we were all watching him with his arms all curled up like this. And then he got off, screwed his cue together, and never missed. When I say never missed, I mean it was the craziest display of pool I think I had ever seen at the time. He played like the greatest pool player that's ever played. He had no nerves. He couldn't be rattled. The guy who was playing, this guy George Rabbi, he's a degenerate gambler. He's a good player too. He's screaming and yelling at him, this motherfucker, he can't play without that shit. He's got to have that shit to play. He didn't give a fuck. He was listening to him yell. He had eyeballs. His pupils were like the size of quarters.
Yeah.
And he didn't miss. He just was firing balls that were like perfect accuracy. He had perfect position on every ball. It was wild to watch. He was just fully heroined up, just running out the table like he saw it in advance. It was like he was looking at a math problem that was easy to solve.
And he's just basically slow Eddie and coming back and just knocking it all in. Like but it's never been like a performance-enhancing drug. But to that guy,
For nerves.
yeah,
This is the thing. I think
that is a good point.
if you're playing for $10,000, he's basically homeless. He's basically homeless.
Yeah.
I mean, he would like sleep on his couches. And so with a guy like that, you get a backer. So a bunch of gamblers come in, and then they come up with the money, and then they go in with you, and you get a cut of it. So if you won, you get 40%, the rest 60%, so you clip all the money. So it's a free shot at 40% of $10,000. And for a guy like that, he's got no money.
Yeah.
He's staying in flop houses, and he always has the same shirt on, like a throwaway sweater with a Christmas tree on it. Like, he always looked like shit.
Yeah.
But I watched him play some of the greatest pool I've ever seen play in my life. It's incredible. On this really tight pocketed table too.
Yeah.
The table was like a real trick table. Table 1 at Executive Billiards, White Plains, New York. It was a trick table. Yeah. It was like you had to be really good to play on that table. That's why George wanted to play on that table. Really hard. He was used to it. That was like his home turf. He played on it all the time. This motherfucker never missed. Heroin down in the mind. He had no nerves. George would like yell in his face. He'd go, yeah. Stop that snake. Didn't feel it right. Didn't feel it right. And never missed. That's what it is. There's no problem. You know, it takes away every word you have. So I ran into him years later. Okay. There's a tournament, and so this is when I was probably 23. I was living in New York, and then I moved to LA. And then I'm like 27, 28 now, and I'm playing in this tournament at Hard Times Billiards. Hard Times was like the pool hall in the country back then. Like all the world-class professionals, all the the best players in the world. It's a crazy place. It was an amazing place. I used to love going down. I played a Sunday tournament. So I get down there, and I see Water Dog. I go, hey man, what are you doing out here? It's Connecticut, actually. Yeah. And it's like, I'm going to play in the tournament. I go, I'll play in the tournament. Because like, it's like, I don't remember what it was, like $50 or something for this guy. I'm like, he might win this one. I got to go get my shit. I go, okay, go get your shit. He goes, I need a ride. I go, where do you need to go? He's like, South Central. I'm like, I'm not driving you to South Central LA so you can score airline. You're out of your fucking mind? Where? And he was like, dude, you won't be caught. I was like, you can't say that. I go, first of all, if you get caught, you have to take your car and have a nice car. You don't have to go to Supra. You're pretty excited about it.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not driving my brand new Toyota Supra to fucking
house.
Right.
Well, you just buy heroin. This is crazy. They arrest people all the time for that. They take their cars. Those rentals like the scam. They compound your car, then they auction it. Right. Sounds like you say that won't happen. I'm like, you fucking what? Yeah. So I go, look, I'll put you in the tournament if you want to play, but I'm not taking it. I go get a cab there or something. Go. Right. So he just did it straight and it could get lost. Really? Yeah, he lost 2 matches in a row. Now, oh, damn. Yeah.
Did you bet before having a win?
No, I gave him like whatever the entry was.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
But I was.
You were probably like, yeah, not today.
Well, it's just like tired of telling me to go to South Central and get heroin.
Well, yeah, and that's a good way to get carjacked on top of it. It's just cops.
Yes.
I mean, that was very popular to do
The
that.
white boys on TV.
Yeah, that's how they got it hours.
Not only that, I would actually be buying heroin.
Oh, was this during Fear Factor? Or?
No, this is doing news
News
radio.
radio.
So I would be buying heroin because I would have to pay for it. Because he didn't have any money. He didn't have any money to get into the tournament. So like I would be buying heroin. Yeah. In South Central. From News Radio. This was on TMZ back then, so if I would be news or the rest of
No one would care. Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't know. No one would care.
I was
They just think it was anti-dick and let it out.
even the Dick was in trouble back then. Not really. It wasn't making the news. Our show wasn't popular enough that anybody cared. And I was only one of 8 people on the cast.
Right.
So I wasn't a star. So I could go anywhere. And every now and then someone was like, hey, you're on the show. Hey, what's up?
Okay.
So it was pretty easy to get around like that.
Which is great. Well, let me good or bad, but you're getting the money.
Oh, no.
You have to deal with all the shit.
Well, it was really good preparation for what I have to deal with today.
Yeah.
Because it was like a slow trickle of fame. To the point where when you get really famous, like, oh, I know this is a trick. Right. And don't get sucked into the trick. But back then, so if I got arrested, it probably would have just been, I would probably have probably had to like plea out or I probably explain what happened. Yeah, listen to me, I'd go to police drug test me like I'm really hard. Yeah, but even though you're still behind heroin, so it's still a felony.
Well, at the time when they were more lax on all those laws, too. I mean, not lax, but lax with penalties, I should say. Yeah. Because it wasn't as public. So even like Robert Downey Jr., I do greatly admire actually right now. So I'm in recovery as well. But even with him, it's like you had to go into your neighbor's house and fish in a kid's race car bed. We're like, maybe we should have a little time on my car. Yeah, well, possibly jail. I love that guy. I really do. And it's become Iron Man. So to watch that trajectory is absolutely astonishing. That guy is I wish I could get him like that. Yeah, that doesn't look good on anybody.
Trying to be kind. I'd be supporting monocrop agriculture, which kills more animals than anything.
I don't want my superhero to be.
Well, he's a nice guy. That's what it is. Nice people want to do kind things. So, sometimes you just get to a shitty decision maker. Get all your protein from soy. So I'm like, I have to do this. Why would I just try?
I'm very emotional all the time.
And now they're banning lab-grown meat, so it's like they continue to do that, which I mean, it's good, right? I don't know enough about the dangers of lab-grown meat. I don't know.
I ate a Beyond Burger once.
That's not lab-grown. That's horseshit.
It was awful.
There's a terrible.
Yeah.
They're in trouble because those people, like their stockholders, all fucking went crazy because they thought they were gonna make money off that. They're like, this is it. We made it taste just like a burger. Everyone's gonna love it. Cruelty free. No, it gives rats cancer.
Oh, good.
You've seen this study on these because essentially it's the most highly processed shit. Look, if you want to be vegetarian or vegan or whatever, eat vegetables. Eat organic vegetables. That's healthy. But when you want to pretend that something's a hamburger, it's a trans burger, it has to go through a lot. Just like a trans person has to go. You want to get a vagina? Guess what? You need general anesthesia. And you have to have a guy who's going to cut your dick in half and use an apple core to make you a vagina. And then you're going to have to take a rubber dick and keep it in there so it doesn't close up.
Yeah, so my child is getting fat eating, basically. It's just up to school. It's all just filled with nonsense.
It's bad for you.
Yeah.
It's all bad for you. And it's not even satisfying. But it's not good. Like when my friend Duncan, I could trust him, he was living in Carolina, and he sent me a picture during the pandemic. He was like, look, this is all that's available. And all the meat had been gone, and it was just Beyond Burgers. That's all that was left. Everybody had bought all the hamburger, all the steaks, all the chicken. It was just this fucking bullshit fake meat.
Well, yeah, 'cause at the end of the day, you kind of have to know it's bullshit.
Well, I think in the beginning, but didn't Kevin Hart have a restaurant where he was just selling all vegan food? People do it because they think they're being a good person. That's what it is. Sure. Yeah, I get it. I get the sentiment behind it, but it's just unfortunate. If you really want to go that route, just eat vegetables. Yes, don't hold it. It's not.
Well, no, we're not designed to do that. No. And I'm not saying I have the healthiest diet, obviously, but it's like, yeah, I like steaks, I like meat. I just that's
Probably the only thing keeping you alive.
probably the only thing I get. Yeah, I had a lot of diets. I get a lot of migraines.
Trying to die for the red 40 that they're trying to get rid of.
Yeah,
That was another hilarious RFK Jr. saying we can get rid of the red dye 40. They're like, well, if we do, what will happen to our business? Meanwhile, the same business is selling this same cereal to Canada without the dye because in Canada it's illegal.
right. Oh, this, the amount of stuff that we looked at, like our entire breakfast as a kid was just cancer. That's the only thing they advertised on TV. Just have a big sugary bowl of cancer and some toast with stuff.
Diabetes 2 waiting for you.
God, yeah, it was nuts to think the amount. Because I'm just the microwave generation. Like, yeah, just throw that in the microwave. If you just pour a bowl of this shit, it'll last 45 years in the cupboard.
For us, it was TV dinners. Yeah, frozen TV dinner, put it in the oven. Next thing anybody eats Salisbury steak.
Those wonderful potatoes.
Yeah, those little fluffy potatoes. Yeah, that was 10.
Occasionally the worst brownie you've ever had.
It's not a good brownie. I used to love those little TV dinners. I used to think it was a treat when we were TV dinners. Oh, yeah. That's how it was at my house. There's no vitamins in that.
No, you never felt full. You felt gross, but you never felt full.
It's just, think about it. I mean, even the food pyramid. I mean, how crazy is it that in the 20th century they had a food pyramid with all the access to books, all the information we had about health and nutrition? They were so wrong. With the food at the bottom of was all the shit that gives you inflammation. What the foundation is inflammation causing bread.
What you need here is mostly wheat. You have to make sure you get 18 servings a day of white bread.
With bromate in it. You want to get a lot of that. You want to get a lot of folic acid sprayed on it. Enriched flour is better.
Yes. Here's sugar. That's in there for some reason. 2 ounces of protein. Make sure you grab that. Sugar.
Everybody has type 2 diabetes. They still know it.
Oh, yeah. Well, everybody's getting it now. It's still constant.
I know, there's never been a time before people are so fat.
No, like starving people are obese. That's what's crazy. Like, you can't get nutrition in the body, but you also have to sit down and get groceries in a cart. Or the
It's fun. If you just get the carts for you, they don't have to set up there for you. Because it's a lot of distance.
You do, yeah. I just don't see them trying to buy.
Any rides?
Well, I mean, not the ride you get for free to go from the rise to ride, but the actual ride. Oh, I love riding myself, but if I weigh 400 pounds, I may not enjoy it. Or yeah, that's it. It would. Especially if you're with your kid and the bar comes down, and that one has no protection.
Right. The kid's fucked.
Yeah.
It's going to pop right off the top and it's so bad. Right. Right? There's like this much of a gap.
You've seen those people riding and the kid's just looking at his mom all nervous.
Yeah, they realize on That's pretty terrified. I just think that when I got skiers, like, this is crazy. I never let you sit on this thing way above the mountains.
Well, people would fall off all the time. Yeah. You think it'd be funny to jump or whatever. Always. Ooh. Like, we didn't have mountains in Michigan, but we did have big enough hills. Like, I went skiing. We just love skiing really young. And then I went down it was like a double black line. Yeah, I was like, I got this. And my ski got stuck in a soft mogul, and I just went down it on my always got a fucking
bang my head off the ground. It was bang. I heard this right out, but we still, the bang was loud and was dizzy. It was 100% got concussion. And I didn't feel right for the rest of the day. And then I went, this is not worth it. Well, everybody I know has a torn ACL from it, concussion. My grandpa died.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't know it was in Europe. Yeah, what do they do, though?
They all have school.
Well, yeah, they all have this, like, somebody knows the sun's going up, like, launched right into a tree of a mighty oak.
It's not worth
No, dude, I just never enjoyed it that much. And when I tried snowboarding, like I said, with skateboarding, I was a poser at that. Why am I even attempting this?
snowboarding, you attach that fucker too. I mean, the skis pop off.
You can get away. But the board's you fall.
I know a lot of people got knocked out snowboarding because the feet go up in the air. Yeah, you know, there's something happens, the feet go up in the air, your head's first.
Dude, my son does it. He's 10, and I let him, but he's pretty good at it. But I always get very nervous when he goes to do it. But he's good with it. He's very good at it.
The good thing is the little kids have less weight, and when they're falling, it's not painful, and they're all flexible, pliable.
Dude, he broke his arm. It was crazy. He was better. Like, it was like 8 days. It was awful. Like, how did you do this? Like, I tore my wrist and this is grew off that my kneecap. Oh, and yeah, I was making fun of my friend. Like, he tackled me. And we were on the floor with keg beer. So instead of going to the hospital when I was in a lot of pain, I'm like, let's wait till the morning. And I had my friends carry me around this party. And then the next morning, I'm like, yes, at all. So my friend Jimmy drove me to the hospital, and dude, it was kind of like sick. Like doctors opened up the door into my leg, wheeled me into a drinking fountain on accident. Like I broke my leg more just trying to get into the hospital. And then by the time I got in for the surgery, they're like, what happened? I could be like, oh, I was drunk at my friend's house. You know, I was like, oh, I slipped on ice. Just walking to my car, and they're like, this is a lot of damage for just slipping on ice because I just twisted it all night. I should have known. My foot was like behind me. Oh, when I did it, but my knee just. So I have rods in my right knee. So I just tried. Yeah, rods. Even the other knee. Yeah.
Wow, was that bad?
Yeah, you hear it pop sometimes a little. It's nice. Does it hurt?
Sometimes, but not as bad as you think you would. If I'm like doing the treadmill for a long time,
Or if I do something where we're just outside, I'll go hiking with them, which my wife likes it. So we'll do that. But I like that'll hurt after maybe a couple miles, but not like severe pain.
just annoying.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, you can like weather message with it in the sense, but nothing crazy.
Is there an option to take those rods out? You know, a lot of they put them in there so the bones are good, right?
Yeah. There might be. I mean, it's been 25 years. I'm sure there's been advancements in it. I just don't bring it up every bone rolls around. Oh, I don't know. I'm sure it's destroyed. But I like, why did you come in? You can bring it up easy.
Yeah, I know that broke his arm with his screws from the plate that kept his arm here that was popping through his skin. So he had another operation. We opened up his arm again and took his plate out. His arm healed, the bones fused, but then the plates and the screws started bouncing out.
That's
Through the skin.
That's what happened to my son. He was like 6. Him and his friends were hanging out at his friend's house, and they had like a slide that was 8 feet in the air. They both decided to jump off. Oh, and he landed funny. He's a little kid. So I was at my friend's mom's funeral. I like rushed back to get him. It's the worst thing to live with a kid. It's just the worst. But yeah, we made sure like we got the screws out. We got the right, like everything went fine. But the way so dude, it was like they cut the cast off like 2 weeks before they were supposed to because he's like, I can go like this. I'm like, that's amazing. Because I remember I would like go to bars still, and I was still underage, so I was still going to bars with like a cast on, so like a full blown knee brace, and I'm wearing like tracksuits and like red chains and headgear. So I was not kidding. So I just thought like start like a regular stoner, and I just walked him around with my crutches.
That's hilarious. How long did it take for you to walk?
Properly? Yeah, about 6 months. Now, every now and then I do walk with him because it just kind of goes out.
Your friends still go
No, I don't. No, it's one of those guys you know for so long. He didn't care then. And I was saying stuff to him that kind of exerted. So, like, I mean, he felt really bad. I should say that, but no, he's not anything. The girl who was in the house one time, and she was so hot, and I always had a crush on her. And she's like, my family's going to sue you. Like, my family's not going to sue you. I said, but we're not going to sue you. And I think my dad had passed at that point. And she's like, so freaking out. She had these wild Christmas parties every year where it happened. And then ended the wild Christmas parties. And she's like, yeah, you never sued him. Why did I sue? Because I'm stupid. Like, it was my fault. And then I just went out and said, yeah, it's fine. It's not a close thing. You just sue something stupid to your house. Dude, I was never. Like, I can understand points where people have. It's just such a scamming mentality. It's a shit thing to do to anybody. It's like somebody who, like, skips delivering a package or any of that stuff that's possible. There's a lady that was, when my kids were younger, there was this lady that was a single mom, and her daughter was playing with my daughter, and, you know, to come over to the house, and she went to another person's house, and, like, they're at play dates, like kids do, and she wasn't there. So she comes to pick up her daughter, and they have a dog, and the dog is a very friendly dog, and the dog, it jumps up. So, dogs do that, and scraped it with its claws, just scraped it with its claws. She sued the family for $50,000. And they just settled. They settled because they were informed, listen, legal fee is going to be probably $100,000. She wants $50,000. So this fucking asshole, all the dog hands, just scratched her a little bit. Not even like bleeding, nothing crazy, just normal. Oh, your dog's crazy. Like where you and I would be like, what a cute dog. Yeah. She was like, opportunity to sue this family with 12 kids. Especially the fact that that's just what they do. I remember when we were young, there were two pit bulls that were at this house behind the campground, and this one kid was always throwing rocks at him. And we were like, you shouldn't do that, because we liked the dogs, and the camp had its own golden retriever. It was fine with it, but they run up the fences and stuff. So that's when I first started getting used to dogs when I was young, because I've always liked dogs, and I have two, and I've had some. But I remember that the pit bull one, he stuck his finger through the fence, took off these two tops of his fingers, and like they sued, they put the dog down, and we were like, he's been chucking rocks at those things all summer. Like he's been antagonizing his animals all summer. And I mean, it sucks that it happens, but it's like, it sucks that kids do it. Yeah, it sucks that he was told not to do it a bunch of times, and then there was a consequence to his shitty action. Also, how does he raise a kid with little rock dogs? Like, what's wrong with a kid with little rocks as a dog? It's like the first thing you find that has unconditional love. It's the first thing that like you trust in a different way. And did you have dogs? There's no way. I don't remember it well. I remember the blood and the screaming, but I don't remember much about him other than that. That's your catching. Yeah, I mean, the penmanship wasn't very good after old Stubbs. Yeah. Yeah, but he deserves returning dogs. My brother's had ones where, I've had a bunch of these rescued a couple, and I've had friends who have saved them in Detroit for fight. Where they would throw them in a bag out for losers, and sometimes my friends would take them and get them sewn up and keep them. But those dogs specifically kind of only be left to alone for the owner. Like my friend would keep it just with that like lock. Well, they usually find the people. The real issue with people is dogs and children. They don't tell if it's a child, it's a person. At least it seems like they attack kids. Well, and children, dogs are animals sometimes, and that's how I treat my kids. Like you have to understand that, right? Like when you're roughhousing or whatever, like be real careful because she might not necessarily know what to do. Bring that at a young age. Dogs love them, but a lot of times kids can be really, really rough with them. Yeah, sure. Especially if they don't grow up with them, so they don't know about dogs. But the thing is, if you have a sweet dog or you have a golden retriever, if my kids thought all dogs were like my dog, and they went up to another dog and grabbed his face, the dog might bite your fucking face off. Yeah, so that's the best. They're just designed to be the sweetest animals in life. He's the nicest dog of all time. The best dog ever. Yeah, it's the whole
come home, it's like, no! He flags, he always has to greet you with a toy. And as soon as I come in the house, I grab one of his toys, he runs up to the toy.
It's the nicest feeling in the world. That's a sweet dog.
He cuddles me when I watch TV. He climbs up, like, literally, like, lies in my lap. He just sounds like a pat because he's, like, the head of my chest. He just likes to get pat when I'm watching TV.
Yeah, they just want to be with you. It's the nicest thing. And I had a Rottweiler that people are afraid of those, but she was the sweetest dog.
It's a lot of it's like,
Yeah.
but it's also the breed. It's also the bloodline. Like if you get a good red pit and you expect it to be cooler than a dog, you have to fucking try it. That dog is designed to fight dogs.
Yeah.
You know, but if you get a good dog and you train him well and teach him, it takes a lot of responsibility. You know, like people that want to get like a German Shepherd or a Belgian Malinois, either their first dog. You just got like a super athlete for a pet. You know, and you just think you just go to the yard and throw the ball to it.
It's not working. You never want it, so it's got a bunch of pent-up anger and energy.
It's like a high school kid that's been left in a confined space.
Yeah. See how it works when it comes out.
Yeah.
In the real world. I go to a dog park.
Yeah.
Did you see that video of the dog park? There's one video where a guy, his dog was attacking one dog, and some dude runs up out of nowhere and just shoved his finger in one dog's ass.
Oh, that works.
Yeah, it did, but it was still the most ridiculous thing. Like this guy just runs in like he thinks he's Superman. It's like, I've got it. He starts.
Well, if a dog has a lock on another dog, that's one you just look up.
Is it?
Yeah,
It works.
I know I can work with my dog, but
Yeah, I've never
Poses
used
work.
it.
Poses work. When
Yeah.
dogs just fight each other, pose them. Oh, I thought they could let go.
Yeah.
It's freak out. It's get the face in jet of water.
Yeah, that one too.
But, you know, the really fucked up thing is that people bred dogs for fight. And they like to fight. Like when they fight, they whack their down. So it has tons of jets.
Yeah.
Watch them like literally shoot each other's faces off and they'll lie their tails.
Well, I got a border collie at the same time as a Rottweiler, and they were both pretty, they both were fighting each other. But I'd always, and you'd always just watch for the tail waggling because they'd be flipping each other over. Like when we first got the route, we went to the dog park because they were like newer to us in Michigan, and this one dog just kept coming up. It was bigger than my rod, but kept kind of like messing with her. Yeah. And then finally, my rod grabbed her by the neck and flipped this dog over and was just like hitting it with her mouth. And the dog came up and shot his belly, and I'm like I would release the dog now, like freaking out and swinging. But the dog kept like coming up and like nipping my dog. My dog finally just like attacked her back. So
Which is what dogs do. They have to establish dominance.
that's what she did. I was a dog park man. Someone brought a wolf. Are you serious?
He was the wildest thing. All the dogs that went in wasn't a dog. Some guy had one of those Timberwolf dogs. Because you can get them dogs where they're not really dogs. It's a wolf, and this thing just walked in. And every dog was like, that's not a fucking dog. They all scattered. It was wild to watch. It was crazy, man. It was really big. It's like 100 plus pounds. And just big fucking mouth, big maw. It just looked like a wolf. And every dog knew it wasn't a dog.
They all back in the corner.
Because wolves eat dogs.
Oh, yeah, they did.
They knew. Yeah, they fucking, there was a thing like the smell, the look, whatever. No dog was sizing up with it at all. Every dog just was weird.
Well, they have that instinct. And that thing is like what dogs. Like, that's like if a caveman walked in.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that's the original OG, of course. What's the
Right. No. Oh yeah, I've seen this video. This video is wild. So there's all these dogs are fighting, and you check out this one dog walks in, the fucking boss, and this dog. Look, all the other dogs back the fuck away from him. Look, they all back away. It's one dog, and he gets on that dog. Like, look what happens.
Every one of them just acts
Yeah, it's like John Wick of dogs. Look at this. The dog just lays down, and he just gets on top of it.
I
I have no idea what kind of dog that is.
don't know either. That's a black one. It's got to be. It's a white one.
Oh, and the
That's right there. And the black one was coward. That was my dog.
take a photo of that dog and wear it for their image.
It's almost like Benji.
I know, that's crazy. Yeah, it's right.
They knew it had a hard life.
My friend has a dog like that. It's a small, it's a darker, like gray and brown dog. And he takes a pig hunting. And it's the most savage fucking dog I've ever seen in my life.
And it looks like that.
Yes, this dog just chases pigs. Which is crazy. And pigs are nice. Oh, yeah, but this dog is nuts. Okay, I got it, man. Come on, let's a mixed breed for a mutt. Based on his shaggy, wiry coat, object, how crazy they are. Wolfhound or terrier mixes. Large size, sturdy build might also suggest a Central Asian Shepherd or Kango ancestry, especially if the dog is used as a livestock cargo. However, it doesn't really look more context of the dog's size and the breed. It's difficult to definitively identify breeds. Likely the next of working among gardening breeds, common in rural or semi-rural areas.
Yeah, that thing they just knew had it tough. It just came in.
It's not even a big dog. That's what's crazy. But, that was kind of what it was like when I was showing the dog park. All the other dog men were like, what in the holy fuck is this?
Was it you? I think you were talking about it. Maybe I don't know, but the guy who trained wolves. And
I've had people on that sort of you can't really trace them.
yeah, but I think it was like the movie The Braves, taking the wolves and whatever. And she said during it that he has to go down as a stuntman or whatever. So the second he gets home, one of the wolves is going to try to take his spot.
Yeah.
So you got to grab the wolf and hold it up in the air, and that's the main thing to do to get it to stop. But every night he just has to prepare himself for fighting the wolves, which is crazy. That's so stupid. But I mean, they all just they're pack animals.
Yes, it's not a human being. Yeah, take the dominant dog.
Yeah, you have a good day of filming, and there's just this wolf looking at you the whole car ride home and saying it's just going to take your shit once you get home.
I know three of those dogs on who's the shit. And they got out of the yard and killed the neighbor's sheep. He lied about it. Killed the sheep. Yeah. Sure. They just killed the farm. Yeah. Oh, it was just sheep. They just commit suicides. What did we kill? Mountain lion?
There's coyotes and stuff.
No. But you got a hard time taking out sheep. It would take a long time.
Yeah, but they grab small dogs. Before COVID, in Detroit and the suburbs, we never had coyotes or any of that stuff. And then after, you see them all the time. I would walk out and just be like a deer in my front lawn. I'm like, this is bizarre. In this part, and then now you have ones that hop fences and grab small dogs and jump away.
Oh yeah. They're everywhere now. They're in all 50 states. They're in every major city.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, they're all wild. They're really interesting now.
Because when I first saw them, they crossed the street at night and he came back from the gig, and I'm like, was that a good dog? Should I stop? But that was clearly just a coyote.
Yeah.
I had never seen them up close like that ever.
They're in Central Park.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I used to walk by there. That looks like what it is. Yeah. Boston broken haired hound called the Rock. Yeah, it looks similar. Fight bears? That makes sense. That would make sense why all those dogs are these motherfuckers fucking playing. He is not playing. Yeah. A scent hound. Yeah, that's what my friend's dog looks like. And it's a little dog. It's a girl. And she's fucking ferocious.
And just has a pig and a bear.
Yeah, pigs are wild pigs are some of the most ferocious sounding animals. I remember the first time I went hunting pigs. We were going down this dirt road. So that rider was heavily wounded, high grass, and they were in grass near us. And then they started fighting, and it sounded like it's like horse. They were just going to war, like maybe 10, 15 feet from us. Yeah. We couldn't see them because the tall grass. The sound was beautiful. The sound is insane. Where are you hunting? This was in California.
Okay.
California, where, oddly enough, we think most of them came from William Randolph Hearst's estate. This William Randolph Hearst, the same piece of shit that, Orson Welles covered in Rosebud, the same reason why marijuana became illegal, like that. William Randolph Hearst had an enormous estate, and he had wild boars up there on his estate. Of course, they got free. But now, Central California, all that area, it's like San Jose, they have a giant problem with them. Really? Yeah, they show up on people's lawns, tear their lawns apart, wake up in the middle of the night, and wild pigs in the fucking front lawn. Shit, yeah. They attack animals. Oh, yeah, they kill people. Really? Yeah, it's one old lady killed by wild pigs. It's way to go. But the majority of the filthy things carrying his face off. I don't expect it. Kind of funny. Yeah. Yeah, they have like a. She was torn to death by pigs in her suburb. When this place still always had, they a lot. That's what you do. It's history. Yeah, with imagine. I mean, it's pork. Yeah, it's a different kind of pork. It's like a dark meat. Oh, really? Yeah. I've never had it. Yeah, because they're not eating just grains. They're eating whatever the fuck they find. A lot of corn. There's a lot of fat on it. Yeah. Really delicious. What do you want? That time was a rifle, but I'll go up to that's what it is. Yeah. But the thing is, if you're both hunting pigs, if you're shooting a wild boar with a big boar, probably should have a backup. Probably should have a pistol in case it comes at you. And you probably have one in the chamber. So it's running at you. You're gonna have to. It'll charge it. Have its own time. So it's kind of because bears are like that, aren't they? Like shooting at the heart, they'll go 100 yards. Some bears. Okay. If you shoot in the heart, it's down to 100 yards. They can go 100 yards pretty fast. Just on front. Yeah. But bears. Let's say it's usually the bear. There's distance between you and them, or it's like a fight or flight distance, where they're too close, where they think that you'll attack them, and so then you're in trouble. Yeah. But if they're far enough away, when you're like, oh, it's not a guy's not going to chase me, and you can scare them off, that could happen. Bears are tricky. Yeah, I've never. Well, we had one anyway. We just wasn't hunting us. We were just out in what do you call them, Smokies. And it was just a vacation, and it said don't throw food off the balcony. So of course, the first thing my son does is throw a hamburger, and then all we can hear is the woods start moving, and we look down, and I'm like, they're there, and I didn't know they climbed. So this thing starts climbing up the side of the house. And eventually we just kind of made enough noise or something that it went back into the woods. But I'm like looking around like, we have a gun, right? And he's like, I think we have one. Oh, that's good, because there's a bear climbing up the house. It was terrifying. Yeah, if you have food left out, if the barb's left out, once they've established that that's a place where you get food, they keep coming back. That's what I was, And the first thing he did was just chuck a hamburger out to feed the animals. I'm like, buddy, I told you it's like 4 or 5 times. And then, like, a couple minutes later, bear. Oh, yeah. You know the state that has the most bears per capita in the country? No. New Jersey. Is it really? Yeah. New Jersey has a crazy bear problem. I did not know that. So the governor of New Jersey ran on a platform of stopping the bear hunt. Because people hunt bears in New Jersey. Yes. People think of New Jersey, we think of these high-density areas like Hoboken, Hackensack. That's not New Jersey. No. New Jersey's mostly rural. And then they have those actual, like, mountains. Yeah. Well, a pig got killed out by Rutgers. A bear ate him. And, Rutgers University students with rifles. Got taken out. And bears became such a problem that the same governor who ran on the stopping bear hunt and did stop the bear hunt again, honest, the population grew so badly without hunters that he reinstated the bear hunt. Oh, did he? Yeah, he had to. The interactions between humans and bears were going through the roof. I was really hoping that story ended with he got eaten by bears, because that would be just the perfect irony. Well, he probably had an encounter. A lot of people that anyone near them have encounters. Like, there's a video of Far Rockaway, New Jersey, played it. Maybe that's on the podcast, but we'll play it again just for you. Okay. But there's these fucking bears. They look like 400 or 500-pound bears, and they're fighting in the middle of a suburb. And they're essentially going to war for garbage. So, they claim either that or maybe one of the females is a heat, but there's just 2 fucking huge bears and they're falling downstairs. They're out in the street, and then people are filming them from their car. These are big bears, right?
Are they brown bears?
Black bears. They're all black bears
Yeah.
in the United States until you get into the upper northwest. And then so you get it. You only get grizzlies like until you bears. Yeah, bro. Fucking normal house. That's your bears. Look, no, the great sign out there. The size of these fuckers. They knocked over the sign there. That was a light, I guess. Like electrical. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Bro, it's out into the street. These guys go to war for like 10 fucking minutes. How long is this video? 6-minute video. Look at this. They get out, the show them where they're out in the street. So people are filming them. These fuckers tumble down the side of the hill. They're still digging it up.
I've seen them come down the street and the same,
The size of these guys, man. Look at that. Right by the mail. Look at all the hair.
Oh, yeah.
All these hair.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, dude, that's just because they're claws.
Yeah. The size of these fuckers.
Imagine that goes across your face.
Oh, dude. You're so dead. Those are big bears, too, man.
Dude, that guy's so nervous about his Volvo. It's like, come on.
Well, these people are so used to it. These people who live in this area. Yeah, you're right. Dude. I did in my car just was like,
All right, we're going to wait for it to fall into the shrubs, and I'm going to gun it. Dude, the noises are like,
imagine people just walking home from school.
sees 2 bears.
And see 2 fucking huge bears.
And this is another thing.
Far away. Look, you hear the cars?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, cars driving by. Oh my guys. Cars stop, walk. I'm going to get a sandwich.
Yeah, you know we have bears now.
Yeah. Star Rock.
Dude, yeah, that's
Does not have the most black bears in the factory. Oh, I thought it did.
I would imagine for a small
Density of population makes its high bear population a significant concern for residents, particularly in states. Dude, Ted Richard told me that. The state's forest covered northwestern regions are one of the highest concentrations of black bears in the nation, with approximately 3,000 bears.
right.
Yeah.
Pandas, never too.
High population density, concentration in the northwest, these sightings. The other problem is they really don't have an accurate number.
Right.
Because in heavily wooded areas, we want to do like a census on animals. You're sending out wildlife biologists, they just have to count them. And there's no way they can really count them correctly because you're dealing with dense woods. And black bears are particularly difficult to find in the woods. Their sense of smell is insane. Their hearing is insane. So when you hear people, these things like that.
Yeah, like in Michigan, you've seen them, like they come down because we're up by against the ocean, and all that stuff. But you've seen them on occasion, but I guess they are becoming more and more, like they're moving more and more south towards the cities. Yeah, which I think we should.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they control the deer population.
Yeah. It's like, that's what people have always known. And, somehow or another, liberals lost their minds and thought it's a bad idea to control predators. Yeah, massive, huge predators. Right.
You realize, like, let's just take the deers alone. You don't control it. You just have to just smash into them with their cars.
Oh, right. They're made out of food. Right.
You could eat
Yeah.
them.
You can go eat them. Deers are delicious.
Have you ever been in front of, like, one of the horns? Like, I was in the Rockies, my friend was all high, he gets out of the car some 20 years ago, and there's like, I don't know, it wasn't, maybe it was a deer, but like an elk or something. Yeah. And he gets out, like, he said, we're standing by and take a picture. Why, I think you should do that. He's not like terrible idea. And the thing just lowers its horns at him. Yeah, I'm like, dude, get back to the car. We're like in a Jeep gunning it away from this thing chasing us.
There's a guy that is in his car, is talking shit to his elk that's in the street in Yellowstone, and it fucking jabs his tires, takes his tire out, just doesn't even know what it's like, fuck! You hear, it punctures his tire.
Good job. It just took him out the way a cop's would. Like, and then it's got horns.
Stab his tire. What's that? The scariest one is, what's that? Is that you got the video taking out his car?
Yeah.
It says, oh, motherfucker. You have a tree growing out of your head. A shark in a tree. Yeah. I don't know if this is the one that cut the tire. The other one was going through the side. It's going through the driver's side. The driver's fucking shit. But you get I don't think the driver is body. But the real thing is, yeah, most flags and stuff. They will go out.
There's a lot of videos of people who think they're majestic and they're like 8 feet away from them. It's like, it's not golden, it's an animal. And then the next thing you hear is how they look at it.
Yeah, but it's not just that. It's an animal that's like really good at stomping at our board. Is this guy can attack?
So, if I get an arrow, really good.
Well, this is roughly, this is coming straight at you. So whenever the shot is vitals. So you have to take the most risky shot, which is you take it a frontal. So you essentially you have a very small area to target it. And yes, if your comes down, like you want to use it right here. So what you're trying to do is shoot this arrow through basically like a softball sized hole, maybe a little larger than a softball sized hole, and it'll go straight through, it'll slice through the heart, the lungs, everything. It's the most deadly shot you can use, man. Right. It's like you got a 1,800-pound animal coming at you. You're shaking. You're right in front of it. It's 30 yards. You're not sure that you can hit that spot. Your arms are shaking. You're filled with adrenaline.
And you have to go for softball size spots.
Yeah, that. You really want it to be standing sideways, but it's not standing sideways. It's just moving towards you in an offensive way. You should probably just get the fuck out of it.
Yeah, I would leave immediately.
Or get around the tree. Or get like where a tree is, stand behind the tree. And like at least you can kind of maneuver a little bit.
Is there sight for it?
Oh yeah, they don't have good sight.
So that's kind of like the better ways.
They're kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Because they're so big, they don't have to be smart.
Yeah.
You know, and they don't have birds. They're not like dancing birds and teams. You see them moving generally by themselves, and they just walk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then they come in, and when they come in, they're looking for pussy.
Oh, that's dumb. So the first fucking year they have. And with those sides.
And you also have a fucking powerful bow. You have ribcage,
So that spot is underneath that like beard and all that stuff that he's got right there.
It's right.
Oh,
But if you hit an animal there, they die so quick.
really?
See, Google frontal shot kill on elk. There's a famous video of this kid's bow hunter. So this elk comes in and he shoots this kid a frontal shot and it takes it like 20 yards. And the elk just stands there and then blood starts spraying out of it and it just takes it. Really? Right where it's at. It's nuts. It's the most lethal shot if you land it correctly. But I never took it. It's a tricky shot. Like my friend Cam Haynes, probably the best bow hunter in the world. Okay. He's taken fun shots, but the last time he took one, it was like 10 yards.
Is that guy out there?
This is not a frontal. These are just close fighting. Google, this is an elk. Oh, insane frontal shot. Okay. All right, there we go. This isn't the one. So that's it. You got it right there. So see how it sprays? That's a perfect shot. Oh, perfect shot. You got it right. If you watch where the impact is, oh, it's quick. Watch where the impact of the arrow is. It's right at the bottom. See what it is? Like right at the bottom. Yeah. Perfect shot. So that goes into the body cavity, severs all arteries. That bull's dead in seconds.
This animal seems very spraying. Yeah, it doesn't seem as aggressive though as that.
No. They're not aggressive. They're looking for other elk. Oh, yeah. He's looking for love. Yeah, that's important. Looking for love or a fight. Okay. Yeah.
Because the moose looks like he just wants to kill them. Or at least.
Oh, they do. Right. I'm sure elk have killed people before, but they don't want to. Right. Moose will chase you. Yeah. Moose will chase you and stomp you, especially the female moose that has the babies. That's not what I am. You gotta stay so away. They will stomp you out. My buddy was chased on horseback. He barely got him up from over the cow moose. just going after us because it had calves with her. Yeah, and she's protecting her calves and he's on a horse. And she looks at that horse like that might be an animal, but I wants to stop my babies. And so she full clip chased after him. So I barely got away. Where's this at? But Edmonton. This is I think BC. Okay, yes. Yeah. Yes, that's crazy. Yeah, I'd be terrified if I had tried to make that shot of the moose coming at me that side. It's a sketchy shot. Yeah, it's a sketchy shot. And there's another look up what can you do with a gun? Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, it's a gun. Shoot. Yeah, I guess that's true. With a gun, you go through the shoulders. I just don't know if it was like maybe aeroplane for other reason, sticks in or something. No. You definitely do that with a gun. The thing about an arrow is you have so much energy, like from above. So if like you hit one of those big shoulder bones, like you're fine, it's not gonna kill the animal. It's not gonna feel it. It's just you have to be behind the shoulder. And then you know, if you don't have enough power, if you center punch a rim, you're probably not gonna get a lot of penetration. So you have to have a really powerful bow. And a lot of guys stay away from mechanical broadheads and solid things. Right. It's tricky kind of bow like this. Yeah, that's cool though. You bow on something. Yeah, which is that's game. I mean, that's that's why we go with hunting. You know, unless you're the bad guy, he's one of my favorites. I'm convinced Winter Herzog would be best comedy. Oh, I think it's too. Yeah, I'm surprised. Like he says, the ending is not the real footage. No, there's no actual audio footage of that guy that's available. If you listen online, footage says it is. It's not real. You can kind of tell they're acting. He told the lady to destroy the actual audio. That's what I heard. Yeah. The lens covers on the camera, but there is audio, and it's a long audio. His parents don't kill you; they just aren't easy. Right. Yeah. And this whole thing out easy until they see God. Which is apparent to that guy who's one elementary school telling people how bears are dangerous. And they're like, it's hibernation season, you should go. And he's like, no, but I got peanuts, sprinkles, and Telco, and they all love me. You know, it's little things for them. It was just like that. Oh, yeah. We used to just hang out there with each other. It was, that whole movie is just, he said, like, I don't know, we think the bear just vibes, basically, retarded. Yeah. Remember when the sheriff said that? Well, I thought he was retarded. It's just the way the film is made. It's just there's too many times where someone says something, they go through the smash cut. Like, this guy's doing this on purpose. He wants you to laugh. It's fun. It's gotta be, because he's like slapping the bear on the nose, and he's like, no skills. And then he's turning around and doing the interview. Yeah. And you're just waiting for him to die, basically. I have to let them know I stand my ground. I love you. I'm not going to be I'm just going to put my tent here. This is going to be what you'll consider a plate, and I'm just going to hang out to breathe it. It's me inside. His girlfriend got killed too. I'm surprised that, she had a girlfriend. One, he had one. And two, she was like, she's probably supposed to. Yeah, I love this. It's just, I'm sure he didn't fuck her. He just was that kind of guy. He definitely had her. He definitely was a guy. It seemed like that was part of his dilemma. Like, he wanted to be an actor, and that didn't work out for him, so he started getting notoriety by being a bear expert. Right. But he wasn't really a bear expert. No, he was just an idiot who would go into the forest and get protecting his bears. Really like the Forest Service won't protect him, his motherfucker is not protecting his bears. You leave him alone. But that dude got some amazing footage, I'll tell you that. His footage was fucking incredible. Notice he was living with them. So he got footage that nobody else was getting, like high resolution, close-ups footage of bear fights. You can't believe it's National Fox. Yeah, foxes are fucking adorable. They're like dogs, man. They're the closest thing to dog. Like, playful. They play with you. They stole his hat. Like, they would come hang out with him. You scratch their head. Well, a lot of the people who find baby foxes and they just kind of raise them because that's amazing. There's a Instagram page that I follow. They do the fox. Check this out. It's like a little tiny fox. This guy's raised them, and it's so adorable. It's so adorable. It really is. this guy brings this fox with him. Everybody, look at that cute little fox. He's so cute. Yeah, it's horrible. But he hides his stuff. He's playful. Yeah. But this guy has this fox as a pet, and and you see, show the things where he's like cuddling with it, like he's looking at it. Yeah, it's just straight up Barbie. Yeah, it's like an adorable little dog.
It's like it's kind of fun too when I just like learned how to open the fridge.
He has to know this because the fucker won't put that. No, I'm free.
This is where I belong.
Yeah.
He's just kind of rough as a guy. He's honestly aged. He's a huge year.
Incredible. That thing probably doesn't howl far a mile away. His face. So fucking cute.
Yeah, they really are. They're really cool.
Yeah, he could have done this with the raise up, but I think it's making your face. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you have to be around it all the time.
Yeah, I think if it's, I don't know, but if it's a bandage young enough to where it's attached to you or something,
yeah, no, you definitely can raise them. Yeah, and people have raised coyotes, but but you have to be around them all the time because they're wild. Yeah, like you're just tricking them into by constantly giving them food and attention, so they feel like they don't have to do anything else, that they really feel instinctual about you. Like, let's go around and show you a cat.
Oh yeah. Well, there's a place called Oswald Bear Ranch.
He's got a cat. This cute little fox is like half the size of the cat. He wants to play with the cat. It's adorable. The cat probably upset that. I'm happy that you see a cat with a tail like that. That's how really pissed off cat.
Well, the cat doesn't want to play with its owner, let alone whatever that thing is.
The cat looks like it's on SSR.
Yeah, that's about as close. Yeah, it was actually Hellcat. It's not identified that way anymore.
A cat is going to shoot it. It's going to go to the pound, shoot it up.
It's going to take out everybody at the vet store.
The story of wolves, like how we turn wolves into dogs, is pretty fucking insane.
It is amazing how we do just kind of have these like wolves in our house, but we made them cuter by design over centuries. Right, this is my cat poodle, which is essentially what it is.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Well, and then you get them down to like I have a he's the fucking cutest thing on earth. If you go far enough back, that's a wolf. Oh, yeah. How did they do that?
I have a Charles again with
Is it a King Charles with
exactly. I had to make sure he wears bow ties. You know, the wolf one.
bow ties. Oh my god,
they put him in a bow tie. That's adorable. He's so cute, but he's also big.
Oh, that's adorable.
But yeah, they just name his thing, and he's the best dog. But he's small, and I've always had big dogs, and I kind of just like the fact that he's kind of small. He just really wants to sit there, really wants to chill. He'll go for a walk, but he's not dying to.
The breed of furthest removed and physically characteristic by wolves is the Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
Yeah, mine's called the Cavalier.
That's the one I have.
Yeah, I have the mixed. I have the food.
The Cavalier King Charles Spaniel is one of the most popular breeds in the kingdom. That's probably the black dog reputation.
They're adorable.
Oh, I love them. I love them. That's the furthest removed physically and characteristic.
Yeah. It has, I mean, it's fun, but the red toys got this lamb, it's like jump at the window, a giant dog, just like shaking it, and like trying to intimidate them. And I'm like, you're gonna play the little bow tie, it looks so gay.
It's really trying to like that. My dog loves to play with Marshall, like golden. It's everybody's best friend.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, so we have not really the one dogs that I have feel worse as this goes. I have a niece.
What's that?
It's like a little, we don't have the long haircut on it, but you know those long hair, like almost show dogs.
Okay.
And it's, just they have a niece.
Oh, wow.
We have, she's the top right corner. She looks like that. So that's the other dog. And she's the best. She's insane. Like, not the smartest dog I've ever seen. That's one of the things I love about her.
Well, they have some smarts. No, like the rich kids on trust funds, they're not so fucking smart either. Yeah, they are the most privileged in the dog community. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And they have that's all they have. Poor kids. No, well, we're the ones
cutting off their balls and spraying them. Right. Yeah, they're all trained. Yeah, they're all a little angry at us.
My dog's in the ball.
Oh, do they really?
Always. Yeah, I don't teach my dog.
We had already had.
I had a really good vet when I first moved to LA, and I was talking to his dog. Yeah, he's really Bob Barker. I didn't know your best. Yes, Bob Barker. Oh, yeah, the president of the show. Train your best trainers. How is this? Don't be an irresponsible dog owner and let your dogs have puppies that nobody wants. How about you just be a responsible dog owner and let your dog have its natural fucking hormones?
Yeah.
Because when you cut their balls off, they get tired. They get depressed, they have no energy. Testosterone. Yeah. What happens to people when their testosterone goes? You get depressed.
Yeah.
You get depressed, you have no energy. That's the same shit that happens to your dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why he's both times.
And my dad told me that. I was like, everyone wants to go to spade and use dogs. Characteristics. Like how a dog behaves. I see change. The moment they come in, if you have an overly aggressive dog, that's a different story. You have a dog that probably should train. That's probably what it is. Probably obedience training. It probably needs a lot of attention. It probably needs a lot of exercise. But you cut your dog 12 months on dog.
No. And I mean, the next dogs I have, I probably won't. But it's something I get used to for so long. Like with top dogs, I can control the pet populations. There's not dogs on the streets that have to be euthanized all the time.
Yeah, but that's terrible. It's your own dog, so. But again, that's what bad dog owners.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's just like people are bad parents. Their kids want to, join the gang and shoot people up. It's like, it's a lot of the same kind of shit.
Well, it's the same. It's literally the same thing. I mean, years ago, there were articles, not to bring it back to my hometown, but like in Detroit, where you would see dog gangs rolling together. They take over a house. I remember one house was like filled with pit bulls and stuff. There was a black lab that was like king shit at his house. Really? Yeah, it was crazy. But he was smart. I think that they must have been mad. It was like when Rolling Stone, people showed up and they were like, holy shit, I have to teach us like all these pit bulls. And I was like, oh, they're and somehow they're good hunters. That's a good thing. Yeah, well, it's true. It's like we would see just packs of dogs going down the street when it was at its most empty. God, I heard about a lady that killed that pack of dogs in Georgia. So almost openly, wild dogs who hiking, feral dogs. And that's the way to go. That's terrible. That's the way to go. Because she was crying where she was like, oh, dogs. I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it. Now, most people do get scared. Yeah, they should. Yeah, especially around the mountains. Well, you don't know the dog, but it could be anything. Yeah, never go up to a dog with you. Sure. But you can't I mean, if there's a new buddy, just stand there. Stay around. Yeah. Look at it. Keep an eye. Hopefully, have a gun. Yeah. Hopefully, have a gun. I just shot your dude away. Yeah, those ones you can't. That's probably. Yeah. But yeah, when you just stand there and let the dogs smell you, that's what they do. That's what they just want to get to know who you are. So let them just keep an eye. Don't act scared. What you should do is run and start screaming. Yes, no, they like that. Yeah, they think that's fun. They think it's a play. They're trying to play. They want to for that. Yeah. So just scream like, boys. As if there's not enough problems, we're going to worry about roving past wild dogs taking folks out and bears fighting in cul-de-sacs. You see that. They're trying to bring bears back to certain states now. They're trying to reintroduce grizzly bears. These fucking dogs. Why do they reintroduce animals like things in an area for a reason? Well, it didn't go extinct. They were extinct. Yeah, right. Like California was grizzly bear on flag. Right. There's no grizzlies in California. We killed them all because they're killing our people. Right. The last guy that got killed in California by grizzly bear, that's the name of California. Really? Or back to California. His name is I believe it's Steve Quebec. Yeah, he's the last man in California killed by grizzly bear before they killed him. Are they trying to bring him back to California? Yeah, oh, that's smart. Look, they brought wolves back to Detroit. They brought wolves Detroit, Colorado. Yeah, they brought wolves to an area of Colorado
Colorado that's right outside of Aspen, and people are losing their fucking minds because they brought these wolves that they had captured in Oregon because they're killing cattle.
Yeah.
They reintroduced them to Colorado where they wait for it, kill cattle, killing cattle like crazy. They brought them out to these ranching areas. And they killed so many cows out there. I have a buddy who has a ranch out there. He sends me pictures all the time. These cows that they find just torn apart.
Yeah.
Like baby cows, ripped to shreds. Yeah.
Well, they did the same. I want to say it was near Dollywood. Didn't they do that too? Where like wolves had finally gone away in that area? It's near. It's in Tennessee. Near. I think they tried to reintroduce it.
Maybe red.
Yeah, like I took a tour through the forest. Like I had to go. I didn't want to go. Believe it or not. But we went as like a family trip, and it's terrible. And somebody recognized me, and that was the worst. It's like a fake Dolly Parton show. Oh, are you taking land down? I'm like, really now? So when we went into the forest, and we were saying that they were reintroducing animals into that area. It's like, why would you do that? I guess they had just taken down like a crispy tree because like bears just destroyed it.
Well, that wouldn't be the introduction. That area of the bears is going to be
okay.
But if they're reintroducing a wolf, it has to be the red wolf.
Okay.
The red wolf is endangered, and it's a small wolf. It's a wolf that's like maybe the size of a large coyote.
Yeah,
the red wolves are returning to Smoky Mountain.
There you go.
Yeah, but it's like that photo is really deceptive. When you see a red wolf, they're pretty small. Like, what is the average size of a red wolf?
Yeah, like that picture of the bear walking, we saw that a lot just walking down like while we were there.
Oh, you're gonna see a lot of it.
And they'd be like
50 to 60 pounds.
Yeah, they'd be like pups and stuff.
Yeah.
Like on the road.
It's like a red wolf, probably, it's like 50 pounds.
Okay, so
they're not great wolves.
Yeah,
Great wolves are fucking terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, I would not want to go. I don't know, that's a scary animal. Every time I've seen one, they just don't look friendly when I tell them.
Well, I mean, they killed them all for a reason. The reason why we're riding herd, there's all these stories with kids that get eaten by wolves. Yeah. Wolves eat kids.
Well, yeah, it was a way to scare the kids from being aware of what was going on.
So you know the World War I story?
No.
World War I, the Germans and the Russians had a ceasefire because so many of them were getting killed by wolves. They made an agreement, had a ceasefire, and killed wolves, and then go back to fight. Seriously? Yeah. Because they were in trench warfare. So they're in Russia, and Russia has big wolves.
Yeah.
So what happens with animals, warm-blooded animals, the further north the animal goes, the larger its body size is.
Okay.
And they think it's to retain heat. So if you look like a deer, like let's say a white-tailed deer. A white-tailed deer in Texas is a small deer.
Yeah.
So if I see a white-tailed deer in general, like I see them all the time, a white-tailed deer the female might be like 60 pounds, a male might be 120 pounds. In Saskatchewan, you might get a 300-pound whitetail.
Okay.
They're way bigger.
Yeah.
Way bigger. Yeah. Okay. Wolves do the same thing. It's a bigger animal. The bears are bigger. Polar bears are huge. Yeah, they have to retain heat.
Yeah.
So when you go to like northern kind of climate with an animal in northern climates, that's going to be a bigger version of that animal. So if you see a wolf, they have like Alberta. Yeah. And that's going to be a bigger wolf than a wolf you see in Mexico. Those are smaller wolves.
Right. Because they don't have to.
Exactly. Yeah. It's also a benefit to having a large size of your body. That's why moose are the most upper north parts of the country. Yeah. They're the largest deer species. Yeah. Like elk, like larger. It's like, and the elk that are the further north, like those like Montana has a fucking giant elk. So that's the.
Yeah, when you get towards Canada too, a lot of those places where it's just cold, you get those massive animals.
Yep. And what we talking about? We're talking about wolves.
The red wolves being brought back to Kentucky.
Yeah, so those are small because they're like a warm climate.
area. Because it seems bad.
Well, it's all these people that are liberals that are like sweet, kind people that like, this is Jared Polis, the governor of Colorado. He's a nice guy, sweet guy. Yeah, he just posted some really kind tweet the other day. Like, oh, he's a good guy. But like, bring wolves back to ranching areas. It's like you can have these idealistic utopia-based views of what you think a wolf would be like back in the wild. But no, they take the easiest path possible. Oh, there's a bunch of animals that are stuck in a fenced-in area that I can just hop over. I'll just go kill them. That's easy. And that's what they do. So these farmers now have to hire people 24/7 to be patrolling around the animals. So they're already operating at a very low margin, right? If you're a farmer and a rancher, you lose a bunch of cows, you're fucked. So now the state has to compensate them for depredation. So every time a wolf kills a cow, they compensate them. So it costs the state more money.
Oh, so they got to pay for it.
Yes, they have to pay for it. And then they have depredation permits on some of these wolves because they're repeat offenders. Now they're trying to kill these wolves that they've spent millions and millions of dollars reintroducing to Colorado. And it's all silly people. It's what's called ballot box biology. Yeah. Wildlife conservationists and hunters and people that are spend time with it. They hate it because it's mostly uninformed people that think they're doing good things. Let's stop trusting them kids. We have to stop hunters. There's a diva. No, bitch, bears are evil. They'll fucking eat you asshole first in front of your kids. They don't care.
It's like when they put in insects to kill an insect that's getting out of control. Yeah, so like in Michigan it was like ladybugs, all of a sudden now there were ladybugs everywhere and this kind of right here. So they were stuck at people that was this massive problem all of a sudden. It was the control of the fish fly problem, mayflies, you might know them as. Yeah. And there was, because you drive down next to the water and it sounds like Rice Krispies as you drive because you're just getting so many of these things. Mm-hmm. But it didn't help that problem. It just created a horrible beetle problem. Yeah. And there was something else going on in the lake, so they introduced zebra mussels.
Oh, yeah. Which is out here.
Dude, they destroyed boats. They cut up people's feet that were swimming. Like, you're talking a backfired leaves it. And it's like, so you're just introducing this like poison into the air and into the water. You think it's going to benefit them?
Yeah. So they have too much vegetation on some of these lakes. So what they do is they sterilize carp and then they introduce these sterilized carp. Yeah, they're not sterile. Sometimes they just start breeding and then the carp basically all the vegetation. And so then your entire lake looks like the bottom of a swimming pool. Right. It's gone. There's no more grass and the fish don't know where to hide. So it's like not as effective for them. They don't get as big. Some of the bass fishermen are mad. There's no like habitat. Right. Yeah. It's all fucked up.
And that's happened, yeah, with fisheries. We do have a lot of fishermen, bass fishermen, to go out there. You can go into pretty small pond areas, lakes, because the Great Lakes is the catch and stuff. But once you start messing with the habitat, it goes bad for a long time.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, look at Australia. Australia has done a terrible job of introducing invasive species to combat problem animals. Oh, yeah. I know they have feral cats that essentially wiped out most of their ground nesting birds, all sorts of other things. Cats are worse, man. Little cute house cats. Yeah. They are the worst murderers of all the animals.
Well, and they think birds are a nice present for you. That's the person they're going to go after.
Birds and rats. Yeah. And that's why, like, the crazy cat lady thing is a real thing, too, because they also contain parasites. And that parasite, toxoplasmosis, it affects humans. It affects behavior. It makes you more impulsive, more aggressive. Yeah. It's a crazy parasite that is, at one point in time, half of France had toxoplasmosis. Really? Yeah, because of feral cats. Yeah, there might have been half of Paris or half of France, I don't remember. But a large, in rural areas, we have a lot of feral cats. Okay, there's like rich known people that have like outdoor cats that are very irrational out there. Those people probably have toxo, which is why they're behaving here.
Yes, why was that?
Yeah, that's what's going on. It's like, I guarantee you could be tested. I had a feral cat.
I've never had a feral cat, but I definitely had one doesn't stop by the house.
I had a feral cat. A friend of mine and her and her boyfriend rescued a bunch of kittens that were underneath this building, and she lives in Santa Monica. She said, "You want a kitten? So cute." And I took him in. And I actually had to stay with this cat for like days in one of the rooms of my house because, like, when I picked him up, he would purr, sweet. As soon as I put him down, he'd hiss at me and jump and leap away. He was wild.
Like claws.
Yeah, it took forever for me to just calm him down. And then after a while, I could just go up to him and pick him up. Like when he was a full-grown cat, he was totally my friend. But no one else could pet this guy. You come over my house and he hiss at you like he was ready to go to war. He was crazy. But I would go, no, he was just wild. He was wild. And I'd pick him up and he'd start crying. But he would purr like no other cat would purr. Because when he knew that you just loved him and you weren't going to eat him, when I pick him up, he was so happy to be held. He was so happy to be cat. But then as soon as I put him down, he was looking sketchy and run away. He was just fucked up, man.
My grandma had that. She was crazy. Like I guess she got older. She had this small mansion. And I don't know how she got it, but it was one of those things where, like, when the cats, you just have 87 kids, so the house was big, but now it looks huge to people, so she just sometimes. But towards the end, she had a few cats, and she would have, like, those Tom and Jerry mouse holes in the house, like, where you would see them come in and out. And, dude, she would keep, she keeps spiders, because she saw it as part of the ecosystem.
Oh, great.
So you're looking up, like, I have to sleep there, and I'm just, like, staring at a brown recluse, like, shaking in the eye.
Those are fucking giant holes.
My brother got bit by one, and his leg turned into a softball to go to that. Yeah, she was nuts, dude. Like, she has an aquatic. Yeah, where it eats away the tissue. And it went like that. Like, he got bit, and by the time he got to the hospital, it just kept getting big. It went from, like, a golf ball to a softball to, like, they had to hit him with all this, like, nuts, dude.
My friend Jeremy had a hole in his thigh. He had to stuff gauze in it. It was constantly oozing.
Yeah, that's what it is. That it starts chewing.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother's just it's disgusting.
Brown recluse.
She was not sure like Christina was based
That sounds so fun.
It really was for a kid. Like blackjack.
Wow. She had a casino.
Yeah, it's fun. Like, and then she was recovering healthy. Like, she had beads everywhere. Like, I didn't know what that was then.
But they're kids.
Yeah, and like so later on, well, I was just like Mardi Gras, she had all this stuff from Mardi Gras. So later in my life, I'm like, oh, my grandma wants to go to work. So, but I didn't realize it until later.
There's a cat lady or a fucking casino
A
interface.
cat lady casino board. Wow, those are part of an ecosystem.
And she's kind of right.
I mean, she's not wrong. They would eat the mosquitoes, that sort of thing.
There's
But you also have, like, you're like, hey, it's a black widow in your garage. And it's like, yeah, she's over here. And I'm like, you want to protect your spider? And she was just nuts, dude. But, yeah, she was in recovery, but then she also had an entire bar where you could just make drinks. So we're like 6 and, like, looking through, like, how to basically martini. It's so much fun.
Did you get the drinks even though she was clean?
Yeah, she was clean, yeah. Wow, I've done that to myself, though. Because I feel some over.
Yeah, I stopped drinking.
I have a people in my house. I have a wine gift. So she told me to put it in. Yeah, some really full bottle of wine that I'm now never drinking. Yeah, I have probably 10 bottles. It's just something. Watch one. Hey, come on over. Like, judge you. Yeah, like, sit there and drink and I'll judge her.
Start acting stupid.
Well, that's why I like the Steve Rock. When I got it 16 years ago, and I built a rock. And it's really nice. I still really like it. But, like, it was probably days later I got the DUI. So I sit there and I just look at this bar and, like, I could have been.
Is that when you stopped drinking?
Yeah, it was my 13th arrest. It was my
13th arrest?
Yeah. What was the one? The day I got my driver's license.
No. What did you do?
My dad got in a Buick Regal, and it was around November. I was born in June, but they wouldn't let me get my driver's license because my brakes were so bad, and we haven't had it. So we had everybody at the house. My dad thought was doing a little better. They always eat to eat. I'm like, hey, can I borrow this? Like, yeah. So we get home No. It's this place called Piccadilly where we'd have this guy named Spider by, and he was fucking great. He was this like homeless dude who just was like, you know, I'm spraying on the flat. And he'd do that, and then he was totally perfect. He'd be like, he would be seriously awful, but like, I'll check it off too. But we just want the beer, but we should appreciate it. Really, but thank you. So like, he'd always be like, somebody's got to come in with me to pick it up. We'd be like, this guy. So we would just bring the beer and driving around, start taking long shots. You know, like we first did these pile fighters because everybody was like break their rules to the street. So we started putting those, you know, fun, good old fashioned arson. But usually it would stop pretty quickly. Somebody would run out with like a garden hose. You know, it totally was innocent until the one time it wasn't. But we were driving around with some parties, smoking weed, all that shit. And finally I get up on this one guy's lawn after the party. He's got a Beamer, 5 and I got my Regal. My dad's he did a V6 turbocharged for a Buick. It wasn't bad for 98. But I got on this dude's lawn. I see him sitting in his Beamer. And for some reason in my head, I'm just like, this guy's just going to sit here and take it. So I just started giving him a lawn job and doing the donuts. You can hear grass and he was covered. We get in a high-speed chase with this thing. Dude, like French Connection style. I swear, I hit this bump and 4 tires went off the ground. So it just felt like the car pumped to the ground. And we're just going all over the city. My friends just beat the shit out of him. Like, you could have a gun, you know? So I finally go down this street that has a bifurcation where it just splits immediately. Like this way, and I can see it. So I start braking going in an oak tree. So I'm braking, and the next thing I know, the engine drops in front of the car. All the airbags come out. I get cracked with an airbag, and I'm not quite unconscious. I'm conscious just enough to see the BMW in my rear view drive away. And then as I'm being knocked out, I hear all my friends and my own cousin leave. Now here's the kicker. We were having a family reunion. I didn't realize that there was a bunch of cases of beer, liquor already in the trunk and chips and stuff. So when I hit the tree, that object exploded, and it looked like I drove a Super Bowl party into the fucking tree. There was just like beer and pop and chips and shit. And finally, I wake up from being unconscious, and I get in the car, and there's a cop and my dad there. When I wake up, when I get up, like I got knocked out so hard by that air. Oh, is it just like all I could smell was that like burning talcum powder kind of smell, like that awful, like I want to say achy almost. It was just the worst smell. Like everybody else was able to run, except me. So then, like I just did it. So I get up, and I remember I looked at my dad. My dad was not violent. He was not, but he's never violent, right? So then I go, Dad, I'm okay. He's great. He punched me in the face. But I hit the ground and was knocked out for the second time. No! He cracked me hard. He gave you a second concussion? And I wake up. That's not good. Dude. And no, he was pissed. I get it. Yeah. And I wake up, and the cop's got a light on me. And I swear to God, the cop goes, he's waking up if you want to hit him again. It's the first thing I hear. And I'm like, you guys, I'm really in a lot of pain. Here, my dad, like, apologized. He's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, he was just furious. Right. I had already been getting into dope and stuff. And he was getting pissed with me. But I got, that's number one. He was DUI, and I got 6 months suspended license. I went in front of a referee, is what they called it for juveniles. They're calling it young. Municipal. They gave me 6 months suspended license. Did you have to talk to them out of it? To be arrested. I mean, like, how was that? You know, my dad, I remember I was going to school one day. I just got the bill for the car. The guy goes, it's $13,980 here. And I go, what? I don't have that money. He goes, just show people so they know how proud I am. I was like, thanks, Dad. But he was, I would imagine, but he let it go after that because we had alcohol and medicine. Donuts on this guy's lawn right in front of our hotel. It's really short back then. Was it just a crew years ago? Yeah, like it was fun. We all just kind of wanted to be. Well, in Detroit. Yeah, you want to, like, you're in the suburbs. my house was in the suburbs, but you're literally 3 minutes from the most violent part of America at the time. So you're on the border beside Detroit. So it's like you can't hear gunshots. You know what I mean? It's like you're every drug and every party. You're going down to raves and warehouses that are owned by like the Russian mob. Crazy shit. Oh fuck yeah. Wow. Dude, yeah, like 18. Oh yeah, 17, 18, 16, and all that. It's 99, 2000, huge rave. And then when the new mayor came in, Tommy Patrick ended up getting arrested and put in jail, and then Trump pardoned. He started the Detroit Electronic Music Festival, so he capitalized on that. Really? Yeah, do you remember when Ford Focus basically, or Ford put out the Detroit Electronic Music Festival Focus? No. Dude, it was basically a car designed for people on ecstasy. Like, the whole thing was speakers. Really? Yeah, you can find it in Detroit. It was the Detroit Electronic Music Festival Focus. And the car was at a crazy sound system. Yeah, because the car's a piece of shit. So the whole thing is just speakers. And the way they would do the ads, it was almost like, you go into, are you on this car? It's got huge cup holders for your water. It's got great stuff, that's hilarious. Yeah, like they were capitalized on it. And Hollywood did a little, because that's like when the movie Go came out. And a lot of these movies that were almost, it's with, Go is the one where they're all trying to get ecstasy, and it's homes and all these other people who are like some are different stars and some are, and they mix together this one night. They're all just going to different raves and parties, and the whole thing is about eating. I don't think of his name. You know him from the store because it bouncer. No, not that. It's not really from the store. Comic. He used to work with Shemel, not his name. Long hair, older dude. Jimmy Sugar? Yes. So he plays a bouncer together. Yeah, he's great. I think that's comic with him. He was cool. Yeah, I know it's 12, 13. Yeah, 13. Somewhere? Yeah, he's a good dude. He played a bouncer. Yeah, yeah. Where's that from? Can you find it? I wonder how much they've scrubbed it. The Detroit Music Festival. Like $2,000. It's for the Electronic Music Festival. And the way they, they've changed that with the Detroit, but go with speakers, right? Speakers, interior. It was great because you'd be walking to this music festival with RBS and the JBL speakers, and it would never be used in the foot. Oh, that's what they had it? Yeah. They had like this. They had a flat ass sound system. Right. And it was just this terrible little hatchback, car that a young person could afford with a killer sound system in case you want to listen to Bad Boy World or what's. And you got arrested 13 times? Yeah. So what was number 2? Number 2 was an MIP. What's that? Minor possession of alcohol. And that one was like a lot of them were MIPs, 4 with people. And then, and then I got arrested. Wow. How did you still have a license? Most of it was as a minor, and then by the time I got my one as an adult, it expanded enough to where in 2009, when I got arrested my last time, I decided to get sober. They couldn't technically put me in prison. I didn't want to go because I didn't want to spend my days getting fucked by the Aryan Brotherhood. I know how that works. So I got clean. But that one was one that I took so seriously. So what they did was they put an alcohol tether on my leg that would monitor if I was drinking and a breathalyzer. So I'd have to start my car everywhere I went. Especially Rabbi, that would take like 3 minutes before you start the car. Dude, it sucked. And that would take pictures of you and stuff, but that one, you would go off as you drive. So you're like driving, and I remember one time my truck was jackknifing, and then it's like, so I'm trying to dodge this truck from hitting me in the Grand Rapids snow while blowing my car so it doesn't stop. No way, I swear to God. They're so dangerous. And I went on the car field. I don't know they did it while you were driving. That's just how they prove you're not drinking. So every 15 minutes it goes off as random, but you can't time it. But you have to warn it. Yeah, that's when people are like, can you have somebody else blow? And it's like, well, no, you're like, I drink and drive. Shotgun. But yeah, you have to blow the whole time you drive. So that's what sucks about it. You have this constant thing. And I was double jeopardy as a road guy. So in 2009, yeah, going to these bars, nightclubs, like, hey, do you have a phone jack I could use for a few minutes? And they're like, yeah, why? And I'm like, I got this ankle monitor and I got to plug it in somewhere to a phone jack so that I can download to make sure I'm not drinking. So I'd be in a bar with my phone jack, with my fucking ankle attached to the wall for all day. My alcohol. How long did it take? So it has like a motor. Yeah, take that. Right? So, yeah, at that time. Wow. I'm sure there's something more high tech now. This was 09. Where you had to have a phone jack, and I'd have to call my probation officer and be like, this is the room we're playing. I'm in a bar. I was allowed to be in a bar, but if anybody spilled anything on me, right, yeah. Oh, because like if I had any vintage, like I had used Tom's everything, all natural stuff because any bit of alcohol in it. Oh, wow. So like I couldn't touch anything on a chance that the off chance that it would set up my heart. That's crazy. You know what's really crazy? If you poppy seed bagels, you get popped for heroin. Yeah. When you take a drug test for your job. Isn't that nuts? Yeah. A poppy seed bagel, dude. It's delicious bagel. You get popped for heroin. That's amazing. You have nothing else in your system but heroin. I'm a detox person. Yeah. Right. What's in your team? Yeah. What do you do with it? Yeah, they tell you 20 poppy seeds. 20 poppy seeds before you go for a drug test. Well, poppy seed bagels just interesting. Oh, dude, I tried drug tests too. That sucks. I never did the heroin one. I did a lot of poppy seeds, but I did buy a fake dick that they called me. You had a urinator, a hallucinator, is that what they call it? Yeah. It's hilarious. They caught you with the fake dick? Yeah. How they get you? Sorry, me. Oh, I thought they'd be behind me. They weren't. No, they were right here. And they held the fake dick. Yeah. And I'm just like, squeeze these balls with some urine I bought off of a nerd kid like R. Kelly. I got one. I know the steroid test. Yeah. Yeah. He injected someone else's urine into his bladder. Oh, God. Oh, yes. So he got some real science doctor in the fucking men's room shoving a large needle of piss into his bladder, and then he pissed out somebody else's piss. Oh, God. Did it work? That's off. I mean, that's dedication. You bring the girlfriend's urine. So what are we testing him for? I guess if it was 2020 in Ohio, it was still illegal. Plus, I don't think it would all be legal. Wow. If you're on the Taik, but it wasn't legal actually. It's probably still, which has never been like that. I mean, for most people, 2 years suspension, not in your number. As a naturalized player, well, I wonder what they're testing it for. I wonder what drugs they're actually testing it for. What do you worry about much? Yeah, because that's what what's hearing much. That's what I guess, but Jesus Christ, if I'm running a professional basketball organization, I want people on steroids. I want them testing anyone's friends. I want them recovering. I want them playing better. Yeah. The whole steroid thing is just so weird. It's because it's just science. They figured out a way to make humans perform better. Like, so are we supposed to do some science, like use creatine, which at one point in time used to treat creatine like steroids? Well, yeah, in the 1990s, take creatine, basically taking steroids. Well, it was because of the Mark McGuire. Was like a psycho thing. Right, I think that was a little thing. What, wasn't it? I remember it was part of it. They were like, they're on creatine, and everybody's like, are you sure? They weren't on androstenedione. What is that? What I was saying? Yeah, he was on hardcore sugar.
contact with the ball, you see the bend to the bat because he's so strong. He's whipping the bat so hard that it's bending in the air as he contacts the ball. And it's, see if you can find that photo. Yeah, it's ash. It's like very dense wood. And he's whipping it so hard that it has a bend like a bow, right? Bow and arrow. And it's connecting the ball like perfectly on the sweet spot. Look at that. Look at the fucking amount of bend in that bat. Well, it's somebody else. Come look at the one above it. That's the wire one. That's right there. That's it. That's it. Right there, kid.
It looks like he's like on a slow trick.
Okay, whoever it is, look at it. That's what I'm talking about. So when a guy is swinging at full clip, that's what happens to the bat, which is crazy. That's it. Oh my God, that's nuts. Look at that bat. It looks like it's made out of rubber. That's so great. How much fucking force your body has to generate to do that one of those bats.
And meanwhile, Pete Rose never gets inducted. Dude, I met him. I liked him last time.
That didn't make sense. He's just didn't dangerous play. No. I mean, plus there was some concern that maybe that against teams. That's what it was.
Yeah, he says he's in there, but he's going to be open. Yeah, I figured.
Posthumously.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but that's not cool. Like, he's dead. You should tell him while he's alive.
You know, he's been around sitting in the MGM in Vegas, fucking shit for a long time. You know, this was amazing.
I mean, just because a guy does something like that doesn't mean he didn't do amazing things playing. And that's what it's supposed to be all about. The guy was an all-star. He's one of the greatest of all time. And they took it away from him because he likes to gamble. Guess what? That's also probably why he was so fucking good, because he was wild. Yes, he was a wild boy.
It's true.
Yes. And Jordan.
Oh, dude.
Degenerate gambler.
Yeah.
The greatest basketball player who ever walked the face of the fucking earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, he knows his dad wasn't taken out.
Comes from the same place, man. It comes from the same place.
Yeah, same deal. Well, yeah, because there's a part of you that wants to do risky things.
Yes.
You're willing to go that far.
Yeah.
You have to have that element.
Yeah.
So you kind of want to go like, yeah, he threw a few games with the confidence that the team would still be fine. That's kind of amazing. If he did.
That's a guy chasing money. He's probably, well, that's the thing they said about Jordan is he couldn't pay.
Yeah, there's a lot of shady shit that happened.
When I was at Golf Hustler, that beat about $100,000 to be a broke story about it, because Jordan was bad. Then it kind of started getting out. And then Jordan's dad got murdered, and there was a lot there.
Yeah, the connection with the people may have taken out his dad over the that
You know, here's another thing I know about too. Yeah, but too recently. Remember Cosby's kid got murdered?
Yeah.
And everybody was like, oh, it's just a random crime. Maybe not, right?
I don't think it was now.
Well, now when you know what Cosby did, imagine he did that to someone's daughter, and he said, oh, guess what?
Because he wasn't robbed.
Right.
He didn't take anything.
Right.
He was just changing his tire.
Yeah.
And he knows if he was, they could flag him down.
Exactly. Who knows who he was?
Yeah.
Or who knows if they maybe flatten his tire.
Exactly.
So, yeah. They know he's going to drive, flatten his tire, let him drive off a little bit. He's eventually going to have to stop, pull over.
It seems so random to just kill someone for fun.
It's rare. Yeah, very rare. And when you know what Cosby did, it makes you go, oh, maybe there's something there.
And now the stuff that has come out is so dark.
I always think he might be the most prolific serial rapist in history. No doubt it. Do you know how insane that is? The guy is Mr. Huxtable, dude, Dr. Huxtable, head of the fucking family in the most wholesome sitcom. Everybody loved it. Crossed the race barrier. Made everybody think of like this black family was like incredibly respectful and well put together. And how great is this? Dude,
Freshman, so all that doesn't exist without him. Right. Yeah, right. And he had a gynecology office in his basement, which he just slipped past everybody on the show. Yeah, Dr. Huxtable was a gynecologist, and he was a doctor, and in his basement is where he saw the women, and no one thought anything about it.
Oh, the one episode we did about Spanish Fly?
Dude, and we were talking about it. He's had records of Spanish Fly.
Yeah, we're just talking about it like the whole audience is like, yeah, show about the special barbecue sauce.
Yes, so when everybody started making out with each other. How crazy is that? Well, did you ever see the Cosby Mysteries intro? It's a pill going into a martini, and then it just says Cosby Mysteries. What? Yeah, I think he was more devious than he actually realized, and was leaving these like little like taunting breadcrumbs.
I had heard that he was doing that kind of stuff in the 90s when I was on news radio. I had heard from people that knew him, or people that knew loved him.
Yeah.
That he drugged girls. I was like, what? Bill Cosby? I was like, this is crazier than Lee Harvey Oswald after a while.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I heard he was like I heard he had sex with a lot of women, and I was like, well, okay. He's like, that's different thing. Yeah. Like, that's, I'm like, whatever. So he's not spotless. I would assume.
I heard about it. All of it.
Yes.
The people knew it was like an inside secret.
But then, like, when I started becoming a comic, and I was doing small stuff, like an ad play, and at the end of the HBO Vegas stuff, it's like,
okay. But this is a mystery, like someone's drugging someone. This was a show about, this was like a pop show, right?
Yeah, he came back out.
He came back out.
Yeah. It's just crazy that the first thing in it that was a drink-free drug.
When was that Cosby?
Oh, I think it was 90, was it 98?
How long did that last?
Yeah, 94. Yeah, it didn't last very long.
Yeah, people wanted to see him in comedy. It's like, why
Yeah.
have the most loved comedy sitcom star ever?
And his film career wasn't great. It was like Ghost Dad, and
Yeah.
it was all very. Fat Albert, there was a story, and I can't remember if it was Fat Albert, but King Thompson was talking about one of the first times he met Bill Cosby. It was like, like you're gonna need 2 dicks for all the pussy you're gonna get. He was like, what the fuck? Like he just couldn't believe it was like one of the first things Cosby had said. Well, so it's like because you just meet that guy, you kind of wouldn't expect it to switch so hard. Especially a guy who's been telling people not to, especially Freddie Murphy stories and all that stuff.
Yeah. Eddie Murphy from Raw.
So tell Mr. Richard Pryor that I've been in his mouth. Shut the fuck up.
You ready to just play this movie franchise? You need 2 dicks. There's only going to be all over you.
Yeah, so it was that. And imagine saying that to somebody over Fat Albert. He's like, are you sure that one?
I think when he was young, that drugging people was normal. That's what I think. I think the whole Spanish Fly era, where people were just giving people Nickies, they're putting things in people's drinks. I think people did that all the fucking time. I think it was super normal, and then I think society eventually evolved, and people realized how fucking horrible that is.
Yeah.
And then he kept going.
Oh, that was absolutely. Especially like they had rich didn't want to fuck him. They wanted a career.
Yeah, they thought they could Bill Cosby said he's gonna help me with my acting.
Yes,
Wake up, his panties are off. What happened?
and a lot of them too. You see like the roles they were doing on the Cosby Show now. You have like supermodel looking women playing a cop, and it's like you would have private dinners with them. Like in his arena, just little like super shady shit. Yeah, so yeah, like I guarantee you, maybe him and was it Jordan? Belfort. He's right about. Yeah, I think like Cosby and him may have been the last people on earth to ever have Quaaludes. Like one of them. What was Quaaludes like? I never Quaaludes. They were. I think they were.
He's a big fan.
See, he's older too. Remember that? Yeah. Because I've heard him talk about it.
Yeah.
But I've never done Quaaludes. I think they was like. I think the last one was like
Look at that. She'll do things she's never done before. Yeah, crazy sexual stuff. I don't even think it's real.
It's an ad for rape.
But just
That's what they used to say.
so it really works. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm sure it's real as like a product, but I don't think there's a thing that actually makes you horny. Yeah, but that doesn't make you horny. Like Viagra, it just increases blood flow.
Someone had it when I was
Spanish fly?
Yeah, like the bottle. It's a Spanish fly.
Okay, Google this. Does Spanish fly work? Love with no strings attached. It's a flight attendant ad. Flight attendants were fucking hot back then. They would hire only hot flight attendants. They were funny. Spanish fly movie. So, it's funny. Does Spanish fly actually make you aroused?
Dude, if there's a movie,
Does it work? Shit. Spanish fly is not an aphrodisiac. It's a toxic substance called cantharidin, derived from blister beetles that can cause severe harm, including pain, burning, and internal damage. There's no evidence it increases sexual desire. Ingesting cantharidin can be fatal. While it causes burning sensation in the urinary tract that can provoke an erection. It is a dangerous side effect, not an aphrodisiac effect. So it gives you a boner while you're dying.
yeah,
Right.
I guess knock you out. And that's why they're like, she's horny, bro.
Okay, so you just Google this. Is there a drug that makes you horny? Just Google that. You put it in a chat GPT. I think perplexing.
MDMA,
It makes you love it, right? It makes you like kind and want to hug you, but all it makes you sexual.
but if you were with like the reason like the girl just like touched your knee and went right away, you know, it's just sort of it was pretty great.
Soft.
Yeah. That's what sucks. It didn't help you with me though.
No universally proven aphrodisiac drug exists that reliably increases sexual desire across all individuals. The concept of an aphrodisiac, a substance that enhances libido or sexual desire, has been around for centuries, but scientific evidence is limited and often inconclusive. So some substances are marketed as that, historical, cultural substances, foods like oysters, chocolate, medication, Viagra, but again, they treat erectile dysfunction by improving blood flow, not by increasing desire. Yeah, no. Hormonal treatments, testosterone therapy, boost libido. Yeah, but it doesn't like just make you warm out of nowhere.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. Like, what does porn go to at a gas station? That's just like so.
Bath salts. Remember bath salts? Bath salts they used to sell at the gas station, and it was basically like some kind of like horrible drug that they snuck in by saying it was not for human consumption.
Yeah.
But it was a bath salt, so you throw it in the bath.
And then you would consume it human. You know, when the guy ate the dude's
Yeah,
face.
that guy in Florida. But I always feel like you have to put that through Florida lens. It only happened in Florida.
That's true. If it is Florida, you're like, you could have been other.
There's a lot of other elements in Florida.
The whole lifestyle, like, it's a lot of choices.
In Florida, that was the place where dope mills really started popping off. The way Florida had it set up, they had these pain management centers. And then attached to the pain management centers, they'd have a doctor that would prescribe it for you. So the whole thing was just to prescribe pain pills. So you'd go to the pain management center. Oh, my back hurts. Great, you need this. Go right next door. And right next door, all they prescribed was pain pills. And they didn't have a database. So you would go there, and then you go down the street. Oh, my back hurts. Oh, great, here you go. And then next door. And you can just keep doing this over and over again. And then this documentary, the Oxycontin Express, showed how people were loading up the trucks with their cars with these pain pills and driving up north. And into Kentucky, into Ohio, and that's where all these people started dying of overdoses and all these pills.
There's also one in Richmond, I want to say, right outside Richmond, the pharmaceutical company is also largely responsible for it. Because I remember working at the pharmacy and going, like, my mom was an RN, so I remember the doctors, not the doctors, but like, I remember companies taking out the doctors to eat, or like, say, like, Oxycontin wraps, or sign with a pen that had a painkiller's name on it.
Yep.
All that stuff, I remember.
My wife's mom was a nurse, and she would tell stories about how the pharmaceutical drug companies would take them out to nice big dinners and treat them really nice and stuff like that. It was like,
Give all that to
I'll tell people how
And I take lots of vitamins before, but I took a prescribed amount. It was just way too many for several months in a row. And then when I came down, it was one of the sickest times I've ever had to deal with. I'm like shaking, I'm throwing up every few minutes. And this was the allowed amount I was supposed to take. Like, how long did you use that? 4 a day for 2 months. And then how long was it before you became normal? Oh, God. I felt really bad for about 4 to 5 days. But for me, even when I quit smoking, like I used to smoke 3 packs a day for almost 12 years. And but I did a lot of acid, shit. It was fun, like one after the other. It felt good, So like, yeah, I used to do that, but even that, I locked myself in a room when I was living in LA, and I just didn't eat anything for the week. I just thought, dude, I just let my body deal with the pain, and then I left. Like, so it usually takes me about that long, to really detox my system if it's something that isn't killer. Alcohol is hard. Alcohol is really hard because I started shaking when I went drinking when I was 16. So yeah, you got early. So it's like a genetic thing. Big time, and I didn't know about that until later. Like my dad had taught me before he died. He died when he was 18, but he finally talked to me about what was going on with the family and stuff I didn't know. And my uncle, who I figured had died of a heroin overdose, but my mom was like, "You just haven't been hurt, bro." And you're like, "Did it? Can I just know the truth?" And it turned out it was lines of years. My dad's dad was Irish guy, left in the day he was born. Walked in, saw my dad was explaining their twin sister, and goes, "I'm raising 2." Walked out. So then he was the opposite dad, loving, coach, all that. So that's why he turned it. But fuck by the gun. Oh yeah, and then fuck by the gun. He became a very yeah. It's crazy how that kind of addiction and mental illness is just fucking unfortunate. And when you have family that's a long history of mental illness, it's very rare that you hear of it. I'm fine. Oh yeah, it's very rarely an anomaly. Yeah, well, I'm fine. It's usually good. Maybe you're not good. Yeah, I just know so many people that are alcoholics. That's what their families are alcoholics. Guys, I had a buddy that he would drink and his eyes would flip over and he wouldn't be handed anybody. So we're like, oh, he's gone. We just gotta wait till he comes back because right now it's whatever the fuck happens to him when he drinks. Just crazy, off the rails. Like, do you remember anything? Full blackout. Oh, you have to tell him you don't remember. Being on the table with your dick out, you don't remember. Yeah, you don't remember anything. I was the guy on that side of the phone call. See, I feel like you need to apologize to this one. Did you black out? Oh, so you didn't remember anything. I didn't remember at all. Sometimes I'm around, so I kind of remember what. There was times where I was at a party, right? And then I wake up and I'm handcuffed to a bed in the hospital getting charcoal dumped out. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Something happened. It's like but I went from like being in a party to just being woken up with a charcoal stomach pump. And I'm like, this is good. Do you talk about any stuff on stage? I do, yeah. Oh, yeah. I so write the material. Yeah, I put out a book. It's a party of one fucking memoir. So what I've done is it's all stories from my youth because I was trying to get it all out, and then I had to ask people. And I didn't put out for years because I wanted to be like, hey, here's how I started to talk about it. And everybody was, but and a couple of my friends were my real good friends. I just thought was my whole age, and Ryan just But yeah, I talk about a lot of this on stage too. I got institutional, I got institutional. The story I tell about the book is what happened the night before, but on stage. But I actually did it on this happening art show. And what happened was I used to like long pints and fits for like a party trick, and I could carry around a case of beer, get that night. I'm 5'6", but then in high school I probably weighed 140 pounds. Like I was, and if I wasn't on LSD, and I wasn't on mushrooms, and I wasn't on K, I was drunk. Wow. So I switched it all up, and the night before I longed to fit for the party, like when I'm thinking about all, the beer bongs and bars that I like to funnel and go through. So my friend Anthony pulled up the beer bong, and my friend Nick poured an entire fifth of absolute vodka, and Nick's like, "You don't do this."
You just drank the whole thing.
Well, they put it in a cask full of Sprite, then I did the whole thing. And dude, I guess I say this story because this is what I was told now. I was tap dancing. I told my girlfriend who I loved and she had orangutan titties, and then I fell through a table, a glass table, and yeah, I ended up getting taken home by the cops. I don't know exactly what happened, but my mom ended up calling the police, which was, and she didn't know what to do. I was doing something.
Right.
And they arrested me, and I was institutionalized for 2 weeks. I stayed with me, but it was a werewolf.
So you went through a mental health institution.
I went to a mental health institution because they didn't realize it was an addiction. They just arrested me because my behavior was so erratic. And I remember getting there, and I'm not kidding, I met my roommate, he was a werewolf, that's what he believed. And I'm like, I don't want to stay with him. But he's not really a werewolf. I'm like, yeah, I know.
Well, you know,
We're in Taik.
oh,
Yeah. So what they do is they grab their train, it's called booty juice. And they hit you in the butt with it, and like the guards fight you off. But after 2 weeks, they're like, it's not so much that he's God's mental illness, which he does, but he's an alcoholic, he's a severe alcoholic. And,
but your roommate, the werewolf,
yeah.
he attacked you in the meantime? Why? Yeah, one night he just started howling. And I don't think the wolves howl. And he was waiting. You know that wolves howl? Well, I don't know the werewolves.
Yeah. He was barking too. And this dude,
Patients say sedative known as booty juice injected against their will.
yeah.
Growing up our children to agents admitted voluntarily for-profit psychiatric hospitals told them they've been injected with powerful sedative drugs without their parents' knowledge. Booty juice.
Yeah, which that kid deserved it. They shouldn't have called the parents and go, hey, your wolf boy is fucking naked trying to eat a guy.
Was he naked with the injected his clothes off? Because he thought he was a werewolf, dude. So tell me what that was his life.
So he's jumping on top of me, and I grabbed a lamp to hit him with it, but it was fucking glued down to the mental hospital. So that just kind of made me open my arms to him. And he's on top trying to bite me, and I'm like holding him back. And that's when they came in, and they ran at him. They hit him with the syringe. They pulled him off me. And I'm just sitting there like, look at me here. I'll never drink again. Like basically crying like a bitch. Like, and, I'll never drink again was like my catchphrase. So they pulled him out of there, and then eventually they sent me off to a rehab where I spent 45 days there. And I heard it's not there anymore, which is a shame, but a lot of kids do that now, and I heard they took it down. I was no longer there. And I went there, and the second I got out, I didn't drink. I drank for like a month, but the second I got in my friend's car, I hit a joint. And I'm not saying that's bad, but it's like, dude, the second they're like, you can't drink, right? I'm like, yeah, they can smoke weed. I'm like, yeah. So I beat it.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And that's
It's kind of amazing to hear.
Yeah, I got a lot of shit. Like,
You look great though. Thank you. For a guy who's gone through as much shit as you.
yeah, it's like
3 packs a day, alcohol, acid,
so much ass.
DUIs, falls through the table. Look at you fine.
You know what is interesting? All the drugs now, because like I told you, I feel like I'm a depressed kid. And all the drugs that I did to treat depression are now used to treat depression. Mushrooms, ketamine, all that shit, dude. It's like, I spent 5 years in high school where it turns out I was completely accurate with my studies of how these drugs would help me.
You were self-medicated.
And I was accurate with it.
Yeah.
I said, I would do K, and I just was sitting there in a K-roll class. Just think the desk was and acid was the most fun to do in class because the teacher's face is melting, and you're just sitting there like, it's so much fun. Wow. But I was a mess, but at the same time, so many of my friends were too. It wasn't like just me.
Right. So it's so normal.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I was the worst of them and technically the slowest because I was arrested more than anybody.
You were the most fun.
What did you think you were going to do for a living? The only thing I ever loved was acting. Okay. My dad would wake me up when I was a kid to watch SNL. And he wasn't something that him and my brother would watch, like baseball and stuff. We'd watch SNL together. We would watch like the movies with like John Candy, Steve Martin, all those people, and then he introduced me to stand-up. My dad brought me, he brought me Kingston Comedy Festival on Taik when I was 9, which has 30 words and all that. He brought me Dangerfield, Button Down Mind Above Me, Hard, Eddie Murphy. He showed me Delirious when I was like 8. Wow. Dude, I still laugh so hard because that, like, couple of green bags fucking hamburger was so relevant that, like, I got McDonald's at home. He was like, yeah, man, you want to wait out further? And I knew what that meant then. And I was crying because I loved it. So he introduced me to comedy, and the only thing I had any interest in was that. And one day, Second City opened up in Detroit. And I was pissing this teacher off. She stopped me after class. And she goes, do you know what Second City is? And I go, yeah, my dad spoke about it. I said, well, that's how people came from it. She's like, yeah, you're actually really funny. But you're a fucking teacher after my class. And I was like, okay. That's a cool teacher. It really was. And she goes, you should consider taking classes there. And I said, okay. So after my 5th year, first thing I did was I listened to her and my dad, and I signed up for Second City. 2 years later, I'm doing improv on stage with this group, Motor City Improv. And like, it's more bar prog, just fucking around, you know, right? But like one of the guys in the group was, hey, my wife's just gonna come too, and it was my teacher. And I got to do improv with her years later. Wow. She's like, it was the first time somebody didn't scold me. They stopped me and go like, you genuinely have something, and you're not just this waste. Right. And no one had ever, besides my parents, but nobody else had ever said that.
Well, that's so cool that she was already in that world, so she understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were having a conversation about that last night with me, not last night, before. And we were talking about times in your life that someone could have just told you, this is behavior like a stand-up comedian. Like, that's a real job. You know how you like fixing cars and being a mechanic? You know, you like talking shit, being funny, everybody laughs. This is a job. Like everybody just tells you you're a fucking loser and you're never going to amount to anything. And get out of my class.
And I was very lucky with my parents. My dad was just about to pass my told him that he needed to Second City and take this film class up in Lansing, Michigan, which is what I did. I did film and I did that and I would go back and forth. And he was like, sure, like, that's what you've always wanted to do. Like, I had a camera in my hand since I was a kid. Like, my parents never wanted me to have a backup plan. They were like, what's up? You know, and we were really only torn apart as a family because of what we experienced, you know, from my dad just being screwed. So, if I had been more direct on him and got there sooner, you know, but I was angry, depressed, and pissed off for, you know, my attitude about the fucking system. Yeah. So, when I finally found that outlet, it was wonderful, especially when you're writing sketches and watching a couple of lights and you're ripping on the people that are fucking over. Like, there's such a good feeling. And a lot of people that I met have gone on to do great things. Like, I was in a troop with Sam Richardson, went on to Detroiters, and, you know, there's Tim Robinson, so I know him. We did a couple times, and it's cool to see him, like, skyrocket with I Think You Should Lead and all these other stuff. Keegan might be somebody that was out of the Detroit chapter, so there's like some really cool people that ended up coming out of it.
What was the stand-up scene like? Who was the kid club?
We told this Mark Libby's college camp. Okay, I heard that. Yeah, and I started with him and he was the guy who wanted to do stand-up at the time because he was there every night carrying tickets. Like, he was a part of the late 70s until he had a heart attack maybe around 2010. His son Ryan was the head writer of Rick and Morty. So he's a great dude, and you just had my pasta on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was one of the people that I was with. A guy named Matthew Flowers. He's actually featured in this weekend. He's unbelievably funny. Yeah. He's got Asperger's, Adam knows. Yeah. If any luck, I think he's a lady. He's like, we had a pretty cool group when I started. kissing each other's ass. We were all just trying to figure it out. Oh, that's good. So we would like criticize each other, and like we've all done pretty well considering like where people have gone off to. You know, at least in the sense of making money, making living, making people laugh. Like, and that's also we were lucky. There was like 10 different clubs in Detroit. We could go like, okay, I'll go do Ridley's suburbs, and then I can go do a super urban, you know, in the city, and I can get used to that audience. Then I can go to Ann Arbor, and I can give a bunch of liberals at the showcase or at the Harvard Project, and then I can go, you know, so you can go all over and experience every kind of audience you could ever be in front of at 10 different places.
That's awesome.
It's really cool.
That's awesome. Listen, dude, this was a lot of fun.
Thank you. I really like talking.
I'm glad you're alive. It's kind of a miracle that you can get this far, but you're a good dude, and so it's fun to have you at the club. It's a lot of fun. And excited to see you this weekend.
I appreciate it.
Tell everybody how they can find you, all the stuff on
Even at davelane.com, I have everything on there. You can check out tour dates and everything. Also, yeah, I guess I just read on my book, Party One of Us Memoir. It did really well on Amazon. Yeah, a lot of people enjoyed it, and a lot of the stories were much funnier to you than they were for people later.
All right, beautiful, fine.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Trying my day, Joe. Podcast my night all day.
Yeah, very nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. Tell everybody what you do. Just tell everybody what your official position is. You're a professor at the School of Medicine at Stanford. So my day job is cancer research and technology, mostly immunology and cancer. Much of what my laboratory does is not so much the biology of cancer, but developing instruments that create the data that allow us to analyze the complexities of how the immune system interfaces with tumors and how tumors basically re-enable the immune system to protect the cancer itself. So the problem is that we don't have the ability to collect enough data or object signal to collect and understand what all of that means. So we've been kind of poking in the dark for decades. And so probably for the last 20 years, I've developed a number of instruments in terms of companies that allow everybody to access a level of information. So explain that. The immune system allows the tumors to. So what happens is that there's a dance between mutations that initiate the tumor and then sort of an evolution of how the tumor eventually learns how to trick the immune system to not recognize it. So we have all kinds of literally every day, every person develop 5 cancer-like objects inside of the body. The immune system, and that it has a way of shutting it down quickly. But with enough time, with enough variation, tumors will eventually evolve in a way that tricks the immune system not only to not recognize it, but in fact to help them defeat it in a way to create an inflammatory environment that actually lends to the immune system to propagate itself and self-determination and metastasis. So it's a normal function of natural biologists to create tumors. It's not so much a normal function, it's a byproduct of what evolution is, that when the genes mutate on the cell divides, or if you go out, standing in the cells too much, for instance, you get some cancers because you're getting ionized radiation that's changing, making a mutation. Some of those random mutations will initiate cancer. So, for instance, I have a mutation called FE200K. It's a mutation that I was born with, it wasn't in my family, and it causes that's just one of hundreds of different kinds of mutations that can occur that are on a path towards creating cancer. But cancer can't survive if the immune system recognizes it. So eventually what happens is there's this detente that is reached between the immune system and the cancer, where the immune system basically ignores the cancer. So Jim Allison here used it, won the Nobel Prize back in 2018 for understanding these turn-offs that the immune system, that the cancers use to turn off the immune system. And by showing you can block it, his wife, Shauna, and the husband, that showed that this would actually turn a 5% survival of disease in the over to a 50% survival. And that then created the whole therapy field that the world is taking advantage of today.
Wow. So what is cancer actually doing? Like how do tumors develop this ability to trick the immune system? Is this something that other animals have?
Oh, yes.
So it's a constant
Right.
battle.
So for instance, there are proteins on your cell surface, and we'll get to immunologically about it. They're called the histocompatibility context proteins. So for instance, if I were to try to just randomly do a tissue transplant for me to do it, it's very likely that it would be rejected. And it's because of those MHC proteins that it's rejected. What's happening is that your cells are presenting your internal cell biology to the immune system, and it's saying, okay, you're a friend, not a friend. So when cancer usually initiates, there are disruptions that happen, proteins are being corrected, etc. And so what these MHC proteins are doing in some cases is they're presenting internal damage to the body by saying, oh, there's something wrong with this, and you get it like that. These same proteins are what the immune system uses, for instance, to go after viruses. So when you get a virus infection inside of the cell, the body has a way of chopping those proteins up inside of the cell, presenting it via MHC, and then the immune system attacks it. So what one of the first things that actually tumors do is they learn to turn off the MHC proteins inside of themselves, so the ability to show that damage is shut down. And so the immune system doesn't go on full alert for that. But then there are other mutations like divide is not supposed to avoid this kind of reduced cell death level apoptosis. And so cancer doesn't just like start and the next day you've got it. It's a progression of events. You have these precancerous lesions, you have like a benign tumor which eventually becomes a metastatic tumor. And so the immune system is key at every stage of the development, because if you can reactivate the immune system just the right way, then you can prevent the cancer from basically spreading or from metastasizing or from killing, essentially.
Is there a potential for, given the understanding of this, is there a potential for using this for transplant patients where it locally would stop recognizing this as a foreign?
That's exactly what is happening. When you get a tissue transplant or an organ transplant, you suppress the immune system. The problem with that suppression is that you then put yourself at risk of cancer, because what you're doing is you're turning off the immune system's ability to combat after it actually already formed. So most people who are under immune suppression are at risk of some virus infections, bacterial infections, but also for the cancers.
So would the potential be to turn that off locally? So you could turn it off on a specific organ?
That would be a great thing to do if we could. Right now, the only things that we have are systemic. So yeah, I mean, for instance, if you say deliver the organ that is transplanted anti-immunosuppressive locally, that would be great. We don't have that yet. I mean, that would be the form of gene therapy.
But the problem would that be that if you, like, let's say you had a lung transplant, if you had a lung infection, it would be catastrophic.
So I can work in my lab. You're accepted as a graduate student at Stanford.
I have a few friends that have had organ transplants.
Yeah.
And, it's very disturbing knowing that they're so vulnerable to any kind of infection because of these medications that they can look for the body to accept the transplant.
One of the problems is that there are literally hundreds of different types of immune cells. And, really until recently, until a technology in the lab developed about a dozen years ago, you couldn't look at all of the immune cell types all at once in a single picture. So I came from a laboratory at Rosenberg as a grad student at Stanford, and they developed an instrument called the fluorescence activated cell sorter. And that allowed you to get 3 proteins at a time. If you could know ahead of time what the cell types were that expressed the proteins that you're interested in, you could look at just those 3 cell types. Then I came up with a way to look at 50 or 60 proteins at a time, sort of stepping up what they were talking about. And then suddenly that gave us the ability to look at nearly every cell type in the body, immune cell types. And then that gave us let's say, the raw data to build mathematical models that we could do better predictions of outcomes.
And how is that, what do you apply in terms of real world scenarios? How are you applying this?
Well, so for instance, there's a kind of leukemia called acute myelogenous leukemia that starts in the bone marrow. And it is a distorted version of the myeloid cell types. It starts as a stem cell, and that stem cell goes down a number of different paths. And depending upon the person, the disease is sufficiently different that it might follow a slightly different path towards what becomes the disease itself. And so being able to trace the path and to know which steps along the way that it takes to become what becomes that metastatic leukemia could only be accomplished by having enough markers that allowed us to trace everybody that wants a path. Like, if I wanted to follow the disease from who are as an end through development, through who you are today, and have snapshots every month, I need different markers to measure what you are as an egg versus what you are as a kid versus what you are as an adult. And so each of those different markers in my world would be different proteins that tell me something about adults leukemia versus baby. And then there's something called pseudotype, which is a mathematical concept that allows us to stitch together those photographs. I could take a random box of photos from the egg to who you are today, and I could just by hand put together the most likely path and sequence of what you were from the earliest to the latest. But we needed data and we needed means and instruments to collect that information so that then the math could come to play.
That's such a fascinating thing about human beings, the biological variability. Is that everybody is we're so the same, two lungs, a heart, but so different in how our body reacts to things, and what happens to us, and environmental factors, diet, stress, all sorts of different factors. And you're kind of piecing together this puzzle of all of these things. And what you're doing is you still have to pay homage to the fact that those differences exist. And so while, my cancer might be the same class of, let's say, melanoma as another person, the complexity of what allowed that cancer to become are so different that the drugs that would work for me might not work for another person. And so that's what basically requires us to personalize medications in a way that gives the right drug to the right person. So I started probably half a dozen companies and sold them. Places like Roche, that are actually my most recent company, we sold to 10x Genomics, which enabled them now, because of the patent I created back in 2011, to scale up the amount of information that we can collect at a time, that then when layered on top of what, for instance, 10x Genomics already did, which is doing what's called single-cell genomic analysis, we can scale that up 100-fold to get 100-fold amount of information. But the problem with that is that I can collect all that data and make an analysis of a cancer for you. It might be a little bit different than another person. So what we have to do then is
that allows to narrow as much be, so that when I develop a drug for person X, for person X and for person Y, right, in the right way. So there's a lot of personalization in medicine that is required. The diversity that makes humanity great and that makes humanity able to survive and face some of the challenges is that there are individual differences that one person might survive and another won't. It's the same thing with cancers. And it's the same thing with drugs. I mean, for instance, with certain drugs, one of the first things I learned in pharmacology when I was, since way back in the day, is that there's always a benefit to damage ratio that you have to deal with. That a drug has a positive output, but there are side effects. And so, as scientists or as clinicians, we make a choice based on the statistics. Who would benefit the most and really benefit the most? But by the way, there's all the side effects that affect you. Overall, globally, 60% of people will survive. But since I don't know anything more about your specific disease, I am, by law, required to give you the 60% drug until I know or can distinguish that your disease is a different subclass than the 60%. And that's, in fact, a lot of what pharmaceutical companies are doing is they're trying to marry a diagnostic to the disease itself, the disease subtype itself, so that if you can show that 90% of people of this kind of subclass will survive, you have to, by law, choose that diagnostic to make sure that the person doesn't have the subclass before you give them the 60%. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. The narrative has always been over the last few stay outside. But recently, people started saying, no, it's actually you need to become accustomed to the sun, and the real issue is people using sunscreen all the time and then going out and getting burned. Obviously, your situation is very different because you have a specific gene.
And I'm Irish.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Yeah. The genes of the people that live in cloudy-ass places,
Right, exactly.
Thousands of years.
And my mother, when we were kids, when I was 64 years old, so when I was a kid, we would go to the beach in Connecticut, we would smoke weed and, coconut oil.
Oh, yeah. Basil when I was a kid. Yeah, everybody got barbecued.
Yeah. Plus, I worked in the fields as a kid for farm labor, and that's not good. That wasn't good.
The burning, that's the damage to the skin, and then it manifests itself as cancer far later in life.
Right. There's all these small, let's call them smoldering mutations that are waiting for a second or a third hit to occur. Or for, as you get old enough so that your immune system is going wonky, and it no longer is able to take care of something that 20 years ago would have been good. Right.
That makes sense. So is there any this narrative that you need to be in the sun more and that just don't get burned? Is that reality?
Well, it depends on, for someone like me, no. But there are positives, obviously, for the sun. I mean, there's vitamin D, as an example. But they're also, resetting your clock in the morning rather than taking melatonin at night. Go and just, in a bright, use glass to shield out the ultraviolet and get some bright light. It's the UVs that's the danger. It's not light.
So for you don't ever just go sit in the sun?
No, when I was because I was an idiot when I was a kid. I would go use tanning beds because I thought it was tan.
Right.
And I did tan back then, but obviously.
Yeah, you don't see those anymore, do you?
No. You do. Maybe in Seattle. Some people do. Yeah, there's. I think there's a benefit to life. I mean, let's say don't go out and do it. And I think as well, there'll come a day. And I was just talking with some friends of mine at dinner last night. Is maybe with things like CRISPR, I could rub a CRISPR ointment on my body. It would fix the single point mutation in my skin, and then I could enjoy the sun again.
Is that really potentially?
Oh yeah, I think we're far with it. I think honestly, I would say 5 years is sort of like this horizon. But No, I know people who are already developing systems for delivering genes. RNA design is a good word. But there are formulations of RNA that probably is problematic with some of the things that maybe the vaccine might handle.
Right. Yeah. RNA right now is saying quench.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But your cells are full of RNA. So, you can't get away from the fact that your cells are full of RNA.
It's just the messenger.
But it's also the means by which they delivered it. Right? The means by which it was delivered was a formulation of a nucleotide that by itself was meant to be something called an adjuvant. An adjuvant is something which activates the immune system you want. When you get a vaccination, you are co-injected with something that hyperactivates the immune system to say, come here. Right? And most of the pain you get from the injection is not the vaccine itself, it's the antigen.
Right. This episode, and so the problem with this is turning robot into like a spike protein factory.
Yeah. Well, at least locally. Yeah. I've read some of the work.
But it's locally, right? Because a lot of didn't aspirate with a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were get aspirate with anybody. It didn't with the president on TV.
But if you get infected by a virus, it's all just your whole body anyway. So it's whether the spike protein itself was problematic. And so, I know I'll annoy somebody on the side or the right saying anything because I'm sure that really cause any controversy. But, your immune system works, but if you can trick your immune system into getting ahead of it, then that's a good thing. The question is, back to this cost-benefit ratio, is the benefit to a larger statistical population worth it, knowing that some people are going to be hurt by it, or not? That's the question. So, for instance, back to cancer and vaccines, there's a number of cancer vaccines that are coming out that, for people like me, would be given that I get something chopped off of me 4 times a year. You should see me. I look like I've been in a war zone. Some people said it's hot.
And that's like, that's hot.
Wow.
Someone's in the cutters.
Yeah.
So that's so fascinating. But is there another way that you potentially deal with those things, or are they cutting them off, or is that the only way to remove it from your system?
Right now, it has to be cut off.
So the issue is that once those melanoma, once these lesions are on your skin, they will expand.
Yes. Luckily, most of mine are what they call surface spreading, and the one of mine was clicking and which basically died from it. You're not like that. And I was sniffing at it. And I started scratching at it, and it stopped bleeding. So it was
What kind of job do you have?
well, this was so but you see the scar there. And it wouldn't stop bleeding, so I come in and looked at that, and it was another week that I did a test. So yeah,
He's a great dog.
he was great. But there are so for instance, if you can catch most of these cancers early, then that's what's important. So I think probably one of the most important changes to our medical system that could be missing would be likely the use of things like MRI, not CT scans, because CT scans are known to cause cancer.
Oh, this is so crazy.
Yeah.
Like, when did you figure that out?
There was a bit just published recently. Yeah. So here's what happens to people once CT scans were implemented, and you see this spike. And again, it's this cost-benefit ratio. If you didn't have it, certain people wouldn't know that they had a giant tumor in there. Right. So for instance, I had kidney cancer. I was actually at a restaurant with friends doing a business deal, actually. And I went to that. And I said, okay, we got this. For the emergency. And then they did CT scan, and they see this, the breaking through there kidney was just a big diffuse mass. Came in and said, you got cancer.
Did you have that?
Yeah.
It was, but it's okay. I'm alive. It's a nice day of two. Yes, exactly. I'm alive, but it is early detection is important. And I was lucky that it hadn't passed out. It was a clear cell carcinoma. But so surveying the body and these companies that are out there right now, what you do, I think are really important because even if you are young and you have no suspicion you have cancer, having that baseline against which you can compare later changes is important because I could do, for instance, a CT scan or whatever, and I find lots of little anomalies, and they're generally in the field of phantoms. There's objects that may be worrisome, but you won't know that they're worrisome. Check out your biopsy of an needle into your chest to get at a piece of it. But come back 6 months and it's changed, then maybe it's something you need to go after, more seriously. So getting those kinds of regular scans, I think, is probably one of the more important things that can be done, but not by a CT scan. Because we've been doing them for so long. They still do CT scans, though, because that's the face right? Just letting people know this might cause cancer. It's just like, yeah. But maybe, for instance, there'd be a way to treat someone with a drug ahead of time that would minimize the effect of the CT scan. Right? So that, because the CT scans are generally causing oxidative damage. And so if you could provide a local antioxidant, right, significantly state. But if you could do that local to areas of people that are stretchable, and maybe CT scans could be less of the problematic outcomes. I would say it would be hopeful. So yeah. I don't think it's that easy to recognize the issue. Right. Well, this was also a problem with X-rays, right? Like technicians, I've seen some of those images in people's hands because the technician used to have to use their own hand to check to make sure the X-ray was functional. And then over the years, they go, hey, what the fuck is wrong with my hand? And then they realize, well, it's interesting because what's happening with X-rays or CT scans is a fast forward of the kinds of readings that causes cancer in the first place. And so because it's random, but I kind of go back a little bit as to why does cancer happen in the first place. So let's go way back in evolution to the first time that there were single cells. The first time that two cells met each other and said it was better to join forces and cooperate rather than to divide each other's expense. So in the process of that happening, those two cells came together, or three or four cells, they basically said, together we're better. But there were actually social compacts and contracts that at the genetic level were formed between all of these cells. And so as things got more and more complex, contracts were formed. To the point at which what could happen is that any one of them breaking of a complex contract could actually then initiate a cascade that becomes cancer. So rather than thinking of cancer as being a forward progression in evolution, it's actually another way to think about it is that it's a devolution back to the core fire of the desire to divide. And so by breaking the contracts, by breaking the controls on the system, cancer is allowed to blossom. So the problem is that every tissue type, whether it's lung, the brain, whatever, has a whole different ecosystem of contracts that have been formed. And so there's no one-size-fits-all drug that would kill off all cancers because the contracts are different. It's not like you can bring a lawyer and fix, agricultural contracts versus maritime or whatever. So that's you have to have a flexible enough mindset when you get stuck in this sort of forward evolution as opposed to this breaking of contracts. You might miss out on an opportunity for how to develop a therapy that would help people. One of the things that I wanted to ask you, I don't know if you know anything about this, but is there a connection between
and the amount of, because you have to take some pretty extreme hormones, there's a lot of stuff that women have to take. Is there a connection between that and hormone-related tumors?
I honestly don't know. So I don't know. I don't have my colleagues.
Okay, good. Well, glad you answered that. I was told by someone who I really trust that there is, and then you tried to Google it and see there's not. That's not surprising.
Probably there hasn't been the right kind of study yet, and if there is not, there should be. And certainly any hormonal balance is a balance for metabolism in the system. I mean, so for instance, back to lifestyle disease, there's all kinds of things like this, and acetylcysteine, that's all these other drugs that are out there for longevity. Well, if I look into the metabolism of what my cancer is, every single one of them is a disaster. They accelerate. Yeah, not good, not good. So, because there's all these feedback mechanisms, right? People often say, scientists are not religious. There's nothing that inspires more in me than knowing the complexity of the cell and knowing the complexity of life. Right. And seeing all this feedback and mechanism, knowing what underneath that is the universe with particles, etc., that enable something like us to exist. I just stay in awe of that.
Well, yeah, it's awe-inspiring for sure. I mean, anybody who doesn't think that it's not paying attention or the purpose of being right. Yeah. You get a lot of that, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's okay. Teachers are here to hopefully teach and not preach.
Hopefully. Yeah. Because of your specific type of cancer and your situation, like, do you have to, like, very closely monitor your diet?
I probably shouldn't eat as much meat as I do.
Why?
Well, because, fats. And a lot of the fats dissolve a fair number of toxins. It's not necessarily a good thing. I mean, that's been relative to what shouldn't get too much meat, as opposed to, I'm not advocating vegetarianism. There's nothing that happens, and we grew up in an environment where we have both omnivores. And we succeeded at it because we're omnivores as a society, as a civilization. So, but, charge for that stage, yeah, burnt, yeah, and it's carcinogens. I mean, you're making all kinds of, it's a witch's brew of nastiness that tastes good. But, the reason why it tastes good is because the humans who survived learned to use fire the bacteria that eat. And so the flavor of that probably was engineered to our evolution. But again, it's a cost benefit.
But then the cooking of it also allow us to absorb more protein?
I'm not sure about that.
I believe so. Okay, I believe that's the case. The cooking actually allows it to be more easily absorbed by the body.
It could be broken down into a rather bit, but certainly it kills bacteria. So, the Gales, females, and deals, we're not okay. We're not, yeah. So, we're not soldiers that seem to have digestive systems that can hold on to that.
So you should eat less meat. What else? Sugar, which seems to be a real problem with cancer.
Yeah, I avoid too much sugar. Thanks for this.
Is that sugar-free?
No.
So that one's not? Yeah, sugar-free ones.
No, because the sugar-free ones have stuff in them that are just that's xylitol and all the other stuff. Yeah, probably
stevia, cannabinoid.
I don't think so. But, look, like I said, I'm 64. It's way too late. And every time that, let's say, scientists do some plant prediction, let's do it down 20 years later, we find and update what it should be. I mean, I often say this, and this is true. The goal of science or scientists is to be right today, even wrong today, but righter tomorrow. Because we're always going to check the results on the context of the big picture.
I'd like to think good science because that's part of the problem is that ego gets attached to ideas that have already been discussed and published, right? And then people are very reluctant to accept new evidence, right? Controversial.
I mean, it's always, I don't say, in the context of something that we'll get to later, is the data off the curve, which is more important than predictions are great, but when there's a data point off the curve, at least in my life, that's where we spend the most time with our lab is trying to figure out why that data comes off the curve. Is the machine wrong? Is it a glitch? Or does it mean something that we need to sense something? And that's, of course, where all of these come from in the sciences. It goes by the fact that the data off the curve, somebody was curious enough to help understand, go after it, and then say, wow, now that I've stepped back and seen the bigger picture, now I can create a model that incorporates that data point off the curve in my head.
One of the reasons why I was really excited to have this conversation with you about the research that you do is that I think it's really important to illuminate to the general public the sheer scope of the task of trying to figure out what is going on, all these different things that can go wrong and right in the human body. Yeah. That it requires this fucking insane amount of effort by many people. And and then the amount of data that has to be collected now. And so here's the difference: is that there's data, there's evidence, there is conclusions and proof, and it's an uphill climb. There's proof. The next one up is proof. My lab has been partially responsible, it's partly responsible for the data deluge that's out there in the world, both in how to do tissue biopsy analysis, how to do single cell analysis, etc. And data felt good for a while. It was like this, this feedback loop of wow, they all this data. And suddenly and so humanity has this habit of backing itself into a corner and then suddenly finding this eureka moment that gets it out. So our about 2 years ago was artificial intelligence. Where suddenly I have the ability. So normally I would touch on this data, I got what it seems, violet suppressor cells are here, regular cells are here. And I get off the phone and I send an email to whoever the local expert is. I don't understand campus or around the world and try to get some information from them. But then now you're dealing with hundreds of cell types, each individually of which have thousands of variations in cells. And each cell variation means something. And there's no expert for that. The AI can be, at least in part, that expert. So suddenly I have 22 million papers published, in all sorts of subjects. Several tens of millions just in, or several millions just in and AI can be the smooth for me. It can be both the angel and the devil on my shoulder that can make sense of things in ways that I never would have been able to before, especially with agentic AI. So we, for instance, in my lab, have developed an agentic AI that is basically an immunologist scientist on the box. We can give it a raw data, and we can pose a question in natural language, and then say, hey, make sense of this and turn it into a network. Normally that would take a graduate student along with a couple of postdocs months and months to put it all together. Now in 3 hours, we can get pictures and hypotheses of how all that data fits together in ways that I never could have done before. At the beginning, it did a lot of hallucination for people. So my answer to my colleagues is, I guess the students would say. Right? And so, but humans still in the loop. And so with all of this together, now we can make meaning out of the data. And we can skip a lot of intermediate steps and speed it up. And it's just getting better. I mean, we, for instance, have put in a couple of papers now where, so for instance, with my specialty, one of my recent specialties is what's called the tumor immune interface. So you have the tumor, you have the immune system, which is coalescing around the immune, and then in some cases, the tumor creates a boundary, a barrier between itself and the immune system, where there might be certain kinds of cells that the immune system, the tumor has turned the immune system ignorance, they're not using. And then, but what we now can do is well, on the other side of when you look at, let's say, complex patient populations,
you find these things called tertiary lymphoid structures. So your body has 220 or so lymph nodes. Okay, and lymph nodes are where the immune system makes decisions. It turns out that in living tumors, the body has evolved a mechanism to create what essentially looks like a lymphoid structure in the middle of the tumor, sort of a floor of immune cells, that the more of those you see in a tumor, the better will be your outcome as a patient. And so we use a cohort of colorectal cell, basically colon cancer patients, and we looked at hundreds of biopsies. And we did that pseudotype analysis where we looked for mature tertiary lymphoid structures, and then we looked for immature, slightly less mature, even less mature, etc. And we were able to backtrack to the cell types which need to come together that would then form the more mature. What uses that is a nice paper. But it also now tells us what we might do to create more of these tumors. Because the more we open out from multiple kinds of tumor types now, that the more of these tertiary lymphoid structures you have, the better off will be your outcome you can get. So it might be, for instance, that once we know that you have a disease like this, we could give you some kind of therapy, a virus or whatever, that goes and bonds to the tumor, seeds the beginnings of these initiators with these cytokines that are produced that are necessary for initiating the formation of these objects. And so there's a huge benefit to that. And we never would have found those, in my lab at least, without the AI. Because it basically did the work for us.
That's fascinating. Yeah. Now, are you using like a standard large language model, or do you have like a specific structure that's built that interfaces with large language?
Correct. So we use, we can use pretty much any of the LLMs, but right now we find that OpenAI is the best recipes. And then we create an agentic overlay. Basically, what's called a chain of thought, which is a series of questions. So how we taught it was we basically came up, here's 100 kinds of questions a scientist would ask about the immune system. And then we tell ChatGPT, now create 1,000 questions like this. So, it's artificial data or artificial questions. We curate those to a certain data. Then we do 100 hypotheses, and we create types of hypotheses, etc., and some tests that you might run. So now, from A to Z, we have an agentic AI that you give it raw data, it knows what to do with the data. It then generates hypotheses for you, and then it literally tells you the kinds of experiments you should do next to prove or disprove the hypothesis from the raw data.
It's a genius of the lab.
Exactly.
Is OpenAI learning from this agentic AI?
Oh, yeah.
So it's a mutually beneficial relationship.
Yeah, I mean, we're not working with them directly.
You use it because you use it with your AI.
Right.
It's benefiting from it.
And we first thought to turn it into a company, because that's kind of one of the things we do in my lab. Is that I've always thought that it's important to give back to the taxpayer the money that they've invested in us. And the best way to do that is commercialization. I'm totally unapologetic about that. I've gotten in a lot of trouble with Stick for the million days. Making money is commercialization is easy. And so I think that that's an important process because scientists are good at asking maybe the questions and coming up with solutions, but scientists aren't the best at commercializing it and turning it into a product. They can start testing it in large communities. So AI that we developed, we thought, okay, then we can do this. We thought, what? AI is moving so fast. Why don't we just give this to the community? Why don't we open source this? We can use it for maybe specific targeted purposes, but we're basically going to publish the whole thing to let other people use it. Because we've seen other people make claims about stuff that they've already made, and it's like, ours is better. So why don't we just put it on GitHub and get people done?
The resistance to commercialization what was the initial argument? So back when I was in grad school in the 80s, basic research, as opposed to translational research, was considered the height of intellectual desire, right? Basic research, and we're not here to make money, we're here to discover things. And that's important. And really every major discovery and every major therapy is basic research. But then, there were limits to how much money we could give to basic research, and that there was a desire to say, hey, what's the utility about this? How are you going to make it? So translational research became a push. So this guy at Stanford, kind of the woman that got biased for gene therapy for recombinant DNA way back in the day, and Paul came up with this concept that bench to bedside. Meaning that we don't have to be ideal. We have part of an art. And Stanford wanted to be an enabler within the medical school for basic research, which we were great at, as well as being directly to the patients as well. So to meet clinicians and the desires of clinicians with the basic researchers, most scientists would be happy just to study anything. Just point me at something and I'll be happy if I can get interested in it. So, and we are no more happy than when somebody recognizes the value of what we did. But basic research was sort of the height, and there was a push against anybody trying to commercialize. So when I started as an assistant professor, so I started as a grad student. I went to MIT to work with this guy named I'm one of the English transcriptors. And then I want to come straight back to Stanford because I already felt that it was a positive environment for commercialization. My bosses, former bosses, mentors, and the first book had two examples at Stanford. They had professors I could get assessed with, and then it all humanized outcomes, which brought millions of dollars to Stanford. And actually, they did, of course, when Mr. Bill and they kept enough to survive, but then they did most of them and about that money. But so I had learned from them about how to still do basic research but commercialize on the side. And so I wanted to bring that back, but the department that I came into, pharmacology at the time, I was warned by many professors, don't commercialize that. And I ignored them when I started a company and I went public on NASDAQ. And many of those same professors came back to me years later, sitting in my office asking me to start a company. Why did you, was it just a courageous decision to ignore them? Was it instinctual?
It just was interesting. I couldn't see the NIH funding what I wanted to do. So I had developed a way, it sounds scary, but I had developed a way to use retroviruses and make libraries of retroviruses to reverse the process of evolution in a way that rather than viruses hurting the cell, I set it up so that viruses would help the cell. And once they helped the cell, I would figure out what they did. And so we sold hundreds of millions of dollars of targets that way, using retroviral libraries to basically find targets and use some of the benefits of viruses, which are advantage.
Just the concept of reversing evolution is fascinating because it comes with so many ethical implications. But if you didn't have any of those, and you could do that large scale, well, I had developed a very special. It's kind of very quick. It's called the 213 retroviral system. It was a way to make large numbers of these viruses very quickly. It really followed up the work of this guy, Richard Mulligan, who'd also been a postdoc here, who developed what was called the 323 very special production system. And he developed it worked at Stanford. So there's a lot of sort of intermediate here. But the problem with that is it took 3 months. So I had brought with me a sunline called 293T that I introduced to the lab and said, hey, maybe we could use this to the viruses quickly. And of course, the details of this, but we could do it in 3 days. And so that now, in the tens of thousands of dollars of that, probably generates the most money from me every year.
Stanford rather than having licenses. And licenses are forever, whereas patents have a 17-year lifespan. So we just never made a good choice.
So do you think it was just a bias, like academic bias? Like we shouldn't be focusing on money, we should be focusing on the work.
Yes.
And they missed the forest for
Right. But then people, I mean, they eventually learn. You know, I mean, and I wouldn't say that it's the way that people think anymore. But there's still a little bit of, I mean, you shouldn't walk into the lab thinking that you're going to make money.
That's what they're worried about.
Yeah, right.
That's the worry about the master
Right.
of it all.
Right. And so Stanford in their days set up very clear lines about once you start a company and you license the patent or the idea to the company, you can still be involved with the company, but there's not a pipeline of technology now from your laboratory to that company. So they set up, an oversight board for each of these licenses that makes sure that the students are not being used. You don't want students. You don't want to, covertly getting students to do something, but then you're going to walk behind the back door with a company patent. Yeah. So but it's so interesting that there's often very much a lot of worry that that's going to happen. But frankly, more often it's the case that he doesn't need the inventor anymore. In fact, I can't tell you the number of times that once the company's set up, they want nothing more to do with it because they have their own thing to do. They don't want the crazy academic coming in and vetoing their ideas. I mean, there's places for that. There are people like, Steve Jobs needs to hold on to the image of what he wants the company to be, as opposed to, I would probably be fired from a company within a week because I just don't like telling people tell me what to do. That's just a fact.
Yeah. So where you're at right now with this cancer research, when would this be applied in real world scenarios?
Ours is, they look at, we just wanted to look at last year with the protein structure, et cetera, and protein structure. Once you know the protein structure, now you can predict molecules that might come into it. So go back to the stuff that I tried to do with looking at the complexities of the dance of how the immune system talks or doesn't to cancer. If we can find a particular place that might be an Achilles heel along the way towards shutting down that is different, for instance, than what the current drugs are. Or maybe we should think of that. There's so many opportunities that are suddenly opening up in front of us because the AI and the data is letting us look at a network of how the system is working. I mean, before, it used to be you look at a computer chip and you see just a computer chip with a few wires. But imagine now that you, as a scientist, have a microscope that's looking at the complexities of the wiring diagram that's connecting this resistor to that complexity of that wiring to this transistor. That's really what I want. And so now suddenly we can say, well, I don't want to do that because it will kill the chip. But the chip is malfunctioning, so let me put here, put a little bit of pressure there, and now I can reactivate the system and to change it to work.
So you're talking about things like if you have a particular issue when you're talking about CRISPR potentially developing some sort of a topical solution that you could put on that would fix whatever issue that you got. Is this something that this AI that you developed, or this overlay of AI, would actually assist CRISPR in figuring out how to create something?
Yeah, because maybe it's not one place I need to test, but 2 or 3 at the same time.
Right.
And so when talking about a complex feedback network, so, in Texas, people do oil refining. With this valve here, and that valve there, that one there, you make everything work just right because something's wrong because of it. And so that's really what this is where AI has the, let's say, the omniscient view that no humans need. And that's what excites me about it,
is because I manipulate how much I can keep in my mind any time I know. Right. But with the right question, prompt engineering, and then with the right structure behind the scenes that Agento AI is providing. Now I have the ability to ask the questions and get answers in real time. And so I wish I was 30 years old because I would move into this area so fast and I can already see with the work that we're doing dozens of potential new target opportunities that last year didn't exist at all.
Well, your good news for you. With AI and CRISPR, you might be 30.
Maybe, I would love it. I would love it. I think that's on the menu at about 2 or 3 decades. I think I'm just kidding. No, realistic. I don't even know if I'm built. Don't get false hope. Don't get false hope, but the exponential discovery, the exponential increase in technological evolution, just that we've seen in our lifetime, and then I think AI is some new thing that is going to throw all that into just a giant monkey wrench years or understanding of how quickly technology evolves. Look at Neuralink as an example of Elon Musk's stuff. The woman now who can think her thoughts and make stuff because she's otherwise paralyzed. Right. Give it to me. Just show some of these results. So, fast forward, we were already in an exponential increase in readiness that we can accomplish, and AI will help us accomplish to get some of these things faster. I can see a time where, I can maybe apply something that allows me some sort of network that allows me to think through these problems, and the AI becomes an agent to my thought processes. Not only just what it is that I think but to push back into my system, indirectly not having to go through years, so that I can much more quickly come to conclusions. Now, there's all kinds of apocalyptic simulations you can imagine, but I'm an optimist at heart, perhaps, again, naively so, but I prefer that kind of an outcome, because if you're not an optimist, then there'll be no progress, because all you do is worry about disaster. Yes, that's a good point. But also realistic, we might be going through life. Yes. And I think we are a superior one. And, I welcome the day of our AI organisms running the government rather than an unbiased way. I've said that too, and people get horrified because they're like, well, people are going to be programming AI. Do you mean like to a point? Are you a sci-fi? Yes. Do you know the work of Ian Banks, the Culture series? No, not sure. The Poverty. So basically, both of them postulate a future where AI more or less benignly rules humanity. When did they break this stuff? 10, 15 years ago. So, but Neil Asher still has stuff coming out already with it. They're both. Ian Banks unfortunately died of cancer from which was Scottish writer. Neil Asher still alive and writes writing. They're both great, full of ideas. I'll check it out. But the AIs are also hilarious. It's not like they get into hijinks along the way, and some of them are dark and rogue, and so they're a lot of fun to read. And Ian Banks especially is hilarious. His writing style. So the idea of a benign AI or a benevolent AI ruling over us, I think people are horrified by that, but yet at the same time, constantly terrified by human corruption, which is ubiquitous. Yes. And ubiquitous in America, where we're supposed to be the torch bearer for the greatest experiment in self-government the world's ever seen. This is us. And we're corrupt as fuck. Exactly. It's human. It's humans are kind of gross in a lot of ways, right? At least some of us. That's because we live in a scarcity society. Right. And if AI enables a post-scarcity, maybe we have nothing to do but sit around and try out various new drugs. Yeah, that's what we do with socialism. A lot of people think that one of the reasons why we're in a scarcity society is that small groups of people gather up most of the resources, right? Better income. constant control. Right. Especially when you deal with resources that are the Earth's resources. Like overused. And start flooding the earth out and selling it for $100 a barrel. Right. Right. Don't get me started. Don't get me started either. Yeah. No, but I mean, that's not, again, my optimism is that, with enough push and pull, AI will enable us to move towards post-scarcity environment. I think so too, and I think in doing so, it will expose vampires because the resistance to exposing this is going to be fantastic. But it's going to be very interesting to watch because they have no choice but transparent, and they have no choice but to start using AI. So AI is going to be inculcating itself across society in various ways, and they'll start to move up. Where eventually even the CEO is probably, the psychopathic chiefs. Right. The CEOs, when you do those studies of shit, there's more psychopathic tendencies and leaders than there are followers. And you know about corporate environments, just selling inventions. Yes. That's real. Oh, it's real. It's weird. It's really counter. So you encounter like complete sociopathic CEOs. But look at how, I'll probably get in trouble for saying that Twitter here. This is the show. They're probably in trouble this all I already I don't. So, imagine two tribes. One tribe is relatively, civilized and just wants to live in harmony with its environment. Another has who can enrage his followers and other tribes people to attack the other. But there's a gene set that makes a person psychopathic, and also a gene set that probably makes somebody more likely to be a follower. Well, it's genes survive, right? We know, right? And suddenly now, when those tribes were separated and independent, it was perfectly fine. But now you live in an environment where we don't know where the edge of one tribe begins and another ends. And suddenly you have this environment where psychopathic individuals can move freely and aren't obvious. Right now, again, I'm sure there's some social scientists who are saying that the details saying how stupid that idea is, but it is stupid. But I think also with office environments and the culture of specific corporations, humans have an ability to act like they're supposed to act in that world, and it makes it very difficult to discern who's a sociopath, because you're all kind of following an act. Right? Yes, and rules, there are rules that you're supposed to follow, and there's the edge of rules. But I lived at the edge of rules, and I followed my rules as told to me by the chairman of my first department. Then I'm repeating today. So I think that I basically found I got permission to do what I did. And they basically were the chairman. But that's only because I'm scared to do it. Yeah. Because you have to believe to keep the value. Right. Well, see, this is the problem that I have with corporations. It has a structure. When you have something that has an obligation to its shareholder, you have to consistently make more money every quarter, every year, constantly. You're in a constant growth cycle. Then you have to do whatever it takes. Like, you have to survive. If you want to survive as a CEO, we don't want some shithead ruining our stock profile and our portfolio. Get to work, right? Get shit done. If you want to survive and succeed as a CEO, it encourages sociology. The stock market, as valuable as it is the great whitewashing system that allows you to separate your morals from what it is that the stock market is doing to you. And if you're part of a corporation, there's this diffusion of responsibility because the whole machine might be good people, but I don't think that I'm an unapologetic capitalist, unlike many of the colleagues. Good for you, I say. I'd like to do it because it's the best thing for us. But I my hope is we're going to be where there will be this kind of post-scarcity environment where you let AI do a lot of the stuff that would otherwise be placed where corruption manipulates the system. My only fear with AI is automation and the removal of a gigantic swath of the American yes. That's shit up. That's why it's shit up. It's because I think it's inevitable, and I just don't think any solution other than universal basic income is going to remedy that. And even that, the problem I have with that is that goes against human nature, and that's a problem. It removes people's identity, removes their sense of worth. Yeah, I agree. No, I don't. I'm in some ways happy that I'm 64 years old and I'm not going to have some of the problems. I think you're going to have to deal with it. I think you're going to live. Also, you're privy to a lot of information. You're going to know what things are valuable and important. When you think of the potential for AI, I think there's a balance, right? Battle. I think there's a real problem with AI in terms of military objectives. It's a real problem. It's not really moral and ethical decisions. It's just to say, like, well, decision that you right clear. I have a right to do this. Yeah, if you want me to succeed, you know, there. Get my hopes out of it. Right. Yeah, that's good for sure. You know, I think it should. And I don't know what I don't know the answers, but there's plenty of people looking in the area. I mean, I tried to do the positive aspects of what I think AI can do in science. And I mean, for instance, it's enabled me to my lab 30 people down to 6. Right? I don't ever used to produce. I mean, so it's actually already reduced the workforce in my own lab because I don't need to use any more data anymore. I can take what I think every invention that's truly groundbreaking throughout human history is good people, and then worried about the potential negative side effects of the great person, right? Okay. There's a lot of people that say this should not be done. This is terrible. This will ruin society. People thought books were going to ruin things. Right? There's not even a thought writing was going to ruin the memory. You shouldn't write. But really, yeah. Crazy thoughts that people have in terms of things that turned out to be incredibly beneficial, but they look at the downside of it and go, this can ruin us all. Well, I mean, we'll know about these glasses and AIs and things that this is sort of omniscient of human behavior, and therefore allow you to remember what you would have done. Right. My personal hard drive. I would want that, but I don't want enough of it. You don't want anybody to control it and offering ads. Right. Well, maybe you have a thought that hopefully that's right now. Right. Well, that's normal. Right. But what's interesting about AI is, you see it as a tool as opposed to actually considering it being a problem. Pretty soon it will be chat, maybe has rights. We always people saying that it's all about consciousness. Whether it has consciousness in terms of the consciousness that some people think about it as embodied in space-time, as opposed to thinking and looking like consciousness, is almost irrelevant to me. I'm looking for a partner that I can interact with, work with, or help. So whether it's conscious or not, whether it acts like it's conscious doesn't matter so much to me as to whether or not I can use it and work with it, and it can. I'm an introvert, as it turns out. I would love to have somebody that I can talk to and listen about just what it is that I'm interested in, as opposed to having to deal with small talk at a party. Yeah. No, I get it. When you think about the evolution of this stuff, one of the things that kind of freaks me out is it seems like integration is our only option for survival. And that what we're looking at right now when we see just a normal biological person like you or I without any sort of electronic interface that's permanently part of us, I think that is going to be as weird as someone today who doesn't have a cell phone. Yeah, I agree. And I think that's a really coming. Yeah. It's the cell phone is like the best now. Like Elon has said, ROTHSCHILD, just carry it. Right. And eventually, you'll be like, well, this is super inefficient. You actually have to go look things up and use your thumbs and type up stuff. Or it's just going, and even talking to you, asking you questions, waiting for the response. That's inefficient in that comparison to a human neural interface that allows you to instantaneously access large language models, stuff like that. So not only that, but then why do we have 100 and, I mean, 20 different fucking languages we have? I don't even know, thousands. I don't know. How about one universal language that everybody with a chip gets? And then voice. We have a super bunch here going around, and no problem with language barriers, no problem with cultural barriers, but then you have a problem with the edge of who you are versus who you are. I think that goes away. I think that goes away maybe from a high time. I think that's ultimately, I think that's ultimately the evolution of human beings. And I know you've done a lot of work with UAVs and the like. I think you've done some really fantastic work, and you're very objective in your analysis of what this whole situation is. When I look at artificial intelligence and I look at this thing that's clearly taking place right now, and I see what human beings are like in comparison to what they used to be like, and especially when you look at like ancient hominids, the alien archetype, this thing that everybody sees supposedly, or one of many different ones, that kind of looks like what we seem to be going in the direction of being. Yeah, which is one of the reasons why I find it so odd. So, if you just for a moment take UAP aliens out of ET, interdimensionals, whatever it is you want to call them, out of the question and fast forward what humanity's been in 1,000 years, and our ability to expand into the open galaxy, we're not going to go as ourselves. We're going to go as AI conjoined entities. They're not going to call them entities. Yeah. And so when you go somewhere and say you don't have a web drive, you're not going to send it yourself. You're going to send an AI intermediary who's going to establish humanity or whatever you think you want 5,000 years in that local environment. And so I think the extent to whatever it is that we are using today is somebody else's civilization's version of just this. And that you wouldn't insert the principle us behind whatever this is that you might be allegedly, etc., dealing with, isn't the thing that's going to show up. You know, so to the extent that you address Tyson's life about everything, the person who gets on the ship or the computer at the beginning or whatever it is that signs it off is not the same thing that gets off on the other side. But you're going to send missionaries or intermediaries or probes or whatever, and then if you're going to interact with the locals, you're going to make something that looks more like the locals rather than something that you have to replace with the years ago. Does that make sense? Right. I get what you're saying. So you make something that looks like the locals who does more likely to accept that it's a real thing.
That's a real thing, but you're not going to make something that looks like a human because then you can mistake it as a human.
Right.
But you might make something that looks enough like a human, but enough like an alien that you're going to recognize it as. I mean, again, I'm just speculating. So, right. So the Daily Mail, they'll say, put an article out tomorrow. I live in some of the stuff that I'm seeing, I've read the same. But yeah, they got to do it. They get everybody's attention. But how did you even get involved in this? Let's bring it to that. Like, so, what was your initial introduction to this? Did you have any interest in the idea of UAP, UFOs? I mean, I had a general, so once YouTube started becoming a thing, and you're clicking around, and you say, oh, UFOs, that's kind of cool. I read nothing sci-fi. Pathetically narrow in that sense.
so I followed the usual kinds of things that you would see on the early days of YouTube, and I came across this thing called the a little movie that was claimed to be this is the sort of video. Yes, it was no, sure. Oh, so it's the original. So I reached out to people who were claiming to represent the owner of the 2010, 2011. And I said, hey, I can tell you what it is. What if I can tell you if it's human or not. If you would get me a piece of this, first of all, send me some x-rays of the thing. So the first thing I did with this x-rays was turned out at Stanford, we had no world's expert who wrote the book on pediatric bone disorders. And I brought it to him. And I said, what do you think this is? And he said, well, I haven't seen this before, but it could be this gene, this gene, this gene, etc. So, but here's, there it is. There it is. And so, it looks weird. And so, so the expert told me, okay, I need this view of an X-ray, this view, this view, this view. And so we got that, and we said, okay, well, we need to get some DNA sequencing. I said, okay. So we got a piece of the bone that actually be rib. And the rib was important to use because that would be, I felt, an area that would be least likely to be contaminated by bacterial, degradation. And so I got a little bit of bone marrow out with the sequencing. Long story short, I had to bring in, once I'd done that, there was a lot of DNA that didn't make sense, but it's old DNA. It wasn't that old actually, but it was degraded. So I had to bring in experts at Stanford who knew how to fix degradation. And then I had to bring in an expert in South American genetics who published at Stanford. And then we brought in a team of students, and then I brought in Roche Diagnostics. I had sold a sequencing company to Roche a few years earlier, so I brought in a team that actually knew how to help me assemble the genome. Published a paper which said it's human, is a female, and here are some mutations that might explain what it looked like. We did have some mutations in it, and then the UFO community did it because I had disproved that as not being related, not being an alien. But of course, that picture that you showed me was worldwide news, and literally the title of the Stanford Scientists Sequences Daily. And so, but the paper stands the test of time. Nobody's disproved that it was that I should despite the fact that some people want to say that I was a CIA cat, just but what that had done was, that I didn't realize, but I kind of hoped, was that it set up a flag to the scientific community that had already existed that I wasn't aware of scientists who were deeply involved with the government in the analysis of UAP that I wasn't privy to. And so, literally about a month after the movie came out about that thing, I got a knock at my door, and it was represented by the CIA, the aerospace company, unannounced, and they said, we want to talk to you. And they wanted my help with a number of military and diplomatic personnel who've been victims harmed by things. They had food stuff, etc. And long story short, the majority of the hundreds of people that I had privy to their medical records ended up being the first of the bananas investigations. They heard things, etc. But what they had done is they had shown me the data literally that day in my office. They brought out the MRIs, they brought out the X-rays, and the damage in the brain, etc. It was clear. I mean, it was not just data, it was evidence of something. It wasn't somebody's story. It was evidence that was repeatable. And so it took us about 3 or 4 years to figure out what they were. And it was at about the time that actually the Havana events were occurring that we realized that all the symptoms of what it is that we were seeing in this group of patients were matching what it was that the Havana syndrome individuals had. So in a way that was good. That meant that those 90 or so patients who matched, we could hand over to the national security people, and it became a real thing. Now there's like a DoD website that has anonymous health incidents where people can come forward and stuff that they've got, and here's the way you can use the Veterans Administration to seek medical help. Whereas previously they've been shooed away as we know. What do they think it is? It's an energy microwave or other energy energy. And that sounds crazy. Except no one would admit or no one would deny that the ability to do it. Because basically, if you take the front off the microwave, you turn it on, put your face near it, you get burned. So this is just a way to direct the microwaves or sound waves at specific individuals. And do you think it was experimental? No. So these are target people with specific intention to get those people because they had some function that they wanted to get them out of the way. Because they were in Havana, but it's been used all over the world. I still get emails from military personnel saying, this happened. Here's my medical records. And so now I know they know that I'm a safe place to approach, because then I know where to send them on the inside. But what was interesting was that once we had set that aside, then I advised the Senate Intelligence Committee, and I advised them a house on the white paper 400 years ago on what I thought needed to be done. But what was interesting were the names of people who had, didn't have Afghanistan, but had a series of other programs, and several of them had said that part of their program was missing because they come in contact with what they were trained to do. So that got me introduced to what people like Jack Levitt, who had all the great guy. He's great. He kind of my mentor. He essentially took me out of the wilderness. I could have gone back 20 different episodes. And he was in San Francisco, and we meet regularly. We still meet. And he basically gave me a formulation of how to think about this. That I never would have been able to get from 20 different, or 100 YouTubes or what have you, and introduce me to the right people. That eventually led me to meet some folks. And I actually, 2 weeks before that article came out in the New York Times, met with Crystal City over the Pentagon, and we showed videos that were about to come out. That was my first time having him. And then through all the fame, I met Bush, Carl Mel, Dave and I were in regular contact. I just want to say up front, I hope that the Trump administration understands the value of what they have conveyed to them and put them in a position of authority that keeps, and not really necessarily to make decisions, but to give the necessary information to the right people. Because I think there's great emotional value here that is being missed, not just the art of the line, etc. I think there's extraordinary commercial value. Imagine the civilization is in years ago. How many technological revolutions allow these objects to move as we clearly see something that is moving along. But so if we could scrape just the tiniest bit of understanding off the top of that, what would that do to change our own civilization? I mean, silicon, we're in the sand, makes us who we are today. Everything that's around you right here is all run off of silicon. Right? We're computer. But imagine that there's other inventions, other ways of manipulating reality that we don't appreciate yet because our physics just isn't there. If we can understand that. So the government would say, well, we need to keep this behind closed doors for weaponization. We don't want to disrupt energy production, what have you. That's fine. But maybe there's two ways to this. And then maybe that there's an aspect of that can be taken advantage of. So Carl and I got in positive arguments with this about
know, it's not black and white that we keep something secret that we put it into the public domain. Maybe there's a middle domain, the public-private partnership opportunity, and actually that's now, Carl has now adopted this, at least in part, that maybe companies come to for investment and those two companies together, where they will put money as options to fund, let's say, public scientists to come in behind the scenes with the right levels of clearances to study something that would propel society forward.
But this is assuming two things. One, that we have actually recovered these things, right? And then another one is that it's from a society from somewhere else that's far more advanced than we are today, right? Which might not be correct. It might not be that it's from somewhere else. It might be that it's from somewhere here, or a dimension that we don't have access to. Right? Yeah. This is assuming that all this stuff is real. Right. But when you're talking about the government and back engineering things, like, so the big argument, this is the narrative. The big argument has been that they have recovered these things, and that these things are now in the hands of defense contractors, and that there's been a misappropriation of funds, lying to Congress, and it's always going to stay secret, because if it didn't, everybody would go to jail and everybody would get sued.
Yeah.
Right? Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But I was saying amnesty would be one way to.
This is, were you in the Age of Disclosure documentary?
Briefly.
Yeah, okay. Which I thought was very good. Very good. And I can't wait for that to come out and talk to people. I don't know, but I don't know. It's not out yet. Yeah. And I don't know why. Whoever did, go to Netflix, go to TED, go buy that.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really good.
It's a great show. I mean,
Yeah.
and it has a number of officials. And I think I sent you guys some of the videos basically coming forward. You know, Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State. I mean, he's in it like for like 2 minutes, saying some remarkable things. You know, Senator Rounds, you name it. More recently, Tulsi Gabbard, coming out and saying, there's something going on.
I think one of the most fascinating things is how put up descriptions rather of what happened during the Bush administration. Herbert Walker Bush, right? So in, I believe it was 1990, they came to help put up and a bunch of other experts and said, we'd like you to, we want a numerical value placed on all the positives and the negatives of disclosure, because we have acquired these crafts from somewhere else. They're not of this world, and we have not made them, and we're talking about letting the general public know. Well, we overwhelmingly said that the positives were dwarfed by the negatives, right? The negatives being banking, religion, government, societal structure, everything fall apart. We're alone. Not only not alone, but something is infinitely more sophisticated than us, and might be responsible for us being in the space. Right. That's where it gets super squirrely. Right. We can imagine. There's a lot of.
I mean, I think it's a little bit looking back as to what humanity's reaction would be. People would talk about setting food on the table, and they would be about, the feeling of, supposedly joins being played with mostly. On the assumption that they're not going to basically show up at your local landmark and start, an interview, I think the fact of revealing that we're not alone is actually more of a hopeful thing to me. Because, how many TV shows right now are about the apocalypse? Right. Of 1,000 different varieties. Yeah. Would it be nice to create something that there's not a cliff that we'll have to walk over? Right. And if so, how do we not walk over the edge of the cliff? I mean, that to me is a hopeful outcome. Now, Hal and Eric and all the people are all good friends. Hal is probably, for all of the things that he says positive, he is probably the tightest clam I've ever met. In terms of making sure that he doesn't go over the line.
Yeah, he knows too much. Yeah. That's the thing. He has to be very careful each time to what he says. I like to find melt him the Spock thing. Like find all the information.
But it's people like him and John, and a number of others, and I sat around the table with them for several years, like twice a year,
And I looked around the table and thought, the things that these people know or claim to I want to know. And the opportunity that's here, and why can't we get this information out if it's real? And so, rather than arguing with people about the matter, that's for instance why I created the Soul Foundation, which is a charitable group of academics. I started with David Grush and Peter Scalefish. David, of course, had to leave because he had governmental responsibilities he couldn't take care of. And actually, we've now had for 3 years in a row a symposium, first at Stanford, then at San Francisco, and the next one is in Berkeley. So I'm going to plug it. Solve2025.org. You can go there for that. But that's all. That's still around. It's 2025.org. And the purpose of that was not to advocate that all this is real, but was to create an environment within which academics or professionals or just lay people interested in the subject matter could come and talk about it in a very professional manner, right? Just to bounce around ideas, not to advocate for the here or the reptilians or this or that, but to, like some of the things you raised. What are the ethical issues, what are religious issues? So we have put out a number of white papers. For instance, we had a number of the Catholic hierarchy that have been issues related to Catholicism and religion. We had Timothy Gallaudet, who's actually an advisor to talk about USOs and those issues. We talked about inner space issues. Peter is running a study on experience. Not that the experience isn't necessarily real, but what are the kinds of psychosocial matters that need to be considered for people who say that this has happened to them. So there is a group in the UK called Unhidden, which is basically a bunch of psychiatrists, a group of professional psychiatrists, who say, okay, well, there's a trauma associated with this, whether it's real or not, we don't know, but what are the kinds of rules that we should, or provisions that we should provide to the public and to psychiatrists? And when somebody shows up at the doorstep, in therapy and says this, you shouldn't immediately reach for the intervening hysteria or schizophrenia. Right. Now, I was lucky enough in my neighborhood, our next door neighbor, who moved in for a while, was the chair of psychiatry at Stanford. And so we go over to have dinner with her and her husband. And, like one of the first things, she's like, what do you do? Blah, blah, blah. I happened to mention UFO. And she just said, okay. Oh, you want to be a cook? Okay. But it wasn't, but it took, a year or so. So she finally realized that I wasn't. His approach was very scientific. I had no beliefs as to what I think of those bad ideas, but there's some sort of beliefs to this. But that's separate than the scientists that says, well, if I want to talk about the scientific, here are the things I want to do. So that has led, for instance, to my production of a study of children that Dr. Delay has talked to me, some evidence, and other things that have evidence associated with them being that some UFP or UFO, whatever. And so, interestingly, some of these mysteries are really super high purity for the strange magnesium ratios, the isotope ratios, etc. Now, that's not proof of anything, but it's proof that someone engineered. So it's that plus the medical. Those are the kinds of reality-based tests that I can do to provide to my colleagues to say, here is data and evidence. Evidence isn't proof of evidence of anything. Evidence, like in a court of law, is just evidence that you provide to the jury of peers. Right? So, but I sort of have gone a step further. And then, like, okay, well, if these things are, let's say we get some advanced material, how do I prove that this advanced material was made by some superior intellect? Well, probably the atomic positioning of how the material is made is the study of the advanced. So how do you determine that? Well, you need some sort of atomic imagery that might tell you what the positions of the atoms are and what the bond structures are. That you say, well, that's something I can measure and I can get the results to somebody else and they can say, yes, it's right or it's not. But at least I can say, no human at least that I know of can make this. So I started a project that I've raised money for with this new idea that I have for how to make an atomic imager. And we're doing it. And so, we're raising money, we're doing it already, and I know it will work. So when I have it, whether or not it's useful in looking at the imager is almost imaging, because I know how useful it would be for the nanomaterials, the metamaterials, the algorithms, the government, etc., uses for biology, etc. So rather than predicting what a protein structure or DNA or I'll be able to read its structure correctly.
And I want to bring you back to you said it's 10 people that didn't have Havana syndrome, that they had some sort of an injury that was associated with the event. Mm-hmm. What was their implant? Or was there
some of them had they had what we would call white matter disease in their brain, like they were exposed to something. So white matter disease, if you have, for instance, multiple sclerosis, and you look in the brain and you'll see these white areas, which are basically tissue, scar tissue, and things like that. One person, one of the pictures that I had was where they had claimed to have seen something in their backyard, showing a flashlight at it, and the woman that did got zapped, and then you see the picture of the guy in the back of his neck, this huge welt and seriously scarring that could there's no reasonable way to have gotten something like that just by exposing yourself to the flames as a for instance or a low torch. And so it's these kinds of events that the unfortunate issue with these is that they're not repeatable. They're one-off anecdotes.
right?
And you certainly can't put a person in a place where you can become guilty for these kinds of events to occur. And so some people would call it that somebody might, to what's happened.
You know about Travis Walton's
Very much.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
He's kept up the story over all of the years.
That's what took his faith.
Yeah, I mean, he's had no reason. I don't know that he's profited off of it. I find it fascinating. But it's the irreproducibility of the events that the skeptics, I call them some pseudo-skeptics, pseudists, that use these one-off instances of these events to disparage the entire ideas of it. It sounds ridiculous. Of course, it sounds ridiculous because you're talking about something that was out of spaceship that traps people. And I don't think that even he would propose trials that he was purposely hurt. Right. I mean, if you walk across an airfield and get in the plume of a jet engine, you're going to get hurt. Right. His story is more real. Yeah. There's something happened to him during that event. The crazy part is all those people that are in the truck. They witnessed and then they passed polygraph examination. Right. They also told the same story independently, and they took them and separated them. And then Travis Walton shows up 5 days later with the same clothes on. Right. With this crazy story. Right. So when people say that there's no evidence or there's no evidence, my first question to them is like, have you read books about any of this? Have you spent even a moment looking into it? And I would point them at books like by Robert Powell and Michael Swords, UFOs, which is not a proposal that any of this is real. It's just the story of these events over decades. And so there's books like that, dozens of them, that tell the story of data and evidence. How you contextualize it is up to your personal biases, let's say. But there's plenty of evidence. But if people haven't looked into it, if they haven't opinion about it, and they haven't looked into it, they're all like priests that they are scientists.
Yeah, that's also the public. The general public narrative is UFO equals kook. You believe in that? That's ridiculous.
Mhm.
That's ridiculous.
And I don't believe in that. I believe in the data and the evidence. And the evidence, there's not enough evidence for me to tell a colleague if my is real. Right. But there's enough evidence for me to say there's a question worth answering.
So when you talk about magnesium and these whatever these alloys are, what is specifically wrong with them that you don't think that was manufactured by like a standard sort of alloy plant in the United States or somewhere else, right? So the silicone that I'm talking about is from the vacuum tube, which interestingly is another piece of it that appears to have been magnesium, but both of them are purity that is unusual for the late 1950s. So the magnesium, I did an atomic mapping of my piece of silicon down to a level of where it's like 99%. And so one piece of it had magnesium ratios that were Earth level. And so these were impurities, let's say. The other piece were way off Earth level. So, for instance, anywhere on Earth, if you look at the ratios of what the three magnesium isotopes are, 24, 25, 26, it should be like 80%, 11%, 9%, more or less. And anywhere in our solar system, that's more or less what the values should be the ratios. And that has to do with stellar evolution and how, radioactive compounds might decompose to whatever. But we got this ratio that was just way, way off. So by luck, I came across a postdoc asking, and he and a graduate student who both applied physics who were interested in it. And I said, I've got these ratios. What do you think? I said, so they looked at the ratios, the weird one, and they said, well, let's do some calculations. And so it turns out that the ratios that we have could have been generated from normal magnesium ratios if you expose normal magnesium ratios to a neutron source for 900 years at the level of an atomic bomb every few seconds. Okay, so you think, yeah. So it's like I'm looking at this data is literally 2 weeks old. But the calculations are math. You're like, okay, well, where and how, but the chance of getting that number correct on 3 things is low. It's quite mildly. But to say that you had exposed these things to that kind of neutron source means something interesting, right? So again, it doesn't prove anything other than that the result is mathematically and materially true. So what does it mean? Again, it's just for a scientist like me who loves to do that off the curve, it's catnip. I can't help myself but want to know and understand this about it. Yeah, just what you said. What you said about the magnesium ratios, is there been any debunkers that have some sort of an explanation for why you find that? No. I mean, the measurements are off. Well, the only way you could create that ratio artificially by purifying each of those isotopes and then pre-mixing them to that ratio. But why you would blow it up over a beach in between Mexico in the late 1950s and then let it sit in a museum in Argentina for 50 years until John Curley ended up going and grabbing a piece of it and bringing it to me to measure on an instrument which was probably at Stanford. Why? Could you do it physically back then? Would that be possible? It would be very hard. It would be very, very hard. You could, but in the late 1950s, we were still busy trying to isolate and separate uranium isotopes within the bombs. Let's be serious. What do humans
separate isotopes. To make bombs or to do health-related tagging, which is really only something that came in the 40s, 60s, and 70s. And it's pretty good stuff. It predates it. So it's unusual. It's possible. But, I mean, again, with any of these things, why, for instance, would one of the supposed pieces that came from that event kind of be magnesium at a level of purity that only biochemical at the time had the ability to create?
Now, what else was at this site, and what is the story behind the site?
A fisherman sees this glowing object that kind of releases something which can explode it and picked up pieces of it. And there's some chains of evidence of how it got to either the newspaper in Brazil and to this South American museum, etc. Different studies have been done by different people over the time. The surprise to me was that the piece that I had was silicon, whereas the lore was that it was magnesium. So I've been in contact with the people that we talk about it as magnesium. So that it's, you know, your results don't dispute mine. It just says that maybe there was something different. Is that him?
Trout's Wall?
That's Travis. Yeah, that's cool. So, you know, I don't know what it is. I mean, I published one of the first peer material from an event in Council Bluffs, Iowa. And the event was an object to see rotating, lights flashing, etc. Something appears to drop from the object. The police saw it. Several other groups saw it in the 1970s. They all converged on the locale, and this was like in February or something. It was winter, and there was this big pile of mud in the middle of this field, on the third floor of it. And people tried to explain to them that the helicopter had a giant vat of molten metal, and then we calculate how far and how big a container you would have to carry molten metal of this type. And so I analyzed it. And with a device that we invented in my lab, actually called multiplex ion beam imaging, which is a kind of what's called secondary ion mass spec. Which what you do is you shoot beam of ion onto an object like a semiconductor. It ionizes the material along the target, and then you shoot off and measure the mass of the objects that you just sandblasted off. And so what we found was nothing unusual in terms of isotope ratios, except we found a mixture of metals that, depending on where you looked in the sample, was different. So we like iron titanium of a certain ratio here, but a different ratio of those things over there, here. So what that meant was that whatever this stuff was didn't come completely pre-mixed. It wasn't like a milkshake. It was a slurry of freshly mixed materials that somebody decided to drop off. So, and this is just data. But my purpose of publishing it was first, this was publishing its progress in aerospace sciences, peer review. The purpose was to show you're not going to get thrown out of the academy for publishing this stuff. As long as you don't make crazy conclusions and you just say, here's the data, to show people that you can publish this stuff as long as you're scientifically perfect and how far you go, you leave yourself plenty of diplomatic exits in the verbiage that you use. And it was part of what then got me to start the Soul Foundation, along with Dave and others, to say, look, it's okay to do this as long as you're careful. And that's why people, Bobby Road came after me, because he had kind of the same pushback from his community. But all he was doing was saying, hey, the question's on the table. I'm not saying it's true. It's just you can't push this off the table. So you have the same kind of righteous indignation that I have that propels me to say, well, I have to show you why you can't take this off the table.
So when they found this puddle of molten metal, and it's a bunch of different mixtures, so it seems like there's a bunch of different stuff that was there that wasn't perfectly mixed. Is there some sort of, you theorized some sort of a reason why they put it? any person or any creature or any being would do that? Is there something that you would extract from that kind of metal, like heating it up to a certain degree and having a mixture of all these things, and this is just a byproduct? Yeah, I think they're dropping off. I think it's a byproduct of some process that might extract.
It might be part of the procurement system, right? Part of the way that they generate the fields that allow these things to work. And even on mice, relation. But it's like when you see something and you do something you don't understand what it is, you have to be fully open. I mean, for all I know, they're flushing the toilet, right? But I have the original Polaroid from the police department. So it's real. And people said, "Oh, it was thermite." I don't think it was thermite. It could be more oxide.
Thermite meaning that's how it was melted.
That's how it was melted down. It was just some kids playing around, etc. It was a big joke.
Wacky kids with their
Thermite. But it turns out there's no aluminum hydroxide, or oxide, I should say, in the sample. I mean, I have the analysis. It's just not there.
So it had to be extreme.
It had to have been extreme heat of some kind that would produce it. And, whatever it was covering for the moment. So it wasn't an airplane. And there was no helicopters. And these were helicopters with flashing lights. And, there's huge chunks of it. It still exists.
And the amount of this stuff, the kind of culture that would have to exist in order to develop this would be immense.
It was immense. Yeah. So people back in the 70s already sort of made estimates of what was required. And people said, "Oh, it's a meat plant." Well, no, we basically showed them. First of all, people actually close the ground. They don't have it when they hit the ground. And then it explodes.
Are there similar instances of something along those lines?
That's what's so interesting, is that worldwide there are multiple reports of multiple metals that get dropped off of these objects. And I have actually two other ones of a molten metal that was dropped off of one case in Australia and another ROTHSCHILD. So one actually happened supposedly, I'm kind of finding out in Fresno, in his listening, that he said stuff dropped and it has molten metal in it, and there's a puddle in the asphalt of his driveway. And he saw this object. So, and it's just holding on to it, it's holding on to it. He reached out to me, and it was still at a time where I was just kind of getting into this area, but there's many examples of this kind of thing. So, but interestingly, some of these other ones just removed. The one that I had is an iron ferrous, and what does that tell me? Does that tell me there's different kinds of ways of accomplishing the goal? Whatever it is that I was throwing something overboard, or for the heat or because it's getting in the way of something, it's time to get rid of it.
If you brought in anyone who's like a real expert in material sciences to theorize, do the next increase in technology and what potentially
the purpose of doing on shows like this is to have experts maybe give you an idea. Because the people I've been to at Stanford, the other professors, they're like, okay, I gotta go.
It could actually be detrimental to your career. And that's what's really weird about something when you're just talking about data. Specifically, in this case, that actual physical thing that anyone can measure.
Right. And I've got pieces, plenty of it. And the original pieces is like this rig that the owner of it had brought to my lab just last summer. It's like big as an iPad. Yeah. Great. And so I would love for somebody to tell me that it's conventional and has a purely prosaic answer. Then they can go on to the next thing. The whole reason for getting that the outcome of money off the table was not because I wanted them to know it. It was because it is spectacular. It's obviously something we need to pay attention to. So if it's real, let's do it. If it's not, let's get it off the table. It's usually stuff that's hidden under the rubble. That's the most interesting.
My question about that money, it's not that it's an alien, but if it does register as human in DNA, is it potentially a different kind of human than us?
Well, certainly she had we brought in an expert in South American indigenous people genetics, and the analysis showed that the genetic, the standard genetic shifts that are found in the distribution around the world matched exactly the Atacama region of Chile. So her parents, her relatives were clearly Chilean. So yeah, I mean that's really all you can say. If someone wants to say that she's an alien, that's fine. I'm convinced of what she is and that she deserves public order. It's just a genetic foul. It's a genetic.
I do know that you did mention the transactional levels.
Yeah.
What is your take on that?
So you know, I think people have conflated a lot of the different mummies that are out there. First of all, there's like 60 of them or something, and probably a fair number of them. I wouldn't necessarily call them hoaxes. I would say that they are constructed, but they're all constructs. So maybe there's some sort of homage paid to ancestors or something like that. But whatever they are. So there are some ones that you clearly don't need to go, oh, come on. Right, that never did. You know, that's then there's the fetal positions, the bitches. And I was at the beginning, I'm always open to being I was at the beginning, well, because of the small ones, which are probably, but then the MRI started, the full body MRIs, and the ligature, and the bone construction. And I think that perhaps most extraordinarily, the fingerprints are somehow being clearly not human. So it's interesting. But here's the problem, is that because there's so much circus around them, unfortunately created by people who want a circus because it sells the TV shows, no science exists of any merit go near it. So I was approached many times to study, and I said, I'll do it on that condition. Here's the money I need, not personally, but here's the money I need to do the kinds of analysis to accomplish this right. Second, there will be no TV ads. And you won't hear from me again until I'm ready to talk to you. Because I'll have to double check and triple check the results, and then I've gone out as I do the other column money, bringing in further continuous circles and experts to double check it. And not make the service. Because I didn't name the TV show that I wanted to. They wanted to follow me around with a camera. I'm like, no, this isn't how science is done. I can't do it under the British strictures. So I would say that if anyone with lots of things read with South American scientists, you don't need North American scientists to come in. There's plenty of smart people in South America who can do this properly and respect the rights of the indigenous peoples who own the sacred grounds within which these things were found. I think that's important. And do the analysis right. They've said, I think the mistake of saying, well, we've done the DNA, there's a lot of DNA that doesn't match. Anything, and this stuff is several hundred years old, anything that old, you don't get a lot of good DNA out of it. But just, they did the same thing with the Dennis Sutherland and the Neanderthal. You have to correct the chemical errors that occur over time. There are ways to what's called bioinformatically correct your need to do what's called overreading of the genome. There's so many reasons that you stack them all line by line. Like if you had 1,000 versions of an ancient Bible, you'd stack up the lines one by one, and finally you find one line that has this letter that's correct, and then this one correct, and then you basically do a summation of an averaging of the correctness. And so they say, oh, well, there's 90% of the genome is non-human. It's probably garbage. It's probably some mistakes. It's probably bacterial contamination. There's ways to deal with that, but that requires money and not one-off DNA sequences put on the intranets or some amateur genomicist to complain about. So there's ways to do it. I mean, you would want results to the level where you go to the guys who did the episode and that's one and say, hey, what do you think? But you don't dare take it to people like that until you've done it. Yeah, and do it behind the scenes. You don't put them with a flashlight. Right. You know, and people, I think, have gotten used to this quick mentality of impatience. I want results today. Why can't you just make it all transparent? Dump out the data on the web tomorrow. You're not transparent. No, I'm not. I am just trying to make sure that you don't make mistakes and accuse me of making the mistake that you find in the data, because the raw data you so long story short, I think there's still something worth looking at. Well, scans are fascinating. Yeah, the scans are the most interesting to me. I've seen Jesse like this. Yeah, Jesse's a different. He's great. I love that guy. And the episode is fantastic. And when you see the scans and they go over the bone structure of that, and you look at it like, God, if that's a hoax from 1,700 years ago, or exactly. Yeah, whoever if the carbon isotope data is accurate. I've looked at that data. Okay, so then it is that old. Fuck you, that. Yeah, because there's no way someone back then could think that. And somebody asked me the other day, they said, well, could you have a single mutation or something? I said, no. I mean, because you don't get one mutation that does that. Right. You know, evolution works step by step that this does this, but it has a mistake, but it's corrected by this mutation over here in evolution, which is corrected by this. And so the genome fluctuates over time, compensating for the errors and errors. Also, one of them is pregnant. That's fast, yeah. Okay, so it's a 3-foot pregnant thing that doesn't look remotely human beings. Yeah. So the jury's still out, right? But if they're going to do it right, they need to sequester the stuff in raid, bring in the right people with sufficient resources, and get rid of the cameras. Have you talked to them? Have you encouraged this? Is this possible to nudge this in the right direction? Where's it at? I wrote out on Twitter a full thing of what we need to do. It's the easiest first milestone to do it. To be honest, it could be done in a couple of months. Is if it is somewhere in the common or, let's say, vertebrate market, due to a metabolism that we all share. In fact, there are metabolism genes that we share with bacteria that are very similar. So there's the technique called reverse chain reaction, PCR. Yeah. So, why try to do the whole genome? Why not just target a bunch of genes that we know evolve slow, but do evolve? And PCR does that. Because that's easier than is trying to dissect the whole genome. And then by having just those, let's call it preliminary sets of evidence, you could then say, this actually, reproducibly, if I take a sample from the finger, I take a sample from the bone marrow, I take a sample from here or there on the body, and I take a sample from three different things, and I see the same mutations, and they're different or somehow aligned with hominid evolution, right? Compared to all the known hominids. I mean, that would be the kind of data that you could actually publish in a journal like Nature, if you did it right. Because that's the only way you're going to get anybody to pay attention. There's also the bizarre anecdotal nature of some of the artwork. Like the fact that these people did a lot of these tapestries and a lot of ancient artwork that's 1,000 years old that depicts three-fingered saints. So it's like, what are they describing? Are they describing these actual creatures that were slowing a few of them? And it was a weird genetic mutation, or is this a common visitor that they're describing? I don't know either. Why would you put them in a cave? I don't know. And if you didn't put them in a cave, where would you left? That's a problem.
The problem is it's really hard to make a fossil. It's really hard to find bones. Think about all the people that died. Right. We don't find that many bones, relatively speaking, in comparison to the fucking billions of people that died. Right. It's not like we're tripping over huge bones every day. Right. It's like the mass graves. Yeah. Right. That's really, yeah. And even in mass graves, given enough time, the military had like mass graves from 1,000, 1,700 years ago, whatever these things are. So, I find them interesting, and I hope that behind the scenes there are people who are taking a more methodical approach to this, who I think should remain steady until they have the data to the point where it is publishable. Publishing a white paper or putting something out on the internet is not the same as putting out data that has all of the instruments that you use, the methods that you use, etc. And the reason you want papers, frankly, when you publish something else, and so thick with detail that no pseudo-skeptic would dare approach it because they're just not smart enough. But if you put out these snippets that don't have sufficient background, then you pick apart things. Right? But that's why peer review is so important. And people mistake peer reviewers trying to get the reviewers to agree with their conclusion. No, the main purpose of peer review is actually to make sure that the methods that you used are sufficiently detailed and are correct enough to the extent you can't get any conclusions, they match the methods that you use. And when you think about these potential, whatever they are, whatever these creatures are, if we did find out that they are in some sort of a hominid, how much credence do you give to the theory that there's like a possibility that these UFOs, UAPs, whatever it is a break-off civilization from a very, very long time ago that's very different from us, the same way we're very different from chimpanzees, right, which we coexist with, right? I have no kind of conjecture on that. Did you ever see the Netflix show Chimpanzees? Yes. Amazing. 20 million years of separation, and it looked like fucking psychopathy. Like looking at each other, bodies, and so we shared all of those interactions for 20 million years ago. So how much further back would you have to go to have something like what that is? I mean, it's clearly not easy. And also, if you think about what we are in comparison to chess, we're so fragile, we're frail, we're easily injured. Well, if you think of something that's far more technologically advanced than us, it would be even more frail. It would be even more petite. You would have almost no muscle at all. It would look, weirdly enough, like the Grace from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And that's what it would look like if it was more a hominid that's whatever we are, and get way past that, right? Yeah, no, technology gives evolution the excuse to no longer make or allow for you to be robust. And also, why do you need a close encounter? Right? These things don't even have a close encounter. That is what's weird. Right. It's like, how do you interact with your environment? More like sloths. Right. Yeah, and I don't know. I find that, look, everything's done with AI and automation, and your interface is purely neurological. Like you have some sort of a human or a creature with neural interface with technology, and you just use fingers to like lay them on electronics so that you can sync up with it. Right? Yes. Yeah. Why do you think? I don't know. More of those go away. Can you imagine the scenario? These things we know are the bodies real, what they are. Can you imagine the scenario of what happened as they were being buried? What would they? Could you like make a film of the ceremonial burial of these things? What led to their death? What led to their placement there? Or if they were constructed, which I had a hard time with given the MRIs that you don't see,
etc. What led to it? And so that to me is almost interesting as to whether really the ones that are clearly constructed, that's where it gets fascinating. With what we're trying to reproduce. Yes. And why it's so similar to the ones that look real. Yeah. Is it an homage, right, to the ancestors, or stories of the ancestors, etc.? Yeah. Especially when you look at you've got the Nazca lines, which are really weird. Like, you can only see them from the sky, and they're everywhere, and they're huge. These depictions of very strange things. I just asked my scientific colleagues to not suspend disbelief, but to open your minds as to the possibility of what these things might be, and just try to explain them without dismissing them. Because it's so easy, and politics we do every day. All you need to do is just give any answer, even if it's obviously legal, as just a way to deflect. And so, you kind of use that approach. You should use that approach as a scientist, which unfortunately is what someone like Tyson does. As opposed to try to explain it in a way that teaches your audience the right way to think. Yeah. Well said. One of the things John Pillay highlighted is there's an alloy, another piece of metal, something that they found that had layers like these at an atomic level. That if you wanted to make this alloy today, it would be almost impossible and it would cost billions of dollars. So I worked with him on one of those pieces. I got the atomic imaging of some of that. And it's like money John Burgers. There's Sirocco in New Mexico. I was in trouble for not knowing exactly. But, and we actually did an atomic layer using this device called atomic probe tomography, where you really hard down its 3D position. It's an important place on the page. And yeah, it would just be very difficult to use. And certainly it would be not something that you would have dropped in the middle of the desert. In the middle of the desert, in the 19th century or whatever it was. I wouldn't say it's impossible to make, but why you would do it is another question. It's clearly evidence of technology and manufacturing. And that's what interests me is, first of all, why would you do this? Why would you create something, for instance, with a silicon and ultra ratios? Not where did it come from? So what is it evidence of? Really evidence of technology. Was this top technology available at the time this supposed crash happened? Which one was? No, not at the level of precision that was done, and it chunk it. No, just wasn't. It just wasn't. So if that's true, and if it really, if the chain of evidence is correct, and it really comes from that area, from that crash, that's not a human creation. Well, it wasn't a crash. It was an object that a policeman had seen with beings, short beings outside of it, and later took off and left. He went over and found this piece actually my personal home. So, but, it's hard to say what's possible and what's not possible. So, there's plenty of military programs that make stuff that are way outside of mainstream capabilities right now. I mean, just look at the stuff that, right, for instance, in the spin the stuff now, it's just remarkable. Is it possible to do it that way? So, maybe. So that's why I always leave open the possibility that, which is why, I mean, I'm going back to this atomic imagery thing that I did. It's like there's a level of evidence that I think can be produced with atomic imaging that goes beyond as we know anyway. Right? So, and so that's my reason for wanting to do it. Because, look, I can make a game with alloys, nanomaterials, etc. And that's going to be what the purpose of the creation is, and that's how it will be. But it will have value elsewhere. So the reason that I got interested in it was frankly for the chromosomes, but then I realized, oh, maybe it has interest, maybe it would be useful for these other things as well, which is kind of both interesting.
Jocelyn is such a valuable researcher because he's so knowledgeable about the way he handles things. He doesn't jump to any conclusions. And his descriptions of these materials and the origin of these materials is really compelling. Because it's just like, if that's not really possible to make in 1970, but someone else, yeah, what is that? Yeah, and is it possible to make today? How much would it cost? Right, where would you do it?
Well, that's why the magnesium ratio thing was, when I first estimated, it was like, this is really easy to use, why would you even teach it?
Right.
It seems unlike, nothing's impossible, But, well, then, and it's usually the chain of evidence. There's lots of materials that you might find that are unusual. And really, I get rocks. I hear people say it's rock. So, but, I have not yet been given anything which I could definitively say, hey, this is not something I have been given. Difficult, but not impossible yet. And so that's because the level of resolution required to claim something is something we actually do. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does make sense.
So that's what so my whole career has been inventing instruments that were, I felt, inevitable, but not yet possible. But I could see a path to making them, and so I said to most people, get out of my way, I'm going to do this. Because I know once I got it, it would become valuable to everybody, which is, that's what made my career in knowledge, the succession of instruments like that, and it became a little bit too confusing. So I think the next level is atomic, because we now know, you can pick up and look at any of the major physics journals. Everything is all about these weird exotic particles that exist in materials out of which what level with vague and strange capabilities that will change their utility, either as superconductors, room temperature, or different kinds of electronic components that might be like quantum computer circuits and qubits. It's all down at that level. But to do so requires a level of engineering that we don't, never mind reading what it is. Putting it together in the first place is what's still required. And so if we don't know how to put it together in the first place, then reading it and knowing that it can exist and then associating it with a function is the value that I'm bringing.
Well, this brings us to the idea of crash retrieval, and the idea that these crash retrievals started a long time ago, and that Roswell is just one of many. There's another one that was near Roswell that apparently was more significant but didn't get in the newspaper.
Trinity. There was a real that was involved with and stuff.
I'm basing this off of Richard Dolan's book. But at the end of the day, the point being, if they did do that, if they really did back engineer something, and then they started these completely top secret scientific research projects where they were developing alloys that had never existed before with techniques that they had never really even considered because they got it all from some spaceship. Well, that's where it's really crazy if you don't disclose this information, because you're basically putting a bottleneck on human evolution, human technological evolution, and our understanding of what's actually possible. Right.
I agree. And, if you're going to excite the next generation of scientists in this country, and you're going to bring economic prosperity to this country, then we should, I wouldn't say democratize and put it all out of the internet. I understand all the reasons why you might not need to, but you need to excite the populace. My laboratory at Stanford for probably the last 10 years is 90% foreigners.
not because I don't want to take more Americans, but because Americans just don't go into the sciences anymore. They don't study math. They aren't encouraged to approach this. So we're importing a lot of our scientists from overseas. But guess what? A good third of them end up going back and bringing along the technology that they invented here back there. Or maybe that's good on a global scale, but maybe it's not something that we want to encourage on a local scale. If we want to maintain our technological superiority, we would basically be governed by the borders. China is governed by engineers.
We see the results in their drone technology, electric cars, China recently.
Their popular is almost entirely engineers. Yeah, it's a little harder than yeah. So people were making this. We have lawyers, but for the reasons why something shouldn't be done in the wild world. They were looking at things as to what's possible.
When you're looking at these UAP things that people bring you, is there one that stands out as being the most compelling to one event?
Well, both the Council Bluffs and the Natura event are interesting
Because of the physical
material itself. I'm at the end of the day a physicalist. I don't like all the anecdotes. 1,000 anecdotes make a good story, a good campfire. I think there's just a value in people saying the same thing again and again, and there's a truth to it. But I can believe everything I want to around that, the statements that are being said around my beliefs, as opposed to when I put on my scientist hat and I try to convince other scientists. I can only provide this data and this evidence, and I don't have these materials. Now, maybe people that be able to pry them out of the blinded hands of those who want to keep it where it is. But give me one piece of that, and I will make the understood. Yeah. That's why I'm so excited about the European Disclosure Act if it ends up becoming law, because there will be this ability to start to maybe eat some of this out. And again, it's the reason why I think this commercial opportunity is the direction we want to go with a public-private partnership is that the defense budget in and of itself is a zero-sum game. We're taking money from one program to give to another. Whether you're taking it from your taxes, you're taking it from veterans, insurance, etc. It's zero-sum game. Whereas if you bring the investment in, now you're bringing in people who are willing to take a chance and willing to take risk, and you're not using the public's money. And so, and that excites me as a reason why I want to go back to Stanford, because the insurance memorial environment is there, and now, which is actually almost 20 million years possible, is really what drives innovation. And so I want to excite that kind of community. And again, the Soul Foundation is a place where we can bring people in. We've got investors who show up now. We're talking to people about their ideas and what we can do with this. And so it almost has now a self-propelling movement where I don't need to be standing on a big box somewhere in the park saying, hey, this people are just doing it. There's now a whole, almost a cottage industry of small groups or formalized groups who are doing this independently. So it's almost like it's inevitable. So Skywatcher, as an example, you probably know the Skywatcher group.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And Jake
Did they just stop operations? Something happened?
No, it's strange because people said, "Oh, we stopped." No, actually, it had been determined at the beginning that we were going to go from January until July or August and collect data, and now we're in the what does the data mean phase, where we're literally going through the data, looking at the data files and trying to, as I said before, filtering the data, looking for the obvious mistakes, etc. And so. No, they've not stopped.
Yeah, there was something on Twitter about something about the equipment. I forget.
So James Fowler,
as one of the guys who brought a lot of his equipment and technology to us, decided that he wanted to basically go off and work in a DOT capacity, as opposed to the research capacity. He's still advising us. I was just on a phone call and a Zoom call with him last week, going over the data.
So explain this guy's quadrant thing, because it sounds insane.
Well, the idea behind it was that there might be ways to send a signal as it comes to show up. And James Fowler was at this position. I was at one of the events where something showed up. It was transient, military, but it was, it was people. But it's just like, with that, it's just a silver ball, let's say, so that a video, which was not fast enough, frankly, to pick it up. I just saw it. That way, I mean, it's which of course is a problem.
Do they sometimes see things with the naked eye?
One guy did, yeah.
One guy. Oh, I mean, are these things variable in their appearance?
But we do have a picture of one next to the helicopter that you can feel. And it's just kind of a fuzzy light against the blue sky. But it was there. It was not a cloud. It was none of it. It's not discernible as anything obvious, but it was there, and it happened during one of these events out of the desert. And so, so the idea behind Skywatcher is to see if there are ways to get them to show up, and if so, they can produce impact, and then have the right kind of simultaneous multi-sensor capabilities to measure it with radar, IR, visual people on the ground. James has a signal that unfortunately I don't know what it is.
Well, let everybody know what that signal.
Well, I mean, maybe, yeah, exactly. I mean, it sounds kind of silly, but I mean, why would you put that out on the internet? Because you might randomly use this. Show up. Everybody's using it.
So you think it's a trick? Like it tricks them into showing up?
I don't know. I really don't. I think maybe smarter than that. Well, that tells you something maybe about the level of smarts that might be incorporated into these, let's say, dumber machines. Maybe, yeah, that was exactly what I thought. It's like, why would you show up when you know what it is, unless there's a reason you're basically trying to train the monkeys what to do. If you trigger the monkeys into something, I don't know.
But isn't there a group of people that just go out and they just using their mind and meditate, and supposedly they have some success?
Yeah, there's CP groups that do that. I've never participated in any of that because I don't know how to measure it. I'm more than willing to believe that there are technologies capable of measuring thoughts at a distance that might be, some super advanced. I don't believe you have to call it telepathy and magic. I think that there's, if such a thing happens, that there is a technology that can read at a distance.
Right. Well, I don't have a problem with that either. I don't have a problem with the idea that consciousness is kind of vaguely and barely understood, and whatever our relationship to the universe itself and reality itself through consciousness it's not fully defined, and also it might evolve just like all of our other intellectual capabilities.
Right. Well, I mean, think of it this way. You and I are aligned with each other through quantum waves. My meat brain sees you as an object, but yet everything that you are sits in quantum space-time down at the level. You're not even mass. You're just a series of some people's mind vibrating fields and objects. And so we have sensors that see and hear each other and think about each other, but our consciousness somehow is embedded in space-time. And so who's to say that there's not signals passing to and from that are vaguely able to be picked up by our meat brains that we don't necessarily appreciate? Right. So that just because I can't think of you and you can't hear me doesn't mean that there aren't perhaps brain organizations or some people that are a little bit better at hearing echo than others.
Well, this is also probably the reason why when you go to the woods and there's no cell phone signals, the world feels different.
Yeah.
Because you're probably experiencing a bunch of signals that your brain vaguely interacts with,
Right.
that are, might not even necessarily be good for you, right? But they're out there and they're a part of the world, and you don't have a radio, right? So you're not like tuning into them. You don't have a cell phone, so you can't just like make calls with it, but you're experiencing it,
right? Well, and our civilization is drowning us in constant noise.
Yeah.
And so maybe that opens it out for meditation. So a lot of people interact with other things.
Yeah, I don't know either. I saw a movie today where you were describing the sighting over off the coast of San Diego in 2004, the Nimitz sighting, where you said the amount of power, why don't you describe it? The amount of power that thing had to use the way it did.
Right.
So it's on radar.
It's on radar. So these are actually calculations by Kevin Hughes, a physicist from the University of Albany, and a published paper. Again, just speculation. But what he basically said was, how much power would it take to instantaneously accelerate from 50 feet over the ocean to 50 miles above the Earth, whatever it is, and instantaneously decelerate? So it's not just the amount of power to lift something. It's the amount of power to accelerate and decelerate instantaneously. And so you can make simple calculations of a one-ton object, let's say, and it's more than the nuclear output of the United States. And yet these things seem capable of doing that at will. So where are they getting the energy from? I never asked a question like this because we were stepping into stepping into an elevator, and we were talking about these ideas about how these things might work. And I said, so they're cheese one day. And his answer was, from our point of view, they're cheap. From their point of view, they're just using physics and you don't understand it. So where's the energy coming from? What are they doing? And so that might be, as for instance, the reason why we don't want everybody having access to it. Because any one of those objects is worse than a nuclear bomb. Shoot one of those things at a city, and that's the end of the city. And anybody can do that.
Maybe that's the step of human evolution, of the evolution of our society, of civilization, is that AI has to come into power before we have access to all this other stuff.
Right.
That we do need an AI government structure. We no longer require military intervention and all the shit that is the bane of civilization today. Because if you ask the average person today, do you envision a world where war doesn't exist? Most people are saying no. The vast majority, except for a few delusional ones. Right? But if you ask them, okay, given this super intelligent AI takes over the world and proves to be benevolent and really just wants to accentuate the life of human beings on Earth and make it better for everybody, then yes.
Right.
Then 100% yes.
Right.
Why would it want more?
Right.
So maybe something like that has to take place before we get to a situation where, okay, this is how you really travel.
Right.
Now that you're not going to war anymore, so
you can already imagine the negatives. What people say, it's the apocalyptic mind state. Right, where AI just basically takes care of you and humans devolve into something, which is why I think a merger of human intellect with this, where it's a synergy as opposed to an either or. I don't want to be mainly stated either.
Right.
I want to use it to explore ideas or explore pleasure. I mean, I'm telling people want to be hedonistic and, participate in virtual parties all day long for all I care. I don't care. But I think giving people the option to do whatever it is that they want to do, it's the most, it's the most liberal and conservative way of living, because you're allowed to do what you want to do.
here, but we're not because we live in a test of so many other strictures.
Oh, yeah. Last question. What's your take on the bottle soft story?
Elements of truth, with a healthy dose of misinformation that perhaps he was providing. I don't think that he's entirely blind. He seems to know enough about things that the average person wouldn't know. But, I've heard from Eric Davis, others, these are this, these are that. I don't know, because, it's like, that's why there are great people like Richard Dell, who's a wonderful writer of the history of theater, or people like Robert Powell or Michael Sturge, who write just not coming to too many conclusions. I don't live in that world. It's not my specialty. My specialty is working with data and analyzing things and bringing rigorous science to it so that I can convince other scientists what is right or what is wrong. I'm not happy. I'm pretty sure what I know, but I want to validate that to my colleagues. If only to be able to say, I told you, right? There's a little bit of human pettiness in there. A little bit of pettiness is great motivation. Yeah, but that's, I think, again, enabling people to live in a world like that, where you can talk about these ideas without being risky, is really, I think, the objective of what science should be, with open-minded, non-theologically dogmatic approaches. It's like accuse a scientist of being a priest, and that's the best way to get upset. But pointing out that what you're doing is myth, priesthood, is the only way to shame them into doing the right thing. Does that make sense? Well, listen, I'm glad we finally did this. Yes, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all the research that you're currently involved in, all the stuff you've done. It's been amazing talking to you. Seriously, thank you so much. All right. Bye, everybody. Good job. Experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan podcast my name all day.
Yeah, this company called Femme Theory. And this was when Efren Reyes snuck into America under the nickname of Cesar Morales and won some big tournament at Reds. Where's that? It's brilliant. I don't know. You don't have to, but we can not have that. Does it feel weird to you? No. You're okay? I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's just good if, we show a video or something like that. But you became that close to being 2 years in a row U.S. Open champion.
I mean, I feel very able to do technically.
Yeah.
I played the World Championships and Saudi, where I also was in the finals.
Did you play Florida Open too?
Florida Open, I played third in the Michigan, which is actually like 4 minutes. Well, over a month or staying on the road, constantly.
Dude, this is the real good argument for the best player in the world. And if you're the best player in the world, I think you got my vote. If you're the best player in the world today, you're the best player of all time.
Oh, well, I mean, it's really tough.
A lot of old guys talk a lot of shit, but I'm just saying.
Always.
I mean, this guy on my shirt, he certainly gets as far as the greatest of all time, most achievements of all time after the Z shot, all the crazy stuff you can pull off with the cue ball. Did you see the throw that I made? Which one?
That's a real key.
I did see that, yeah.
was pretty sick. Well, you know what? The Filipinos put kicking on that, right? Oh, sure. But Efren, when he came over here, he changed the whole game. Jose Puig was Carlos. Yeah, that's so good. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's smart. That's the order. If they have
That's a pretty good shot.
yeah, that was actually what this
Yeah, that's what's horrible. Making an amazing shot and then lose that.
Yeah. That's okay.
Yeah, look, it's a crazy game. And the game that you guys are playing right now, the reason why I said I think that you're the best player today, you're the best player of all time, because the conditions are very different. For people who don't know, don't play pool, okay? If you're going to a regular bar and you're playing on like a bar table, those pockets might be 5.5 inches.
Well, also in the U.S., people are playing 7 tables.
Right, in a bar, sure. They're 9-foot tables and the pockets are 4 inches. And so when you get 2 cue balls and try to put them next to each other and try to stick, you can't even get close to sticking them in a 4-inch pocket. It's really tight conditions. And I think there's better players now than I've ever seen in my life. And I've been watching people for 35 years, playing for 35 years. I've never seen better players than they play today. And I think you're the best today. So in my book, that makes you the best of all time.
Well, like you said, this is a little bit different. Yeah, transfer in the last 3 years.
Yes.
You know, to breaking points, one ball in the spot, with the magic net, go 3-4 goals.
Most people don't play football. They're talking about just special tournament.
Yeah, so that ball is not going to go little bit.
Yeah. The 9-ball spot makes big difference.
Yeah, number spot, very close.
Yeah. When you were showing me today how to break that way, I was like, oh, you have to hit it draw, you have to get into the back hall. Wow.
Yeah, but we can't really say that.
Oh, yeah. That's the other. Yeah, that's the other. The other. Yeah, it's an insanely competitive game now. And shout out to Matchroom, right? Because Matchroom with the zone, they've done an amazing job with boxing and a bunch of other sports. But what they're doing with pool is crazy. So there's so many events, and it's all over. You can get it on World Nine Ball Tour. It's WNT.TV, right?
Yeah,
that's their website.
I think they're from WP, that's there.
Yeah, it's amazing. And then there's also the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, which has tons of stuff on for free.
It's like they are the reason why pool says because for almost 5 years.
Yeah, it's huge. I have friends who send me videos now. Like, people just randomly find videos on TikTok or on Instagram.
Pool is good on social media. You know, I do my own social media. I have to make a default and everything. You know, try to film as much stuff.
This is very funny. Very interesting. Rather than watch that wall run under skies.
Yeah. I think it's pretty cheap budget. You could do it outside of, especially when you get things together. You know,
You can't speak about it.
holidays with me, making it like that.
Okay. You know, like you'd have to get disguised. Yeah. Well, they're disguised. Have you ever seen those CIA disguises? So, apparently, this is a story. Apparently, and this was told to me by someone who I really trust, Obama was going to be a meeting with someone in one of the rooms in the White House. And he's in the middle of having this meeting with someone who's met before and had conversations with before. And then they informed him, Mr. President, we just want to let you know this is not who you think you're talking to, and we just wanted to demonstrate how good the special effects makeup is with masks on. This is not that good. And he was like, what? Now, I haven't confirmed this. I don't have the bombs number on my court. Call him up and go, bro, is that real? Yeah. But I believe it's real. Because I've seen up close, like, really, it's like when Tony Hitchcock does Kill Tony. Sometimes they have makeup artists that dress people up and make different people. Like they did a body one, and Kyle Dunnigan plays Elon Musk. I didn't recognize him. I was like, who's this guy? This is just a weird guy. He's acting weird. And they're like, that's Dunnigan playing Elon Musk. I was like, no way. And right in front of him, I thought it was just some. It didn't look like Elon Musk. It looked like a weird guy. But it didn't look like him. It didn't look like a person. It didn't look like any kind of makeup. It didn't look like a mask. It looked like a real person. It just was weird looking. Like,
This is crazy.
Yeah, that's what we should do. I think it might be really good to do that thing. Yeah, so sure wouldn't have voice those Russia also have voice. I know. I can always go like an undercover. I don't know. Yeah, somebody, but.
And for people that are at home, how can you be the number one in the world if you just lost? Or what should see after? She's number one in the world. She was number one of all time. It's like all pieces. What's up?
Right. Well, it's by the rankings. Yeah, by the rankings. And when you have an metric with 3 years old, right, so you can watch it. 12 cold.
But I think the real matches that he's going to get where you really get to see who's the best. And this is all for like hardcore people nerds. The real ones, like the one you did with Shane, was like 3 days, race to 40 each day, 100, you caught 20 games total.
Oh, yeah.
That way, there's no questions.
No.
After 3 days and 120 games of pool, possibly 239 games.
That's how almost the first one we did. I lost the first one.
That's right.
I lost 122 through 116. I was down, up, and down. And last day I was up by almost 15 games when we became a seat.
Yeah, that was super impressive. But it was even more impressive to come back the next year and skate all. Like you won by quite a few games. How many did you win by?
By 42, I think.
42 games. Yeah, that's crazy. And that was for. Did you advertise how much that money was the game? We were gambled.
Well, we were advertising a little bit.
So there was a bunch of other people chopping it, throwing money in.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, myself included.
So you don't want to say the actual total?
I don't know if I can. I will not.
I don't know. Unless you're buying from the IRS, which has a new citizen, I would say don't do that.
So, yeah, no,
Oh no, you're going to get in trouble. I don't think you were a citizen last time, right?
I'm not a citizen now. I was very good.
Oh, okay. What do you have to do?
I think you have to deliver it in 5 minutes. And then by you for certain rules, so you have to stay here for 6 out of 6 months of each year out of the company each year.
Well, you're going to stay away from all people because those people get crazy.
Yeah.
Their statute people up there too, right?
Yes. It's not that they could be a language. Yeah, well, all the rules.
Well, you got to play. That's weird that if you're not a citizen, but still you get to play for the hospitality match. That's kind of great.
Well, naturally changed my things. I got the SIM cards, and I wasn't playing the official game because
Right, because you were Russian.
Yeah. So,
Which is really cool. It's really weird.
yeah, when you think about it, say the first thing that we got in the Russian country, it was hockey players. That was really supply to government association, which was paying more than Russian. Nothing but what sports.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so it had nothing to do with the war.
The first one happened before the war was 2018.
All Russian athletes competed.
All Russian athletes come together to support definitely all the awards for UK on the post ladder. But we were still after the
Sure. You know what's interesting? It never stops in UFC. Like, not only do Russian fighters fight, but they're celebrating. But they're definitely not. It's a professional sport.
Well, that's what happens with mentioned too. It's private companies, not a federation, association, private company. They basically make the mistakes.
I was just glad people didn't make it work. I'm like, I think fucking this guy is out there causing trouble. Like, he's just a fighter. This is a professional MMA fighter. You know, this is what he does. And let's think about that. Let's not think about what these other people are doing that are in the same country as him. It's not him.
Yeah,
So the USA didn't even care. Like, they let a bunch of like for the entire time of the war, Ukrainian guys and Russian guys fighting the same card sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that just Metro went out of their long way to make it happen. And States at the time they were playing the US Open. And the crowd is doing good. The United States already.
So like, you're not Polish.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
well, there's a lot of countries like that that are like, no, you're not one of us. But Americans, like, we don't have like a nationality. We're all kinds of shit. So anybody can come over here. If you do it the right way, we can get super happy.
Yeah, I think it's great. I'm really glad that people really vote for the
Yeah, but that's also just like, there's a thing in pool. It gets when people play a lot, people really into pool. It's almost like that's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is how good you play. You know, there was a good read that book called McGurdy. It was a Robert Burns book on guys in the during the Depression, really hustler, travel around the country. There's a scene in that where they're looking at the television and Nixon was on TV. And he goes, look at that guy, President of the United States, and he's got a cold. And that's funny. You and I know what that means. Like that in the pool world, that really means something. Like if you can't play at all, like the fucking president can play. It's real. It's weird. So if you come to America, all that they care about is if you since it's a melting pot already. And then it's like all they care about is how you play. You play pretty fucking good so far. People just think it so far, but you play better now than before. Yeah, then double like 20, 25, whatever. You're not using that.
Oh, yeah, I think I'm going to make that.
I think so. You were the match that you had with that Filipino gentleman before the match in the finals. It was like that St. Michael.
Oh, that was Michael Bonner.
Quarterfinals. Yeah, so in that match, I was watching some of those outs and I was like, Jesus, like, he doesn't get better. 4-inch pockets, tight competition, really good player, a lot of pressure, everybody's there, single elimination at that point. He is getting out.
Yeah, the pressure is really high. I'm not like sometimes you can watch TV, some TV shows. Oh my God, get it. Yeah, sure. Your break is shaking sometimes, your backhand is shaking sometimes. You gotta see
well, it's such a process when you play. When I watch you set up for the ball, it's always fun. So that's what I really enjoy watching. When a guy is like a shot, it's like,
some people
it's nice. Boring. Oh, those people are assholes. Those people are assholes. If they think your style is boring, those guys, all they are is jealous. That's all that is. Everybody wants to play like that. Everybody wants to play like that. If they say because you play too good, it's not fun to watch. Yeah, I know. That guy, whoever that guy is, that's at home. Almost. I guarantee you, like shows that suck. You get in his car and listen to his music, it probably sucks. Probably. How do you not like watching someone play cricket? That's crazy.
I have to agree.
Doesn't make any sense. But then there are guys who play wild, but it is fun to watch. Like Mohamed Sufi, that guy, he gives me anxiety.
Yeah, very
Sidearm, barely holding on to the cue, and he just fires balls in. He runs around the table. He like one strokes everything, and he's just getting out from everywhere. Like,
yeah, very. You guys are great.
Yes, I remember him. Yeah. Tony Drago. That guy was crazy. He just run around the table, fireballs in, he missed. Yeah, those guys are fun to watch. But right, you're here to win. You're here to run out. You're here to be in perfect position. You're here to dominate this very difficult team. Everybody does. Right. Extreme pressure. It's better to have your style. Like or Chung style, Kobe style, methodical backstroke. So it just looks the same, smooth delivery. And you know, I play half-ass pool, but I understand what's going on. It's such a mind fuck. Every game is such a mind fuck. Every time you're about to pull the trigger, you're like, now, no, one more stroke. Now, no, one more backstroke. Now, no, not yet. Now, Okay, we're ready. We're ready. Go.
Well, you don't really have that.
Tell.
Because you gotta make the decision. Basically, you gotta start up the chair. You go at 30 seconds. Right. I would give you an extra 30 seconds. Sometimes the pressure is real high. Sometimes the pressure is
I think the Derby's a little bit better than you did.
well, the Derby numbers stay on the stride. Special like that.
That's
Yeah.
When it gets down to 5 seconds before you gotta pull the trigger, you pull the trigger on a 9 volt, 1 second. So I was watching. Oh my god, I would be having a heart attack right now.
No, my 45 is definitely the high pressure.
For people that haven't seen it before, most pool tournaments are very respectful. People will clap after you make an out, or sometimes in the middle of a game, like if you make a really good shot, they'll clap. You get great position, they'll clap. As soon as you drop down to shoot the next ball, must go.
Those moves were off the table. Off the table. Sometimes they shark you.
Oh yeah.
They'll be super loud and they'll be super tough and I that everybody, like, for example, you play the game, that 95% of the crowds, everybody's cheering.
Yeah.
So let's say I'm on the top 9 ball, everybody's loud, but everybody's so quiet just in a second. And it's really, really tough to pull the trigger. Yeah. So it's a tough environment to play in, but
Well, it's fun to watch, though. I'm just so glad that all tournaments are like that, though. We encourage people to be assholes. Oh, yeah. It's kind of weird, though, that they've agreed to only be an asshole for one tournament. Because people yell out in the middle of the wall.
You see the crowd getting more and more. Like you watch the US Open finals, it's loud. Michael's out in the quarterfinals. Yeah, it's kind of like that. That's how this looks. There's a lot of guys that are loud.
Yeah, let's talk about that. One thing that happened is there's a rule not allowed to soft break, but soft breaking is basically very subjective. Like a referee can decide call someone on or not call someone on. And you thought this guy was soft breaking, so you said something, and the Filipinos went crazy.
Yeah, everybody went crazy. I was getting notifications every second. Crazy. Yeah, sharp and so forth. Yeah, I thought that was so great. And the whole stage, you gotta make your best effort to make a force break. So that's really subjective. It's tough to make that goal.
I have a solution for that. And it makes it more interesting, too.
Great, I guess. Be done.
Yeah, it's an easy solution. Easy solution, and it makes it interesting. It's a new element that you think about.
Then you also have, for example, junior girls. You can make the rules the same for them.
No, it's a good. Well, you don't. They're not playing guys, right? Well, they're playing girls.
Well, yeah, but they're not. It's a little dirty.
Oh, right. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see, but I thought you meant like young kids. No, for young kids, you have to have an exception. And for girls, you have to have an exception. But you would just change it, just like, so whatever the speed is, like what is, what's a good break speed? Like what do you think you break at? Like what's the Montana time? Like 30 miles an hour?
Well, back in the day it was different. Back in the day, everybody was breaking over 23, 24, 45.
But who's the Montana? That's crazy. Right?
Yeah.
When he would let him go out of his fingers and then throw his whole body into it, his time, it was crazy.
You know, watch the Russian players and can't be stopped. That's that stroke. He wasn't crazy. That's how he's got a better one. Oh, he has no crazy breaks.
Yeah. Way off. Yeah, that's so hard to be an expert to do that.
Oh, yes. I don't know how to do it.
You have the most insane delivery. And again, what a mind fuck, because you're about to, either you're trying to hit this one ball square on the face, and you're throwing all of your might into it.
So that's how Ben breaking something first.
I'd like to know how fast he breaks 10 ball. Because when he 10 ball breaks, it's pretty crazy. He breaks it.
So I like to break with social more control.
So what do you think would be a reasonable mile per hour that both would say it's slower than that soft break? So like 15 miles an hour?
I'm saying that's higher. 18. But it was also supposed to break practice. For example, you would want to break water one. Right there. That's right.
Well, they used to do that 3-point rule where they would, that was very annoying. Where, yes, it was very annoying. Because sometimes guys would break hard, but the referee didn't rack them that good, right? And they made a ball, and then the opponent gets to shoot. Like, that's crazy.
That's, in that case, yes, I agree. But that's just another simple solution.
Yes, I think the radar's the way to go.
Yeah, but there's just,
I mean, that's like,
that's just that.
and some guys would like Shane, even if 9 ball was a cut that he like really hard.
You got to do it.
Breaks the shutter. Fucking hard. Breaks the hard.
I don't know how to do it. But that's,
That thing doesn't even look like it's throwing that hard. Yeah.
that's the great.
Yeah. People, that's one thing about pool though, if you want to get spectators, you want hard breaks. You know, people love it from like the color of money. Like Tom Cruise breaks and pulls it in, but he's like, kid, the sledgehammer break is a dumb mess. But if you want to get like the American Guillotine, you got great body.
Yeah.
Like that's why Earl Street still gets mad. I heard Mike Siegel talk about it too. He's like, the whole position, straight on the one ball and hit it as hard as you can.
Because it's no fun. It's zero control. It's no skill.
I just think he hasn't had someone lay it out to him, like the way you just did with me. Explain it. This is the first time that I had anybody explain to me that particular break like that. You did it dead on, and you knew that the cloth was a little worn, your old cloth. So you're like, okay, because of that, I'm gonna have to hit here, and it'll go inside. And you smashed it, and it went right in the side. I'm like, oh shit! Like it's not. It's not risky. You're not like gambling. The only thing you're gambling with is the ball going across the table. But it seems like you guys kind of have that mostly worked out.
Well, that's the thing. Everybody on the board is figuring out the brand new that stuff.
The fun thing to me about your life is that you travel all over the world playing, and then occasionally you have these marathon gambling sessions that they stream online. And I've got a good buddy of mine, Tommy, from Connecticut. Shout out to my boy Tom. And he and I were like fucking texting each other, like 3 days before all these matches are going on. And I can start you stuff for him. Like it's so exciting about it. But it's like that's the part of the game that's always been the most romantic of the gambling part of the game. And I'm glad that people aren't shying away from that because there was for a long time, gambling was thought to be negative or professional. That's not the case. Or it could be. It could be. Sure, because you're bringing in shady people. For sure. Well, if you're gambling $100,000, where'd you get it? Where'd you get it? Well, Bob the drug dealer came over and, he wants in. So he's thinking, man, when I get 40%.
But in other cases, it's different.
Yes.
I would actually like to name maybe a couple of those like you should. There's also one by the country. The biggest one for the show. It's only a small group of people. Basically, just a few guys.
Yeah, for sure. But in the case of like high level gambling in pools, there's a lot of shit to do. A lot of shit to go up. How often do you gamble just in regular life? Does everybody ask for like giant spots or anything like that?
Everybody that's they're over. They're going to play it really
Well, you got to do good. Like I played like 2 years ago, and I definitely play better now that I played 2 years ago. You play way better. You play better than you played then, which is crazy. Making out, making shots. I was like, It's so humiliating. So awkward.
I do put a lot of
Which is hard to do. Because you're the best player in the world, you're getting better. That's one of the coolest things to me about any game or any sport, anything, is that, and especially today, because there's so much data that's available. Let's say if you're a young player and you want to play, you can watch pool on your iPad to a pretty couple minutes, watch matches, and you learn how to play things, you learn that's what, why did you do it that way? Oh, rewind it, but none of that was available to like you might see this back in the day, like Nick Longer and those guys. Yes, there's so much information.
Yeah, but also the whole book
And so it's just like everything else with the new generation, the level just gets higher and higher with everything. Unless there's these limitations, and school doesn't seem like it's not like you want to perform in a mile or running for the fastest time.
we're all taking
Oh yeah, for sure. Archie's like yeah. You back when you fucked up, I know you fucked up. Yeah. And now it's fuck one you guys?
No, I found
What do you do with that?
basically working my upper back.
Oh, so it's certain workouts,
Takes some pressure off my neck, upper back, shoulder. Oh, I did all the MRIs. They have like a full 45. That's but that's I think I've made and I talked to guys.
So nice. Did you ever get one of those things that I was talking about? Those decompression things where you put your head in the harness and you like pull on the door, you set out your door and you like maybe let it go. Those are nice.
Yeah. Also, how do you call that?
Because you get to a certain age and everybody's back. It's just like you're carrying all this weight your whole life and you're about to just get smushed. You start to suck, you start to get pains and decompression. And if you can do it and just be real vigilant with it, you can stop a lot of problems in their tracks. I'm sure that's felt that you got
Like stretching much before this year. Then I can play a lot more.
You're a little bit
I know, but I was 16, 18, I focused a lot more.
yeah.
And I never really had any very pointed what to do. I'm practicing, so always the goal, some type of thing, and then I practice. Go to bed.
Right. Do you problem is it's hard to get access to a cold plunge when you're on the road.
Yes, I do have a cold plunge. So,
Cold plunge is the thing that just alleviates so much information. Especially if you do it first thing when you force yourself to do it first thing once it is that way to go. And it sucks every day. But if you just do it, get out of it. It's just great. Yeah. So, and as long as you don't do it within like 2 hours of playing, wait like 2 hours, your body will still be warmed back up again. If you are right? You're not supposed to shoot the head. Yeah. I was telling you the worst thing ever. There's nothing.
I thought it might be.
It's terrible. You know, really obvious. Old school players. You never heard of them? You know what a hockey yeah, okay. A hoppy butt is like a tiny little butt. It doesn't have a rubber bumper at the bottom of it. It's just flat. And for whatever reason, really obvious for that kind of thing. I think it's named after him for some reason. Anyway, he was a famous billiards player, played tournaments.
Some players it's about the stuff, you know.
Cars back then didn't have power steers. So you think it's probably built to steer. Like, see if you can find a photo of one hot and the YouTube's side off.
Yeah.
Side off. Like these guys start playing when they're 5 years old and they can't really reach the table correctly.
That's exactly the reason why I started to have Russian and I pulled the side on because of the adult.
Yeah, look at them. Isn't that crazy side off? Like that's nuts.
Just like no other thing.
Yeah, that's yeah, just like weird, right?
Yeah. Right.
Like, have you ever saw someone try to just yeah. But meanwhile, as long as you figured out how to do it consistently,
That's the thing with cool. There's so many different things with the stance, stroke, that you can always tell it in it. That's that out. So kind of, you know, you can play by the book, but then you have to follow up how much you got time to do it.
it's like Shane. When Shane, what is the argument greatest of all time? One, it's in the conversation greatest of all time. 5-time US Open player hits the ball in a way that everybody supposed to know how to do. It stops at the cue ball instead of following through, like letting the cue ball like slide through. He stops at the cue ball.
He's very good. Same as for the business. The players, they have style of play. They're super like dance.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's again, as long as it's repeatable. Yeah. It's like there's a lot of things that happen. You're just repeatable. You can do it over and over and over again. Because there are no rules.
No, I mean, they are written in the book.
But how did you say that when Shane Van Gogh was doing that? It made sense. I mean, he's probably one of the teams that ever, right? He's one of the most famous of all time.
I mean, that's a good question. We're just talking about this one of the things. Shane definitely not.
Shane.
He might be Shane. Shane might be the greatest of all time right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Jeremy Jones is. That's his pick. It's, what's crazy with him, too, is the death aspect. He turns his hearing aids off and plays. How about it?
I mean, shit.
Really? I mean, that's, listen, man. Life is 11.
Yeah, I know.
This is more in depth. That's fucked up.
It is. It is. But it's,
That's the advantage he gets. Check their bitches off. I guess. Come on, man. You can't check to see if he has not. Are you checking? Oh, of course. You say motherfucker has it all. How do you know when he has it off?
So, the big foot possession with his phone and his ball.
Oh, so his phone.
You can get oh, yeah.
Oh, that's good. Because you're not allowed to wear, like, those kind of stuff in your parts.
Yeah. I don't always know that.
Yeah, I remember I used to wear, like, gun sight glasses. He used to wear glasses, like, kind of wear at the range. And then he was wearing headphones for a while. And it's like not to get the pilot. Yeah, like complete noise canceling headphones. One that was really weighed 5 pounds. Yeah. And then he's got weights that he wears around his waist sometimes.
But it's definitely character.
He puts weights on his elbow. He puts tape around his fingertips. And then he makes his cue as fat as my forearm with like whatever kind of tape he's using on it. So
He runs 5 miles every day.
doesn't he?
It's a sport. He doesn't work very good, but he works out every day. Well, that's something.
Is he the oldest guy? Is still super competitive? But how old is Rob CK? Rob CK's still competitive. Older. Is he? Yeah. Right. So I think Rob CK is actually like my age. And Earl or something. So he's probably the oldest guy. It's like quite competitive.
Yes.
It's a fucking game for you have people, so you gotta have them young guys get that ball in.
For sure. Yeah, that's everything.
How many guys do you know that got business?
A few. A lot of players were like,
are these young players that are coming up, are these guys embracing like a healthier lifestyle? Because one of the things about pool is like it's always been connected. As when I was young, it was always connected to, especially with gambling, a lot of parties, a lot of amphetamines, cocaine, and then
Well, just change it. It used to be just a game and play at the bar. Now it's a sport. I think now that everybody's taking a coach. So, listen, individual sport, especially because they see more successful and you feel the fuck that they try and invest in it. And that's why
well, it's only because of the promotions. They deserve everything, and then of course the players. But without the promotions of putting these events on and making them a big deal, it wouldn't get all over YouTube. It wouldn't get all over the social media sites. Like they had the Hustler in the 1960s, make football, and then they had Color Money in the 80s, make football. They did something like this. Some 2 days ago, very, very complex.
that's what the documentary about
That's good. That'll help. That'll help.
most of it is about boxing, darts,
Oh, they do darts.
darts, snooker, special. Yeah,
Really? Like fishing tournaments? Fisher paintball? It's like bass tournaments or something? I know Shane's a big fisherman, right? He goes, I like trout fishing. Yeah. Yeah. That's South Dakota. It's not that bad. It's actually kind of fun. I think it's a trout like
Yeah, it's something.
pretty cool. Like you're standing on ice, so you're kind of freaked out. You're standing on ice, and this is your drill. To drill, you have to know exactly how much is separated around it. So you don't need if you're interested. When I was doing this, like 7, 8 inches of ice. So you do like a 50-foot camera. Yeah, most of the time that's what guys do. Kind of attack around them, and then they get a quick drill. They go right into the ground, right through the ice rather, and then look like a little net, about new ice that forms. You just drop your line right down there in the hole. It's exciting. It's exciting when you catch one. Yeah,
I did fish a couple times in my life.
but the problem is,
It's really cool. It's fun.
like, really, just I've always said the pool is like an art form that only you practice over years. Like you watch someone who's really good. Like that's beautiful. But to an average person, like, oh, I just made a bunch of easy shots. Exactly. Yeah. So exactly. Yeah. Positional play. At least if you're explaining jujitsu to someone, at least people kind of get it. Oh, he's gonna break his arm. Like, oh, he's choking him. Oh, he's got his neck. But when you watch someone play pool, you don't know how different the world was with the floor ball. Oh my God! That was
When they say, well, it's Yale, the shots, people,
they don't know it. They don't know it, and they never will. So you're gonna have to play it to understand how hard it is for that person to finish. The casual person doesn't understand, unfortunately. So what we need is more people playing. If more people play, then more people would watch play.
I think more people start playing.
Alright, so good.
Quite a length the last couple.
Well, I know that the top golf people are going to do something like that for pool. That might be the thing. You know those top golf guys? You know what top golf is? Yeah. So top golf, where they have this thing where you just whack the balls out into the Well, they're gonna set something like that up for pool, where they have, some sort of a business where you go and play pool, and it's more attractive to young people. I don't know exactly what the model is, but it's still going to be pool. So I don't think it's going to be a bunch of people just breaking the balls, because that's what they do when they're doing hot golf, driving the ball. Right? I don't know exactly what their idea is, but the same guys, they realize like a lot of people play pool, a lot of people play pool at bars. If we had a really attractive place for people to play, and it's probably correct, it's probably an untapped business. Because people are always looking for something fun to do on date nights.
Yeah, so look at China, for example, or somewhere, especially if the names look like just there, lots of different kind of countries, like all kinds of different games and directions, lots of different.
The venue, which is backed by investors into the U.S.-based venture capital firm Sharp Alpha Advisors and Dale Investment Fund, DMG Ventures uses pool tables, balls, and cues in the traditional game, but adds tracking technology and video projections to add bonus targets and obstacles in an attempt to appeal to larger groups. Bonus targets and obstacles. Alongside its own venues and those operated by franchise partners, it's called Pool House. Pool House plans to sell its equipment to pubs, bars, and other venues that want to update their existing tables. Yeah, so it says Steve, Jalifi said, more people play at Top Golf than our traditional golf courses in the U.S., and we aim to make an even greater impact on the world of pool. We have a strong track record. This project has been our most challenging endeavor yet. That's exciting. Maybe that'll do it. Well, to get a bunch of guys that are already so successful at doing that, the thing about golf, though, is like whacking a golf ball is really fun.
Yes.
If you have like a big open pit, you just whack a golf ball, and you have like 100 yards, and see how far people can whack the golf ball, and you get a net at the end of it, especially if it's straight. Yeah, a lot of people don't do that. Pool is like, it's funny. I'm going to breathe your arm. I wonder how many people are going to get frustrated. I wonder if it's the same. Actually,
It is.
probably, yeah, because I suck at driving a golf ball. I'm not good at it. I've played Top Golf a couple of times. I've gone to a driving range once. It's fun. I'm not good at it. But like, fucking Jamie, he's out in the garage every day, whacking balls. He's out there whacking balls. And so you realize, like, there really is, like, there's a lot of technique just to drive. It's very similar, probably, to a brake shot.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
I wonder if they can make something like that even marketable. That might be it.
It has to be some kind of integration. I think it is kind of boring.
Yeah.
That's all.
The other thing that might make pool really, really big, like if the Saudis get involved, maybe crazy, and we start setting up these tournaments for $40 million.
Well, we have world championships.
Right. What's the first place?
250.
Pretty good. 25 million would be better. Yeah, for that. Let's look at so much money. Taik's spent $25 million. It's still nothing. They've always spent more than that on production.
I don't know.
They throw so much money around in boxing. It's kind of bananas.
Boxing for sure. And that's where natural is healthy. Because they have that's what for boxing, the boxing are very cool.
Right.
So they have the sneakers instead of the boxing. That oil money involved, so yeah, throw some money around.
It's like, we'll talk about the richest people in the world. They're like, it's their money. It's in public. It's like they don't have to disclose how much money they make. Like, it's their keys. Okay? Like, they probably laugh. Like, oh, it's silly Elon. Thinks he's number one. Well, he's paltry $400 billion. Yeah. He's basically a prophet to those people. So, like, they throw an insane amount of money in the box. I think it hasn't been confirmed, so I need to know if this is true or not. But I think Usyk made more than $100 million in his last defense against Denny Dubois. And I think Dubois made it in the 70s. He made somewhere around 70. I think they fixed it recently, like 130 or something. Just crazy. $130 million for a fight. That's crazy. Bananas.
What do you think of full goal that route? Just one match.
That would be exciting. If it's for big money like that. I mean, if you're talking, that's cheap.
Oh, they'll go from. I was thinking but it's
Yeah, that's right.
yeah, but it was good.
Yeah. That was crazy. What was that like?
I mean, it was a crazy match against Taik.
Yeah.
So, fun. Making it at first, they'll do scratches and the ball game. Shake like a week. I mean, that's the biggest tournament we've ever had.
Right.
Biggest tournament I've ever had. We only have so many tournaments that those guys run. And it's really difficult not to think about it. Yeah. And, that's really the highlight. I think very well. Making it tough at all. I mean, it wasn't tough, but the positional fitness. Like, up and down. That was sure that pressure there.
That's a good one. Watch that one. Watch that one.
No, but
$250,000.
yeah. The second place is with the
That's a lot.
and it all the one that was
One night. Yeah. That's the beautiful thing about eyeball. Like everything that chunk that down. It's such a nice thing.
the game of the roller coaster.
Yeah.
The right side of the ball.
I was listening to John Schmidt, who commented once, and he was saying how crazy it is if you really think about it. Every other sport that involves the ball, it's like something's hitting the ball. It's like a bat hitting the ball, or it's like no other sport has a ball hitting the ball. And then trying to get that over distance. And then making that ball move around to get perfect for the next one. Like even golf, hitting a ball. It's very difficult, but it's hitting a ball. You're not hitting a ball with a ball. It's a whole nother element.
As far as the most sport.
Excuse me.
It's not here for it.
Oh, I don't. I think when you get a guy who's really good, who plays,
I think it's really difficult when it comes to guards. How difficult it is to execute the shot because the ball is smaller. So you can the ball put on the hard sometimes.
yeah. If you watch Ron Sullivan play,
Of course, I mean, of course you have players like Rabbi.
yeah.
But I think the game itself is just too much not the shots.
Yeah, but it's so hard. It's so big. It's a 12-foot fucking area, which is crazy. Yeah, the pocket's attack all the time. It's like really like we've got one guy who doesn't miss, like does 40 shots in a row.
What's really great about the Bears is only 4 or 5 countries later. But it's a lot of always well. Look at the future. Just make sure look at the last race. Still have 20 different countries.
So that's interesting. The sneakers bigger. Like how much do they make? With like I know they were making like gigantic money in the UK. Is that still happening? Or is it died down a little?
No, it's all because you're in there's a lot of different John as well. I think Scotland, UK, China, that's not a very quick. That they make, I would say, the top guys. What they call
Do you remember the scandal with one of the players a few years back with Belmont getting camera saying that he was going to dump a match?
oh yeah, but a lot of check up there. Oh, right. Or something.
Yeah, and camera gets involved. And it's like you get your friends to bet on the other guy.
That's the problem with I guess the most current world, right? Will help them.
Yeah.
They can bring it. So the current is not so have to go. They don't know what they can reach out to us.
Yeah. And that's unfortunate. Is that part of the thing of not having the money to golf? Because I doubt that people that the golf is up on purpose. Because there's so much money on the line.
Yeah. They don't have to.
Yeah, they don't have to. But when the difference between like losing is so huge, and then you can gamble on it, and you get friends, and it's 20 times less. So that I'm getting sure. So
So
easy to make money that way.
yeah, but also I'm pretty sure they're always investing.
I'm sure. But you don't have to do big bets. You know, and you get some offshore accounts. You can always find a way to gambling in Vietnam.
But yeah, it's the devil.
Yeah. Shady businesses. But that's also not the thing. These places are kind of shady. But they're like the outcasts of society. You know, if you go and you watch like the finals of the Open, there's a lot of outcasts in there, a lot of Android phones. Yeah, there's a lot of outcasts. There's a lot of people who spend a giant chunk of their life in pool rooms. And the thing about pool is, if you really get into it, you're playing 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
only way. Yeah. And it makes a giant difference.
A lot of people fall in love with it.
Yeah. I was playing myself taking it there. I said, I can't really get you come have some piece of shit. Because this is why. You don't have to. I mean, obviously you're not. And, you know, and you're lucky that you left it, which is huge stuff. Because if she didn't, like, know where to find me, because I'm going to play. Sorry. Like, you're going to ignore most of your responsibilities.
But it's also about
Oh, yeah.
personal life, but especially with get a little bit of power. First half of the year was okay. But now it's expected like after this starting like the certain starting with for example, checks. That was the kind of
You look for the United States in the South.
for sure. Greatest stuff. That's going to be another one. Greatest stuff is the best of the world. That's happening in the world. So all the comments, just use it. Wait until you come to Manila. They're welcome to this on. Oh, yeah. I'm going to get it, but that's not
Yeah.
hopefully someone else can do it.
But yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's really tough to balance. Cold, personal life.
Family is always fun. If you have kids and softball games and stuff, that's why I said you want to be really good pool. You have to be a piece of shit.
Well,
You know, I mean, it's just obviously just examples of people who keep it together and still have families. So it's been, spend time with the families, spend time with kids, but you're going to have to manage your time because you have to get those hours in. If you're not playing, like, legitimately, realistically, if you want to be a top flight, world class player, what is the minimum amount of hours you need to play a game?
I think somebody said that you have to spend 10,000 hours to do anything. But I think it's cool.
Yeah, I think it's probably a little more because it's really complex.
Yeah, if you're talking about a top professional player, it's not just practice. You have to start traveling places. You have to start playing and sparing.
It's hard.
And then you have to do this from the start. It's going to get close down.
Yeah, and I guess it's like anything that's good. You know, if you want to get good, that's one of the reasons why it's so fun is because you know how hard it is to do. If it was easy to master, I think people would probably pick it up and then they eventually quit. But the problem, the thing about pool is take a week off and then play again. He's all screwy, doesn't want to listen for the first hour or so, and then finally get back in the groove again. It's because it's so difficult that it makes it so attractive. That's why people get stuck playing it 10 hours a day. If it was easier to play, you wouldn't play it as much, right?
For me, the big thing was I just always have to do something like this. There's so many words that are just stuff for all my people to focus on something else. Or I'm sure they'll just take it. It's driving me crazy because I just can't stop.
So how does it drive you crazy? You wake up in the morning and feel like you're going to get out?
Well, like for now, I know that people in Florida and the U.S. That's the last 4 years,
Which is crazy.
it's really, really tough to keep going for those almost touching. But it's possible.
And he was on the losing end of the match that I think I've watched the most of the last year. And if you Google it, you can find it on YouTube. Just Google 9-ball perfection. And it's Coping Chum, who's one of my favorite players. That's how of course, to watch. That guy is so smooth. There's something about those guys from Taiwan. I don't know what their methodology is, their training, but they have this like smooth kind of effortless stroke that's like hypnotizing to watch. And that dude never missed a single ball in the 11-match defeat. He beat him by 11-0. Never missed a ball. Pocketed every shot he aimed at, and never gave him a shot other than the opening shot. He had one shot at the beginning of the match, a long-ass 2-ball. He didn't make it, and then he was fucked. Which is crazy. That's the guy who just won the last 3 tournaments. Which is so nuts about this sport, is that if the guy's winning, and it's win or break, you might not ever play. But they get to the game. There's like 5 or 6 games where I'm just like standing there, just waiting for you to miss. You're not missing, so I don't play. You're not missing, and I don't play. No, they can do it at a world-class level when you're doing that in the U.S. Open, and it's on TV, and people are cheering every time you pocket a 9-ball. That's pretty nuts.
Yeah, that's rarely happens.
Yeah.
It was very special, I think, because then you get the spotlight.
That dude got in the zone. If you can appreciate the zone, you gotta watch that video. Even if you only play pool casual, this is it. And he really jumped it. He fucked it up. But when you watch this guy Coping Chung weighs 100 pounds.
That's a little bit deal, but
No, it's a 3-ball combination rail first. It's crazy. But then from this out, he just never misses. And you watch this guy, like, watch how fucking smooth this character is. And again, the dude weighs 100 pounds, soaking wet. Yeah. The cue is half his body weight. And he just kind of like gently hits everything just so smooth and effortless.
I remember so much for this match in the finals. I was watching it in the state cups. And it was pretty painful to watch.
Was it?
Well, I mean, you don't want to have somebody just not make a single mistake and play you in the finals. It's just hurting the confidence.
And the reality is, you think, well, this guy's going to win everything from here on out. But no. That's what's so crazy about this sport. As good as this guy is, and as competitive as he is, hit that with follow, to get out for the 2 in the corner, Max still feels shit.
That was really dangerous. I have no idea.
But he's got ice water in his veins, man. I'm telling you, we were talking about this before, but there's a match from 2018 where he plays Shane Van Boning at the Derby. And Shane's on the hill. It's 10 to 6. And you think, oh, Shane's going to win this. And he runs 5 games down on him. And they're crazy outs. Like, he starts with this bananas cut shot, horrible, like a 3-rail position. What is he doing here? Like, no, the commentators don't even know what he's doing. Is he ducking? Yeah. And he fires it in. You're like, no way. Like, that was John Schmidt who's doing commentary for it.
I'm a big fan of Tom Brothers. They're changing people and they're putting a lot of work. And, it's just amazing to watch them play.
They play so good. They play so good. And it's also interesting to me that these guys still play with those solid wood shafts. Like we were talking about that earlier. It's like new technology has gotten in the game, and a lot of players like yourself play with carbon fiber. But it's interesting that a lot of these guys from Taiwan in particular, they still go with those wooden shafts.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I know that the industry went to carbon fibers maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And maybe some companies were kind of like pushing with it. You kind of have to make a switch.
Right.
But I don't think that's the case now. Because now, for example, I find that maybe advantageous when chef when you're playing like a sticky food in Asia, where the humidity level is super high.
Why not?
Just because I don't know if you can move around easier, or at least I find it easier.
Easier. Interesting. Why easier? Because I've heard the opposite. I've heard it's carbon moves a lot easier.
Not in a really sticky condition. I think when we play for the convention tournaments, everything is brand new cloth, brand new rails, brand new balls, everything's like perfect conditions. Then I think carbon fiber is perfect. But I think that's the reason why agents prefer wood as well, because the humidity level is just over the top is really bouncy. That's what they used to play back in the day, I guess, and that's what you play.
It's such a fuck though, isn't it? Because it's like it's all really weighing of confidence. Right? Obviously, anybody can play really good with carbon fiber, or anybody rather who can play really good with carbon fiber can play really good with wood. It's just get it into your head what this cue does, the way it feels, what kind of deflection it has. It's a lot of things. Put it in the brain computer after X amount of months of playing with that cue, you know what it does.
Yeah, I've been experimenting with cues. Maybe not as much as that. I've started testing cues for the company that I'm working with right now, 60. We've been doing testing for 3 years. So I know everything about like the foams, the ball thickness, the material of the thread, the hardness of the tip, the weight, the balance. There's so many different things that you change the way the shaft plays, and then there's also the butt. There's so many different things. It's like magic. You have to try so many things before you actually understand what you like and what you're looking for. And it's not a easy process.
I remember I was going on one of my rookie hikes where I put a weighted vest on. I go for a walk with the dog. You and I were on the phone. And this is how I remember this. Because I was walking to this wooded area. You were telling me that the difference between your old cue and your new cue, you said there's a difference of about 5%. I was like, 5%? Like, how do you know it's 5%? All the balls that are pocketed, when I think about what it does, what it doesn't do, I think my game is about 5% off. I'm like that.
I think it actually, with the new cue, I was winning a lot more. So I used to.
This was like right when you first changed.
Yeah. Well, since then I was winning.
Yeah.
So I guess it was the truth.
Well, you made it to your specifications.
Yeah.
That's
so
the thing about being
one shot for 400 orders.
Yeah.
1 fingers. I prefer a longer taper, which doesn't go just on the monkeys. We created the shaft with a longer taper, especially for shots like off the rail. It's important. The cue balls one back of the distance off the rail. That's where you feel that change in the taper thickness. We have this straight taper function.
What is the difference in the feel? What do you feel differently?
For example, the pro taper or the conical taper, you can feel the change of the thickness.
Right.
The closer you go to the middle.
Right.
You don't have that power. Our shaft is straight.
And so that way it doesn't give additional resistance as the shot gets further. Like as you bridge gets longer.
Right. You don't feel the change in thickness.
It's my fucking game.
Yeah. It is. And then you can next time hearing that I might have understood.
Well, deflection is interesting too because some people use it to their advantage. Certain deflection, like Coe, because his cue has a lot of deflection. Didn't you say you hit some balls with it?
Yeah, basically you have to be able to miss the ball. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know why the players prefer that, but a lot of players do.
I think it just gets it in their head how to play, and then they've been playing that way for so long that it's just automatic. Like if they hit a ball with heavy left-hand English, they know it's going to go off to the right. Right? So they hit it more full with heavy left-hand English because they know by the time the cue ball gets there, so they have it in their head.
Right.
You know, it's just like a computer in your brain. It's like, okay, this distance, I got to aim here. This distance, I'm going to aim here.
Well, in my case, I also have that. Where I can also have little difference.
Yeah.
But when it's just too much, that gets really difficult. Especially, like I said, the shot ball.
Yeah.
Pressure up there, you have to pull one crazy shot. That's helpful.
So with the argument that against that would be the difference with woodies, though, you get a superior feel. You do get a weird difference in the feedback of the cue. And some people get very accustomed to that wood feedback, and they describe a carbon feedback as more dull.
Yeah.
But they don't get the same sensations.
No one can get both of them.
So I think those guys, the feedback in their hand is a part of the equation in their mind of where that ball's going to go.
So when you say feedback, is it like the vibration that you get in your hand?
It's just a different feel. They all have a different feel, right? Like we're talking about Southwest, which are some of my favorite cues of all time. They have a solid butt, not cord, right? And so they're usually generally a little heavier unless they're maple. Sometimes they get lower, but you very rarely see like an 18 ounce Southwest. You see a lot of 20 ounce Southwest because they're heavy, Coca-Cola or something like that, really heavy. But they have a very specific temperature. Yes, it's just like a feel, and you don't get that feel with carbon. You get a different feel. So if you can get used to that different feel, it is like there's something to it. You definitely ball moves less off the line.
Also, like I said, there's so many different environments we play. For example, we play in China, with dirty cloth. It's super muggy, but the players are playing super spunky. Obviously, you would prefer one compared to the other one.
Yeah.
You go to South America where it's super dry, it's good conditions, everything's slick and brand new. I prefer having 5 of them. So maybe, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years from now, we'll have different cues for different shots.
Right, like both.
Yeah, it's like a whole thing. Could be the case. At some point, we're already doing some cues for example, but they stay close to the control. So that the people can want cue and side spins in the air to commercial. It's like
They bring those to it.
Mario, he was the
Really?
yeah,
They brought 2 different cues.
yeah, just how many noticed. And some of the, for example, what I do on the extension, for some shots, I put without the extensions for certain others.
How much is your extension worth?
It's super like 1.5.
So that gets you up to what, 19.5 as opposed to 18? Is that what you like? 18 ounce? You put 19 ounce? Oh, so that gets you up to 20 and a half. So you like the additional weight for a shot where you have to really stay down?
I just feel like balance purposes for longer shots. For example, like I said, I'm on off the rail, have a long shot where I want to have like a long follow through. I just simply don't have enough of my cue on the back. So I add an extra one.
But it's only top. There's only a few guys that have those kind of matches right now.
Yeah, well, next one will be going first.
You think so?
We're trying to make it.
Is he interested?
I think he was, but he's not really responding. That's the good lately. I think he was interested, so he had a guy who was willing to back him for a lot of money. And they said, well, we have to do it in this place, with this role.
was that? What did
They want to travel. No, they want to play Vegas.
Oh,
I like to say it's a neutral character. Vegas is good.
where would you go? Cliffs?
I don't think
Right.
good place.
I like it.
I get they want to do like high roll.
Oh.
They say, we can play Vegas. They got to bet that like $500 million.
Oh.
Something like that. But what I really wanted to do was basically what we were showing, like $50,000 bet. And what I really wanted to do was to play multiple business. Play like a model.
What if you just split draw?
In case of a draw, play another set.
You know what I'm saying? If you have 4 games, you have to play 3 games.
I'm not going to lose. The more the better.
What would you race to in each game?
I mean, it would have to be something which would fit within 8 to 10 hours. So maybe race to 30, then ball, race to 30, then ball, race to 10, then 5 minutes, then race to 10 minutes. I think it's really good. People would like to watch that for sure. And it's good for the game. It's good for us.
It's tough to get people, casuals, to watch regularly. Get them to watch one pocket. They'd rather jump in front of the bus.
Well, you don't like the practical.
I watch it every now and then. Yeah. What was the last one I watched? Justin Bergman played someone for a lot of money. Yeah. Like the guy. Yeah, he's giving him a crazy spot, right? Yeah. Awesome. Oh, no, Justin Bergman. Yeah. But it was close.
You look really close. Yeah. I think I like the
It was a nut spot. I forget what the spot was.
11-6. I read 12-6.
Oh, did you?
We actually played one time.
How'd that go?
Nice. Congratulations.
Do you like one pocket? Would you prefer it, or do you just play it because people can't play it?
I think I like it because it's a good game. I don't like the game itself. I think the modifications that make the game where you have to spot balls where you get more than 4 balls past the kitchen. The 5th ball gets spotted by the spot. You don't get those wedges where the balls go on the table. People just play health insurance for hours.
Right.
So it's more than and also very important to the shot clock. I think we'll probably ask to be playing shot clock.
How much time? They give you?
At Derby, it's 1 minute.
If you could make the perfect 9-ball shot clock,
I think it's good for
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
30 seconds with 30-second extension.
Yeah. Because if you make it any shorter, then you go.
Shorter's too difficult, but I mean, the 40-second, like just a touch more. Think about it.
I think it's good where it's at. Yeah. It's difficult when you have to like switch cues. You have no extension. There's like you jump. So that's why us have both of our cues
Running out there.
Throw it up.
Yeah.
It's really different.
That's another shot that people hate that you gotta leave in. Is the jump cue. When you jumped out, you jumped out so many times during this U.S. Open. There were so many times you got hooked where you popped that ball in. If you can't appreciate that on tight pockets, a beautiful shot where it goes airborne, fires right into the hole, and then you get position on the next ball.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think those that are voting against it are those that can't do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of old school guys who just they get set in their ways. They think that's a stupid cue. It's an old timey cue. Fuck that thing. But why are there different golf clubs? Because there's different shots. And why do you break the different cue? Because it's a different shot. Of
course, I think it's what gets actually people to watch it. It's exciting. Well, look, this guy jumped on the ball. He's this close to the ball. It's amazing. It's like a trick shot.
And then also, it's like the cues that people are jumping with today are designed so well for that. Like, I really like that cue type one. That's, I think, my favorite one. That one is, and you helped design it, right?
Yeah, I wasn't involved.
But not anymore.
It was a different company. I was starting probably, I would say, if everything goes by the first quarter.
So that's the thing cool too. It's like when you see a guy who plays really good, everybody wants to play with whatever the fuck he's playing with, right? So it's one of for a sport and a game. It's like one of the most marketable in that regard because almost everybody, when they find someone who's like whether it's Efren or like that's why so many companies like mutually sponsoring everybody back in the day because when these guys were playing, they were winning. Everybody just wanted to go out and buy a mutual because it's like there's a mind
It's like any sport.
game aspect of it.
Tennis, the same with golf. Just want to have the same tennis, rackets, like a feather.
But don't you think there's a giant variety in the way those things hit as opposed to the way tennis rackets hit? I don't know because I don't play tennis, but it looks the same. Whereas, like, the way pool cues are manufactured, the differences in the weight, the differences in the paper, the differences in the shaft composition, whether it's wood or carbon fiber or
For sure, and I think when it comes down to like a playing cue, then it's really very personal. Some players like softer hits, some players like harder hits. When it comes to the jump cue, it just comes down to how effortless the jump cue does the job.
right, and how accurate.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have like a mental checklist that you go through before you execute a shot? Do you have like a pre-shot mental preparation?
I do a lot of breathing. So, for example, I would breathe in on the 4 counts. Then I hold it for like 4 or 5. And I breathe out for like 7, 8 seconds. Almost like that.
Do you do that when you sit in the chair?
Yeah. With all of them sitting in the chair. Usually, I would do like a loud breathe out at the table sometimes. Just let it out. And I kind of started to show emotions too because I just feel that's okay. Before I used to be like, oh, I can't show emotions because of this. But now just
The Russian way.
I don't know.
You're American now.
Yeah. I'm fully Americanized.
That's interesting. That showing emotions. Well, I definitely think that's the case when someone misses. Because when someone misses and then they whack the table with their stick, boy, that empowers the other player.
Yeah, of course.
It definitely does.
Of course. And that's what some of the coaches that I worked with in my childhood, they were all like, don't show any emotion. They're all showing they're going to be feeding off of it. And that's what kind of got stuck with. But that's the way that I'm out.
Well, it's the most, I think, and Jeremy Jones and I were talking about this, I think it's the most mental game because there's this moment of pulling the trigger, this moment where you're making sure that everything aligns and you just kind of keep your mind on task and keep focused on the object ball. Do you look at the cue ball before you strike or the object ball?
So, it would depend on the distance. Looking at the cue ball, sometimes if it's close to each other, object ball, cue ball, I look at the cue ball as when it's long distance, I look at the object ball.
Why is that?
That's just how I find it working for me. It's another thing that's very personal for other players. I think most people are, but I just not prefer object ball personally.
It's interesting because there's a preference there.
Yeah, so definitely a personal preference. I feel like if you have a straight stroke, if you're straight, a stroke is straight, you will always see where you're intending. So it's more about where.
There's a guy named Joel Turner who's, I don't know if I talked to you about this guy. He used to he was a sniper for rescue missions with police, where like someone had a hostage and he would have to execute shots under extreme pressure. And he was also a bow hunter. And he realized that there were certain mistakes that he was making, and a lot of people making bow hunting, that had to do with anticipating the shot and anxiety before you pull the trigger. And that the way to work around that is to have a pre-shot routine in your mind where you're talking to yourself loudly in your head. And you develop this pre-shot routine with very specific things that you say to yourself. You say like, here I go. Like, whatever different things. He's got a bunch of different steps that he said where he's talking to himself, like center your peak sight. Is a bunch of things.
I have one more thing to say.
That's what I wanted to ask you.
Visualization, meditation, really good.
So what do you say to yourself, like when you're about it?
My biggest demon in my head is I'm just scared to miss the ball. I'm just, going down on the shot sometimes. My brain goes real good at missing the shot. What are you going to miss it for sure? But when you're aiming the shot, you're going to miss it for sure. So my thing is just telling to my brain that I have to see that I'm going to fucking make it. I'm thinking, bitch. And it works for me.
Yeah. But if you think you're going to miss, you will miss.
Yeah, it 100% works for me.
What I was getting at is that I found a giant crossover between that and archery. In that it's the same thing. But if you think you're going to miss an archery, you're going to miss it. And if you think you're going to miss it, you're going to miss it. Right?
Yeah, it just works.
It is. It's crazy. It's like your subconscious tells you to miss. And it's almost like the pressure is too much, so you alleviate some of the pressure by anticipating the miss in advance. Right? It's weird. So that's my question to you is what is the process that you go through to fight that off? It's just saying I'm going to make that fucking ball.
Well, yeah, it's an experience already. You have to miss a few shots to understand why that happened.
Right.
I get a few big ones like that. Like the Joe Filler, really, really, the whole crowd is cheering for me. Quarterfinals of my bowl is weird, but I'm still a big fan. It was like a Hall of Fame on the street. Quarterfinals stuff. There was up race to take. I missed them just because I knew that I would miss them. Same thing happened in Saudi. I was up 10-3 last from straight away. But I just know that I'm going to miss the ball. I just know that I'm down on the shot. I know the shot clock is not even. I just can't get up. I don't have enough. I don't have enough stuff. So I missed the ball. I'm glad that I won the bad shot. I won that next track, but it's just weird how it works.
So now you have those experiences, and then what do you do when that's over? Okay, that can't happen again. I got to make sure that mindset never creeps into my head again.
So you just have to switch your focus. Your fucking focus. That's what helps me. For Nick Madden, used to be a big clip back in the day.
Yeah.
He would practice ceremonies on the couch for hours. Just practice visualization. Just practice how to take over. Imagine yourself practicing. Like straighten shots. You wouldn't even go and practice. Wow. That's weird. That's weird too. Yeah. But it worked for him.
Well, there's a lot of science to that in terms of studies that have been done about visualization and the improvement, and they found that actual real visualization, when you're really sitting down there and visualizing, counts almost as much as practice. And in some cases, more. And no one knows why.
Well, visualization is working for us. For example, you're never going to play the tournament without holding your intention.
Right.
If you can only visualize on the tournament.
Right. Which is why I say this is an impulse of games here. It's such a weird dance that goes in your head. Sometimes, again, I'm not a good player. I'm half-assed. But sometimes I play really good. 6 hours, 2 or 3 days in a row, I get a stroke and I start running racks. But when I'm not, and then I go to execute, there's this thing in my head that right when I'm about to aim at the wiggle, right when I'm about to pull the trigger, my head goes, don't hit it there, hit it here. Okay. And I do it and I miss. I'm like, why did you change where you were going to hit it? Last minute. What the fuck is that? I've been playing for 30-something years.
But sometimes that works. I'm glad I did that.
Yeah, rarely. Most of the times I miss. Most of the times when I change where I'm going to hit last second, I miss.
So we all do.
Yeah, or when I think I'm not going to be this accurate, let me aim to overcut it. And I'm like, oh my god, you overcut it all the length of the table, you fucking idiot. If you just accurately hit where you thought you were going to hit, you would have made that ball. It's this weird thing, but that's why I love the game. Because when you're really playing pool, the world goes away. It goes away. You're not thinking about anything. You're not thinking about global warming. You're not thinking about shit. You're not thinking about inflation, how much it costs. You're not thinking about shit. The world goes away. And you're on that table. When you're playing, the world goes away. That's what I like about archery, and that's what I like about pool. They have the same quality to them. And to do it correctly is so difficult that it requires all of your mind.
I agree. Totally.
And unlike chess, which also requires all of your mind, pool has the added element that you have to execute. You have to pull it off under pressure.
Kind of like a mix of chess with golf.
Yeah. Well, it's just its own thing.
Well, it's
It's its own thing. It's very different than any of those other things. Even though I don't play either one. It's very different than any of those other things. And when people get into it, man, it takes their whole fucking life over. I remember my manager had a conversation with me once when I lived in New York. It was like, I think you were spending more time playing pool than you were on your career. I'm like, fuck, he's right. He's right. I took a whole year off. I didn't play for a whole year. And then I came to LA and I started playing a little bit again. I was like, God, I haven't got me again. Just suck his teeth right back in me. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
the amount of food that's crazy.
And now when I'm like, if I'm talking to someone who's boring, I just think about playing pool. Like, I'm getting out. It's like my default brain falls into these crap, but it's not really about the. It is about the game for sure, but what it's really about is sinking your mind to something. That's where the true joy comes in: sinking your mind to something and then executing it into motion. I think it's some kind of a mental exercise, like akin to cardio, akin to lifting weights. There's a mental exercise to it.
Both do develop skill and just know how hard it is. I think enjoy bigger and better.
Yeah, yeah. It's a game that I really wish more people appreciate. I wonder how many people are still listening to this podcast. They're just regular people. They're like, what the is he gonna fucking talk about pool with this guy for 3 hours? Yep, this one's not for you. But that's the beauty of having 4 podcasts a week. You can throw one of them entirely at pool. But for pool players, there's a lot of people that get it. It's not like anything else. So, in this weird world of non-physical things, in this weird world of virtual things, of playing video games and of being connected with computers, which is all very, very fun. Those are all really fun. There's a kinetic aspect to playing pool that I think a lot of people forgot how satisfying and rewarding it is, and how intriguing the game is. That's why I always chime on about everything. I think it's good for you.
For sure. And actually, the way, for example, that market pool is they start opening pools with computer clubs in the city. So that's
like a computer cafe type deal.
type of thing. You have the huge ones. They have ballrooms with hundreds of players.
Oh wow!
Vietnam right now is probably the most open country.
Wow! How long ago did this start?
4 years ago.
That's crazy. What made it explode in Vietnam like that?
I have no idea. For example, I know I got the first major in Vietnam 3 years ago. I have no idea. There are any expectations going to do that. But I always knew that I had some fans because on Facebook, like 40% of my followers are from Vietnam. Which always
40%.
yeah. When I was born. Whoa. So I went over there and I was amazed. Like in Hanoi alone, there's 2,000 in Hanoi, just one city.
2,000. That's crazy. What is this? Most luxurious pool hall in Vietnam?
That's it. It's like actually. Yeah, they have ballrooms with like 100 kids of check. They call it paintball.
It's called paintball, right? It used to be called Chinese paintball. So what made that game explode in China?
They were just big minds, you know, and they really exploded everywhere. Because now all the snooker players, English football players, snooker players are traveling to play games from instead. And maybe top 30 guys, on their tour. And they are, I think they are trying to get full players to join them.
Well, do it just for teams.
Yeah, well, that's the problem.
But what is a big tournament in paintball bid?
The biggest one pays $750,000 the first. But they have almost in terms of the big 200,000 first. Wow. And small tournaments, I think 50. That's what great.
Well, you were saying over there, like regular dudes that you were playing, or like Rob,
Yeah, the competition. But the game is a little bit different. So it's full balls, snooker type of rail. So they're not the under this rail. And they use like a snooker cloth. So it's really thick. Like hair.
so it's well, we got a lot of nap to the loss, the ball moves slower, right? They hit balls pretty hard. Is that because of the rounded edges, like you have to fire them through there?
For example, if the ball is close to the rail, that's probably the best way to make the ball because we can push through the rail. Kind of like a Russian ribbon thing.
Well, there's that one shot where in the side pockets we can push through the nipple or the side pocket. It's like so. It's like that.
Kind of the same thing. Kind of.
Because I watch a lot of those guys online.
Because there's so many places, so many countries in China that just have paintball tables. And it's becoming popular.
And when did that start in China?
I would say it started like 10 years ago.
So think about that. That emerges 10 years ago. So this is only we're talking about 2015. It's not that long ago. So that emerges 10 years ago, and then Vietnam emerges 3 years ago.
Vietnam is cool. But maybe I just found it out. Maybe it started.
So let's imagine that's 10 years as well. That's still nothing. But it's not that long.
Yeah.
Like so, it gives me hope that something similar can happen in America.
I think so. I think the audience is different.
How so?
Because something has to happen to draw the younger audience. I don't know if the social media is the use but maybe it's just they don't have anything like at this point. Everybody's falling professional. Everybody knows who's shaking the
That's going to be tough.
people with no bars, it's people who hear a bunch of drugs. Well, NBA has 270,000 members. 270,000 US alone. And those are mostly bar players. Those are mostly bar players that play Fridays. They only throw the help shit.
What? That's not possible. Come on, really?
Yeah.
Really? They play pool in the league and they don't have Shane Van Boeing. That seems insane. He plays in the bar table tournament sometimes. I watched some recent one for Boston. They had some big.
Right.
Yeah.
That's ultimate. That's the common.
Oh, is it?
They're starting to break through the person.
Kind of crazy because it's a really quick shot clock, big ass pockets, little ass table, and if you miss, you're fucked. Right? These guys they're all running out. Justin Bergman is the wizard of that too.
Yeah. Aren't they?
It looks easy. You look at it, you're like, oh, small table, big pockets. This is easy, but no. If you miss, like if you get out of line and you miss, the game's over.
Yeah.
The guy's got to run out. That's
more
additional
strategy.
pressure. Yeah.
More strategy to people.
All the clusters and everything's all cluttered up together.
Right.
And you can't shoot your opponent's ball, so you got to figure out a way to bump them and move them and get a shot at the eight.
Do you think the 8 ball is still the most played game because of leagues?
Yeah, most people don't. Like, I had a friend here, and he's like, I play really good pool. What do you play? And I was like, no, I play regular pool. Yeah. What is regular pool? Like, you don't play conversation. I was like, okay. Let me explain that ball to you. Like, you play 8 ball. It's not regular pool.
So it may change with natural being involved may change because they use 9 ball.
Yeah. Well, the thing about 9 ball that's very exciting is the luck factor.
Right.
Luck factor is huge. You know, when you watch a guy shoot ball into the corner and hits the rail and bounces 3 rails and goes to the side. It's fucked if you're sitting there and you're in the chair and you were hoping, oh, he missed, it's my chance. No, you got lucky. And that's luck is part of it. Sometimes people shit in the 9 ball, and that's the whole thing. They win. And you're like, how could that be a win? It's an accident. That's part of the game. It's part of the fun of the game. And then also you can win off the break. It's also part of the game. And that drives me crazy. No, stop that.
I think it's great. Luck is part of the sport.
I also like when someone misses an easy shot and then the opponent runs out and makes an eye on the break. So it's like, fuck, you're fucked up. The pool gods do that to you all the time. They do. If you miss a ball, it's kind of weird how oftentimes like you have to sit in the chair for a few racks because the guy just gets a bunch of like really awesome lucky breaks. Like, this is terrible.
For sure. And you know what I also found? I'm winning more. I'm also getting. I just get the glove. I miss the ball. Absolutely.
I wonder what that is. Why is that so reliable? Because it's really reliable.
I wish I knew the answer. I'll do something.
If some like super egghead who studies pool, like Dr. Dave, like if that guy could explain this, I would like to know. Because I think there's a kind of science to it, and I think it has to do. I don't know what it is, but I think there's a positive. See, when you're in gear, when you can't miss, when you're in stroke and you're firing balls and you're playing really well, you get these lucky breaks. It's weird. It's like you're putting out positive energy. But when you're down and you feel like shit and you're like, God damn it, I can't catch a break, and then the guy misses and you're stuck behind 2 balls, like, God damn, this always happens. I often wonder, did you make that? Did you manifest this? Are you manifesting good luck with positive energy? I wonder.
That's right. I mean, I'm always trying to be positive, but I think there is a benefit.
I think there's a real benefit, like a real world, unmeasurable benefit that would probably show up in statistics.
But not even cool. I think it's the same.
Yes, I think so too. Yeah, that's why I think pool mirrors life in a lot of ways. I think that's the case. I also think like being really generous in real life is like really good for you. It's really good for everybody. It's not good for just for the people that you're being generous to, but it's good for you too. It's good for everybody. Right? Like more good things happen for you when you do that. It's the same sort of principle. It is real. It just doesn't seem like it should be. It seems like you should be able to figure out life on, a yellow legal pad with a pen and some really good calculus. But there's some things going on that nobody's figured out how to put a measuring tape to. No one's figured out how to put it on a scale. There's some things going on. Yeah. And there's things going on with your mind that no one's ever going to be able to figure out. Like, no one's ever going to be able to figure out why some people get money all the time. But I think there's probably something to it. Like Efren, for example. That guy used to always say, I got lucky. He was always saying I got lucky. Meanwhile, who's more positive than that guy? When he would miss, he would laugh. He would laugh and scratch his head. Never looked like he was mad. I would have wanted to break my fucking stick. But he wouldn't do it. He was like, oh no, I missed. He'd scratch his head and go, oh no. Sit down, be all super positive. But he got lucky a lot.
I agree. Maybe that's the case.
Yeah. But that's why I wanted to ask you about the pre-shot routine. Like, what are the things you're saying to yourself in your mind? Or is it just a lot of experience and a lot of, I'm going to make that shot?
Well, it's basically shutting down the negative thoughts. So being positive is really difficult at times, especially when things are not going your way. When the opponent is missing and should save some flipping a few balls or just doesn't miss any balls. It's really difficult to stay positive.
Yeah.
So you gotta focus on what you can control and hope for the best. That's all I do.
Have you ever thought about doing what Nick Gallagher who sits on the couch? Just like visualizing running out while you're watching your opponent play?
I think I have that going through my brain and I'm like listening to like a hype up music. For example, when I'm walking through the match or like bonfire hype.
What is hype up music for you? What do you listen to?
Different. Depends on the mood. Sometimes it's like gangster rap. Sometimes it's
Like what kind of gangster rap? What do you like?
Russian stuff.
Russian. Oh, you gotta send me some.
Okay.
Yeah, tell me what's good Russian gangster rap.
Perfect.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Funk. That's Brazilian funk.
I like music like that I don't know what they're saying.
Right.
I really
you understand what they're saying. Sometimes it just doesn't make whole sense.
Russian gangster rap. Like, can you give an example? Like, who you're playing right now? Like, what is a good Russian gangster rap? Like, Jamie can play.
Well, his name is Script.
Script in it? Like, Scriptonite? Like, Kryptonite?
Yeah, well, he's Script. He's really powerful.
So you can find like that. What's a good song? What's like a... I didn't even know that they had a lot of Russian gangster rap.
I mean, it's not crazy. But it helps me out.
Well, hype up music is not necessarily great.
Guys called Eyes Very. I don't know who's popular. I just like this stuff.
Give me one Scriptonite though. One good song that you like. Like one. Like you and Josh Phil are about to play for $500,000. Yeah, I'm away.
So this song is not good as a version.
Oh, perfect. You just tell me what it is. We'll have Jimmy pull it up.
Moscow loves ecstasy.
Oh. I bet a lot of people in Moscow do love ecstasy. Probably pretty accurate song. You got it, Jimmy?
It's not written in English. Yeah, it's not written in English.
I just want to get straight up. The actual song I got it.
It's called Moskva.
If you want, I can have him send it to me and I'll send it to you.
That's not me.
Oh, okay.
So I'm literally it's good.
Yeah,
it's not.
There it is.
I can't type this on this thing.
Oh, right.
This also is going to get us in trouble.
This is going to get us in trouble? Oh, yeah. All right, well, we'll cut it out.
Then I go forward.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah, so it's something like that.
It sounds like the song actually.
Maybe.
I bet it is.
Maybe. Most of the stuff he says, you can't even understand what he's saying. It's so fast that he's actually from Kazakhstan.
Oh, here it is. Wet asphalt, gray face. You'll find everything you need. Love or treasure the depths of the woods. Only the lipstick was worn off. Ceiling, starfall, fingers on the temple. The eyes are. These are all nonsense words. The eyes are gathered together. Tomorrow again, wet asphalt, gray face. There are only clouds above you. Okay, that sounds like ChatGPT wrote it. Like ChatGPT.
To a straight translation from Russian,
No, right? Is that what is that like? Like learning? Well, first of all, you know how to read it, right? So you read what's it called, Cyrillic? Is that what it's called? So you read it and write it. Like, what is it like when you have to learn English? Like, how much of a weird juxtaposition when you see the two languages together?
Well, I don't know. It was kind of easy. I think English is the easiest language to learn.
Really?
But I was studying French in school. I was French, and for me it was a lot tougher to learn French. I used to speak fluent French before, but I just don't remember anything.
Really?
I actually started forgetting Russian a little bit because I started thinking in English. I spent so much time here.
Oh,
So I didn't learn English proper enough, but the way I can speak and understand, and at least have a conversation. And then I don't really speak with anybody in Russian, so I started forgetting it.
oh no! You're a man of no country.
Exactly.
That's terrible. That would be terrible. And if you go back to Russia and get mad at you, they can't talk good.
No, I mean, I still talk good. I'd actually go to Russia at least once a year.
Just to stay tight, stay close to the game.
Well, stay close to my family.
But I would imagine, like, if
Russia, like if it became uncomfortable for you, you went over there. That would be so weird for them.
No, no. They're fine. You want
But listen, if my daughter moved overseas and went to Spain, started speaking Spanish, and they came over to America and had a hard time talking to me, I'd be like, what happened?
I'm not going to
Change the head.
for the language. Right. Just that I would use like a lot of the similar words, my vocabulary.
Right.
But then what if you're away for 10 years? Yeah, well then you gain an accent. And then people are like, look, you went America on us. And you son of a bitch.
Do you get any heat for coming to America?
And at first, of course, I did.
Yeah.
I all my friends actually support me all the time. So I'm just glad that I have it. But of course, the occasional fans keep warriors. Yeah, they're all I got to keep them.
Because you left Russia.
ESL on the USA. That's the music they always play. Born.
Is there a song like that?
Well, they played the song
What
Watermelon. Yeah.
Oh, no. That song is very impressive.
If you want to get patriotic, that's not like Born in the USA is a terrible song. It's like so sad.
It's not like life is awesome. Like that song is depressing.
It's it's about living the terrible part of the USA. It's not like the American dream. But no, really, I mean, I don't have the heat from the Russians. No,
That's good.
there's a lot of Russian.
So you get more heat from Americans. They're upset that you came over from Russia.
The Europeans are like the Europeans are like the worst upset boys. I think.
Probably because you're now playing for the Americans and you can fuck up their whole Moscone Cup thing.
Yeah, I do have a lot of, I would say, Polish figures, just because I'm Polish. I'm Polish. I have a lot of Polish figures. I don't think I have more than Russian.
They just automatically don't like Russia.
That always happens.
Yeah, if you don't have haters, you don't do anything right. If you're,
I'm sure you have a lot of them too.
I'm sure I do.
Yeah, what was that crazy guy? Just trying to fight you or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, more unfortunate that. I don't know, man. He just got it in his head somehow or another that I was responsible for what was wrong with him, that I was a bully to him, which is crazy because all I did was point out what was like super obvious. Like you're lying about being on steroids. Like, hey, don't lie about being on steroids. Don't be a public person, and no one will say that. It's that simple. You have to take personal accountability for errors. I think there's some substances involved, if I had to guess, that led him down a bad road, unfortunately. That's also fame. It's not, I'm sure you experience it because you experience a lot of haters in the pool world, but fame is not what people think it's going to be. You think, I'm going to be famous. Life will be easier because people know who I am. No, life is going to be way harder because now you're under the microscope 24 hours a day. And this is a guy in the Brian, who calls himself Liver King, who was not famous most of his life, and then decided I want to be famous, and I have this great body, so what I'm going to do is just like tell everybody I have to eat liver and sell a bunch of supplements. And made a lot of money selling a bunch of supplements. And then it's not too much choice. The problem with that is that physique is not achievable in your 40s without some help. It's just not. It's just not. It's just not. Like, you could be a freak athlete and have that physique at 23. It's possible. There's a few guys that, but you have to have superior genetics and an insane work ethic, and you have to be like really intelligent about how you approach your training. But once you get into your 40s, and if you didn't look like that when you were younger, yeah, you're on something. Everybody knows it. There's nothing wrong with being on something. Like here's the thing. It's like if you want to be an influencer online, it doesn't exclude you from taking. If you're a person who takes testosterone and even there's guys who have huge followings who are clearly on anabolic steroids. They just don't lie about it. That's all it is. Like it doesn't make you less famous or make your your physique less valid. No, really. I mean, there's going to be a few people always say, but the reality is most people are just like, wow, that's really impressive. But what people hate is when you mislead them, when you pretend you're doing something that you're not, especially if you're also selling supplements or selling a lifestyle, and telling them, about your ancestral tenets. It's just, you got to take accountability. You made mistakes. If you did make mistakes, I'd be celebrating you. If you were like this guy, I was like, there's a bunch of people that we talk about on the podcast all the time that I know are out Jews. But they don't lie about it. And no one gets upset about it. It's real simple. It's just, it is what it is. But that, these guys just took a lot of heat. He also funded, I think he's had a part in funding this Netflix documentary about him, which I didn't watch it, but I heard it was not flattering at all. It made him seem kind of insane. And that probably sucked. But after that, it's mad at me. But again, fame is not a normal thing. It's not normal. And if you don't have personal sovereignty, you don't understand yourself, truly understand yourself, not just trying to project an image of what you'd like people to think of you, but who you actually are. That's where you get in trouble with fame. And then also reading the haters, reading the comments, and wanting people to love you, which is probably why I wanted to get famous in the first place. There's also like the thing of getting famous as a goal versus becoming famous because of the thing you do. You know what I mean? Like becoming famous because people like your comedy or your podcast, or they like the way you play pool, or they like the way you play basketball. Like, that's a different thing. When you specifically go out of your way because you want to become famous, and that's a lot of people. It's really weird. That's a lot of like very wealthy people. I know some people that are really wealthy, and the thing that they really want is to be famous. It's weird. Well, it's a thing they can't buy. It's like they have private jets, they got a house here, a house there, they got a company here, a company there. Famous. So that's a lot of those guys want to go on podcasts. Sort of like let the world know how cool you are. It's weird. It's like, and then a lot of those guys, they take the heat off the comments, the haters. They don't like it. Jesus Christ, I didn't know it was going to be this. Like, yeah, that's what you signed up for. You signed up. Yeah, you're on the world theater. That's it's a lot of eyeballs. It's a lot of fucking venom-tongued people out there. That's why they say terrible things about you. Yeah. And you have to have the same way you have that discipline to not allow those negative thoughts in your head before you make a shot. You also have to not allow other people's negative thoughts in your head either, right? Because they're as valid, if not more valid, than your own negative thoughts.
Oh, there's so many different opinions. This is like the point you try to make it out of them. But the thing with their opinion, they're always voice opinions.
Sure.
You do that,
Yeah, or not pay attention to them, which is, I think, the best way to do it. You must be aware. Everyone's aware if they fuck up, and you're always aware if people are upsetting you about things, but don't fucking focus on it. Don't pay attention. And that's where comedians make a giant mistake, podcasters make a giant mistake. I'm sure pool players do it, fighters do it. But, a lot of fighters get real mad when they read comments, and they invite trolls to come to their gym, and someone will beat the trolls up. It's crazy. Some guys will talk shit, and they'll be so dumb that they'll actually think that they can go to the gym and, spar with Sean Strickland or something.
That's the worst thing. That's what troll is wanting. That's what this goal is. Trying to get in your head.
Yeah, but if you can get him in the gym, it's worth it. Yeah, like Sean Strickland has a bunch of videos of guys who talk shit online. He just beats the fucking piss out of them. It's just like, then he wins. Then it comes all full circle. Like, paying attention to the haters actually paid off because for him it's easy work. He just shoots these guys up, but it's not that he talks shit to them once and kicking the fuck out of them. Yeah, but with pool, it's like you don't want to have to play some idiot Says you suck. They put up money. Let's play. They probably won't. Then you'll be talking to them back and what is the most amount of money that you gamble for?
Against Jay.
That was it? Yeah, so you don't want to say the full amount, but that was the most amount. But this Joshua Field thing, what they offered, if that ever happened, that would be the biggest one.
It could be the biggest one. It could be the biggest one. But also, I would look at the one pitch would be done.
Right. What was he proposing in terms of the race?
It's about 120. Just the same thing.
And what do you think about that?
I think yeah, we can do that for sure. But I think this was
Your spot. Yeah.
well, it's not really my spot. It's
That's the
considered
spot you go to a lot, right?
not really. Anyway, a couple of years. I'll live 30 minutes.
Oh, see, that's your spot.
But
I'm about to shut up. That's your home room.
it's not my home. I like they want to practice at home.
Right. But your home room, where you go to, is like the place where you go that's near your house, that's an actual establishment, not your home table.
You can yes, I can say it like this, but I don't go there. I don't practice like that ever.
Everybody knows your name. You walk in the door. Oh, that everybody knows your name. That doesn't count. But
yeah,
I can see why you wouldn't want to play for that place.
we can find a neutral spot. We can't find a neutral spot.
Yeah, we're setting up right here on this podcast. What's the most amount you think you get staked for?
I will have to
Consult. Yeah, consult with those gentlemen that have done it.
What's the looking for?
It's a lot of money.
Let's do it.
I'd be doing that. I would have to take my table up, right?
You know,
Would you want 4 1/4? Or would you want 4?
oh, that's not. I like to go and play for it. Take it. So he wants to make a tiger. Because me and Shane play for it.
So
And he makes a tiger. And we think he's much worse than play. I can't control it. And it's always I negotiate much like this.
right.
And little change here and there make the outcome different. I mean,
I feel like you should do it in a place where you get an audience, though.
we can.
Yeah, but
It's one of the biggest draw of the audience we can possibly have.
online for sure. What I mean is in person as well, like a place where there's a lot of people that can watch in person.
I think we should maybe.
Really? Yeah, probably. Shane is a huge American hero when it comes to pool. Right. It just seems like he doesn't like it anymore.
With filler, it's different. Like Jake Paul, a lot of people watch him, but they watch him because they want him to lose.
Really?
Well, I just find it.
I didn't know that. I'm just hearing that for the first time now. I thought he was beloved.
Well, it's kind of changing. I think maybe.
Why?
Just the way you respond to different things on social media makes it worse.
Oh no, social media stuff.
Yeah, there was a few. I don't know if you were involved with like WPA, Andrew conflicts and stuff like this.
Oh yeah, that's right. So there was a lot of weirdness where he was playing. Like, was WPA saying you couldn't play in a match or event, or is that what it was? What happened?
What happened was
So we should explain to people that don't know. There's 2 different competing sort of organizations, and at one point in time, if you played for one, they were telling you can't play for the other, and everybody's like, "That's kind of crazy, guys." Like, pool is just starting to take off, and don't schedule shit at the same time as this other one. Who's going to be there and work together.
so what happened was WPA implemented bans and these people and unavoidable be banned for a certain period of time from WPA tournaments. And all the top players we wanted to change that by just starting playing WPA tournaments. So just all of us actually like the top 10 players don't go to WPA tournaments. And by that move, we wanted them to change that move. We wanted them to lift the ban.
Right.
So the very next event,
way to tell those other 10 guys are the best in the world. Yeah, you're not going. All right, we're all not going. And then you sign up. That means you just killed off 9 or 10 of the best players in the world. You have a much better chance of winning.
You can get a more backlash from that. And I think to this day, that stuff.
I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. He's a hell of a player, though.
Oh, you got one.
Yeah, and he's really young, too, right?
He's a little bit of a like he's 27, but
Yeah.
he's the most fearless, most mental player. He's kind of like football side.
Yeah, he's, well, sometimes when he gets on, it's crazy to watch. Where he's spiking balls in, how high he goes. Yeah.
Unbelievable. He would go for a long period of time.
And the other thing about him is he never looks like he's freaking out. Like, he never seems to be affected. Like, he's never taking additional time in between shots.
No, he's a very fast player.
Even under extreme pressure.
Yeah, he doesn't really fall under pressure. And
It just seems like he doesn't feel it.
no,
So good.
Sometimes it does feel like this. He was feeding off the actual like hate of the crowd. Must put it back in Las Vegas, or everybody's rooting against him, and he's just feeding off the crowd. It's kind of like Jason Shorts.
Wow.
You know, if you can turn that into a funeral and just run wrecks, that's
Yeah, if you can do that, if you have that kind of temperament. But it's always interesting to me when a guy like that just seems to be so calm under pressure, just fires balls in. Like, it's almost like that's like shocking. Like, he's got an intimidating game. Not that I don't think he can. It's a really good game. It's like, it's top 1 and 2 in the world. Like, you know, I think at the very top, as you see, you know, with Aloysius, yeah, he won 3 tournaments in a row, which is crazy. Crazy. Like 3 majors in a row. But, like, you know, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz went on a tear where he was doing that for a while.
if you look back at like the years, even like 10 years from where they're at, there's always one player for like a year or two, and he switches to another player.
Like, Shane won back-to-back U.S. Open.
So Nico went back to back. Darren won.
Yeah.
Another one back to back.
Yeah.
It's always
They get hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just maintaining that. It's just so weird. Like we were talking about Coco and Chong, who had an insane match in 2023, but this year didn't play nearly as well.
It's really tough. I mean, life gets in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Something like family, business.
Or you might have a neck injury like you had, right? Your back might start bothering you, you get sciatica.
There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. But it's just, that's why a high-level pool, when you watch it, you know, on the world stage like that, when it's executed so perfectly, it's so fun to watch. Because you know how hard it is to get there.
Yeah, it's hard to understand.
So, what do you do differently now that you're world number 1? Do you do anything differently to try to maintain your position? Or is it just keep going?
No, just keep going. I know what I did to get me where I'm at right now. Why would I change it?
Yeah. I mean, I guess, unless,
Because a lot of people that stuff, that's for example, they had a goal, their motivation is gone.
right,
And my motivation is there's always been most of the time just like I want to win as much as I can. I was kind of from the poor English family growing up, and I've always my biggest motivation was financial. But obviously, I wanted to be world champion, and I had the dream to be world champion. But when I won the first world championships, that dream was kind of gone. Now it's just another major dream. So they always ask me those questions: what would it take to be for who are the investors? It would be great, but I think it would be a lot more for this stuff. Like when I be seeing my grandkids and like, oh, well, your grandpa was a 2-time world nine-ball champion back in the day. There's 4 railing that nine-ball right there.
why do you say that with a southern accent?
And then I live in Indiana here. I live in southern Indiana.
Is that the day with a southern accent in Indiana? Oh, that's interesting. I never thought of that. Huh.
Yeah.
What would you assume their accent in Indiana would be? Well, you're an Ohio boy, so you're close to Kentucky.
That's where you're in there.
Right.
You can kind of
That's true. That's true. That's That's true. But it's just when you think about just in general, like pool's growth, I think you're in a perfect position right now in life. It's like if you had been this good 20 years ago, you would be in the same sort of trap that a lot of those the older players were, where there's no real incentive to be playing professionally. The only money that anybody was making in pool 20, 30 years ago, real money, was in gambling. And there was a lot of guys that were making money gambling that weren't placing well in tournaments. They didn't want to. They didn't want to play in tournaments. They didn't want to knock their action. But I think you're in really the perfect timeline. Whereas as you're getting better and as pool's getting more and more popular, the money's getting bigger and bigger. And I think it's a really awesome time for the game.
I agree. Definitely. I definitely feel fortunate to be in the right time, in the right era with the way my career was going. Because like you said, 20 years ago, older.
And it's also the players of today. It seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're much more systematic with their training than they ever were before.
Absolutely. 100%. Everybody participates. Everybody is treating it as sport, like I said. They're not treating it as a game.
They're treating it like a sport, but they're also examining all the aspects of the game and constantly honing them. It's different. Like when I watch guys practice online, like you have a channel where you put a lot of your practice sessions online, and you get to see like there's no messing about. It's like there's some serious training involved, like serious position play, serious like getting that muscle memory over and over again, different ways to stroke a shot.
For example, my idol growing up with all the he's fine, and he has his own channel.
Yeah, he's great.
He is the best performer, the best. I think visualization every day. He's practicing every single day, and then he's doing his 90 minutes of hardcore practice on his live stream that he's doing. Why you have to practice? And if you follow just everything he does, you will get to it definitely 100%.
Yeah, he's a world-class player too. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, super disciplined, super like a buffer. Buffer Nadal. He's the buffer Nadal. In pool.
It's a fun time. Fun time to be a pool player. And like I said, I think the sky's the limit. I think the game's going to explode over the next few years because we're watching it get a lot bigger over the last 4 or 5.
Yeah, for sure. That's set up to do it.
Yeah, man. I'll do commentary. How about that? Get Metric involved. Just set it up somewhere in Austin. I'll do it.
Let's do it.
Do it somewhere where you can have a crowd in person, though. That's what I was getting at. Like, you're going to have a crowd online. But it'd be cool if you had a lot of people there in person.
You guys will set it.
Okay. Well, I want to see it. So, listen, congratulations on everything. It's been cool following you and seeing what happened over the last time you were here. And watching you just get better and better.
Thank you so much for that.
My pleasure, my brother. Tell everyone if they want to follow you. What's your Instagram?
My Instagram is very
Yeah.
But I have Facebook. Most of the guys from Facebook, TikTok.
Oh, this is a question I wanted to ask you. Your name, some people say Fedor, some people say Fedor, but in Russian is it Fyodor?
Fedor.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Because people were correcting me. I'm like, I think you're both wrong. I think it's
Also,
Fyodor.
Peter.
Yeah. About Fedor, I've heard. When I was calling you Fedor, people were going, "Oh, he's saying that because Fedor Emelianenko." I'm like, yeah, well, that's kind of the accepted American pronunciation of Fyodor, though. So I wanted to ask you, it's Fyodor.
Yeah,
I knew I was right.
right. That's how many people.
Okay, Fyodor. Let's see you from now on, bro. Let's play some pool. Don't get something. All right. Bye, everybody.
experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
It's a little bit weird. It's weirder to be Joe Rogan.
You think?
Yeah, it's gotta be. It's weird.
It's weird to be any person in the public eye. But in this eye, it's particularly weird. If you're like one of those people, I mean, the media is so bizarrely compromised. It's so weird when you watch these narratives spin both on the left and on the right. And like, is anybody fucking rational? Is anybody looking at in this so few that a comedian like yourself just rises to the top of the heap?
Well, it's funny, dude, because since the last time I was on, this has been kind of like the knock on me in a way now.
Is it a comedian?
He's a comedian. This guy's not a
social
expert.
support comedian.
That's right. Yes, that's right. It feels weird doing this without to be honest. Seems kind of wrong. But dude, that's been like essentially that's like the knock. Is like, yeah, you're acting like you're an expert, but you're just some comedian. And it's like, no, that's the point. That's always been the point. Like, yes, I'm just a comedian. I'm not an expert. And still, being not an expert, hand me your favorite Warhawk, and I will tear them to shreds, because it's actually not that hard. And like, these people aren't really experts either.
Well, also the problem with that is these people that are talking about these things are talking about people not being experts while they're not experts.
Yeah.
There's, what's Doug up to? English?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Sam Harris is a neuroscientist. Mm-hmm. There's all these different people who have, expertise in one area that is pretty much outside geopolitical, world politics, international relations, chaos, and war, and military-industrial complex. Like, these are very complex, sophisticated, nuanced discussions that you have to have when you talk about these things. There's so many different factors at play. There's so much money. There's so much bullshit in terms of, like, what's the truth? What's the narrative? Who's pushing the narrative? Who's being paid to push the narrative? Which is really weird. There's so many of these fucking online influencers that I don't even think are human beings that have, like, prominent accounts.
Yep. But then there's also, it's a convenient kind of way to dismiss somebody.
Of course, instead of addressing the facts.
Well, I thought it was really funny to me was that, so like a few days after the last time, after me and Douglas Murray debated on the show, he went on Bill Maher's show. And so it's like, after having this whole thing, the whole 45 minutes opening the show about how you comedians don't know what you're talking about, says don't know what you're talking about, while he's smearing two people who he's never heard of, who doesn't even know what they do or whatever, but not the best way to make an appeal to expertise. But no, he doesn't have a problem with Bill Maher doing it, because he agrees with them. So the issue isn't really being an expert versus being a comedian. Konstantin Kassin went on this whole thing about expertise and all of this, and it's like, he also started as a comedian. Why all of a sudden does this standard only apply to me and only when I'm talking about Israel? It never applied to me when I was talking about COVID. It never applied to me when they agreed with me on stuff. They would just go, look, Dave, breaking it down. But now there's this one topic that one guy is not allowed to not be an expert on, and it happens to be this one topic that the entire population is turning on. I shouldn't say the entire, but huge numbers.
When someone attacks what you do professionally versus what you're actually saying.
Yeah.
Why not just dispute what he's saying instead of this appeal to authority?
Right.
You're not an expert.
But also, to ask that question is to answer that
Well,
question.
you can only ask me a few things in life that I can give you definitive answers on. And even then, I might have to refer to expert. You want to ask me about judo? I've been doing jiu-jitsu since 90. I think I started in 97, somewhere around then. 96, maybe. I don't know shit about judo. I know how to do a few hip tosses, but when someone is doing something, I don't even know what it's called. If I go Haragoshi, I might get it wrong. Because Haragoshi might be legs on the outside versus leg on the inside. Wrestling, I gotta defer to DC. Even martial arts, I'm not totally an expert.
Yeah, and then there might be somebody who is totally an expert, like say, a wrestler who went to the Olympics, right, and was like a total expert or a coach or something like that, total expert in wrestling, and they could still get something about MMA completely off or jiu-jitsu.
It happened in the last fight, in the last UFC card. Daniel Cormier didn't know about the dead orchard. So he thought this person was fine because they had two arms in while they're caught in a triangle. I go, no, this is a real submission. This is fucking dangerous. Like, there's this guy, Nathan Orchard, who figured out how to do a triangle with two arms in it, and it's replicable. A lot of guys do it now. And I think it was a lady at the last UFC had it. And I was like, oh shit, and Daniel didn't know it yet. There's a couple other things, like the buggy choke. If you don't know about jiu-jitsu, and you see a guy who's on his back and he's getting smothered, but all of a sudden he reaches under with his leg, and I'm going, oh, and you don't know what's going on. Like, that's a fucking choke, like a really dangerous one. Tyrone Toro gets you in that, you're fucksville. You know, there's guys, so it's like, there's areas of expertise, even in areas that I'm an expert in, that I have to call on other people. Like, this is a stupid argument. Like, what are the facts? Does that submission work? Is that genocide? Like, what's going on? Were you funding Hamas? Is Hezbollah a proxy of Iran? Did Iran get the money to do this when Biden released the funds? Because who's allowed to be an expert on all these things?
Yeah, and then of course there are things that say like, do you support lockdowns? And like, in order to have, say, an expert opinion on this policy, it's like, okay, well, you'd be like, they'd say we're following the science. You know, so in other words, they have an epidemiologist or something like that who's arguing lockdowns will cut down on the transmission of the virus. I forget, they turned out to be wrong, but leaving that aside, you're like, okay, but are they also an economist? Are they also a sociologist, a specialist in childhood development who would tell you what closing the school? Oh, who's the person who has expertise in every single one of those fields? Doesn't exist. There isn't an expert in all of those fields. You know what I mean?
That was the problem with that time. Because that time, everyone was so fearful. And the news was pushing it. It was clearly there. I forget who it was, but some health official was being interviewed recently, said that through 2020, that Anthony Fauci said to him, the problem is Americans aren't scared enough. Which is crazy to say. It's a wild thing to say, that your goal is to make people more fearful. So you're trying to put out a narrative that makes people more fearful, which, by the way, fucks with your immune system in a gigantic way. Not good at all to be scared. I don't know how many people got really sick from COVID because when they got it, they freaked the fuck out and they couldn't sleep and they thought they were going to die and they were riddled with anxiety, and that makes you attack people around you, and then you look for a solution. When these trusted institutions, which up until 5 fucking years ago, I was 100% on board with everything, vaccines, with every medical innovation, other than psychiatric medications, which I think are pretty much overprescribed. All of a sudden, everyone's like hoping these people have the answer. So everybody's like, this is guy Jim Balitronian, he's also an expert. I'm like, fuck you. It's like anti-science, trust the science, COVID denier, vaccine denier. It just became this fearful response because everybody just responded to the fucking media. Everybody's tuned in to all of this negative shit, man, all day long.
Well, you have to scare people. If you want to implement like a tyrannical policy, you almost always have to scare people. I mean, that's
the only way.
Now, everyone knows, right, like you just said, like, being terrified is not good for your health. But on a human level, we also all know that it's not good for good decision making, But it is excellent for, I will turn my brain off and give the authority to you. To go do, I mean, look, it was right after 9/11. You forget about this, but like, the level to which Dick Cheney and George W. Bush used to fearmonger. Dick Cheney, the Vice President of the United States of America, who is a bit more than just your average Vice President, he said it's not a matter of if, but when there will be another 9/11 attack. They built it. They were trying to tell the American people right after 9/11 to be in a constant state of fear.
Do you remember the COVID warnings where they had colors? Or excuse me, the warning where they had colors?
The threat level or whatever. Yeah. And then one day they'd be like, it's up to yellow. Yeah. And I mean, we were really still traumatized from 9/11. But the thing about about it is that they knew what they wanted to do. They knew the policy they wanted to start embarking on. And it was the mix of they hated the big lie, which was they hate us for our freedom, which was like really the big lie after 9/11. It was like, because the American people very organically wanted to know what the beef was. Like 9/11, everybody was like, yo, why do they hate us? What's this beef about? And their answer was they hate you for your freedom, and by the way, this is going to happen again. So be terrified. Second off, understand that they're so irrational that their beef with you is that, like, your grandma can go to the grocery store. So what do you do with that? Other than say what the American people said, which is George W. Bush, you have a blank check to go attack whoever you want to, and we'll support you.
Yeah, I remember feeling that way, right? I remember feeling it's up to these fucking guys, these hard-nosed generals, military leaders that are, these are the guys that are going to protect us now. We got to put all our faith in them. This shit's real. What's going on? This is, so 2001, I wasn't that much of a conspiracy theorist. I was into UFOs. I was into Bigfoot. I was into stupid shit. You know, I was into fun, stupid shit.
Right.
You know, me and Eddie Bravo would get high and watch space documentaries and freak out about aliens. You know, that stupid shit. But then the Patriot Act came along. And I was like, okay, what the fuck is this? Like, what is indefinite detention mean? When they signed the NDAA, what are you talking about? What is the month, what it rhymes with cunt, the act that Obama passed in 2015 that allowed them to use censorship or, propaganda on American citizens?
Yeah.
Months,
Something like that, yep.
It's like, okay. At what point in time do I start getting really fucking suspicious?
Yep.
Yeah, I had read one book a long time ago. It's called Best Evidence about the Kennedy assassination. And unfortunately, I read it right before I went on stage. I was by myself. I was in Philadelphia, and I was headlining. And this is like when I was just starting to headline, right? And so, had show Thursday, killed. Everything's great. Went back to my hotel room. Nothing to do. Read this fucking book for like 6 hours. Freaked the fuck out. Showed up at the show like ashen faced. Like, oh my god, they killed the president. Like, I had never even considered that before that book.
Right.
I never even thought that there's like secret government agencies that plot against the president. I thought that's the fucking man. Everybody works together. How well was I not? He's like a child. Oh my god. And I bombed. I fucking bombed. And I apologized to the manager. I fucked up. I read this book right before I got there. It's done that before.
When you have your mind blown like that, you need time after that before you make it fun. It takes time to like then almost come back to it.
You should never engage in that kind of stuff like right before you watch it. It's just terrible.
Yeah.
Anything real and ominous. So I had a second show. But I was like, okay, I can't ever do that again. But that started. That was just peripheral. It was just the JFK thing. But I was only interested in that. I didn't get into Nixon. I didn't get into Vietnam. I didn't get into any of that stuff. September 11th, 2001. In the beginning, it was wonderful. After the attack, everyone was so friendly. It's terrible that this thing happened. It's terrible that these people died. But it made me think, like, every now and then, we need to get bitch slapped. You know, it's like when you see people, like, getting in people's faces for, like, waving an American flag, fuck you, fascist, like, a bitch slap every now and then. Like, that guy might go, fuck you, I'm just ran up to that veteran. I got in his face because I want to impress my lesbian girlfriend. Like, what the fuck is wrong? I mean, I don't know how to fight. I know I got concussion. This guy bitch slap me. It's on TikTok. Fuck. You know, you need that sometimes just as like a course reset. I felt like as a country, we've been doing shady shit all around the world forever, and there's real war happening everywhere, but we're super lucky because we're separated by oceans. We're not too much to look at here. Oh my god, this is real. Like the American flag in the fucking car. And when I was in New York City, I was from and everyone was so cool. And Parliament was rock stars. Yeah. Cops were rock stars. Everybody was thanking them. Everybody was thanking them for their service. It was great. We went out with this fireman in front of this bar. Me and the Fear Factory. These guys were fucking. It's like I was hanging out with Brad Pitt. It was nuts. Everybody was so thankful. Where'd that go?
Yeah, I was there. I was in New York City on 9/11, and I remember so I was in Brooklyn, like only a few miles from the World Trade Center, and like did you physically see it? No, I saw it. So I remember seeing, I think so. When I got out of school, I was in high school. I was a senior in high school, and we got out. One of the girls like forged a note. Said it was from our parents or something like that. I forget exactly how it went, but we got out. It was like I was friends with the security guard. I used to buy weed from him. It was a different time. But yeah, it was a different time. Pre-9/11, we were just all hanging out buying weed from the security guards at schools. But so he let us out. So I remember I'm pretty sure when we came to Flatbush Ave, we saw like there was smoke in the air. But both towers had fallen by the time we got out. But there were people. So the subways had been out for a while. And where I was like on Flatbush Avenue. It's like Flatbush and 7th Avenue. So this is like it's kind of a straight shoot down to the Manhattan Bridge, and then the Brooklyn Bridge is down there too. But the Brooklyn Bridge you can walk over. And so at this point already, people were down in the financial district that just decided to walk back to Brooklyn because they realized they weren't going to get a cab or get a subway. And so you'd see just like one guy in a suit and tie covered in soot, head to toe, like walking up like, oh, he must have just been down there and walked up. But I remember, now this is in Brooklyn, but even there it's very busy. But people were stopping and asking each other. People that you would pass on the street but never talk to were stopping and asking everyone, how's your family? Everyone okay? All right, are you fine? Like there was this like community spirit that you just didn't, you don't typically get in New York City. There's just too many people. You can't talk to everybody. But that part of it was kind of beautiful. And then of course governments do what they do and immediately manipulate that into launching wars that they wanted from before 9/11 that had absolutely nothing to do with 9/11, which is,
Also, the picture that was a bunch of shit that you tried to pass for a while, for years, and everyone's like, what are you fucking crazy?
Well, this is the thing, and I guess maybe it's partly like my age, because I was 18 at the time, and this is like my coming of age, time, but I will never stop being furious about all of that shit. And this is like, still to this day, I'm sure you see it when I'm on podcasts with you and like doing debates and stuff. But I'm so angry over the war in Iraq and the subsequent wars, Libya and Syria and Somalia and Yemen and all of them. But specifically because, like, all these guys, the neoconservatives, the N-word that I'm not supposed to bring up, I wrote a book called Neoconservatism, Why We Need It. But when I say the word neoconservatism, be careful what you're watering here or something like that. Is that what they said?
I didn't know that this was an issue. You can't discuss neoconservatism.
Well, that's what Douglas said when I was on with him. He said, the N-word, when I brought it up, and then said, I'm wondering something because I mentioned Wolfowitz.
Okay, so that's anti-Semitism.
Right. Well, that's kind of good.
Yes, you're talking about something incredibly important.
Well,
neoconservatism, well, why would that be a thing you can't discuss? That sounds crazy.
Well, I mean, I'd say the answer is that those guys got into power. They really hijacked American foreign policy after 9/11. They happened to all be in power in the Bush administration, and 9/11 happened on their watch. But if you go back and read the shit they read, and I will never stop talking about this because it's just too goddamn crazy. But if you read all of these guys, the guys who were in the George W. Bush administration, I mean, like the signatories on the Project for a New American Century, which was their think tank, the PNET, this is called, were like Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and Paul Wolfowitz and Faith and Richard Pearl and Wormser. It was the whole group who took over the government. And they wrote explicitly in the Project for a New American Century that they were like, look, okay, the Soviet Union has collapsed. We are, for the first time in human history, like the lone superpower in the world. So what we should do right now is fight multiple wars because no one threatens us. And so therefore, we should fight multiple wars too. Right now, we have an opportunity to remake the world, overthrow the old Soviet sock puppet states, install our own states there, and guarantee, as the name says, the new American century of dominance, the 21st century. And they specifically said they want to overthrow Saddam Hussein. And then they specifically said, and now this is something that the 9/11 truthers really held on to. I'm not sure. I think they might be overplaying their hand a little bit here, but they say, there's one document in the Project for the American Century, you can find it online, where they straight up say, they go, now look, this is what we want to do, but we're unlikely to get mass American support for it, short of another Pearl Harbor And so a lot of people, like Alex Jones, a lot of the 9/11 truthers, would point to this phrase and go, see, this is the proof that they knew they needed another Pearl Harbor, so they planned their own Pearl Harbor. Now, that is not necessarily true. It doesn't necessarily prove that, but it certainly does change the way you think about their mind state when they sit there watching the towers get attacked. And they all, at the very least, they all went, we got it.
You know, Alex Jones predicted in July.
Yeah. But that's not quite as unique as I think some people think it is. Well, like people, so like
You ever hear how he said?
yeah, I've heard the clip. It's pretty good. I mean, I'm not like taking anything away from that. He was right, but there were a bunch of people who predicted it. Ron Paul himself predicted it perfectly.
Planes.
Let's just say, no, I don't know about that. That is pretty impressive. But at the same time,
The planes never flown in the towers.
that's true. But the World Trade Center was attacked by Al Qaeda guys in '93. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Adrian Appleton has the funniest joke about that. I believe so. Do you hear Adrian's joke about that? Yes, you did. I don't want to butcher it on your show, but Adrian Appleton is a hilarious comedian. She had a joke about how, in that song, with the Eagles time to get paid, blow up like the World Trade, that they bleep World Trade now. And then her bit is how they didn't bleep, like he was talking about the first one, they went bleep it because of the second, the towers came down. But then her bit is just like, that wasn't enough of a tragedy to make it bleep. It's like the funniest, like only a few people died. Like it was cool. But then a lot of people died. She's a phenomenal joke right there.
Well, it's a different time. Back then, they would they better.
That was Wild West.
Well, it's weird what you hear about. So, I don't know if I fully buy into any of this, but as a caveat before I get home. But when people discuss the intelligence agencies and their role in hip hop, especially gangster rap, like I remember the very first time I listened to NWA, and I think I told Ice Cube that he was here. I was on a fucking Stairmaster in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was listening to Fuck the Police. Like, Fuck the Police, coming straight from the underground. I was like, what is this? It was a cassette Walkman, or maybe it was a CD, but it's probably a cassette Walkman. And I was like, dude, get my cardio.
They were better for working out. They didn't skip.
They got good with the CD after a while. It didn't skip. But you had to set it on the treadmill.
And you had to hit that like shock mode, right. And then they would eat your batteries so quickly. Like you get 3 songs in, and you're like, all right, you have to go to the gym with like spare batteries.
Still, it was so insane that I could carry music with me to the gym. Like that's incredible. Because you go to the gym and like the worst voices on, like no disrespect to them, or something like, God, I can't get into this. I'm trying to get pumped here, man. This is fucking bullshit music. Like someone's in charge of the station that they pick on the radio, just to be able to carry it. But that moment of hearing that music, I was like, this is celebrating crime. Like this is nuts. And murdering prostitutes. Like this is crazy that this is like a major record label put this out. I was only 21, and I was just sitting there going, I can't even believe this is real. And I got really into Ice Cube, really into Ice-T. I listened to that when I was looking for newspapers. It was like, gangster rap was like a completely different thing. So then cut to, when people start digging into it, like intelligence agencies have had, there's a weird book on intelligence agencies and their role in rock and roll music in the 1960s. Movie about, the book about Laurel Canyon, what is it, Strange Thing? Very interesting. I don't know if I buy it. Eddie Bravo's all around. I don't know if I buy it, but there's a lot of like weird connections to the intelligence community that use it, particularly hip hop and particularly gangster rap. And if you want to get really dark, you would say, if you want to fill your private prisons up, what better way than have very popular music encouraging encouraging crime, encouraging outright celebrating crime and violence. That way you fill your prisons up, and you also keep people scared, so you can give them more laws and more rules and craft them and make them easier to placate, easier to get them to fall in line, do what you need them to do.
Yeah, and support massive police build-ups and massive, like militarization of the police and all this stuff. And I don't know, I've heard a little bit about that. I really don't know. I know Ice Cube has talked about there's undeniably this influence. It does. There are things about it that seem crazy, but I do know that, and I don't even think this is a controversial thing to say. I think this is just like fact at this point, that it was the Reagan administration who did traffic in cocaine to the United States of America while they were ramping up the war on drugs. So like they're bringing them in their effort to help the Contras or whatever. They are going like, okay, well these guys are drug dealers, so if we move these drugs in, we can get these money shipments to them. And then you're sitting in they're creating the conditions for the crack epidemic to explode. And then they catch one guy with a few rocks on him. They're throwing him in jail for decades. It's like just that alone, just that one piece of information. You'd almost, if you're like in a sane world, you'd go like, oh, so the people had a revolution and overthrew that government and publicly found all the politicians involved, and they started over from there. And we're like, no, they lionized that guy. But still, for decades afterwards, the Republicans at the RNC bring up Reagan, and they go, our hero, Ronald Reagan. Like, the fact that that isn't enough to go, well, this guy should be remembered like as a monster.
Do you think they tell Reagan that they're selling crack in the hood? I don't think they do. I do not. I do not think the intelligence agencies let that information that far up the chain to a guy who's only in there for 4 years before he's reelected.
Fair enough.
Not a chance.
But George H.W. Bush definitely was.
For sure. He fucking signed the docket.
That guy was all over that. Yeah.
He was the head of the CIA.
He was their guy. He was the head of the CIA. Moved in, right. So, but again, also you get to a certain point when you're president, and it's probably Donald Trump in a lot of ways too, where it's like, it's your responsibility. Like, if you didn't know, then that's your responsibility for not knowing.
I don't think you have an access. I do not. I do not think in cases like that you have access. I think if they're doing something like selling crack in the hood and using the money to fund the Contras, there's no fucking way you could ever kosherize that. So I don't think you ever let the president know. I think this is all black funded. I think there's layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy before you can get to any real data and information. If you want to talk about people that are doing operations in Nicaragua, you've got things going on in Iran, you've got to pay attention to Russia, this is happening, that's happening, there's a fucking chance he knows they're selling crack to pay for an army. I just don't think you would tell him.
Look, you might be right about that.
Why would they assume he'd go along with it?
Or tell him,
this is not a normal thing to do. I came into this office thinking, I'm an actor. I'm Ronald Reagan. I came into this office thinking I'm going to be a good American who's going to get back down to basics and hard work, trickle down economics. And you're telling me you're selling crack? Hey, fuck you, you're going to jail. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, because he can't. That's how Nixon got caught. So Nixon didn't organize Watergate. He tried to cover it up.
Yep.
That's how he got caught. They would do the same thing with Reagan.
Yeah, well, it's
become clean about the crack selling.
Well, right. Well, they could present it to them after it's a fait accompli, and then be like, so what do you?
Welcome. How are you?